Chapter 921 Apostle Broken Arm. Yisha smiled, and touched the little ancient cat's head. He knew very well that this was not a problem of strength, but a suppression of bloodline. As the common ancestor of canines and cats, the little ancient cat has a natural suppression effect on these two categories of beasts in terms of bloodline. Of course, if a fight really breaks out, Yisha knows very well that the little ancient cat will become a dead cat as soon as the claws of the underworld will fall. Gan Lin was only surprised for a short while. After looking at the little ancient cat twice, he regained his calm and squinted his eyes at Yisha. Do you want to cooperate with me and kill that guy? Yisha, not interested. Don't reject me so cruelly. Gan Lin smiled. I have a good reason to kill him this time. This guy is more ambitious than I thought. He actually poached people from me. Then you have to work harder. Yisha, try to kill him before I kill him. What a pity. Gan Lin stood up and walked to Yisha. Why can't you let down your guard against me? Yisha, because you are a dangerous woman. Gan Lin raised her eyebrows at Yisha in a charming manner and smiled. I'll take this as a compliment. Well, since you don't plan to cooperate, I'll go first. I don't plan to fall behind too much. Gan Lin stretched out her fingertips to scratch the back of Yisha's hand in a teasing manner, and then smiled and passed by Yisha. Yisha watched Gan Lin leave, then sat down on the rocking chair where Gan Lin had sat before, put the little cat on his knees, and then opened the shoulder bag given by the proprietress. In the shoulder bag were maps, compasses, night vision goggles, mosquito repellent, and a few photos. Yisha was stunned. Are we going into the jungle? Yisha thought while opening the map, and then congratulated himself because he guessed correctly. There were some markings on the map, mainly the scope of the current hunting area, starting from the town of Tegra, and the jungle in the southeast was the main area. The only information the proprietress could give was that Dr. Montero had escaped into the jungle, but the specific location was unknown. The wolfhounds chasing Dr. Montero had naturally entered the jungle at this moment. Night vision goggles, mosquito repellent, compass. These things are just the boss lady who is thoughtful enough to put them in. The important thing is the map and the photos. There are 5 photos in total, and the names are written below them. Dr. Montero, by Jean Yin, the leader of the resistance. Scholes, the leader of the liberals. Bong, the top thug under Scholes. And Paul, the captain of the 5th team of the cleaning team, who is responsible for chasing Dr. Montero at Comp. If this is really a hunting game, then the owners of these 5 photos are naturally the main prey of this hunting game, fighting in all directions. Yisha put his things away and smiled. It's really interesting. After packing up, Yisha didn't rush to leave, even though Xia Tian and Gan Lin should have entered the jungle at this moment, because, before that, Yisha had other things to do. Snap! Yisha snapped his fingers, and the ground suddenly cracked. A corpse flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground. At the front of the vine, there was a flower bud. After slowly opening, a big mouth opened at the pistil. With a puff, something was spit out from the corpse flower. It turned out to be a severed arm. The severed arm was grayish-white, and the skin was somewhat withered. There was a palm but no fingers. There was some rotten flesh like cotton wool at the wound. Yes, this was the apostle's arm. Malfarion cut off the apostle's arm, and then Dongfang Yu used the sun and moon to give the apostle a fatal blow, and finally even completely destroyed the corpse. However, before the fatal blow, the apostle's severed arm fell into the mountains. Yisha was actually quite worried, but after discovering that Malfarion and Dongfang Yu had ignored this detail, he let the corpse flower swallow the severed arm without hesitation. This is the apostle's arm. Yisha reached out and stroked the little ancient cat's head. If you eat this thing, will you enter adulthood directly? Or even a complete form? Yisha's eyes flashed with excitement. Hiding the apostle's broken arm is really a very dangerous thing. If it is discovered by Malfarion and Dongfang Yu, will Yisha become a corpse now? Even like the apostle who was steamed dry, not even the corpse can be left. This is a price that may have to be borne, but risks always coexist with benefits. Yisha got the apostle's broken arm. How powerful the apostle is represents how valuable this broken arm is. Of course, this thing is on the Doomsday train, and Yisha dare not take it out. He is waiting to leave the Doomsday train and figure out how to use it. After pinching the rotten meat that looked like cotton wool, to be honest, Yisha didn't feel disgusted, because from the touch, it didn't really feel like flesh and blood, but rather a sponge soaked in water. The reason why it was soaked in water was naturally because of the golden blood. Although he knew it was blood, it didn't smell bloody at all. On the contrary, Yisha felt that the golden blood had a very light fragrance, which smelled very good. Yisha hesitated for a moment, and tore off a small piece of rotten meat that looked like cotton wool. I don't know if it was because it had been stored for too long, but there was very little golden blood left, and it only oozed out a little bit. And then Yisha planned to feed it into the little ancient cat's mouth. Yisha stretched out his right hand, which was a little trembling. Yisha didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong. From the perspective of gene fusion, the little ancient cat is an ancient species and a mixed blood, so the probability of becoming a different species during the growth process is very high, and it is also very suitable for gene fusion. However, after all, it is the genes of the apostles that are to be fused, and it is difficult to guarantee what will happen. Perhaps the little ancient cat will mutate and become extremely powerful. Of course, there is another possibility, or the worst possibility. That is to be created by Yisha as a new apostle. The result is naturally quite terrible. This is purely a gamble. But Yisha finally chose to bet. But just as Yisha was about to hand a small ball of rotten meat to the mouth of the little ancient cat, a voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's mind. "Give it to me." Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then fatal? Fatal, yes. Yisha shook the broken arm. "You want this thing?" Fatal again, "Yes." "You should give it to me. Not to the cat." Yisha pinched the rotten meat. "Then, this is not the point. The point is that you seem to have forgotten the rules between us. And this makes me very unhappy." Chapter 922 changes. Fatal was silent for a while. "Why?" "Yisha, it has nothing to do with whether it is suitable or not. And it has nothing to do with whether it should be given to you. What I hope you understand is that I am the boss, and you have to listen to me." Fatal, "Even if the choice you make is wrong." Yisha, "Yes." Fatal, "I don't understand why you are afraid of me. We are symbiotic. I am the only one in the world who will not harm you. I can only live if you live." Yisha nodded. "Even so, you still have to listen to me." Fatal was silent again. Then, "Okay. But I still sincerely suggest that you should give me the energy. This is the right choice." Yisha, "Can it make you stronger?" Fatal, "It can also make you stronger. Don't forget, we are symbiotic. We complement each other. I can absorb, and everything after absorption exists not only in my body, but also in your body. You can also digest it." Yisha raised his eyebrows. This was quite tempting. Yisha's original idea was to divide the broken arm, give the little ancient cat some, the corpse flower some, and if the Archon wanted, he could also give some. If Fatal wanted it, it was not impossible to give it to him. Even the steel-armored evil centipede could be fed a little. But Yisha himself would never eat this thing. Of course, if it really made Yisha stronger, Yisha would not refuse to be a beast, even if it was eaten raw, like those disgusting zombies. In order to survive and become stronger, there is nothing that cannot be done. But the problem is that Yisha is not a different species, and he does not have the ability to fuse and evolve by swallowing. Eating him may not be of any use, but if it is through fatality as a medium, it is a good new idea. Yisha, are you sure? Fatal, yes. And have you considered whether the kitten can bear it? Yisha lifted his chin. This seems to be a problem. The little ancient cat is in its infancy, and is still very weak, while the apostle is undoubtedly powerful. Can the little ancient cat really bear this power? Yisha thought for a moment, and tore off 3 more pieces of rotten flesh from the broken arm, and then said, "The rest is yours." Fatal, I need to analyze the origin and feel the essence of energy before I can fully integrate it, so I may need to sleep for a while. Yisha, okay. Fatal, I am worried that you will die accidentally during my sleep. Yisha smiled. You seem to underestimate me? Fatal, you almost died a while ago. Yisha's smile froze. These words hurt his heart. It was hard for him to deny it, because he was almost killed by the apostle. But, are apostles so easy to encounter? Yisha was angry, but I didn't see you come out to help me. Fatal, you said that I would come out to help you when you were in a life and death crisis. I analyzed the situation at that time. Although you encountered a very bad situation, you were not threatened with death in terms of the existence of life form. Yisha rolled his eyes. You mean you have to wait until I'm completely disabled before you come out? Not when I might be disabled. Right? Fatal, isn't that your request? Yisha was hurt again. Well, It was indeed his request. Frustrated for a while, Yisha held the broken arm. Don't talk nonsense with me. Eat it quickly if you want it. You don't have to worry about my safety. I will live well. Fatal was silent for a moment. Then, wait for me to come back. A large amount of black liquid suddenly spurted out of Yisha's chest, directly covering the broken arm. And then the broken arm melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared without a trace. Not even the bones were left, and the black liquid quickly returned to Yisha's body. Yisha looked at the fatal returning to his body, and suddenly frowned. Yisha saw the red lines on his chest. This was something left on Yisha after returning from the City of Destruction. Yisha had never figured out how this thing appeared. But as time went on, Yisha found that this thing seemed to have no effect on him. So he didn't care much. However, right now, the color of the red lines was obviously becoming brighter, and the red color was deepening. What shocked Yisha even more was that in the center, where the red lines converged, the red gem embedded in his body was shining. One bright and one dark. The rhythm was clear. Yisha couldn't help but get nervous. Anyone would be afraid of the unknown. But Yisha guessed that it might be related to the fact that Fatal absorbed the broken arm of the apostle. He immediately thought and called out in a low voice, Fatal, come out. Hey, come out. Unfortunately, the voice that should have appeared in his head did not appear. He fell into complete silence, and was obviously asleep. Yisha could not help but curse, then stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the red lines on his chest. And finally his fingertips touched the red gem. The red gem was embedded in his body, half exposed outside, very small, not even as big as a fingernail. But it still made Yisha extremely nervous. It lasted for about 10 minutes, and the red gem stopped flickering and gradually returned to normal, and the red lines no longer deepened. It's over, Yisha murmured. A layer of fine sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. He touched his chest again, but it seemed that he didn't feel anything. He clenched his fists and stretched his muscles, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Yisha was completely confused, but nothing was wrong. Leaning back on the chair, Yisha was silent for a moment, and decided to put this matter behind him again. After all, everything was as if nothing had happened, and Yisha didn't know how to deal with it. Come! Yisha touched the little ancient cat's head and stuffed a piece of cotton like rotten meat into the little ancient cat's mouth. Eat it. After feeding the little ancient cat, Yisha threw a small piece of rotten meat to the corpse flower, and then handed a piece to the Archon, and then kept the smallest piece. After thinking about it, Yisha decided to give it to the steel-armored evil centipede. As an alien creature, the steel-armored evil centipede seemed a little weak, and Yisha was not very satisfied with it. But after the sword transformation, it is indeed one of Yisha's main weapons at present. After a little hesitation, Yisha did not intend to be too stingy. The steel-armored evil centipede may evolve. At the same time, after feeding, Yisha carefully observed and found that whether it was the little ancient cat, the corpse flower, or the Archon and the steel-armored evil centipede, there seemed to be no change. Is it too little left? Yisha couldn't help but murmured. Chapter 923 Encounter. Yisha felt a little regretful, as if he had given Fatal too much. However, the matter was done, and Yisha didn't care too much. Moreover, feeding this thing to the dead does not necessarily mean that it will produce an effect. Evolution, fusion, and gene mutation all have a certain probability. Or to be more straightforward, it is a matter of luck. The main reason why Yisha was willing to believe Fatal and only leave a very small part, and then give the entire broken arm to Fatal, was because Fatal chose to communicate with him. The prerequisite for communication is that Fatal has the confidence and ability to absorb the broken arm. This means that Yisha does not need to rely on so-called luck to give Fatal the broken arm of the apostle. Yisha sat for a while, and found that the alien creatures under his command still had no changes. He shrugged his shoulders and stopped waiting. Putting the little ancient cat back on his shoulders, it's been delayed long enough. It's time to work. Yisha stood up and walked out of the town, ready to enter the jungle. This jungle is very huge, according to the area circled by the lady boss. This area even spans 4 small towns. This is why Yisha is not in a hurry. Even if Xia Tian and Gon Lin enter the jungle first, the most they can do is fight first, and kill a few more people. It is not so easy to find Dr. Montero. Even in the outskirts of the jungle, it is not certain whether you can meet him. Thinking so, Yisha left the town and entered the jungle. The corpse flower went back into the ground. The steel-armored evil centipede wrapped around Yishaw's waist, and the Archon stood loyally behind Yishaw. Only the little ancient cat seemed a little excited, running around in the forest. Perhaps the jungle was like a garden to the little ancient cat. Suddenly, after running around in front for a while, the little ancient cat came back and grabbed Yishaw's trouser leg, and its tail kept shaking forward. Yishaw, let me go this way. The little ancient cat cleverly loosened Yishaw's pants and nodded. Yishaw picked up the little cat, and then walked in the direction it pointed, crossing a bush. When he was halfway there, Yishaw felt something was wrong, because he smelled a faint smell of blood. He quickly crossed the bush, and then, Yishaw saw a body lying on the ground. Yishaw turned the body over with his feet. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. A typical Southeast Asian race. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be a member of the Liberal Party. More than 70% of their members are locals, all of whom are Southeast Asian races. Yishaw squatted down and looked at the wounds on the corpse. It was a very neat killing method. One knife cut the throat, and the other knife pierced the heart. Both knives were fatal. This means that the killing was very fierce. The method was professional, and at the same time very cautious. Otherwise there would be no finishing blow. And the finishing blow was still in the fatal position. At this moment, suddenly, the corpse's eyelids opened, revealing a pair of pupil-less eyes, grinning, emitting a fishy smell, and biting towards Yishaw. Bang! Yishaw's expression remained unchanged. He directly pressed the opponent's head and pressed it down hard. Then he pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it hard at the throat, piercing the opponent's throat. Yishaw was not surprised that the corpse suddenly turned into a zombie. If his speculation was correct, the corpse was a liberal, and it was possible that it was carrying a virus or something like that. It was normal for it to be infected and become a zombie. After seeing that the zombie struggled for a few times and stopped moving, Yishaw pulled back the Alaskan whale harpoon. According to Yishaw's speculation, this guy was most likely killed by Xiaotian. Gonlin style is almost impossible to fight with others in close combat, even if she can easily kill the opponent, especially with the underworld wolf and the red fire eagle by her side. There is no need for her to do it herself. Then, it is very likely that Xiaotian did it. As for the rebels and the people from Comp Corporation, unless the big boss among them took action, Yishaw felt that it would be impossible to have such a neat method. The most important thing is that the wound is still fresh. The body is not stiff. The blood is not coagulated. And Xiaotian has entered the jungle not long ago. However, the liberals are still outside the jungle? Yishaw murmured. Shouldn't they chase Dr. Montero and go deep into the jungle? The four forces. Yishaw and his 3 people are not allowed to worry about it for now. The resistance, Compu, and the liberals. The former 2 should have arrived later. And the liberals are chasing Dr. Montero, so they should have entered the jungle for a long time. Therefore, Yishaw would not be too surprised to meet the rebels and people from Compu in the periphery. But it was indeed a bit surprising to meet the liberals. Roar! Yishaw was thinking, when suddenly, the little ancient cat suddenly roared in one direction. Yishaw raised his head sharply, looked in the direction of the roar of the little ancient cat, and then immediately raised his hand and swung it forward. A breeze suddenly rose. As the wind surged, countless leaves fell from the 2 big trees, and a large number of branches were cut off by the wind. The next moment, 2 figures fell from the treetops. The 2 men were also Southeast Asians, with slightly dark skin and wearing ethnic clothing. They grinned at Yishaw and simultaneously drew crescent-shaped swords from their backs. Another liberal? Yishaw raised his eyebrows. Interesting. The little ancient cat kept growling and baring its teeth at the 2 men. One of them stared at the little ancient cat and suddenly roared like a wild beast. And then the 2 laughed together. Little beast. The man laughed. I'll make you into soup later. The little cat felt provoked and roared even more happily. Yishaw squatted down, picked up the little cat, stroked its head, and comforted it. Then said, leave one alive? Almost at the moment when Yishaw finished speaking, the figure of the Archon flashed, and suddenly jumped forward and pounced on the 2 people. The 2 people's smiles gradually faded, and when they saw the Archon rushing to them, they immediately swung their knives at him. Yishaw curled his lips and sneered at this. If he didn't use the martial arts supreme, the Archon would be able to completely crush Yishaw in terms of fighting skills. Because, the battle program. when the Archon was still an arbitrator. His battle program recorded a large number of fighting skills, from ancient martial arts to modern fighting skills. It can be said that there is everything: punches, feet, weapons, wrestling, joint skills, covering all types of fighting skills. And the Archon inherited all of this. So, in terms of fighting skills, the Archon is completely at the level of a weakened version of the martial arts supreme. Chapter 924 Corpse Transformation. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the Archon ducked his body to avoid the opponent's slash, then hit the opponent's wrist with an uppercut, directly knocking the machete out of the opponent's hand. Then the Archon retreated violently, taking snake-like steps while retreating, avoiding the opponent's attacks one after another, and then suddenly attacked, raising the palm to become a knife. At the moment when the opponent raised the knife again, the Archon stretched out his hand and hit the opponent's chest, and half of his palm stabbed directly into it. Puff! Blood splattered. The man screamed in agony, and the machete he raised fell on the head of the Archon. However, before the blade reached him, the Archon's left hand had already arrived, and he grabbed the opponent's wrist and threw him over his shoulder. Bang! The man fell hard to the ground, and the pain from his back made him grimace. But he would not feel the pain soon. Puff! The Archon raised his palm into a knife again and stabbed it down with force. This time, the Archon stabbed the opponent's throat. After one strike, a bloody hole was opened in the opponent's throat, and blood gushed out like money. The man's eyes widened, and then his breath became weaker and weaker. And then, death. The Archon killed one person with the force of thunder, and the other person was slightly sluggish. And like a vicious dog, he pounced on the Archon again. The Archon retreated again, avoiding the opponent's attacks continuously, and then suddenly attacked. The Archon remembered Yisha's order and did not attack him this time. Instead, he kicked the opponent's knee. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The opponent felt pain and weakness in his knees, and then he fell to the ground. Then the Archon twisted his body, came behind the opponent, pressed his shoulders, and grabbed his arm. Crack! Ah! A miserable scream sounded, and the man screamed madly, but his arm was broken by the Archon. But the Archon did not mean to stop. Crack! The Archon raised his foot and stepped hard on the opponent's kneecap, breaking the knee with one foot, and the right leg was even completely twisted 90 degrees. Ah! The miserable scream sounded again, and the man's tears and snot kept flowing out of the pain. He completely lost his fighting power and kept rolling on the ground. The Archon then stopped, took 2 steps back, and stood aside. Yisha walked up to the other party and squatted down, touching the head of the little ancient cat. This is what I raised. You want to stew it, right? The man was just wailing, but didn't answer Yisha. Yisha looked up at the Archon and said, cut off another leg of his. No, no, I don't dare. The man looked at the Archon approaching, and left and shouted, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yisha, that depends on whether you know what's good for you. I need you to answer some questions. The man nodded repeatedly. Yisha, name. The man, Nachai. Yisha, a liberal? Or an outlaw? Nachai nodded. Yisha, you should be chasing Dr. Montero. Why are you here? Nachai looked at Yisha with a puzzled look, as if he didn't quite understand why Yisha asked this question. Yisha, don't you want your other arm and leg? Nachai gritted his teeth. Escaped. Yisha, escaped? Nachai nodded, then looked at Yisha. Yisha thought about it, and then suddenly realized. Nachai was probably referring to the rebels, or the Compu Company. It seemed that the 3 forces had already fought in the jungle, and it was probably more than one battle. So, no matter which side it was not strange that they ran back to the outer area of the jungle after being dispersed. Yisha continued, where is Dr. Montero? Nachai, I don't know. Yisha curled his lips, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and wiped the blade. Nachai hurriedly, I really don't know. We haven't caught him yet. But 3 or 4 days ago, he should be near the Gunera Temple. Gunera Temple? Yisha took out the map and flipped through it. He didn't see the place, so he put the map in front of Nachai, pointed out. Nachai looked at the map and pointed. The place was somewhere in the jungle, and there was no place name marked. Yisha, what is that place? Nachai, a temple that has been abandoned for a long time. We found traces of campfires there. some food packaging bags, and a bloody gauze. Yisha nodded, then smiled. You are no longer valuable. Nachai was stunned for a moment. Then he yelled, You said you wouldn't kill me. I didn't say that. Yisha, I just asked you to answer a few questions. Nachai rolled over and kept moving backwards. Yisha didn't chase him, but gestured to the governor to let him deal with this guy. Yisha didn't forget what the boss lady gave him. The name of the task is hunting. I am a hunter. In this case, how can I let him go? Even if he is not a valuable prey. The Archon walked towards Nachai. Because of a broken leg, Nachai could only crawl on the ground. The Archon stepped on Nachai's other leg, causing him to scream. Nachai cried out in pain, and then a fierce look appeared on his face, and he suddenly bit his left arm. This action aroused Yisha's curiosity. The desire to survive made Nachai struggle, but the way to struggle was to bite himself. However, Yisha quickly raised his eyebrows, because Yisha found that there was a pocket sewn on the outside of Nachai's clothes on the upper arm of his left hand. And as Nachai opened his mouth and bit it, Nachai's mouth was full of blood, as if his lips were bitten by something. On the arm bag, a faint green liquid could be seen seeping out. Damn it! Yisha had already thought of something, and immediately shouted to the Archon, Kill him! The Archon raised his palm into a knife again, and was about to stab Nachai's back. But at this moment, roar! Nachai let out a roar that was not human. And then the broken right leg suddenly turned around, suddenly recovered, and then kicked the Archon's chest fiercely. With a bang, the Archon took several steps back. Nachai shook his body, slowly got up from the ground, roared repeatedly, and then his skin slowly turned gray. As he roared, saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, but the saliva was dark green. His eyes gradually became dull and turned bright red due to congestion. Yisha had seen this look many times before, so he naturally knew the reason. This guy. He has turned into a corpse. Chapter 925 Surprise. Crack. Crack. Nachai's body twisted, and the broken arm suddenly spun. As it spun, the flesh on the arm kept peeling off, and then the arm bone appeared in front of Yisha. Crack. Crack. Nachai raised his bony palm and moved it a little, rubbing his fingers together, making a harsh sound. Yisha's face was slightly stern. He had to admit that he was careless this time. The proprietress had long reminded Yisha that the liberals had corpse-turning potions in their hands, and he should be on guard against it. This can be considered a lesson. Yisha laughed at himself. We should not take it lightly. However, Yisha did not take it too seriously. Even if it was a lesson, it was just a small one. However, Nachai's corpse transformation made Yisha a little interested. He remembered that the boss lady said that Scholes, the leader of the liberals, had corpse transformation potions and antidotes in his hands, which might be better than those of Compu. Then let me take a look. Yisha smiled. How different it is. Yisha waved his hand, signaling the Archon to step forward, but he had no intention of taking action himself. If it was just a zombie, it would not be qualified for Yisha to take action. The Archon stepped forward without saying a word, then spread his hands flat on both sides, and then two rays of light, one black and one white, lit up from the Archon's palms. Since Nachai had turned into a zombie, it was obviously not an easy task to deal with this guy with simple fighting skills. So the Archon was more serious about it. Bang! Suddenly, the Archon kicked his legs, crushed a piece of the ground, and leaped forward. Nachai seemed to have completely lost his mind, roaring continuously like an enraged beast, and then swung his bony arm forward fiercely. The Archon seemed very cautious, and did not take the blow head-on, but moved to the side to avoid it. Boom! A loud roar suddenly appeared, and then Nachai's bony arm hit a big tree, and the tree was broken with a roar. Yisha folded his arms and watched from the side. Losing consciousness and greatly increasing strength seemed to be nothing special, especially the point of losing consciousness. Compu has made great progress in the development of such drugs. The members of the cleaning team are a good example. They can all maintain their sanity and fight in the state of corpse transformation. But Nachai has obviously lost consciousness. Just from this point, it can be seen that it is not as good as the corpse transformation drug produced by Compu. Therefore, Yisha does not quite understand what the boss lady means by better. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Nachai kept roaring, turned around and charged at the Archon again. The Archon leaped and landed on the top of a big tree. Boom! Nachai rushed forward and directly broke the big tree. The Archon jumped into the air again and pressed his palm downward. The white light turned into a beam and fell to the ground, landing in front of Nachai. With a boom, it shattered a piece of the ground. Although it did not hit directly, it caused splash damage. The shattered light hit Nachai's body. The light seemed to have substance, like a heavy hammer hitting Nachai's chest, knocking Nachai away. Nachai roared again and climbed up from the ground with perseverance. But at this moment, the Archon fell to the ground at the right time, and pushed forward the palm with flashing black light. Bang! A palm pressed on Nachai's chest, and Nachai flew out again like a cannonball, knocking down 2 big trees in succession, and then fell to the ground. Yi Sha couldn't help but shook his head. Simply strengthening physical fitness will also make one lose reason, and the degree of corpse transformation is not complete. At present, it seems that only the bone hand is strong, 2 or 3 times that of the other hand, and the fingertips are very sharp, which can easily cut the tree trunk. If this level is converted into the level of mutant zombies, it is probably only the peak level of the gold level, and at most it can reach the level of platinum 1 star. In terms of strength improvement, it can make an ordinary person suddenly rise to the level of platinum 1 star, which shows that this corpse transformation potion is still very good. But it is only very good, no matter from what aspect. Yi Sha can't see how it is better than the corpse transformation potion made by Comp Corporation. Moreover, this kind of potion is actually sold on the Doomsday train. The best one may be much worse than the one used by the cleaning team of Comp Corporation, but it is much better than the corpse potion used by Nachai. Yi Sha felt that the boss lady's information might be wrong. After all, the information on the Doomsday train was occasionally wrong. At this time, Nachai got up from the ground again, shaking his body. The Archon attacked again without hesitation. The white light beam condensed by the white light suddenly split and turned into an iron chain condensed by the white light. Dang dang. The chain dragged across the ground, making a crisp sound, and then tied up Nachai tightly. Then the Archon flicked his wrist vigorously, and as the chain dragged across the ground, Nachai was thrown out directly, his body flying in the air, and he continued to break the surrounding trees. After landing, Nachai had no idea how many bones were broken, and his hands and feet were twisted unnaturally, obviously severely injured by the Archon's blow. The characteristics of zombies were fully demonstrated at this time. That is, they are very durable. Normal people would have died long ago. But Nachai twisted his body, and his high-speed regeneration ability allowed his broken arm to slowly recover. While Yi Sha was tired of watching, and could not see what was worth paying attention to about Nachai's corpse transformation. He signaled to the Archon with his eyes, asking him to end this meaningless battle as soon as possible. The Archon did not say much. Before Nachai's body recovered, he walked up to Nachai again and pressed his palm on Nachai's chest. With a flash of black light in the Archon's palm, Nachai's body flew out again and fell heavily to the ground. Then the Archon stepped forward, intending to break Nachai's neck and completely kill him. But at this moment, Yi Sha's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted to the Archon, "Wait a minute." Yi Sha finally found something surprising. As the Archon stopped, Nachai lay on the ground and kept twitching, except for the bone hand that had no flesh and blood. The skin on his body was slowly turning red. The grayish-white skin slowly turned back to the normal rotten color, and some of the ulcerated parts of the body healed quickly, leaving only scars. Yi Sha did not hide the surprise on his face at all, because this was indeed something worth surprising. The corpse state was actually lifted. Chapter 926, An Ordinary Beast. Yi Sha's surprise is justified. So far, Yi Sha has not seen a situation where a corpse can be restored after transformation. Of course, the corpse state is not impossible to remove. According to Yi Sha's understanding, the corpse state of the cleaning team can be removed as long as the exclusive antidote is injected within a certain period of time. But in fact it is not that simple. The most basic is the time limit. If it exceeds the time limit, it will not be effective. Secondly, there are also requirements for the degree of corpse transformation. The body area of the corpse cannot exceed 25% of the body. There are also certain requirements for the degree of corpse transformation. At the same time, even if the requirements are met and the antidote is taken, the probability of recovery is only about 30%. The failure rate is quite high, and the successful recovery rate is less than 1/3. As for those who fail to recover, the result is self-evident: death, or loss of reason, completely becoming a walking corpse. However, Nichai did nothing at the moment. Nichai did not take the antidote. Nor did he use anything else. The corpse state was receding on its own. Except for the bone hand that was completely stripped of flesh and blood, which was impossible to recover. The flesh and blood in other parts of the body had been completely recovered. Yisha immediately came to Nichai, grabbed Nichai's collar, and pulled him up. Tell me, is the corpse transformation potion you used given to you by Shoals? Can the corpse transformation state be eliminated without taking the antidote? Are there any conditions for eliminating the corpse transformation state? Are there any sequelae? Yisha asked several questions in succession, appearing very anxious. Unfortunately, Nichai could not answer Yisha's questions. The corners of his mouth were constantly bleeding, and he kept coughing. Then his breath became weaker and weaker, and finally his eyes were dull, and he completely lost his vitality. Damn it! Yisha cursed and threw Nichai's body aside. This is why Yisha was so anxious. He saw that Nichai could not hold on for much longer, but he did not get anything out of him in the end. However, Yisha's interest was fully aroused. He finally understood why the lady boss said that the corpse transformation potion and antidote in Shoals' hand were better than those of Compu. Because even Compu did not do this. And if you think about it carefully, if you can guarantee that the corpse state can be 100% eliminated after the corpse state, no, it does not need to be 100%. You only need to guarantee that the corpse state will be eliminated with a high probability. Then, this state is not far from the super soldier that Compu wants to create. The so-called super soldier of Compu is actually a mass-produced alien human. Although the corpse transformation after taking the corpse transformation potion is different from the alien human, the effect is similar, and the result is often more important than the process. Interesting. Yisha glanced at the corpse on the ground. This hunt is more interesting than expected. Let's go! Yisha did not delay. Gestured to the Archon, then put the little ancient cat on his shoulder and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Because of the appearance of the liberals, Yisha became more cautious. Originally, Yisha was not too worried about the area outside the jungle. After all, the main activity area should be deep in the jungle. But since the Comp Corporation, the rebels, and the liberals have already clashed and the personnel have been dispersed, then, the entire jungle is a battlefield, and fighting may occur anywhere. At this time, the little ancient cat showed a huge role. Because of the smell. The little cat's sense of smell is incredibly sensitive. It can easily tell whether there are other people, wild animals, or even zombies around. Even dead bodies cannot escape its nose. This is definitely a great help for Yisha. The night gradually deepened. Yisha put on the night vision goggles given by the boss lady and quietly walked through a bush. It must be said that the products produced by Doomsday Train are really as magical as ever. This pair of night vision goggles was simply stuffed by the boss lady. Because, normally, humans are not nocturnal creatures. If it is not a deliberate choice, they usually reduce the time of night activities, and naturally will not be equipped with the props needed for night activities. But this hunting mission obviously does not distinguish between day and night. So the proprietress prepared night vision goggles for all three people. And night vision goggles are actually only relative, which can make things seen at night clearer. When someone moves within the night vision range, it is just a human outline. But after being labeled as produced by Doomsday Train, it is another matter. This pair of night vision goggles can make the visibility at night reach between 65% and 70% of the normal situation. Yisha, with the eagle pattern pupil, has the same vision at night as during the day. At the same time, the night vision goggles also have a thermal sensing function. Any organism with body temperature will quickly appear thermal imaging when it enters the range of 250 meters. And there is nowhere to hide. Even zombies cannot avoid the detection of this pair of night vision goggles. Because this pair of night vision goggles also has the function of star-shining goggles, which has the function of detecting any moving target. Moreover, the starry goggles can only detect targets within a fan-shaped range, while this pair of night vision goggles can detect 360 degrees, even if there are zombies behind. Although Yisha cannot see them, there will be an electronic sound prompt. Yisha can be said to be quite attracted by this pair of night vision goggles. Because this pair of night vision goggles is really useful, he wants to go back to the Doomsday Train, ask the boss lady for the price, and buy this thing directly. You know, even if this pair of night vision goggles does not have the night vision function, it is also very useful during the day. And then, the starry goggles that Yisha rarely uses now can be thrown away naturally. As for the disadvantages of this night vision goggles, it is that it looks a bit ugly. Like a black helmet without a top. Found it. While Yisha was thinking, two red figures flashed on the mirror. And it was obvious that the thermal imaging was activated. Yisha stood on the treetop, waiting for the other party to slowly approach him, and suddenly stretched out two fingers and waved them towards the tree. In a pile of grass under the tree, the little ancient cat slowly twisted its body, and a faint green light flashed in its eyes. When the two men came under the tree, the little cat suddenly rushed out and ran past the other man's feet. Then, with a sweep of its claws, it left 3 deep scratches on one man's ankle. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and the man sat down on the ground. His companion also ran over quickly, holding a flashlight to illuminate, first looking for the little cat, and then helping to check the injury. Gary, don't be too nervous. It's just an ordinary beast. Yisha smiled between the treetops and suddenly jumped down. Chapter 927 Night Attack. Poof! The moment Yisha fell from the tree, the sharp edge of the Alaskan whale harpoon in his hand was exposed, and it directly pierced the back of the neck of the man who was helping his companion to check the wound. Then the Alaskan whale harpoon was pulled out of the opponent's body, accompanied by a muffled sound like cloth being torn, and a stream of blood spurted out. The next moment, Yisha pushed the corpse away, and under the stunned eyes of the other person, the Alaskan whale harpoon suddenly pushed forward and slashed, directly cutting the man's throat. As the fishy blood continued to flow out of his throat, the man slowly fell backwards. Little Gumal walked back to Yisha, and Yisha smiled and stroked its head, indicating that it had done a good job, and then checked the 2 bodies. These 2 bodies were not from the liberalists, but from Compu, because they were wearing uniforms and were from Comp, but not from the cleaning team or the Sanlong team. This was actually normal. The number of people in Comp's cleaning team was not as large as imagined, so it was usually the cleaning team that led the powerful individual combat force. Tianlong, Menglong, Xiaolong. These 3 teams selected the main combat team, and then cooperated with a large number of armed personnel as auxiliary, responsible for search, logistics, and other tasks. Of course, when necessary, Yisha believed that these people would be pushed to the front line to act as cannon fodder. Humanity and compassion are really rare in the end times. Yisha touched the bodies of the 2 corpses, took away the flashlight, a pack of matches, a few packs of compressed biscuits, and the other party's water bottle. These are all necessary things for survival in the jungle. Yisha didn't know how many days he would stay in the jungle. There was no such thing as too much food and water. Matches were also consumables. The flashlight was mainly for backup. Yisha had one in his hand. But what if it broke? Roar! Roar! At this time, the little ancient cat suddenly made a low roar like sobbing. Yisha put his finger to his mouth to silence the little ancient cat, then squatted down and pointed to the southeast. Is there anyone? The little ancient cat shook its tail and head. Yisha looked southeast. There was no abnormality in the night vision goggles, and the thermal imaging sensor was not triggered, which meant that the other party should be 250 meters away. Yisha made a gesture, and the Archon quickly disappeared into the darkness and headed southeast from the side. Yisha cut his finger with an Alaskan whale harpoon, dripped some blood, made a bloodthorn bomb, and then buried it on the edge of some tree trunks and in the bushes, covered it a little, and then quietly selected a big tree and climbed up again. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Yisha saw people. There were quite a few people this time. A total of 12 targets. If this number of people were moving, they were probably not the scattered people, but a normal team moving in the jungle. So, which team was it? The rebels? Comp? Or the liberals? The answer is Comp. And Yisha found something interesting. Of the 12-man team, 10 were ordinary armed personnel, wearing dark camouflage uniforms, painted with camouflage, holding guns, and advancing very carefully. However, 2 of them were equipped differently, wearing special combat uniforms with a stick-on badge on their right upper arms. The pattern on the badge was an oriental dragon, all black, with 5 ferocious claws, and a pair of wings spread out on both sides at 1/3 of the body. The prototype of this pattern was the winged oriental dragon Yinglong, which was quite rare in ancient legends in Chinese civilization. And the only team that Compu used this pattern as its team emblem was the Xiaolong team. This was the first time Yi Sha met the members of the Xiaolong Squad, because the Xiaolong Squad only operates in the Asian region, and the number of members is the smallest among the 3 dragon squads. Before the end of the world, Xiaolong mainly operated in the Asian region and fought in some turbulent areas in Asia for a long time. The biggest feature of this team is that they are all composed of Asians. At that time, the Raptor Squad mainly engaged in security business, while the Tianlong warriors mainly engaged in armed escort and training camp business, which were generally legal. Only the Xiaolong Squadron was a great team that was truly active in the war. Therefore, the Xiaolong Squadron was always known as the strongest among the 3 dragon squads at that time. It was a real iron-blooded squad. Of course, after the end of the world, it is not so easy to evaluate. The Tianlong Squadron became the exclusive squad of mechanical warriors, and the Menglong Squadron was a biochemical transformation. So, what about the Xiaolong Squadron? Yi Sha really wanted to know the answer. Tonight, Yi Sha lay on the tree without moving, but his eyes were firmly locked on the other party, especially the 2 members of the Xiaolong Squadron. The 2 bodies were still lying not far away. Yi Sha did not cover them up because they were baits to attract the other party. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Soon, the other party also discovered this. 2 armed men were sent out and found the 2 bodies in a corner of the bushes. One of the armed men quickly squatted down to check the bodies, while the other one pressed the earphone to report something. Then, puff, puff, puff. The moment the body was turned over, the bloodthorn bomb that Yi Sha had placed in advance suddenly exploded, and countless blood thorns suddenly exploded. Before the 2 armed men could react, their bodies were covered with blood holes. Plop, plop. The 2 armed men obviously died unjustly. They didn't even know how they died, because the blood thorns disappeared quickly when they pierced their bodies. It was not easy to see the blood thorns clearly in the night. Others in the distance were also puzzled. They only saw the companion, who was responsible for checking the body, suddenly fall down. Although the cause of death was unknown, at least they knew there was danger. All of a sudden, the armed personnel of Compu raised the Galil assault rifles in their hands, moved quickly, turned their backs to their companions, and looked around vigilantly. Yi Sha hid in the treetops and smiled. Is it useful? Bang! As Yi Sha's voice fell, the sound of a sniper rifle suddenly rang out. The Archon suddenly opened fire from a distance, and the bullet accurately penetrated the head of an armed man, entering from the position near the temple, and then shot through. The armed man's eyes widened, and his pupils contracted and enlarged several times in a rhythmic rhythm. He didn't even have the chance to leave a last word, and fell straight to the ground. There is a sniper. Find cover immediately. Go. Move! As the armed man fell to the ground, someone immediately shouted loudly, directing everyone to disperse. Chapter 928 Hunting. The Archon only used an ordinary sniper rifle, because the set of firearms that Yi Sha ordered from Nieppe is still unfinished. It is not easy to make a complete set of firearms. Otherwise Nieppe would not have gone through more than 10 stations, and only made 2 sets so far. Moreover, a while ago, Nieppe was obsessed with getting all the parts of the Pluto together, so he naturally had no time to deal with this transaction. And Yi Sha was not in a hurry. First, after the Arbitrator evolved into the Archon, his combat effectiveness increased sharply. Even if the Archon is not equipped with weapons now, the Archon is still a very terrifying existence. Secondly, he was poor. Yi Sha found that he had done a lot of big things recently, and had taken a lot of things, even the work of an apostle, but he didn't save any skull coins. So, sometimes it is a sad thing to have a reward that is too good, because no matter whether it is used or not, you are reluctant to exchange it for skull coins. And poverty is indeed the root of everything. However, to deal with these targets at the moment, even ordinary sniper rifles are enough. The armed personnel of Comp Company quickly spread out in all directions, and then used the surrounding trees to cover their bodies. Bang! The Archon fired again, and shot through the head of another armed man, with blood spurting out. The armed man fell straight to the ground. However, the Archon sniping only stopped there. Those armed men from Compu were very experienced in combat. The Archon fired 2 shots in a row, and by the hit parts and the direction of the body falling, they could basically determine the direction of the Archon. Therefore, those armed men looked for cover points, and there were almost no loopholes, and they all avoided the frontal sniper route. Bang! 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 The Archon fired continuously, and the bullets hit tree trunks, rocks, and even directly hit the ground. The Archon seemed to be shooting randomly, because the enemy's hiding positions were indeed well chosen, and it was difficult to find a random route. Therefore, the Archon kept firing. But not only did he miss anyone, but he was also off target. But is this really the case? Under the cover of the gunfire, the sound of the ground cracking was covered up, and some smaller corpse flower vines drilled out of the ground, all as thick as a wrist, and slowly crawled forward like a snake, coming behind the two armed men. A corpse flower vine suddenly surged up and gently tapped the armed man's shoulder. The armed man turned his head with a puzzled look on his face. Puff! The corpse flower vine suddenly pierced forward, and at the moment when the other party showed a look of fear and was about to scream, it pierced directly into the other party's mouth and pierced through the armed man's head. Another corpse flower vine was even more straightforward, wrapping around the neck of another armed man from behind, and then tightening it hard, strangling the other party's neck directly. Yisha hid among the treetops, leaning against the tree trunk, watching the enemy's continuous reduction in numbers. Since the boss lady defined this mission as hunting, Yisha felt that he naturally had to show the hunter's mercy. What is the hunter's mercy? It is to let the prey die without knowing whether it is alive or dead. But this sneak attack hunting can't last too long, because when more than half of the people are reduced, the response in the communicator gradually decreases, and even a fool knows that something is wrong. Under the command of a Xiaolong warrior, the remaining armed personnel began to slowly gather together to avoid giving Yisha the opportunity to assassinate them one by one. Yisha smiled disdainfully. Would this work? Yisha slid down with his back against the tree trunk. The noise immediately alarmed the other party. However, Yisha did not intend to cover his tracks. Yisha stretched out his hand and clenched it. The infinite bow appeared in Yisha's palm. Then Yisha imagined an arrow. Burning arrow! At the moment of sliding down from the tree, Yisha put on a burning arrow and shot it forward. At the moment of passing over the other party's head, the burning flame illuminated the surroundings. The next moment, after the flames clearly and accurately confirmed the opponent's position, the bowstring was pulled again. Puff! The piercing arrow broke through the air, bringing with it a whistling sound of wind. At the moment when the flames weakened, the piercing arrow pierced into the forehead of one of the men, piercing his head with one arrow. Falling to the ground, Yisha ran quickly to the side with the bow. Two armed men had begun to collapse emotionally because of the continuous death of their companions, and they were extremely angry. Seeing Yisha running quickly around them, their emotions, which were already at the critical point, completely broke out. Go to hell! The two men shouted almost at the same time, then stood up and fired at Yisha. The Xiaolong soldier in charge of the command was anxious. Get down. Don't mess around. Unfortunately, it was too late. Two. Accompanied by the continuous spitting of flames from the muzzle, the crisp sound of gunfire continued to ring. Yisha didn't care about the bullets flying towards him, and even Yisha didn't need to make any special defense. Yisha ran very fast, and it was not easy to hit Yisha just for this reason. What's more, there were dense trees around his cover, and the protection of the night made it difficult to shoot accurately. Then, at the moment when the two men had used up their magazines, bang! Puff! The sound of the gunshot and the sound of the arrow breaking through the air rang out at the same time, and the Archon fired again. The bullet pierced through one of the men's heads from behind. The man leaned forward, uttered a whimpering wail from his throat, and then fell forward. On the other side, Yisha also suddenly stopped at this time. The bow is full. Yisha pulled the bowstring without hesitation, and the piercing arrow was once again materialized by Yisha's imagination. Then, Yisha loosened his fingers, and the piercing arrow flew forward with a strong spiral of energy. The master-level marksman's proficiency was really not a bluff. The piercing arrow flashed in the night, and accurately pierced the throat of another person. At the same time, because the spiral energy wrapped around the piercing arrow was raging, the violent spiral energy directly crushed the man's neck into pieces at the moment the arrow passed through the body, turning it into a pile of shredded meat. Then, the head fell to the ground with a thump. Yisha did not continue to wander, but walked towards the rest of the people, because it was no longer necessary. The enemy had been killed and only 2 Xiaolong warriors and 2 armed personnel were left, and the 2 armed personnel had obviously completely collapsed. Or to put it more directly, they were scared silly. Enemies who have lost their will to fight are the least to be feared. Therefore, Yi Sha's next target is the two Xiaolong warriors. Frankly speaking, Yi Sha is quite interested in these two. It has nothing to do with strength. Yi Sha just wants to see the methods of the Xiaolong warriors. Chapter 929 Xiaolong Warrior. Yi Sha came to the two Xiaolong warriors. About 5 meters away, Yi Sha raised his hand, and the endless bow disappeared without a trace. Then Yi Sha hooked his finger at the two Xiaolong warriors, provoking them directly and impolitely. The two Xiaolong warriors looked at each other, suddenly jumped forward, and both pulled out the sabers inserted in the outside of their thighs at the same time, holding them with their backhands, and attacked Yi Sha from the left and right. Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and played with it casually. The Alaskan whale harpoon kept turning over and over along Yi Sha's fingers, like a butterfly flying through flowers. The next moment, two Xiaolong warriors came to Yi Sha, and Yi Sha immediately grabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon and swept it forward. Clang! Clang! The Alaskan whale harpoon hit left and right, blocking the first round of attacks from the two. But the two Xiaolong warriors were very experienced. When they failed to hit, they quickly switched positions and continued to attack Yi Sha. One attacked Yi Sha's upper road, and the other half bent his body and slashed the saber directly towards Yi Sha's thigh. Yi Sha reacted very quickly, holding the Alaskan whale harpoon horizontally to block the opponent's attack, while raising his leg and stepping down on the other side's saber. However, while blocking the two sabers, the two Xiaolong warriors suddenly jumped up and kicked Yi Sha's waist at the same time, making Yi Sha retreat half a step. Yi Sha looked at the place where he was kicked and brushed it off casually. Is that all? If so, I will be very disappointed. Yi Sha was still very interested in the Xiaolong team, but the two Xiaolong warriors did not show anything in the 2 rounds of confrontation. Very good skills, tacit understanding in fighting, and rich experience. All of these are useless. This is the end of the world. Nowadays, there are countless zombies and countless monsters in this world. People who can live in this era can either survive or surpass ordinary people. I don't want to see ordinary fights, Yi Sha murmured. And then, since you don't plan to be serious first, let me start. Yi Sha took out the box containing the 16-element alloy balls, turned it over, and the 16-element alloy balls fell to the ground. Pa! Yi Sha stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the 16-element alloy ball flew up and hit the two Xiaolong warriors. The two Xiaolong warriors were surprised, but their bodies reacted quickly. They were a group of warriors who had already turned fighting into instinct. The two men spread out at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and the 16-element alloy ball blasted forward, directly punching large holes through the surrounding trees. After the two Xiaolong warriors avoided the first round of attacks, they looked at each other, then grabbed their clothes at the same time and tore them apart with force. Take off your clothes. Bare your upper body. Both Xiaolong warriors have half of their bodies made of metal, including one of their arms. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. This doesn't seem to be anything new. Isn't it just the same metal transformation as the Tianlong warriors? However, the two Xiaolong warriors didn't carry metal backpacks for power output on their backs, nor did they have energy delivery tubes implanted behind their heads. But at this moment, the two Xiaolong warriors suddenly patted their shoulders, and then the back of their hands suddenly made a mechanical sound. And then a slot popped out. Two Xiaolong warriors took out 3 tubes of different colored medicine from the backpacks behind their waists, and inserted them into the 3 holes of the card slot. Injection? Yi Sha laughed. Could the so-called Xiaolong warrior be a combination of the Fierce Dragon Warrior and the Sky Dragon Warrior? Mechanically transform the body and then inject drugs for biological transformation? If it was just like this, Yi Sha felt that it was too boring, and it was too disappointing to his expectations. At this time, the two Xiaolong warriors had already inserted the medicine into the holes, but did not inject it directly. Instead, the slots retracted at the moment of insertion and then covered with metal caps. The next moment, the two Xiaolong warriors raised their hands at the same time. At the forearm, the barrel suddenly popped out and began to shoot at Yi Sha. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out. A bullet hit the big tree on the side, and then Yi Sha saw a bullet hole as big as a bowl blasted directly on the tree trunk. Ordinary bullets and guns don't have this power. Yi Sha didn't intend to take it head-on, but moved quickly to the side. At this time, the two Xiaolong warriors ejected weapons again from their shoulders. The weapon was strangely shaped, like a palm-sized pot lid-shaped signal receiver. Then, a crackling sound of electricity suddenly sounded, And then 2 lightning arcs suddenly shot towards Yisha. Yisha immediately dodged. And with 2 loud bangs, a lightning arc hit the tree trunk, directly breaking the tree that required 2 people to hug. And a lightning arc hit the ground, directly blasting a circle of 2-meter diameter pits. The power was really good. What was more troublesome was that when Yisha dodged the attack, the weapon actually automatically changed direction and fired again in Yisha's direction. That weapon actually has an automatic tracking function. Yisha immediately stretched out his hand. Magnetic shield. The 16-element alloy balls flew quickly and gathered in front of Yisha to block the 2 arcs. Unfortunately, the magnetic shield composed of 16-element alloy balls did have good defensive power. It successfully blocked the 2 arcs, but it could not resist the impact. The magnetic shield was pushed back and hit Yisha's chest, causing Yisha to take 2 steps back. Ha! At this time, a Xiaolong warrior suddenly jumped in front of Yisha, raised his fist, and punched at Yisha. Bang! Yisha raised his hand and directly caught the opponent's fist. But at this moment, crack, crack, the metal arm made a mechanical rotation sound again. And then the elbow bounced down, and 2 small thrusters suddenly popped out, accompanied by flames. And the Xiaolong warrior's fist suddenly increased its power. Bang! Yisha was a little unprepared for the sudden increase in power, and was hit by another punch, retreating backwards. At the same time, another Xiaolong warrior came behind Yisha, raised his fist, and attacked the back of Yisha's head. Feeling the strong wind coming, Yisha suddenly turned his head to avoid the fist. But at the moment of dodging, a blade suddenly popped out from the outside of the Xiaolong warrior's palm, brushing Yisha's cheek, leaving a wound. Yisha jumped back continuously, distanced himself from the opponent, and then touched the wound on his cheek. His fingertips were a little wet. The 2 Xiaolong warriors did not give Yisha time to breathe, and approached Yisha again, and still attacked from the left and right. Magnetic collision. Yisha's face was slightly cold, and then he shook his hand violently, and those 16-element alloy balls flew up again. Chapter 930 Killing. The 16-element alloy ball did not simply fly up, although the main attack method of the 16-element alloy ball is collision. When using magnetic collision, the propulsion speed of the 16-element alloy ball will increase exponentially and become extremely fast. The 16-element alloy balls directly turn into streams of light charging forward. This also scared the 2 Xiaolong warriors, and they quickly raised their arms to protect themselves. A circle of metal sheets popped out from the back of the 2 people's hands, forming a shield for defense. But the impact of the 16-element alloy ball is not so easy to defend. Bang, bang, bang. Every collision made the 2 Xiaolong warriors feel like they were being hammered by a heavy hammer, forcing them to retreat continuously. At the same time, in terms of material, their metal arms were not as good as the 16-element alloy ball, because the shield made of metal sheets was smashed by the 16-element alloy ball, and even several holes were blasted out on the metal arm. Huh? Yisha made a puzzled sound and raised his eyebrows. Below the holes, Yisha saw the intact arms of 2 Xiaolong warriors. The cables under the metal shell were not connected to the bodies of Xiaolong warriors. Yisha's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration, and he had thought of several possibilities. So that's it. Yisha nodded. And then, it seems that this battle can be over. Yisha felt that he had almost figured out the Xiaolong warriors' tricks. The 2 Xiaolong warriors looked serious, and regarded Yisha's words as ordinary provocation and trash talk, aiming to disrupt their emotions. Unfortunately, Yisha was telling the truth this time. Yisha chose to fight with the 2 Xiaolong warriors only because he was interested in the Xiaolong team. After getting the answer that satisfied his interest, there was really no need to continue this battle. The 2 Xiaolong warriors approached Yisha from the left and right again, showing a tacit understanding. But at this moment, Yisha disappeared. The 2 Xiaolong warriors showed astonishment on their faces, and then Yisha's voice sounded behind them. Your speed is not good. The 2 Xiaolong warriors immediately turned around, but what they were facing was Yisha's palm. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, directly pushing the 2 Xiaolong warriors forward. The moment they landed, 2 corpse flower vines suddenly pierced out from the ground and quickly wrapped around the bodies of the 2. Yisha quickly came to the 2 people, and at the moment when the other party struggled, the Alaskan whale harpoon suddenly shot out and stabbed downwards, piercing one of them cleanly in the throat. Yisha harvested another life, and taking advantage of this gap, Another Xiaolong warrior used the blade on the edge of his palm to quickly cut the corpse flower vines wrapped around his body, and then punched Yisha. Bang! Yisha raised his hand to catch the opponent's fist. The Xiaolong warrior used the same trick again, and the thruster ejected again, helping the Xiaolong warrior to increase the power of the punch. But, can't push. It was exactly the same scene as before. But this time Yisha held the opponent's fist tightly. His body was like a mountain, and he was not moved at all. Yisha, to deal with you, I just need to be a little more serious, Yisha said, as he thrust the Alaskan whale harpoon into the ribs of the Xiaolong warrior. The metal shell was cut open, making a harsh sound. And then, the Alaskan whale harpoon pierced into the body of the Xiaolong warrior. Yisha released the Alaskan whale harpoon and raised his palm. Snake bite. Yisha's palm directly pinched the throat of the Xiaolong warrior. With the sudden force of his palm, the metal shell protecting the throat kept twisting, making a creaking sound. Then, the broken metal piece pierced into the throat of the Xiaolong warrior. Yisha increased his strength again and crushed the throat of the Xiaolong warrior completely. After killing the two Xiaolong warriors, Yisha looked back and saw that the other two armed men had been dealt with by the Archon. Yisha forcibly crushed the mechanical parts of the two Xiaolong warriors, and then the complete bodies of the Xiaolong warriors were exposed under the metal shell. These two guys were not mechanically modified, nor had they undergone biological modification. Yisha has figured out the reason. Before the end of the world, what made the Xiaolong warriors so powerful? It was because of their rich combat experience, iron-blooded bravery, proficiency in various firearms, and various fighting skills. Or to put it more directly, every member of the Xiaolong team is a killing machine, an elite soldier, and even many of them may be called the king of soldiers. This makes it a pity to let the Xiaolong warriors undergo mechanical transformation, because it will weaken their fighting ability, and the mechanical warriors are not flexible enough, and they are more or less noisy when they move, which will also weaken the Xiaolong warriors' ability in assassination and reconnaissance. As for the raptors as a template, the mortality rate is a big problem. With the strength of the Xiaolong warriors, it is a waste to carry out such a high mortality rate transformation. In fact, before the end of the world, the members of the Raptors team had almost died, either in battle or on the experimental table. Now those who can survive the experiment and complete the biochemical transformation are considered Raptors. At the same time, after the transformation of the Raptors, part of their body is zombie. Although their physical fitness has been strengthened, it is still a weakening of some aspects of the Xiaolong warriors' abilities. The characteristics of the Xiaolong warriors should be all-round. These guys are a bit like the former arbitrators, and they exist to fight in all weather, all terrain, and various environments. Therefore, what Compu did was to equip the Xiaolong warriors with high-tech multifunctional weapons. That is, this metal armor that seems to fit the body and looks like it has been mechanically modified. This armor is not only for defense, but also equipped with various weapons. In order to match the all-round characteristics of the Xiaolong warriors, each weapon can be used for various situations. As for the potion in the slot, it is not a corpse potion, but probably just a potion that temporarily improves physical fitness, such as temporarily strengthening muscle density and increasing bone strength. With Compu's technology, it is not difficult to make such potions. Yisha wants to understand the ways of Xiaolong warriors, because this is the Asian region, and the team said by Compu is likely to be the Xiaolong team. And this is indeed the case. But Yisha is not very familiar with the Xiaolong team, so it is necessary to investigate it. And now, Yisha has obtained the information he wants. Throwing the metal armor that he had dismantled on the ground, Yisha waved his hand. Let's go. Continue working. For Yisha, this was just a hunt that took a little time for some reasons. Chapter 931 Gun Era Temple. On the first day, Yisha killed 17 people. On the second day, Yisha's kill count dropped to 6, with only a few stray targets. On the third day, Yisha encountered a rebel team, a Compu team, and the kill count on that day soared to 25 people. This jungle has turned into a bloody battlefield. Yisha felt that the boss lady's use of hunting to describe this mission was actually quite correct. First of all, since it is hunting, the tone is very clear. There are hunters and prey, and the relationship between the two is also very clear. The hunter's strength must be overwhelming the prey. Otherwise, it cannot be called hunting, because it is not hunting, but fighting. And the fact is indeed so. As one of the four forces, The Doomsday train sent the least number of people. But if it is described by the food chain, then Yi Sha and the other two are definitely at the top of the food chain in this battlefield. Whether it was the rebel team, the armed personnel of Compu, the Xiaolong team, or the liberals, they were all hunted by the three men. It is worth mentioning that the rebel team was the weakest. And it was not just weak. Not to mention Yi Sha and the other two. The rebels were hunted down no matter they encountered the liberals or the Compu team. This force that emerged from Compu still had too little power. It was polite to call them forces. However, hunting is only the way to carry out this mission. Just for the process of completing the mission. Not the final result. Yi Sha has not forgotten what the boss lady asked them to come here for. Of course, Yi Sha has an additional target. Xia Tian. So, when the time advances to the 5th day, the number of people hunted by Yi Sha has exceeded 50. And at the same time, Yi Sha feels that it is time to take action. There are only 5 targets that can be separated from the word hunting. That is, the 5 photos given by the boss lady, corresponding to the 5 targets. First of all, Dr. Montero. Yi Sha felt that this guy was probably not an ordinary person. Although he was called a doctor, he was indeed an important researcher at Computech. But how could a weak researcher, who was powerless, run for so many days without being killed? Yi Sha would never believe it. Others, Scholz was the leader of the liberals, and Baum was the top fighter under Scholz. He must have a high degree of corpse transformation. If he was too weak, he would not be qualified to be the top fighter. Bai Jinyan is the leader of the resistance army. Although the resistance army is indeed weak, it is at least split from Compu Company, so they should have some good stuff. The ordinary team is indeed weak, but Bai Jinyan should still be strong. As for the commander of Compu Company, Paul, the captain of the 5th team of the cleaning team, Yi Sha has fought with the guys of the cleaning team more than once. These guys are still difficult to deal with, especially the captain level. And now, Yi Sha feels that it is almost time to start with these 5 targets, especially Dr. Montero. Yi Sha wanted to kill Xia Tian, but a mission was a mission. If he could find Dr. Montero first, Yi Sha would not deliberately let this guy go to buy time to find Xia Tian and kill him. After all, as long as Xia Tian was on the Doomsday train, Yi Sha could always find a way to determine this guy's movements and then look for the next opportunity. If Xia Tian was the first to find Dr. Montero and complete this hunting mission, it would be a shame for Yi Sha. Even if Gan Lin had the last laugh, Xia Tian could not succeed. This was Yi Sha's bottom line. Is this the Gun Era Temple? While thinking about the progress of the mission, Yi Sha was not idle. Instead, he was on his way. Soon, a building appeared in front of Yi Sha. This is a temple full of Southeast Asian ethnic style, but it has been deserted for a long time. The wall of the building is completely mottled and covered with vegetation. There are 2 statues at the entrance. One is only half left, and the other is only a base. Yi Sha climbed the stairs and entered the temple. The temple was not big, or it could be said to be very small. Almost everything inside had been emptied, including the statues. All that was left was the building itself. Because it could not be moved, no one spent money and manpower to dismantle it. According to Yi Sha's information, Dr. Montero had rested here for a short time, but the time should have been 8 or 9 days ago, or even longer. After all, the information Yi Sha got was all deduced by the other party. And this kind of information could not be accurate, because if it was accurate, Dr. Montero would have been arrested or killed. Therefore, this temple is not very valuable as intelligence. But Dr. Montero is indeed able to hide. Yi Sha did not find any traces, and interrogated some people, but did not get any valuable information. So he came to take a look. After entering the temple, Yi Sha turned around. The temple is roughly divided into 2 areas. The function of the front area is self-evident. The back area is for accommodation. There are only 5 rooms. I finished the tour quickly without finding anything. Yi Sha shook his head, a little disappointed, then opened the map and began to plan the route. Pamela Town. Yi Sha's fingers slid across the map and quickly pointed to a town. The jungle is very large, spanning several towns, and Pamela Town is a town relatively close to Gunala Town. In Yi Sha's opinion, Dr. Montero could not have carried a large amount of supplies. There were a lot of food and water sources in the jungle. Water was easy to find. But what about food? In addition to fruits, some wild animals might be caught. But would Dr. Montero dare to make a fire? Or eat raw meat? In order to survive. Eating raw meat was not impossible. But eating raw meat might have sequelae. And a disease could completely kill Dr. Montero. Moreover, according to intelligence, Dr. Montero was also injured. So he needed medical supplies. At least gauze, hemostatic drugs, etc. Therefore, Yi Sha felt that Dr. Montero would not give up the opportunity to enter the town. Of course, the important thing is the time point. Even if Dr. Montero had been to the town of Parama, was he still there now? After all, there was a time difference of about 10 days. Although there were too many uncertainties in the jumble, Yi Sha felt that it was unlikely that Dr. Montero was still there. But the route should not be wrong. Yi Sha was at least 70% sure. Yi Sha thought that he should speed up, and even give up some hunting opportunities for this. Chapter 932. Do you want to die? Roar. Roar. At this time, the little ancient cat that had been lying quietly on Yi Sha's shoulder suddenly stood up and roared towards the entrance of the temple. Yi Sha looked back and saw the underworld wolf standing at the entrance of the temple, shaking his body. Gan Lin walked into the temple. What a coincidence. Yi Sha looked at Gan Lin silently. Gan Lin smiled. It's really just a coincidence. I knew that Dr. Montero had been here before, so I came to take a look. Yi Sha spread his hands. Then let's see. I don't think it's necessary. Gan Lin, if there is really something here, you wouldn't let me see it. Or even if there is something, you should have dealt with it. Yi Sha shrugged. And then, with your ability, can't you make those people speak up and provide some useful information? Gan Lin, the premise is that they have to know something. Gan Lin suddenly frowned, then spread his left arm. And then, the red fire eagle flew in from outside the temple and landed on Gan Lin's arm. Gan Lin glanced at the red fire eagle. Someone is coming. And there are quite a few of them. Yi Sha frowned and prepared to walk to the back of the temple, but saw Gan Lin pointing to the roof. It was a wide beam, enough to cover the body. This was a good choice. To be able to hide, and to look down and observe directly. Yi Sha winked at the Archon, and a red ball of light appeared in the Archon's palm, then condensed into a white chain and flew upwards, entangled the beam, and as the chain shortened, it took Yi Sha to climb up the beam. On the other side, Gan Lin waved his hand, letting the underworld wolf run out of the temple and find a place to hide, while the red fire eagle grabbed Gan Lin's shoulders with his claws, then spread his wings and flew, sending Gan Lin to the beam. Yi Sha lay on the beam, looking down. Suddenly, with a bang, a figure flew directly into the temple and rolled on the ground. The man was tied with ropes, and his hands and feet were bound. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, Yi Sha's eyes narrowed, with obvious surprise in his eyes, because that person happened to be one of the 5 photos given by the boss lady, the leader of the resistance army, Bai Jinyan. Bai Jinyan looked miserable at the moment, with some wounds on his body and bruises on his face. It can be seen that he had not only fought, but was also beaten up. He was tied up like a dumpling, and all the weapons on his body were probably searched away. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, people walked into the temple one after another. This was not surprising, because Bai Jinyan looked like he was thrown into the temple. The people who came in one after another were all liberals. At the same time, another target in the 5 photos appeared in front of Yi Sha, the number 1 thug of the liberals. Bong. Bong was a tall and strong man, probably over 1.9 meters tall, with bronze skin and strong muscles, looking very tough. At the same time, Bong was followed by many people. After entering the temple, they spread out to both sides, blocking the entrance and exit of the temple, and surrounded by Jinyan. Bong squatted in front of Bai Jinyan, grabbed Bai Jinyan's hair, and lifted Bai Jinyan's head. Bong stared at Bai Jinyan. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, where is the person? Bai Jinyan spit out saliva, but Bong dodged it. The angry Bong smashed Bai Jinyan's head to the ground, and blood immediately flowed down Bai Jinyan's forehead. Bong shouted, Don't challenge my patience. Bai Jinyan, I don't know what you are talking about. Bong sneered, Do you think I'm stupid? You sent people to the south to fight with the people from Compute and planned to lure me over. But you stayed here with your people and just wandered around the temple. Even an idiot can see that there is something wrong. Bai Jinyan curled his lips in disdain, with an expression of whatever you say. I just don't know. Which made Bong angry. Bang! Bong punched Bai Jinyan in the face without hesitation, and then grabbed Bai Jinyan's hair. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Bong didn't kill Bai Jinyan because he didn't want to kill him, but he chose to use a rough method to try to make Bai Jinyan compromise. Yi Sha lay on the beam and squinted his eyes. From the conversation between the two, some useful content can be heard. The most important one is that Bai Jinyan and his men are active near the Gun Era Temple. Why? Why are they active near the temple? Among the 4 forces, the only one friendly to Dr. Montero is the Resistance Army, because the others either came to kill Dr. Montero or to steal things. Only the rebels came to support Dr. Montero. From this point of view, since the rebels came to support Dr. Montero, then is there a way to contact Dr. Montero? If the two sides can contact, the rebels will naturally be the easiest to grasp Dr. Montero's movements. Thinking of this, Bai Jinyan and his men have been wandering around the Gun Era Temple. Such actions are indeed very suspicious. And Bong also found Bai Jinyan for this reason. After a battle, judging from the current situation, Bai Jinyan obviously lost. Yi Sha thought more. He walked around the temple. There was really nothing in this damn place. If that was the case, could it be that Bai Jinyan was just using him as bait? Under the beam, Bong was still beating Bai Jinyan, trying to use violence to make him surrender. But Bai Jinyan was tough and never said a word, just sneered. At the same time, Yi Sha suddenly smelled a very faint fragrance. The fragrance was very faint, a little elegant, like the smell of gardenia. And then Yi Sha turned his head and saw Gan Lin sticking to him. Gan Lin seemed to have no interest in what was happening below. She supported her chin with her arm, tilted her face, and looked at Yi Sha with interest. Yi Sha mouthed, "Get lost." Gan Lin smiled silently, then stretched out her fingertips and teased Yi Sha's chin. Yi Sha stared. Was his knife not sharp enough? Or was the woman in front of him drifting? Then Yi Sha saw Gan Lin pointing down with a smile. Obviously, if Yi Sha wanted to continue watching the show, it would be best not to do anything, especially not to make any sound. Yi Sha was so angry that his teeth itched. And Gan Lin moved closer to Yi Sha again, completely leaning on Yi Sha. Yi Sha took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then lowered his voice in Gan Lin's ear. "Do you want to die?" Chapter 933 Exposed. Gan Lin whispered in Yi Sha's ear, lowered her voice, and smiled. "Why don't you join me? As long as we are together, we can challenge even the deputy conductor." Yi Sha glanced at Gan Lin. It must be said that Gan Lin is a very charming woman, especially since she has been working hard in this aspect. Unfortunately, Yi Sha is very clear about an unchanging truth: roses have thorns. Yi Sha, I have said many times, put away your tricks. They are useless to me. Gan Lin suddenly grabbed Yi Sha's hand and put it on her face. Looking pitiful. "Why? Am I not pretty enough?" Yi Sha really admired this woman's face-changing skills. She was charming just now, but now she has become a pitiful little bird. Gan Lin moved her body closer and leaned her face on Yi Sha's shoulder. "Believe me, we will work together. I will be very obedient. Everything is up to you, as long as it makes you happy." "Enough." Yi Sha frowned, and swung his hand violently, pushing Gan Lin away. At the same time, Bong suddenly raised his head and shouted in the direction of the beam. "Who is there?" Yi Sha cursed in a low voice, and it was obvious that his movements were a bit too big, and Bong heard it. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and looked at Gan Lin, while Gan Lin squinted her eyes and smiled, spreading her hands downwards. "Gan Lin, I am a weak woman. I dare not go down." Yi Sha resisted the urge to curse, took a long breath, and then supported the beam with one hand, and then fell downwards. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds. The bluestone floor of the temple was cracked by Yi Sha and the Archon. Bong looked at Yi Sha. "Alert, who are you? Let me think about what to do now." Yi Sha rubbed his hair, then pointed at Bong and Bai Jinyan. "Then let's do it. You two can live first, and the others can die first." Bong sneered. "So you are a lunatic." While Bong was talking, he lowered his head, and the liberal members around him surrounded Yi Sha. Yi Sha turned his face to the Archon and said, "Be more ruthless." The Archon nodded, raised his right palm violently, and then a ball of white light suddenly flashed. And then the Archon waved his hand violently. The white light stretched rapidly, and soon turned into the shape of a chain. At the moment when the members of the liberals rushed over, The white chain swept over and directly knocked them out. The Archon's figure flashed and quickly came in front of one of them. Black light emerged from the other palm. And then the Archon's 5 fingers were slightly bent into a fist and blasted forward. Bang! The Archon's fist hit the opponent's head, and the head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Blood mixed with brain matter scattered all over the ground. The Archon showed his brutal side. After the blow, he didn't stop at all, and pounced on the next person with his toes lightly tapped. The white chain was thrown out quickly, and when it passed over a person's body, the person's pupils suddenly froze, and then his body tilted, and his upper body suddenly fell down. The Archon cut the man's body in 2 with one blow. Bong looked ferocious, gritted his teeth at Yi Sha, and repeated again, "Who are you?" Yi Sha did not answer, but said to Bong, "I have some questions for you, so just stand aside." Bong laughed. "So you are a lunatic," Bong said as he strode towards Yi Sha, raised his palm as big as a palm fan, and hit Yi Sha. Yi Sha did not waste words, and directly hit Bosong's palm with a hook. Bang! After the punch, Yi Sha raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes as if he was suddenly interested. Bong was no match for Yi Sha's punch, but Yi Sha found that Bong only took 2 steps back, and then he actually neutralized his punch. Yi Sha licked his lips. Interesting. After continuous fighting, Yi Sha almost figured out the ways of the liberals. These guys purely rely on the corpse potion given by Shoals to fight. Without the corpse, they are at most relatively strong ordinary people. Of course, most of the liberals are fierce and ruthless, which is a plus in battle. But in Yi Sha's eyes, that's all. It's just the difference between a bad prey and an ordinary prey. However, Bong barely took his punch, and didn't turn into a corpse. No wonder. Yi Sha suddenly laughed. The boss lady listed the extra targets. There must be a reason. Of the 5 photos given by the boss lady, except for Dr. Montero, who is the main target, 3 of the other 4 photos represent the leaders of the 3 forces. Only Bong is a member of the liberals. But he is not the boss of the liberals. He is just an excellent thug. Shoals is the leader of the liberals. Now it seems that the boss lady deliberately included Bong in addition to the 3 leaders, which is not unreasonable. What Yi Sha didn't know was that Bong was also particularly surprised that Yi Sha was not killed by his slap, but instead shocked himself back. After a moment, Bong looked at Yi Sha with a gloomy face. "Who are you?" "Yi Sha, are you actually a humanoid repeater?" Bosong's face flushed immediately, and then he clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Bong pointed at Yi Sha. "Okay. Very good. I will beat you up." Yi Sha glanced at Bong. "Take your finger away. I don't like people pointing at me when talking." Bong sneered, took 2 steps forward provocatively, and poked his finger directly into Yi Sha's chest. "Huh?" Yi Sha let out a long sigh. There are so many people who are not afraid of death these days. Crack! Almost instantly, Yi Sha suddenly attacked. Bong didn't even see Yi Sha's movements clearly, and then he found that his fingers were pinched. Then, there was a crisp sound, and Bosong's fingers were completely twisted back. "Ah!" Bong was stunned for half a minute, and then he felt the severe pain and screamed loudly. Bang! Yi Sha didn't say anything, twisted Bosong's fingers and kicked directly, and then kicked Bosong's chest, kicking Bong away. Yi Sha walked forward, walked to Bong. "Look down from above, remember. Learn to understand what people say." Bosong's chest was constantly rising and falling, obviously because of anger, making Bosong's breath become rapid. And then with a roar, Bong jumped up from the ground again. Chapter 934 Fighting. Bong was very fast and jumped up all of a sudden. It was hard to imagine that a big guy could get up so quickly, as if there was a spring on his butt. But, so what? Bang! At the moment when Bong jumped up from the ground, Yi Sha raised his foot and kicked forward again, hitting Bosong's chest again and knocking Bong to the ground. This time, Yi Sha did not speak, but Bong seemed even more angry, because Bong saw contempt and disdain in Yi Sha's eyes. "Ah!" Bong suddenly roared, and then his muscles continued to swell, and the surface of his skin gradually dimmed, becoming like a dead person. Yi Sha was surprised. Is he going to be transformed into a zombie? Based on several days of fighting, Yi Sha summed up the experience of dealing with liberals. That is, to kill them directly before they take the zombie potion. These guys are very strange. It seems that they have been infected with the zombie virus in their bodies for a long time, and they will inevitably become zombies after death. However, when they are alive, the zombie virus in those people will not break out. Yi Sha attributed this to what the boss lady said, that Shoal still has an antidote that surpasses Comp Corporation. In short, if you kill someone before he turns into a zombie, he will only become an ordinary zombie and will not have the characteristics of a mutant zombie. So it is naturally easy to deal with him. However, after taking the zombie potion and turning into a zombie, the weakest one is at the level of a mutant zombie, which will be a little more difficult to deal with. Therefore, if Bong really took out the corpse transformation potion, Yi Sha would destroy it without hesitation, or kill him before Bong drank the corpse transformation potion. But this guy didn't take the corpse transformation potion. Bong didn't put anything in his mouth, but he really turned into a corpse, which made Yi Sha feel a little caught off guard. The next moment, Bong suddenly stood up. Ba Song's corpse transformation was not complete, but his muscles expanded rapidly, making Ba Song's height soar to 2.2 meters. Like a giant. Bang! The giant Bong suddenly swung his arms and swept Yi Sha's body fiercely. Then Yi Sha's body flew out directly and slid along the ground. As Yi Sha stretched out his hand and pressed down, his fingers broke a piece of the ground, and then he barely stabilized his body. Roar! Roar! Bong roared loudly, like a giant gorilla, constantly waving his fists and hitting his chest hard, looking very manic. Ba Song's muscles were still expanding, and his body became even bigger. The muscle lines on his body were no longer like those of a normal person. His body proportions were very strange. His upper body became extremely huge, and although his lower body was also very strong, it looked extremely slender compared to his upper body. Bong raised his right fist, which was extremely painful, because Ba Song's fist was constantly expanding, and soon became larger than his head. His 5 fingers were glued together, and could not be separated, like a spherical hammer. And Ba Song's other arm. Poof! A crack appeared on the side of Ba Song's forearm, and a crescent-shaped bone blade suddenly ejected, fitting the arm and tightly connected to Ba Song's body. Ah! 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 Continuously transforming into corpses. The body continued to mutate, and every time the muscles moved, Bong felt the pain of his body being torn apart, and he kept wailing. Puff! 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 At the same time, behind Bong, below the shoulder, 3 cracks appeared on each side, and a total of 6 bones pierced Ba Song's body. The 6 bones that broke out of the body slowly bent forward, fell in front of Bong, formed an arc, and pierced into the body from Ba Song's ribs, like a piece of armor. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes, his face slightly solemn. Ba Song's corpse transformation was very high, and it was not the kind of corpse transformation in a part of the body. In fact, it can be said that the upper body was completely corpse-sized, if you use the simplest addition and subtraction to calculate. Then, half of Ba Song's body has been transformed into corpses. The strength of the transformation can be roughly inferred by looking at the degree of transformation and the area covered by the transformed parts. Ba Song's current level can obviously be classified as strong. Moreover, Yi Sha felt fear from the eyes around him. Those brought by Bong were fighting with the Archon, and the moment Bong completed the transformation, their attacks obviously stopped, and fear flashed in their eyes. Yi Sha even felt that many of them wanted to escape. Even his own people are afraid, which shows how terrifying Bong is. Yi Sha half closed his eyes, looking a little sleepy, and then hooked his finger at Bong. Ba Song's eyes were unfocused. Even if he hadn't completely lost his mind, his thinking ability had obviously dropped sharply. However, Bong could still sense Yi Sha's provocation. Roar! Bong roared angrily, and the sound coming from his throat didn't sound like a human voice, but more like a beast roaring angrily. Bang! Bong took a step forward, and the bluestone brick slab that looked quite solid was crushed by Ba Song's foot. And then the huge spherical fist swept towards Yi Sha. Bang! Yi Sha raised his left arm to resist, and then felt a huge force coming. Yi Sha couldn't help but frown, and his body slid sideways about half a meter involuntarily. Before Yi Sha stood still, Ba Song's attack came again. The thick left arm swung, and the crescent-shaped bone blade on the forearm swept forward, bringing a sharp edge, coming towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha reacted very quickly, leaning back quickly, dodging the blade with a bridge-like posture, and then when Bong rushed over again, he kicked Bong in the waist again. pushing him away. The kick was not light, but after being completely transformed into a corpse, Bong also lost the sense of pain, and didn't care about Yishaw's attack at all. After taking 2 steps back to stabilize his body, he rushed towards Yishaw again with a roar. Yishaw propped up the ground with one hand, then flipped back to the ground, and then met Bosong's attack, and quickly jumped back to dodge. Boom! Boom! Bong was like a human tank, advancing madly. The bone blade swept across the ground, leaving a mark several inches deep. The fist like a warhammer hit a pillar and broke it directly. The stone pillar that required 3 people to hug was smashed to the ground. And Yishaw finally knew why the members of the Liberals felt fear. When Bong kept approaching Yishaw, an unlucky guy accidentally blocked Bong. Although the guy immediately dodged to the side, Bong didn't care about it at all. He raised his hand and hit him with a hammer. With a bang, the man's head exploded directly, turning into a pile of meat. And then a part of his body suddenly disappeared. The part above the waist was also smashed to pieces by Bong. Chapter 935. It's not over yet. The smell of blood slowly spreads in the air. A bit pungent. Crushed meat, bone fragments, trickles of flowing blood, and internal organs that wriggle and slowly spill out of the corpse. Everything is so bloody, so eye-catching, and so shocking. This is why the Liberal members are afraid. After the corpse, Bong seems to have only blood and brutality in his bones, and he doesn't recognize his relatives. Anything that dares to stand in front of Bong can only be destroyed, whether it was a human or something else. I don't know who led the group. Yishaw only heard a scream, and then the members of the Liberals fled the temple like crazy. If they were the rebels or the people of Comp, they would not do this even if they saw a bloodier scene. But the quality of the Liberals is just like this. This group of lawless guys, in the final analysis, just lost the constraints of the law, which is why they lost their humanity and became fierce. They only dare to be cruel to others. To put it bluntly, they are just bullies, who are afraid of the strong and bully the weak. Yishaw had no expression on his face. To him, it was just a matter of degree. For the people on the Doomsday train, they had experienced scenes that were far more bloody and cruel than this moment. As the members of the Liberals fled, Gonlin no longer concealed her presence and sat up directly on the beam, not caring about the bloody smell at all, and smiled at Yishaw. Come on, Yishaw snorted. This woman is always so good at letting others rush to the front, while she sits back and reaps everything. Roar! At the same time, Bong roared again, strode towards Yishaw, and swung his fist at Yishaw. Yishaw shrugged his shoulders, and his bones made a sound like popping beans. Strong power. Yishaw's muscles tightened, and the lines became more obvious. Then Yishaw's body became thicker as if inflated. And then he stretched out his palm and directly met Bosong's fist. Bang! Fists and palms collided. The ground under Yishaw and Bosong's feet shattered at the same time, and a circle of dense spider-web cracks spread out in all directions, covering the feet of the two. Yishaw took a half step back, in his heart marveling at Bosong's strength after his transformation. However, Yishaw still took the punch. The next moment, Bong raised his left arm, and the bone blade was about to chop down at Yishaw. However, the arm did not fall in the end, because the Archon took action. Since all the members of the Liberalists had run away, the Archon naturally did not need to continue his killing, but took action at this moment. The white chain condensed by the light flew forward, and before Bosong's left arm fell, it tightly wrapped around Bosong's wrist, binding Bosong's left arm. Get out! Yishaw shouted, and pressed his palm directly on Bosong's chest. Shockwave combo. Yishaw blasted out all the shockwaves with one palm. Like a raging sea, the invisible force continuously blasted Bosong's body, not giving Bong any chance to breathe. The iron tower-like body had no resistance at all, and was blasted away by Yishaw, hitting a stone platform on the side of the temple. This stone platform should have been used to worship something, but the statues on the stone platform had already been moved away, because the abandoned temple did not need them. Then, if even the statue is gone, what's the point of keeping the stone platform? Boom! The stone platform was crushed by Bong and turned into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. The 6 curved bones on Bosong's chest that formed the armor were all broken at this moment. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, and he looked very miserable. But Yishaw knew it was not enough. Bong roared and the broken bones were growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then connected back to each other. Bosong's body was recovering. Regeneration ability. This is the ability that most mutant zombies have. After the transformation into corpses, the improvement of gene cells can also have this ability. Therefore, zombies are terrifying and troublesome. The only way to kill these guys is to chop off their heads or break their necks. Yi Sha did not delay, because Yi Sha did not want to give Bong too many breathing opportunities. So Yi Sha winked at the Archon. The white chain in the Archon's hand was still wrapped around Bosong's wrist at this moment. The Archon immediately exerted his strength and pulled Bong up from the ground. Then used the white chain to pull Bong and threw him out fiercely. Bang! The huge body flew to the side and hit the wall of the temple fiercely. The wall collapsed and Bong fell directly outside the temple. But in just a moment, Bong was forcibly pulled back by the Archon. At this moment, Yi Sha pointed his toes and suddenly jumped forward. Clang! The king's holy sword was unsheathed, bringing out a crisp sword sound. And the golden sword body looked extremely gorgeous. The next moment, Yi Sha raised the sword and stabbed it straight into Bosong's throat. This is a killing sword. Yi Sha's sword was meant to kill Bong. However, just when the tip of the sword was about to block Bosong's throat, snap! Snap! The sound of bone snapping was heard. And then countless tiny bone pieces suddenly grew out of Bosong's throat, quickly combining together to wrap Bosong's throat. Clang! The king's holy sword pierced Bosong's throat. But the tip of the sword was blocked by the bone fragment and did not penetrate into Bosong's throat. Roar! Bong opened his mouth and roared, and raised his fist like a round hammer, posing a posture of raising fire to burn the sky, and then fell on his head. Boom! As Yi Sha jumped back to avoid it, his fist hit the ground, smashing the bluestone brick slab and creating a big hole in the ground. After the blow, Bong did not immediately chase Yi Sha, but roared angrily, suddenly grabbed the white chain, and then exerted force suddenly. Bosong's power was indeed terrifying. He dragged the Archon over. Then Bong sank to his waist and rushed forward like an angry bull. The Archon seemed experienced. He pressed his palm on the bone in Bosong's chest, but did not choose to hit him hard. Instead, he suddenly flipped up and jumped over Bong, avoiding the attack lightly. At this time, Yi Sha also came to Bosong's side again, waving the king's holy sword. Clang! The king's holy sword slashed at Bosong's neck again, but the blade was once again blocked by the bones covering Bosong's neck. However, since he didn't pierce Bosong's throat before, would Yi Sha still be stupid enough to continue the same attack? Obviously, Yi Sha was not that stupid. So, the attack was not over yet. Chapter 936 Death of the Target Person. 16-element alloy balls. Yi Sha had already thrown out the 16-element alloy balls. At the moment when the king's holy sword slashed Bosong's neck, the 16-element alloy balls flew up and hit Bong from the other side. Magnetic impact. The 16-element alloy balls were pulled by the magnetic force, flying rapidly, turning into silver light, and constantly hitting Bosong's throat. Clang! 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 The 16-element alloy balls hit continuously. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, and the continuous impact made Bosong's body shake constantly, leaving him no time to defend or attack. Crack! At this time, under the continuous impact of the 16-element alloy ball, the bone fragments were finally shaken and cracked. That's enough. A 1,000-mile dam is destroyed by an ant hole. When the bone fragment cracked, it meant that everything became vulnerable. Ah! Yi Sha cried out, and the king's holy sword that was slashing at Bosong's neck had not been moved away, just waiting for this moment to exert force again and sweep it fiercely. Crack! The bone fragments made a crisp sound again, and then completely shattered and fell from Bosong's throat. The next moment, Bosong's head flew into the air and fell to the ground beside him. Hiss! Hiss! Bosong's body was still standing there, and his neck without a head began to spurt blood like a fountain. The blood spurted for half a minute, and then the headless body fell backwards. Yi Sha put away his sword and looked at Bosong's body quietly. One of the target people. Dead. In any case, it is always a good thing to reduce one target in the 5 photos. At the same time, Yi Sha is more interested in Shoals, the leader of the liberals, because the corpse-turning potion used by the liberals is really magical. When Bosong's head fell to the side and his body hit the ground, the corpse could be seen withering at a speed visible to the naked eye and returning to its normal size. The bones were broken, leaving blood holes, but the bones in the body had obviously grown back, and the bone blade on the left arm was the same. The cracked wound did not heal because of Bosung's death, but the bones in the wound were intact. As for Bosung's huge flesh circle that was as big as a hammer, it also shrunk and became the size of a normal fist. The fingers that were glued together separated again, although the flesh on the fingertips became bloody and blurred. However, it finally changed back to a normal palm. This means that the mutated state after corpse transformation can be eliminated. Even if Bong becomes a corpse, the corpse state will not be maintained forever. At the same time, if Bong had not died, those wounds should have been healed. However, after losing vitality due to death, the body naturally cannot have the ability to heal and regenerate. It must be said that the corpse transformation potion in Schulz's hand is really magical, and it can even be said to be unprecedented. Gonlin jumped down from the beam, tore off a piece of meat from Bosung's body, fed it to the red fire eagle, and then made a gesture, and the red fire eagle flew out of the temple. Gonlin took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, and smiled at Yisha. I'll let it explore the surroundings to see if the liberals who ran away earlier have come back again. Yisha curled his lips, and did not express his opinion, because Gonlin's approach was correct. Yisha squatted down when he came to Bai Jinyan's side. Bai Jinyan couldn't help but ask the same question as Bong. Who are you? Yisha didn't answer but asked, Bai Jinyan? Bai Jinyan was not sure whether Yisha was an enemy or a friend. Although theoretically, the rebels in this jungle only had enemies, not friends. But it was just a name, an insignificant question. So Bai Jinyan nodded honestly. Yisha continued, where is Dr. Montero? Bai Jinyan sneered, people from Compu? Yisha couldn't be a member of the liberals, because Yisha killed Bong. And of course, he couldn't be a member of the resistance army. The second question was the whereabouts of Dr. Montero. So the most likely person was naturally someone from Compu. Puff! Yisha suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it fiercely into Bai Jinyan's thigh. Bai Jinyan was tough, groaned, and didn't scream. Yisha sneered and gently turned the Alaskan whale harpoon. This time Bai Jinyan couldn't hold back and screamed in pain. Yisha, believe me, I will not be more merciful than that guy just now. Do you know where the most meat is in the human body? The stomach? No. That will kill you. I will start cutting the meat from the soles of your feet, and cut down layer by layer. Guess which layer I will see the bones? Bai Jinyan gritted his teeth. You can try. Yisha continued to himself. After cutting the soles of your feet, it's the calves. And after the calves, it's the thighs. How many pounds of meat can I cut from you? No. It should be said that in the state of blood loss. How long can you last? Let's bet. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? 30 minutes? Bai Jinyan looked at Yisha with disdain. The torture method of applying pressure is very common, but it is very useful. But it is useless to me. Even if you kill me, you can't get any information from me. Yisha, so? You really have information to provide me? Bai Jinyan stared, then clenched his teeth and resisted with silence. Puff! Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and sneered. Although he was indeed using words to oppress, it did not mean that what he said just now was a lie. He would really torture Bai Jinyan bit by bit. Let me do it. Gonlin patted Yisha's shoulder and smiled. Too cruel. Yisha looked up and glanced at Gonlin. Do you care about cruelty? Okay. Gonlin, too troublesome. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, then stood up and walked away. Gonlin squatted in front of Bai Jinyan. Bai Jinyan still resisted with silence, but this time he seemed to be wrong. Gonlin had no intention of talking to Bai Jinyan at all, but put his face close to Bai Jinyan's face. Huh? Gonlin blew gently, and a stream of pink gas sprayed out of Gonlin's mouth and blew directly on Bai Jinyan's face. Bai Jinyan immediately realized that something was wrong and held his breath, but it was too late. Bai Jinyan couldn't help but inhale some of the pink gas. Bai Jinyan angrily said to Gonlin, "What did you do to me?" Gonlin smiled and patted Bai Jinyan's cheek. Relax. You will soon feel relieved. You don't need to be so painful. Do you feel warm? As comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Gonlin whispered softly. And as Gonlin whispered, Bai Jinyan's eyes became obviously distracted, and his head shook involuntarily, as if he fell into a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. Chapter 937 means. Gonlin, where is Dr. Montero? Bai Jinyan shook his head unconsciously. I don't know. Gonlin, then why are you hanging around the temple? Bai Jinyan, Use yourself as bait to attract Compu and the liberals to buy time for Gao Jie. Gan Lin, who is Gao Jie? Bai Jinian, my deputy. Gan Lin, why do you want to buy time for Gao Jie? Bai Jinian, we found a coded message left by Dr. Montero near the temple. He went to the town of Parama, but will only stay there for 1 day, and then go to Jialan town in the southwest. Gao Jie must rush to Jialan town in advance to meet him. Gan Lin smiled, thank you. After Gan Lin finished speaking, he pulled out a knife and stabbed it directly into Bai Jinian's throat, then wiped off the blood on the back of his hand. Gan Lin stood up, and Yisha took a half step back to keep a distance from the woman. Gan Lin looked aggrieved. I have never used such means on you. I am very well behaved in front of you. Yisha curled his lips in response. As for Gan Lin's words, Yisha's principle was not to believe a single word. Yisha, is it possible to lie? Gan Lin, either it is effective or it is ineffective. It is impossible to lie after speaking. Yisha nodded. And then, goodbye. After Yisha finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the temple. Gan Lin caught up with Yisha. Don't you want to consider it? Now that we have the same information, joining forces is the best choice. Yisha, if it were someone else, joining forces would indeed be a good choice. But if it were you, it would be the worst choice. Gan Lin looked pitiful and aggrieved again. This hurts my heart too much. After all, I was the one who asked for the information, and I didn't do anything to hide it. Right? Yisha, so? Bai Jinian is your reward. 5 targets. Bai Jinian has lost his fighting power, so whoever kills Bong can kill Bai Jinian. And this is the benefit that Yisha paid. Yisha killed Bong and gave Bai Jinian to Gan Lin. And Gan Lin asked for intelligence for this. Such a simple transaction does not require words. Yisha thinks Gan Lin should understand this. Gan Lin smiled. Why not make another deal? Isn't your principle equal exchange? You see? Every word you said. I remember it firmly in my heart. Gan Lin winked at Yisha as she spoke, as if to say, look how well behaved I am. Yisha, what do you want? Gan Lin, you want to kill Xia Tian, don't you? I'll help you find him, and you'll help me get what Dr. Montero has. How about that? Yisha, how can you find him? Gan Lin, I have the red fire eagle to search from the air, and the underworld wolf to track. So why is it impossible to find him? Yisha hesitated for a moment, then said, I will not go with you. If you can provide me with the exact location of Xia Tian before I get the things from Dr. Montero, I will give up tracking Dr. Montero. Of course, if you can find Dr. Montero first, that's your ability. Otherwise I can only say sorry. Gan Lin smiled and stretched out her hand. Deal. Yisha stretched out her hand to shake Gan Lin, and Gan Lin immediately stroked the back of Yisha's hand with her fingertips. Yisha frowned and shook Gan Lin's hand away. Gan Lin didn't care. After walking down the stairs with a smile, he gestured to Yisha, and then chose a different direction to leave with Yisha. After leaving the temple, Yisha took out the map and looked at it. He had to admit that Dr. Montero was quite smart. First of all, the route to Parama town was similar to what Yisha had guessed. The important thing was the route to Jialan town. Jialan town was far away from Parama town, and from the point of entry, the route to Parama town and Jialan town was completely a Y-shaped fork route. This means that if you go to Parama, you can't pass through Jialan. The two towns are going in completely different directions. Arriving at Parama and then turning to Jialan obviously requires a big detour. Normally, no one would have thought that this would be the route. However, if you pay attention to the location of Jialan, you will find that this town is on the edge of the jungle. After arriving at Jialan, you can leave the jungle in at most 1 hour. Secondly, after leaving the jungle, there is a simple cargo terminal nearby. Instead of walking, you can leave by river. It will take about 2 days to reach the sea from the river. By then, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to find Dr. Montero. If this is the route Dr. Montero has planned when entering the jungle, then Yisha really admires Dr. Montero. The planning of this route is really quite smart. Put away the map. To complete the task, the only way for Yisha is to turn around and cross the jungle in the direction of Jialan town. Considering that Dr. Montero needs to take a detour, even if it is at least a week behind in time, or even about 10 days, it is still possible to arrive at Jialan town before Dr. Montero. Yisha did what he said and started moving forward immediately. As for the deal with Gan Lin, Yi Sha did not trust that woman. Maybe she just used this method to let him relax his vigilance and slow down. Maybe she was plotting something. Of course, it is also possible that she really intended to trade with Yi Sha. Yi Sha did not deny that Gan Lin had been hard to guess after she grew up, which was also what Yi Sha feared. It was not that strength was only about having a strong fist. This aspect was actually a manifestation of strength and a skill. Of course, no matter what the situation was, Yi Sha decided to do it at his own pace. As Yi Sha told Gan Lin, if she could get the specific location of Xia Tian before he completed the task, Yi Sha was willing to give up the task. But if Gan Lin could not provide information, Yi Sha would naturally grab the things from Dr. Montero without hesitation and complete the task. Yi Sha already had experience in this regard. To deal with Gan Lin, as long as he didn't believe in anything and acted completely according to his own pace and ideas, he wouldn't be misled by Gan Lin, let alone be led by her. Calmness and self-judgment. Yi Sha curled his lips. These are always the two most important things. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he walked towards the depths of the jungle again and quickly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 938 Camp. Yi Sha entered the jungle and still met some people from time to time, including the rebels, Compu, and liberals. In Yi Sha's opinion, Dr. Montero's route should not have been exposed. Bai Jinyan is a stubborn guy. If Gan Lin didn't have some special abilities, I'm afraid he couldn't easily speak. And now, Bai Jinyan is dead. Although many liberals ran away from the temple, Yi Sha and Gan Lin didn't deliberately chase them. But Bong didn't actually pry open Bai Jinyan's mouth. So those people ran away. It didn't matter. Of course, this does not mean that this information will not be leaked. Yi Sha and Gan Lin do not need to worry about each other in this regard. Because what good will it do for them if it is leaked? There is absolutely no benefit. The key lies in the rebels. In addition to Bai Jinyan, is there anyone who knows Dr. Montero's route? There must be. For example, the deputy Gao Jia mentioned by Bai Jinyan. Since Bai Jinyan stayed as bait and Gao Jia went to meet Dr. Montero, then he certainly knows the route. Gao Jia couldn't possibly go alone to meet them. He would definitely need to bring people with him. So his rebels must know the route. No one, except the dead, can guarantee that secrets can be kept forever. Not to mention that there are actually quite a lot of people who know about this. So, what Yi Sha needs to do now is to hurry up. From the fact that the people from Compu and the liberals have not deliberately moved towards Jialin town, it can be seen that they don't know this information yet. What Yi Sha had to do was to rush to Jialin town as soon as possible before they found out, so as to save a lot of trouble. Roar! Roar! Yi Sha was thinking, but was called back to his senses by the roar of the little ancient cat. Yi Sha looked at the little ancient cat, which was running quickly on the side, passing through a bush. Yi Sha looked up and saw the outline of a beast on the other side of the bush, also running. But he didn't know whether it was being chased by the little ancient cat or chasing the little ancient cat. Yi Sha waved his hand casually, and a wind blade flew past the bushes, cutting off a piece of the top of the bushes, and then fiercely swept across the outline. A beast roar sounded, and then the vague outline fell to the ground. Yi Sha didn't care much. It was just a small episode for Yi Sha. But what Yi Sha didn't expect was that the outline suddenly stood up again, then jumped out of the bushes and crashed towards Yi Sha. With a bang, Yi Sha was knocked to the ground and rolled on the ground continuously. Looking up, it turned out to be a sturdy gray wolf, with pits and pits all over its body, covered with rotten meat. Corpse wolf. Since it is a corpse wolf infected with the zombie virus, it will not die even if it is cut. The corpse wolf raised its claws and was about to slap Yi Sha's head. But at this moment, the wind is drifting. In the area of the corpse wolf's head, the airflow was disturbed for a moment. And then, the corpse wolf's raised claws were suspended in the air. Slowly, countless cracks appeared on the corpse wolf's head, and then it turned into pieces and scattered on the ground. The wolf head was directly chopped into pieces by a single blow. Yi Sha pushed the headless wolf corpse away and stood up. Although there were some minor surprises, the episode was still just an episode. Yi Sha stood up and prepared to leave. But just as he took a step, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Yi Sha turned his head to look at the wolf corpse, then squatted down and stroked the wolf corpse. There were several bullet holes on the wolf corpse. Yi Sha snapped his fingers, and the Archon jumped down from a tree like a ghost and stood beside Yi Sha. Yi Sha, Explore the surroundings. The distance is calculated as a radius of 1 kilometer. And see if there are any groups of people. Except for the lone targets. The Archon said nothing. And left quickly. And soon disappeared into the jungle. Yisha sat down next to a big tree. Leaned against the tree. Took out a water bottle and poured sips of water into his mouth. Then took out the dried meat from the backpack and fed it to the little ancient cat. While stroking the little ancient cat's head, Yisha took a break for a while, waiting for the Archon to explore. And the Archon did not let Yisha wait too long. More than half an hour later, the Archon suddenly appeared, hanging upside down on a big tree beside Yisha. His sudden appearance could scare people to death. Yisha was not scared, because he was used to it, and directly asked the Archon with his eyes. The Archon stretched out his right palm and turned it 4 times in a row. Oh! Yisha raised his eyebrows. It's interesting. But I don't know which side they are from. The Archon turned his palm 4 times, which means there are at least 20 people. No more and no less. Yisha, lead the way. Let's go and take a look. Although Yisha planned to rush to Jian Town as soon as possible, since it was on the way, he didn't mind adding some hunting records for himself. If it was just those scattered fish, it would be fine. But a multi-person team like this is still worth seeing. The Archon didn't waste any words, and began to lead the way for Yisha. After quickly passing through the jungle, Yisha saw the target soon. There were indeed a lot of people. But it was impossible to determine how many people there were. Because this is a simple camp. There are a few simple tents with a bonfire in the middle. Through night vision goggles, Yisha can determine the surroundings of the camp. There are 4 people standing guard, watching the surroundings. The bonfire is already very weak, and there are some food residues left around. Others are probably sleeping in the tent. Yisha murmured, they should be liberals. Right. Compu can be ruled out first, because the people of Compu are really easy to recognize. They all wear uniform clothes and even have some standard weapons. Rifles, pistols, sabers. Although the standard weapon models may not be the same every time, they basically carry the same set of weapons and equipment during the same mission. The rebels do not have a uniform. But Yisha does not know how to say it. In terms of temperament, the rebels are still very good. Or to put it bluntly, they are more cultured. The liberals are very casual, because they are not a disciplined organization. The feeling between the two is different. For example, they are both criminals. But the feeling of a gangster and a ruffian is definitely completely different. Yisha thought about it while slowly moving around the camp. The 4 night watchmen stood in 4 directions, looking quite experienced. But in fact they were useless, and had no meaning at all. The night vision was very poor, and the monitoring range of the fixed point guard was not enough to cover the entire camp. Instead, mobile surveillance should be adopted. And except for the 4 guards, the entire camp had no other defenses. Chapter 939 Kill Me. Yisha didn't even need to kill the 4 people on guard. Instead, he found the blind spot and easily entered the camp. Yisha came to the edge of a tent and entered carefully. The tent was not small. It was a military tent, and there were about 7 or 8 people sleeping in it. 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. This is the time when the human body is at its lowest function, the most tired, and the most sleepy. And it is usually the time of deep sleep. Yisha looked at those people. They seemed to be calling him, asking him to kill them. Yisha came to a man, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and suddenly covered the man's mouth and nose. And then the Alaskan whale harpoon cut the man's throat. When the throat was cut, there was a hiss sound, like rotten cloth being torn apart by bare hands. And the man lost his life in his sleep. Then the second, the third, without alerting anyone. Yisha killed everyone in the tent. Sometimes, killing is really a simple thing. Yisha left the tent and came to the second tent, where there were slightly more people. A total of 10 people. Yisha did the same thing and killed the members of the liberals one by one in their sleep. Then, it was the last tent. Yisha stopped and showed a vigilant look, because this tent was slightly different. There was no grinding of teeth or snoring, but a slight groaning sound, as if someone was in pain and made a sound unconsciously. Yisha was very careful. He did not enter directly, but lifted a corner of the tent curtain and looked inside the tent. Then his brows knitted up, revealing a trace of anger. But it disappeared in a flash and soon returned to calm. There were only 2 people in the tent. 2 women. The 2 women were not wearing clothes. Their bodies were covered with scars. Their eyes were dull. And there was no spirit at all. They were shackled on their hands and feet. This is where the liberals put their toys. Yes, those two women are the toys of the liberals. And their only function is to be played with and vented by them. Then, until they are broken and discarded. Or, in other words, relieved. Yisha entered the tent. The two women were not asleep. They looked at Yisha. Without shouting or screaming. They seemed to have gotten used to it. Or numb to it. And even instinctively spread out their curled-up bodies. Yisha, I am not a member of the Liberal Party. After Yisha finished saying this, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the bewildered eyes of the two women. And then quickly dimmed. Please. A woman's eyes unconsciously had tears running down her face. And her throat was hoarse and weak. Kill me. Yisha stepped forward. Squatted down. And put the Alaskan whale harpoon against the woman's throat. The woman smiled. Thank you. Puff. The Alaskan whale harpoon cut the woman's throat. And the woman's head tilted to one side. But there was no pain at all. On the contrary. There was a trace of relief and peace. Yisha looked at the other woman. Who didn't speak. But smiled. That was enough. That smile was the best answer. Puff. Yisha swung the Alaskan whale harpoon and cut the woman's throat. Yisha left the tent. And was not surprised by what happened inside. Maybe he was angry for a moment. But so what? Yisha had long known from the proprietress what kind of people the liberals were. They were just a group of villains in the name of freedom. Otherwise many people would not call them outlaws. But, so what? This is the end of the world. The one-eyed old man that Yisha had seen before. The liberals that he saw now. And maybe there will be other guys like him in the future. All the cruel, dark, and inhumane things. The only use is to remind everyone that to survive in this era and live well, they can only make themselves stronger. After leaving the last tent, Yisha did not continue to hide his tracks and walked directly out of the camp. Because there is no need. The 4 liberal members on guard soon found Yisha's location. Who? Someone shouted loudly. Who is there? Before the man finished speaking, he suddenly felt something wrapped around his neck. And then the feeling of suffocation quickly spread throughout his body. Corpse flower vines suddenly appeared, strangled the opponent's neck, and dragged the man into the air. A man raised his rifle and was about to shoot in the direction of Yisha. But at this moment, a palm pierced through his head from the back of his head, directly piercing his head. The Archon threw the corpse aside, then swung his hand violently, and a white light appeared on his right palm, followed by a white chain that appeared and swung forward. A liberal grabbed the corpse-transforming potion and was about to pour it into his mouth, but was smashed by the chain, and half of his head was also smashed by the chain. The last member of the liberals seemed to be a little scared, shouting wildly, and then raised his gun and shot. The Archon shook the chain expressionlessly, blocking all the bullets, and then twisted his wrist. The chain wrapped around the opponent's neck, and dragged the person to Yisha. Yisha took the rifle from the other party, pointed the muzzle at the other party's lower body, and then pulled the trigger. Thump, 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 accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The member of the liberals also screamed. If you can't bear the pain yourself, Yisha disdainfully, then what qualifications do you have to inflict pain on others? Yisha raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at the other party's head. Pulling the trigger, the bullet was fired, and a bullet hole appeared on the man's forehead. The world is finally quiet. After hunting, Yisha hid in the jungle again. For Yisha, hunting is just a side job. He needs to get to Town as soon as possible. Everyone knows that the straight line is the shortest distance. But in fact, it is impossible to always maintain a straight line distance when traveling, especially in a complex terrain like the jungle, where there are too many uncertain factors. Therefore, Yisha still planned the route a little bit. Of course, he chose the shortest distance as much as possible. Yisha thought about it. If he traveled day and night, only taking intermittent breaks, and did not slow down, 5 days should be enough for him to reach Town. At the same time, this amount of time would be enough to make up for the time difference. The only thing that made Yisha curious was that if the route he planned was the shortest distance route, then where did Gonlin go? Yisha had not seen Gonlin appear. So what route did the woman choose? Chapter 940 Pursuit. In the early morning, when the sun first appeared, a stream appeared in front of Yisha, and there was a small waterfall about 4 or 5 meters high. Below the small waterfall, There was a pool of water. Yisha took out an instrument and tested the water quality to make sure there was no problem. Then he drank some, filled the kettle, and washed his face. This was the morning of the 4th day, not far from Jolin Town. However, at this moment, Yisha's communication device suddenly rang. Yisha turned off the headset. Have you found Xia Tian's location? Gonlin's voice came. No. I don't know where that guy is hiding. Yisha, then why are you looking for me? Gonlin, just to remind you, Dr. Montero's route has been exposed. The guy named Gao Jia is not as tough as Bai Jinyan. He confessed after being tortured by the people of Compu for 10 minutes. Yisha, so, the people of Compu are also heading towards Jolin Town? Gonlin, the same goes for the liberals. As for how they knew, I'm not sure. And then? Yisha, don't tell me. It's just a kind reminder. Gonlin smiled. You can guess. By the way, not far from you, about 1,500 meters southeast, there is a Compu team. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then cursed, and then looked around. That damn woman was monitoring him. However, after looking around, Yisha did not see Gonlin. Then Yisha looked at the Archon, who quickly entered the jungle, turned around, and shook his head at Yisha. Yisha looked up at the sky. Is it that damn bird again? If Gonlin used the red fire eagle to monitor from the sky, it would be unavoidable and difficult to find his trace. However, this at least means that Gonlin is also nearby and will not be too far away. Otherwise such monitoring is meaningless. Using me to clear the way? Yisha licked his lips. That's really the woman's style. Yisha guessed that it was very likely that Gonlin was taking the same route as him, or that the woman was following behind him, letting the red fire eagle keep an eye on her route, and then following closely. In this way, Yisha would naturally clear all the dangers ahead, and Gonlin could pass safely. Pouting, Yisha looked in the direction Gonlin said, and then was slightly stunned. To his southeast was the small waterfall, which meant that the Compu team was above the waterfall. This is not the route, but it is not a detour, because the direction of Jolin Town is in the east. Yisha pondered for a moment, and felt that Gonlin could not have reminded him for no reason. In Yisha's opinion, that woman must want to use him to do something. Therefore, what Yisha wanted to do most at the moment was to ignore Gonlin's reminder and continue to set off on the set route. But another voice in his head told Yisha that since Gonlin specifically mentioned the Compu team, there must be some meaning in it. You win. Yisha looked at the sky helplessly, then took 2 steps back, then started to run, jumped up, grabbed the protruding rocks, and quickly climbed up from the rock wall on the side of the waterfall. Arriving above the waterfall, walking quickly in the southeast direction that Gonlin said, Yisha soon saw the Compu team. However, this was not a marching team, but a fighting team. No, it is not quite accurate to describe it as fighting. It should be said that it was chasing. The armed men of Compu carried metal backpacks, not the ones used by the dragon warriors, but flying backpacks with metal wings on both sides, which could eject airflow and accelerate the flight by floating about 5 meters in the air. There were also teams on the ground that dispersed and quickly crossed the stream and chased towards the jungle on the opposite side. Yisha frowned, took out the communicator, and contacted Gonlin. What do you mean? Gonlin, as you can see. Yisha, don't tell me they are chasing Dr. Montero. Gonlin, I don't know, but I think since they are chasing, it means that the other party must be valuable. Besides, isn't it hunting? As a hunter, what is there to hesitate when you see the prey? Yisha, are you thinking I'm a 3-year-old kid? Gonlin suddenly laughed. Okay. They are chasing a middle-aged man, about 30 years old. Blonde, shirt on, casual pants on. Not the person in the photo. Not sure if he is a liberal or a rebel, but the latter is more likely. Yisha, reason for chasing? Gonlin, you really make it difficult for me. It's just that the Red Fire Eagle discovered the situation here. How can I know why they are chasing? However, everyone knows that the Resistance Army is trying to pick up Dr. Montero. In this case, it's not worth your effort. Yisha, I advise you not to play the trick of the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole is behind. Gonlin did not answer, but still chuckled. Come on. Gonlin ended the call, looked at the jungle ahead and smiled. I'm not a yellow bird, but a hunter. On the other side, Yisha quickly crossed the stream, came to the other side, and went straight into the jungle. Yi Sha didn't see the target being chased by Compu. But the Compu people were not far away. Yi Sha drew out the centipede sword without saying a word. And there was no intention to hide it. Instead, he raised his hand, and the centipede sword suddenly stretched out and swept towards an armed Compu man in the air. Boom! The centipede sword was pulled forward and swept across the opponent's flying backpack. Then the flying backpack exploded, and a small fireball exploded, and the armed man fell from the air. Yi Sha attacked directly, and the opponent was naturally not blind. He immediately found someone coming towards him, both in the air and on the ground. Hard armor, Yi Sha shouted, and scales appeared on his body, covering his whole body like armor. The next moment, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured down in the direction of Yi Sha, hitting the surrounding trees, the ground, and Yi Sha's body. But they could not penetrate the hard armor defense. Yi Sha ran forward, and when he passed by the fallen armed man, he swept the centipede sword and cut off the man's head, then picked up the M4A1 rifle in the man's hand, and continued to run forward without slowing down, firing at the same time. Yi Sha's marksmanship could not be compared with Nyepo's professional level, but it was definitely not bad. In fact, few people who survive in the apocalypse have poor marksmanship or cannot use guns. After all, guns are the most basic weapon configuration when dealing with zombies. Only on the Doomsday train, as everyone's strength improves and they have more magical weapons and abilities, guns are gradually eliminated. Only stubborn guys like Nyepo will continue to use them. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the guns used by Nyepo are extraordinary. Chapter 941 Kill. Bang! As Yi Sha opened fire, an armed man wearing a flying backpack fell from the sky again. There was a bullet hole between his eyebrows, but he was shot in the head by Yi Sha. Then, Yi Sha suddenly slowed down and hid behind a big tree. There were continuous gunshots from behind, and the opponent was still shooting at him. The bullets kept hitting the tree trunk, and the wood chips flew across the tree. Yi Sha leaned against the tree trunk and listened attentively. According to the gunshots, Yi Sha estimated the distance between the opponent and himself. And then, when the distance was about the same, Yi Sha pulled out a crystal bar from the red flame bomb hanging on his waist, and then flashed out, moving sideways while throwing the crystal bar out. Boom! The red flame bomb landed with a loud roar. The flames spread out in all directions, bringing with them a rolling heat wave, blowing people away. Yi Sha opened fire again, aiming at two armed men who were affected by the explosion but not dead yet, and shot them to death. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking back, a grenade was flying towards him. Mud and debris splashed. Yi Sha was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Even with the hard armor protecting his body, Yi Sha was still blown to pieces. However, he did not dare to delay any longer, but quickly got up and shuttled through the woods. The M4A1 rifle had fallen to the side when Yi Sha was blown away. Yi Sha simply stretched out his hand and materialized the infinite bow fantasy. Compared with guns, bows and arrows are more familiar to Yi Sha. Then the trees hid his figure, and Yi Sha ran forward quickly. Then he saw a vine hanging not far away. Yi Sha immediately jumped up, and then hung upside down with his feet. While turning over, he drew the bow and pulled the string. The bow was full. Yi Sha put on a piercing arrow and quickly shot it backwards. Puff! The piercing arrow broke through the air, bringing out a strong spiral of energy, directly hitting the chest of the armed man, directly piercing through the other party's body, and then piercing into the flying backpack, and then nailing the man to a big tree. Yi Sha turned around and walked away, moving forward quickly. When he encountered obstacles such as bushes, rocks, and gullies, he quickly jumped over them and ran forward, chasing those people from Compu. At the same time, Yi Sha's hands were not idle, constantly drawing the bow and stringing, shooting and killing those armed personnel from Compu. However, soon, Yi Sha couldn't help but slow down, because someone blocked Yi Sha. A Xiaolong warrior. Yi Sha didn't take the Xiaolong warrior seriously, but he had to admit that if the Xiaolong warrior took action, he would not be able to pass without slowing down. However, the pursuit would not end there. Yi Sha made a gesture, and the Archon continued to chase from the side. As soon as the Xiaolong warrior moved to block him, Yi Sha drew his bow and shot an ice arrow at high speed. Crack! Crack! As the ice arrow fell on the ground in front of the Xiaolong warrior, a crisp sound suddenly appeared, and then a piece of frost quickly spread around. The sharp ice cone suddenly shot out and pierced the Xiaolong warrior. The Xiaolong warrior reacted very quickly, retreating quickly to avoid the attack. Seeing that the Archon had run far away, he stopped chasing and turned to meet Yi Sha. Thump, thump, thump. As the Xiaolong warrior suddenly raised his hand, gunshots suddenly rang out. The barrel of the gun popped out from the back of the Xiaolong warrior's hand, and then he fired in the direction of Yi Sha. The gunshots continued to ring, and Yi Sha waved the centipede sword. The extended centipede sword surrounded Yi Sha's body and kept spinning, keeping the bullets out. After blocking the opponent's round of shooting, Yi Sha curled his lips and showed a hint of a sly smile, then strode forward. But soon, Yi Sha's figure suddenly stopped. Yi Sha felt that he had stepped on something. Landmine. The Xiaolong warrior laughed. I advise you not to move, because as long as you move your feet. Boom! Before the Xiaolong warrior finished speaking, Yi Sha suddenly jumped to the side, and then the sound of an explosion sounded, and a cloud of mud flew out. After a while, Yi Sha got up from the ground and brushed off the mud on his body. He had no broken arms or legs, and even, except for his dirty clothes, he had no wounds. Of course, this does not mean that Yi Sha did not pay any price. His hard armor had been completely destroyed and had no defense. But, so what? Yi Sha's figure flashed, and he quickly went towards the Xiaolong warrior. The weapons and equipment of Xiaolong warriors did not seem to be exactly the same. At least the technological weapons and equipment of the Xiaolong warrior in front of him were different from those of the two Xiaolong warriors that Yi Sha had seen before. Click! A clear mechanical operation sound, followed by a metal slot popping out from the outer thigh of the Xiaolong warrior. And then a short sword was pulled out by the Xiaolong warrior. Clang! The next moment, the short sword and the centipede sword collided fiercely, making a crisp sound of collision. The short sword used by the opponent was obviously made of special materials, either super alloy or extremely strong rare metal. Otherwise, ordinary metal could not withstand the cutting of the centipede sword. At the same time, the moment of blocking the centipede sword, the Xiaolong warrior pressed a certain position on the hilt, and then the serrations popped out around the dagger, and then it spun rapidly. Crunch! Crunch! A harsh sound rang out, and the serrations rubbed against the centipede sword, constantly stirring up golden sparks. Because of the vibration, Yi Sha felt a little sore in his wrist, and then Yi Sha pulled his hand away violently, and then raised his foot and kicked the Xiaolong warrior in the chest. Bang! The Xiaolong warrior flew backwards, but did not give up. The moment he landed, he suddenly raised his left hand. The opponent had a metal wristband on his wrist. At this moment, the top of the wristband suddenly popped open, and a triangular blade suddenly flew out. A thumb-sized ball was embedded at the end of the blade, making a tick, tick sound. Yi Sha immediately jumped to the side, and the triangular blade flew out by Yi Sha and nailed to a tree behind. Then, with a loud bang, the ball embedded on the blade suddenly exploded and broke the tree. The whole tree collapsed forward, and the Xiaolong warrior took the opportunity to get up from the ground and ran to the other side, intending to fight and retreat. However, at this moment, a strong suction suddenly appeared in Yi Sha's palm. Capture the dragon and let the crane fly. Capture the dragon in one move. The body of the Xiaolong warrior retreated uncontrollably, and then was forcibly sucked over and directly hit Yi Sha's palm. Chapter 942 Yellow Bird? Hunter? Snake Bite. Yi Sha made a killing move without hesitation. He stretched out his left arm, and the shadow of a purple-scaled python surrounded Yi Sha's arm, then opened its bloody mouth and revealed its fangs. Bang! Yi Sha's palm directly pinched the opponent's throat. Come on! Yi Sha, say goodbye! Crack! Yi Sha did not give the opponent a chance to say goodbye, but suddenly exerted force with his palm and pinched the opponent's throat, throwing away the corpse of the Xiaolong warrior. Yi Sha chased forward again. After running about 500 meters, Yi Sha finally saw the target person. As Gonlin said, this was a middle-aged man wearing a dirty and tattered shirt and casual pants. He didn't look like a rebel or a liberal. The man ran quickly in the jungle, and the armed personnel of Comp Corporation kept chasing him. But Yi Sha had a feeling that those armed personnel did not intend to kill the man. Even when they fired, the armed men were just firing into the air to deter others. They wanted to capture the other party alive. This made Yi Sha a little interested. since they wanted to capture them alive. They must have some value. Yisha sped up, and had already found the target person. Then, the people from Compu could die. With a light shout, Yisha waved the centipede sword and attacked from behind. After the centipede sword flew forward, it kept twisting its body, circling in the forest, and then swept over the bodies of the armed men. Puff! Puff! The two armed men widened their eyes, then slid down diagonally, but were cut in half by Yisha's sword. Yisha strode forward, and at the same time, while moving forward, Yisha kept waving the centipede sword. The centipede sword was like a fatal sickle in the hands of the god of death, constantly slashing around, and then madly harvesting lives. Those ordinary armed men could not stop Yisha's steps at all. So, what about those Xiaolong warriors? The answer is no. The two Xiaolong warriors quickly noticed the battle situation behind them, and while commanding everyone to continue chasing forward, they came towards Yisha. Yisha did not intend to pay attention to the other party. So, boom! The moment the two Xiaolong warriors jumped over, the ground suddenly cracked, and then a corpse flower vine suddenly broke out of the ground and hit a Xiaolong warrior, pushing the Xiaolong warrior out continuously. Bang! 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 The Xiaolong warrior was constantly pushed by the corpse flower vines, crashing into the surrounding trees, breaking them. On the other side, the remaining Xiaolong warrior rushed to Yisha. Clank! Clank! The crisp sound of a chain dragging across the ground appeared, and then a white chain suddenly looped around the Xiaolong warrior's neck. The Archon pulled hard and dragged the Xiaolong warrior to the ground and dragged him hard. Yisha ignored the two Xiaolong warriors and rushed forward. The corpse flower and the Archon were enough to deal with the two Xiaolong warriors. As for the remaining armed personnel in front, they were naturally not worth mentioning in Yisha's eyes. After catching up, Yisha swung his arm forward violently. Wind surged. A breeze suddenly surged through the forest. Slightly cool. The leaves between the treetops kept shaking, making a shaw sound. The next moment, blood mist filled the air. The armed personnel not far in front of Yisha seemed to have been hit by a spell that made time stop, and all of them stopped in a daze. Then, falling to the ground, the bodies of the armed men were all cut into pieces by the wind, and fell to the ground. Yisha jumped over the body parts, accelerated again, chased the middle-aged man, and then flashed in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was startled, and then instinctively changed direction, wanting to continue running. But at this moment, Yisha raised his foot fiercely, swept the middle-aged man, kicked him out, and hit him on the ground. The middle-aged man felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood began to flow out of his mouth. Yisha walked towards the middle-aged man. But at this moment, Yisha's eyebrows suddenly twisted, because Yisha felt the danger approaching. The air seemed to suddenly become hot, and sparks kept flashing in the air. Yisha looked up suddenly, and saw a flame falling from the sky, falling in his direction. Yisha immediately retreated quickly to the back, and the flame swept forward after landing, and the blazing flame built a wall of fire, blocking Yisha in front of him. At the same time, a sharp eagle cry sounded, and then Yisha saw the red fire eagle falling from the sky, landing on the middle-aged man's head, and a pair of eagle claws directly grabbed the man's shoulders. Amid the man's screams, the red fire eagle quickly took off and flew away. Yisha jumped over the wall of fire, looked at the flying red fire eagle, and couldn't help cursing, "Stinky woman." Yisha didn't seem too surprised. He had guessed that Gan Lin must have some plan. Otherwise, he would not have contacted him and provided him with information. Isn't it just to reap the benefits of being a fisherman? After cursing, Yisha looked at the red fire eagle with a gloomy face as it flew farther and farther away. An old tree with intertwined branches. Gan Lin sat on the treetops, humming a tune, holding a handful of small wild fruits picked from somewhere, and occasionally putting one or two into his mouth, feeling the sour, sweet, and slightly astringent taste, which seemed very comfortable. At this time, an eagle cry sounded, and then the red fire eagle fell from the sky and dropped the middle-aged man in front of Gan Lin. The middle-aged man fell to the ground. His shoulder was bloody and bruised by the red fire eagle, and he was in great pain. His chest was heaving, and he was constantly gasping for breath. Gan Lin threw away the wild fruit, came to the middle-aged man, and smiled condescendingly. "Bennett Revere?" The middle-aged man was frightened and looked at Gan Lin and shook his head. "I don't know. I really don't know anything. Please, let me go." Gonlin smiled. Don't worry. As long as you are obedient, I won't kill you. Come. Give me the thing. The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't know what you are talking about. Gonlin kept smiling, but his voice gradually became cold. Of course, it is what Dr. Montero gave you. I know it is on you. Take it out. I see. At this time, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded. Dr. Montero used himself as bait? What we are looking for is on this guy. Who is he? Gonlin stood up straight, turned around and looked back, with a smile frozen on his face. Chapter 943 Bait. Gonlin's smile froze for only a moment, then bloomed again. Looking at Yisha, I never thought you could even catch up with the Red Fire Eagle. The Red Fire Eagle's speed is not necessarily faster than Yisha, but the key is that it has an air advantage, and it is high in the sky. When the Red Fire Eagle reaches a considerable height, it is not easy to catch up, let alone determine the position of the Red Fire Eagle with the naked eye. Yisha, in fact, I really can't catch up with that damn flat-haired beast. But do you think you are the only one with help in the jungle? The little ancient cat came out of the bushes nearby, shook off its fur, then grabbed Yisha's pants and jumped onto his shoulders. Gonlin, I see. Obviously, Yisha also guarded against Gonlin. The Red Fire Eagle could help Gonlin determine Yisha's location and track him, while Yisha could also use the little ancient cat to find Gonlin and track him. The Red Fire Eagle had an air advantage, while the little ancient cat regarded this jungle as its own backyard. Yisha, can you tell me who this person is now? And what he has in his hand? Gonlin, Bennett Revere, Dr. Montero's assistant. As I said just now, Dr. Montero may have used himself as bait. What we are looking for is on him. Yisha suddenly understood. Dr. Montero went to Jolin Town. From a geographical point of view, Jolin Town can go to the river and then go to the sea. The stream they just passed by leads to the river. So Dr. Montero played a trick and let his assistant go down the stream, not leaving from the dock, but entering the river along the stream. The only question is the boat. But this is not a problem. A simple raft can be made, and the rebels may provide support. There are still many ways. Gonlin turned to look at Revere. Mr. Revere, it is useless to conceal and resist. If you are unwilling to hand over the things, I can kill you and search your body. Even if you swallow the things, I will cut open your body and stomach to find them. You can't keep the things. Gonlin was not simply talking to Revere. Yisha could feel that Gonlin's words used some ability, which was rapidly disintegrating Revere's heart. Normally, a simple conversation would cause a person to collapse psychologically, requiring continuous induction or oppression. But Gonlin's simple words seemed to have caused Reeves to lose control of his emotions, which was obviously not a normal situation. Here, Revere said painfully. Here? Revere opened his mouth, and a thin wire was wrapped around his teeth. As it was pulled, Revere retched in pain, and then pulled out a small plastic bag with a memory card inside. Yisha was stunned. Did this guy really hide the things in his stomach? Did Gonlin know about it long ago? Or was he just hiding it? But it was obvious that it must be because Gonlin mentioned this method of hiding things that accelerated Revere's despair. Gonlin took the small plastic bag and tore off the seal. Yisha did not stop him, because this was not the end. Getting the things was not the end. Sending the things back to the Doomsday train was the completion of the mission. However, when Gonlin took out the memory card, there was no joy on his face, but anger. He wanted to twist the memory card, but seemed to think of something, and then changed his mind and threw the memory card to Yisha. Yisha took it and said, "What do you mean?" Gonlin, we didn't succeed. Or we were all fooled. This guy was the bait. Yisha looked at the memory card in his palm and then understood. Interesting. Yisha broke the memory card and laughed. It seems that we underestimated Dr. Montero's wisdom, and that guy should be a ruthless person. While talking, Yisha glanced at Yanwire. This guy was a little confused. He obviously didn't know where Gonlin's anger came from, nor why Yisha sneered. A trace of pity appeared in Yisha's eyes. This guy was the bait, a victim who was kept in the dark, because that memory card was not what Yisha and Gonlin were looking for. As for why they could know what was inside the memory card without even checking it, the reason was very simple. The mysterious voice did not appear. Then, this thing must be fake. Otherwise, the mysterious voice would remind them that they had taken the thing and ask them to send it back to the Doomsday train. Obviously, this is a trap. Dr. Montero is not the bait. But this assistant is. Dr. Montero deceived everyone with a useless memory card. Moreover, because Yi Sha and Gan Lin came from Doomsday train, they could confirm whether the memory card was real at the first time through the mysterious voice. But what if it was Computech and the liberals? Naturally, they also need to confirm the contents of the memory card. And it is not easy to find the equipment in this damn place. Of course, it is hard to say for the liberals. But Computech should carry such equipment with them. But the problem is that even if there is equipment, it will take some time to confirm. In Yi Sha's opinion, if Dr. Montero is smart enough, he will definitely not just take out an empty memory card to set up a trap. There must be some false information in it, enough to mislead everyone, and it will take time to distinguish. Then, Dr. Montero naturally won time. And even at this time, Dr. Montero may have successfully left the jungle and escaped directly. Looking at Revere with pity again, Yi Sha said, "You come? Or should I do it?" Gan Lin snorted, suddenly pulled out a knife, cut Revere's throat directly, then squatted down and tore off Revere's clothes. After making sure that Revere had nothing on him, Gan Lin cut open Revere's abdomen without hesitation, checked his stomach, and found some places where things could be stuffed in. No, there really was nothing. This was just in case. Maybe Revere was not as stupid as he seemed, and actually prepared two things, one real and one fake, and gave the fake one to them, while hiding the real one on his body. Unfortunately, this guy is really just a bait that knows nothing and is used as a sacrifice. He really has nothing on him. Gan Lin walked to the side with disgust, and kept washing his hands with water until the blood and mincemeat were cleaned. But could the bloody smell that always surrounded his hands be washed away? In the end of the world, in this era, everyone who can survive and intends to survive is destined to have blood on his hands. Yi Sha turned around and left. There was no need to stay here any longer. Chapter 944 Negotiation. Yi Sha continued to go to Jialan Town, but his heart was more uneasy. He was not sure whether Dr. Montero was still in Jialan Town or was heading to Jialan Town. Since Revere could be a bait, why couldn't Bai Jinian also be a bait? Bai Jinian's words were true, but they were not the truth, because facts proved that Dr. Montero was a smart man with deep scheming. Maybe Bai Jinian was just a bait he set up, a bait that he himself does not know the truth about. But is there any choice now? No. Jialan Town is already very close, and he must go and take a look no matter what. Moreover, if it is another trick, then Dr. Montero may still be in Jialan Town, or bypass Jialan Town and go directly to the river to get a boat to leave. Yi Sha murmured, then shook his head and cursed in his heart. It's really too hard to guess. The information currently available may be deliberately released by Dr. Montero, or it may not be. The more true and false it is, the more confusing it is. Yi Sha even began to feel lucky that this mission was a temporary and urgent mission, and it had nothing to do with the Doomsday train. It was the will of the train conductor, so he would not be unable to return to the Doomsday train if he could not complete it. But this feeling was quite bad. Yi Sha calmed down and continued to move towards Jialan Town, speeding up involuntarily. The night was getting darker. At nightfall, Yi Sha had already arrived near Jialan Town. The jungle in this area is not so dense. At the same time, Yi Sha found that there was a lot of turmoil around Jialan Town. The rebels came, Compu came, and the liberals came. Yi Sha knew very well that the three groups were hiding around Jialan Town. But the three forces seemed to have reached some tacit understanding and did not start a war. Instead, they were lurking and seemed to be watching the situation. Or maybe they were waiting for Dr. Montero to show up. No. Yi Sha thought of this and couldn't help muttering, with such a big battle, even if Dr. Montero is an idiot, he will not show up. Which means, Dr. Montero has shown up. Interesting. Yi Sha hooked his lips. Did Dr. Montero miscalculate? Yi Sha was not in a hurry to continue moving towards Jialan Town. After all, he calculated the distance and knew that he would be able to arrive before noon tomorrow. If he used the night owl after nightfall, he would be able to arrive before dawn. Yi Sha was not in a hurry. Yi Sha was more concerned about the current situation. Moreover, Yi Sha always felt that Dr. Montero's arrangement was very good. Even if someone discovered and caught up with him, they would not be surrounded like they are now. Yi Sha always felt that there was something fishy going on. Looking at the map, Yi Sha kept thinking. First of all, leaving the jungle is not the key. The reason is very simple. Leaving the jungle does not mean safety. The pursuit will still be pursued. In fact, Dr. Montero was originally pursued by the liberals. He had no choice but to escape into the jungle. Taking advantage of the complex terrain of the jungle, he temporarily got rid of the liberals. Therefore, leaving the jungle is not the key. The key is to completely get rid of people and leave safely. Thinking about it this way, Yi Sha studied the map and found that only the river channel could be used for some tricks. Because leaving from other places, it was just leading to other towns in Boa's Inley, and it was still possible to catch up. Only if you enter the sea from the river channel. As long as you succeed, it will be difficult to find your trace. Therefore, Yi Sha thought that Dr. Montero might really be in this area and think of a way to leave. So, what is the situation now? Yi Sha suddenly waved his hand, and the Archon jumped down from the tree. Yi Sha, go and capture someone. Anyone from any side will do. But remember not to alarm anyone. Otherwise it's better not to capture them. Understand? The Archon nodded, and disappeared quickly in the night. Yi Sha was still thinking about the situation, and the Archon was very efficient. In about an hour, he brought back a man tied up by vines and threw him directly in front of Yi Sha, with his mouth blocked by a torn piece of clothing. Yi Sha looked at the man. If you dare to scream, you're dead. Anyway, I can just capture another one. Understand? The man nodded hurriedly, and Yi Sha casually took off the corner of the shirt stuffed in his mouth. Are you from the resistance or the liberals? The man's eyes flickered, and he was a little frightened and scared. Yi Sha sneered and pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. Liberals. The man immediately said, I am a liberal. Yi Sha nodded, and was quite satisfied with this answer. He didn't ask about Compu, because the other party didn't wear Compu's uniform. As for the resistance and liberals, it was obvious that the resistance was tougher, and the liberals were much easier. Yi Sha, you are chasing Dr. Montero. Right? Why did you chase him to Jolin Town? The man, there is news that Dr. Montero is in Jolin Town. Yi Sha, where is the news from? The man smiled bitterly. How would I know? I am just a follower who follows orders. Yi Sha, so, have you found Dr. Montero? The man, yes. In Jolin Town. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Did he really find him? Yi Sha, where? The man looked at Yi Sha, and Yi Sha always felt that he was looking at an idiot, or as if he was asking, why ask such an idiotic question? The man, of course it's in Jolin Town. Yi Sha patted his forehead with his hand. His question was indeed a bit stupid. The other party knew that Dr. Montero was rushing to Jolin Town, and found Dr. Montero's trace. So Dr. Montero must be in Jolin Town. Yi Sha, then why don't you go into the town to arrest people? The man, we are negotiating. Yi Sha was stunned. Negotiation? Yi Sha wanted to ask who they were negotiating with, but suddenly thought that this question was a bit silly. It must be with Compu and the rebels. Yi Sha, tell me everything you know. How did you negotiate? The man, I don't know. We had surrounded Jolin Town, but suddenly we said we wanted to negotiate. Only a small number of people stayed, and the others evacuated 10 kilometers outside Jolin Town. Yi Sha, including Compu and the rebels? The man nodded. It should be. The Compu people are in the south, and the rebels are in the north. Mr. Scholes has given an order that we are not allowed to take action unless the other party attacks or provokes first. Yi Sha nodded. Then, what else do you know? Chapter 945 Breaking In. The man shook his head. No more. I've told you everything I know. Please. Poof. Suddenly, Yi Sha raised his hand and thrust the Alaskan whale harpoon forward, piercing the opponent's neck with one blow. Yi Sha murmured, you should say that you know a lot more, so that you can show that you are valuable. And only valuable people have the right to live. Yi Sha pulled the Alaskan whale harpoon out of the opponent's throat, and wiped the blood on the opponent's body. After wiping the Alaska whale harpoon clean, Yi Sha sat aside, holding his chin and pondering. Why does this feel so strange? Negotiate? How to negotiate? Yi Sha can understand that the liberals are negotiating with Compu. The liberals are only after profit. As long as Compu gives them enough profit, they can certainly give up chasing Dr. Montero. Even choosing to help Compu is not impossible. But what is there to negotiate with the rebels? Aren't they here to pick up Dr. Montero? In this case, their bottom line is to take Dr. Montero away. Isn't it? Yi Sha felt a little confused. And the time period was also a bit wrong. Yesterday, a group of people were chasing Revere, thinking that the thing was in Revere's hands. And today they are targeting Dr. Montero again? How can they be sure that there is something wrong with the thing in Revere's hands? You know, Revere eventually died in Yishaw's hands. In theory, other people should not be able to be sure whether the memory card is real or fake. Yishaw felt a headache, and this matter was getting more and more confusing. Yishaw thought for a while, and finally patted his head, admitting that his IQ was a little insufficient. Or in other words, the information he had at hand was too little. However, Dr. Montero is in Jolin Town, so it should be confirmed. In that case, Yishaw grinned. Why not use a rougher method? Yishaw originally wanted to wait and see, but the current situation was really a headache. In that case, Yishaw chose to use the most direct method. Don't think about things that you can't figure out. Anyway, Dr. Montero is there. Just catch him. Blockers. Of course. Kill them all. This is indeed a rough method, but it has to be said that it is very direct and very useful. Yishaw thought so, and drew out the night owl. Then a knight suddenly appeared, covering Yishaw's body and wrapping him up. The next moment, a pair of wings formed by black shadows spread out behind Yishaw. Yishaw soared into the air, took advantage of the night wind to escape into the air, and then quickly headed towards Jolin Town. Before dawn, Yishaw arrived at Jolin Town, and the town was completely surrounded. Although most of the people were evacuated 10 kilometers away, the rebels, Compu and the liberals left a small number of people, ambushing around the town and keeping their troops still. The whole Jolin Town was dark, with only a wooden house near the center flickering with dim lights, which was particularly dazzling. Yishaw half leaned on the treetops, looking at the town, and couldn't help but hold his chin and ponder. Is that wooden house with flickering lights the place for negotiations? Dr. Montero, the boss of the liberals, Scholes, the commander of Comp, and Paul, the captain of the 5th team of the cleaning team. Several famous targets should be there. As for the rebels, their leader was Bai Jinyan, but Bai Jinyan died, and Bai Jinyan's adjutant Gao Jia, according to intelligence, seemed to be dead too. Yishaw was very curious. Who is negotiating with the rebels? Yishaw pondered, then glanced at the tree. Come out if you are here. Gonlin smiled and walked out of the shadows, leaning against the tree trunk. Something is wrong here. Yishaw, let's not talk about the obvious. Gonlin, I don't understand how to resolve this matter through negotiation. Moreover, the orders from the 3 parties are very strange. Why retreat 10 miles? If we negotiate in the town, at most we can let the people we brought wait outside the town. Yishaw, maybe to express the sincerity of not starting a war? Gonlin, but they left a small number of people around. Since they were ordered to retreat 10 miles, why did they leave a small number of people outside the town? It was a contradictory order. Yishaw frowned. It was indeed very strange. Gonlin looked at the time. Besides, they have been talking for almost 7 or 8 hours. What did they need to talk about for so long? Yishaw frowned. He had just heard the news. The person who was kidnapped earlier did not tell him the negotiation time, and the negotiation lasted 8 or 9 hours. After such a long time, let alone negotiation, the baby could have been born. It's so weird. Snap! Yishaw snapped his fingers, and the little cat quickly rushed to Yishaw's side and rubbed Yishaw's cheek affectionately. Yishaw fed the little cat a piece of dried meat, then stretched out his finger. Go! The little cat quickly jumped down from the tree, then ran towards Jolin Town, passed through the fence, and quickly disappeared into the night. Yishaw sat in the treetops, looking in the direction of Jolin Town, and seemed very patient. About a quarter of an hour later, the little cat ran out of the town, quickly jumped back onto the tree, and howled a few times. Yishaw's expression suddenly changed, and he jumped down from the tree, staring at Gonlin. You did it? Gonlin blinked, looking puzzled. What? Damn it. Yishaw cursed in a low voice. Gonlin's expression didn't seem fake, and the timing was indeed wrong. Before this, Gonlin was still planning to attack Revere, so he probably couldn't spare the time to arrange all this. As Yishaw thought about it, he turned around and ran, heading directly towards Jolin Town. Hey! Hey! Gonlin called out twice, but Yishaw ignored her and prepared to enter the town without stopping. Gonlin stamped her feet, and then her face changed. She seemed to have thought of something and quickly followed. There were still many people lying in ambush outside Jolin town. Although they had a tacit understanding, they did not attack or enter the town, and seemed to be quite harmonious. However, Yisha went directly to the town entrance without hesitation, which was another matter. Stop! Which side are you on? When Yisha walked not far from the town entrance, 2 armed men from Compu stopped him and prevented him from moving forward. Yisha shouted, "Get lost!" Without Yisha's order, the governor behind him suddenly made a move, condensed a black ball of light in his palm, and threw it forward. Boom! When the black ball of light landed, it suddenly exploded, making a loud roar, and a half-meter deep pit was blown out on the ground in front of the 2 armed men from Compu. As for the 2 armed men from Compu, they were blown away immediately, and their life and death were unknown. Chapter 946 All dead. Yisha said solemnly, "Whoever dares to block the way will be killed." The Archon nodded and followed Yisha loyally. People from Compu kept pouring in around him. The Archon took the initiative without saying a word and condensed 2 balls of light, one black and one white, between his palms. Suddenly, the Archon stretched out his hand, and the white light turned into a chain and went forward. The chain was like a flexible giant snake, constantly swinging left and right and moving forward, and then knocking away the people rushing up from the surroundings. Not far away, 3 Xiaolong warriors looked stern and stepped forward, intending to block Yisha. However, they were stopped first. The underworld wolf appeared in front of the 3 Xiaolong warriors. "Where did you come from, you beast? Get out of the way." A Xiaolong warrior growled and raised his foot to kick the underworld wolf. But at this moment, a wolf howl suddenly sounded, and the underworld wolf showed its fangs, and then its body began to swell. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The height of the underworld wolf soared to 3 meters, and its body length reached a terrifying 5 meters. And then it opened its mouth and roared at the 3 Xiaolong warriors. Roar! The underworld wolf blew out a violent wind from its mouth, making the 3 Xiaolong warriors feel like they were in the center of a storm, or like a hurricane blowing across the sea, raising huge waves, and they were just small boats in the waves. At the same time, Yisha had already strode into Jolin town. In the other 2 directions of the town, the rebels and liberals also heard the noise and rushed over immediately. Yisha glanced at those people coldly. And then, kill! Boom! 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 A loud roar appeared, and the ground cracked layer by layer. Corpse flower vines kept poking out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 appeared and kept shaking in the air. The next moment, those corpse flower vines fell madly to the ground. Boom! 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 As the corpse flower vines fell, loud noises continued to appear, smashing the ground to pieces and sweeping those people away. Yisha ignored the battle and walked quickly towards the only lighted house in the town. When he walked about 2 or 3 meters, Yisha's brows knitted tighter. Blood smell. Very strong blood smell. Even through the door, Yisha could smell it clearly. Yisha's face became more solemn. He came to the door, raised his leg and kicked it open. Then, Yisha saw several men whose lives and deaths were unknown. One man's body was shot through by a spike-like weapon and nailed directly to the wall. Another man was covered in blood and lying in a corner. A gray-haired man was lying on the table with a narrow scar on his back, which seemed to be cut by a sharp weapon. Yisha took out a photo from his arms and took a look at it, then threw it hard on the ground, and couldn't help cursing, "Damn it!" Gonlin also came to the door at this moment, and after taking a look inside, his face was slightly gloomy. "Who did this?" "Yisha, how should I know?" The man nailed to the wall by the long nails is Paul, the captain of the 5th team of the cleaning team of Compu. The guy curled up in the corner, covered in blood, is Scholes. As for the one lying on the table, it is Dr. Montero. Gonlin quickly entered the house. There was no need to look at Paul. This guy was dead. His throat and forehead were pierced by long nails. Even if he turned into a corpse, he couldn't be saved. Dr. Montero was the most important target. But Gonlin sniffed and shook his head at Yisha. It was obvious that he was dead. As for Dr. Montero's things, of course they couldn't be there. Gonlin walked to Scholes again. This guy was holding a needle gun in his hand. There was a test tube on it, and inside was a light golden liquid, which should be the corpse transforming potion. Unfortunately, this guy didn't even have time to inject himself with the corpse transforming potion before he was killed. Gonlin rummaged through Scholes' clothes and then took out 2 metal boxes, each containing 6 potions. One box was light golden, and the other was light green. Gan Lin swapped 3 of the potions, and then threw 1 box to Yisha, 1 for each person. Yisha, you still have the energy to care about this now? You can't just do nothing, right? Gan Lin said, as he walked to Yisha. Have you figured out what's going on? Yisha walked out of the house, found a rebel, and winked at the corpse flower vines. The corpse flower vines immediately swept forward, directly wrapped around the man, and then dragged him over. Yisha grabbed the man's collar, pressed him against the wall, and whispered, "Who is in charge of the negotiations and the rebels?" The man seemed to be frightened and his eyes were blank. Yisha kneed him hard in the abdomen and shouted, "Speak." The man finally came to his senses, but he didn't seem to be ready to answer Yisha. Gan Lin walked to the side and flicked his fingertips. A ball of pink mist appeared and was sucked into the other party. The man's eyes were unfocused, and then he said woodenly, "Bai Jin Yen." Yisha threw the man away and cursed again. "Gan Lin, Bai Jin Yen has been killed by me. I can guarantee that I killed Bai Jin Yen himself. There is absolutely no disguise or disguise. Yisha, so this guy who negotiated is fake." Yisha thought about it, then grabbed the man again and lifted him up. "Yisha, let me ask you, who proposed the negotiation?" The man spoke unconsciously, "Bai Jin Yen. He arrested Dr. Montero and said that if Compu was willing to pay enough, Dr. Montero could be returned to them. Adjutant Yicheng and Adjutant Terry opposed it, and they were killed by him. Yisha, is it true?" Gan Lin, no matter what the reason, the rebels have no need to negotiate. But if Bai Jin Yen is a fake and uses negotiation as bait to lure others to death, that's another matter. Yisha nodded. "Didn't you just say that the personnel deployment was strange? They asked people to retreat 10 miles, and deployed a small number of people at the entrance of the town." Gan Lin showed a bit of viciousness. "We deliberately left some people outside the town to let these people see the lights and think that the negotiations have not ended and are still in progress, so that we can drag people here. Yisha, I don't know how he knew that Bai Jin Yen was dead, nor how he pretended to be Bai Jin Yen. And I don't know how he got into the resistance army. But who do you think can do such a thing?" Xia Tian. Gan Lin's face was slightly cold. "It seems that both you and I have been fooled, and that guy has already gotten ahead of us." Chapter 947 Chase. "He has to be able to return the stuff to the Doomsday train alive." Yisha snorted coldly, then turned and left quickly. Yisha didn't know how Xia Tian did it, but all 5 targets were dead. If it wasn't him or Gan Lin, who else could it be? This is a very simple addition and subtraction problem. But this is not the end. Xia Tian doesn't count if he gets the stuff. Only if he can bring the stuff back alive can the mission be considered a success. "Okay." Yisha licked his lips. "Then let's do the mission and the murder together." As soon as he finished speaking, Yisha rushed forward at a very fast speed and quickly disappeared into the night. Gan Lin followed him out of the house and blew a whistle. The red fire eagle swooped down from the sky like a ball of fire and landed on Gan Lin's head. Gan Lin grabbed one of the red fire eagle's legs, and the red fire eagle quickly spread its wings and flew into the air with Gan Lin. Yisha's figure shuttled through the jungle like a ghost, although he had no expression on his face. Yisha was always calculating in his heart. The negotiation started 8 or 9 hours ago. In this case, even if Xia Tian lured and killed the other party immediately, it would only take 8 or 9 hours, which means that he would not run too far. As for Xia Tian's direction, it goes without saying that it must be the town of Tegra, which is the town they arrived at after leaving the platform. The reason is also very simple. The platform of the Doomsday train is there. So if you want to go back, you must go back from there. After thinking it over in his mind, Yisha no longer hesitated, but continued to accelerate madly and rush forward. "Do you remember the smell of that guy?" Yisha held up the little cat with one hand while running. "It's the man who talked to me in the town of Taigola." The little cat shook its tail, turned around in Yisha's palm twice, and nodded. "Yisha, go find him. Find his smell, and then track him." Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and the little cat rushed out, then quickly got into a bush on the side and disappeared. In the early morning, the sun was shining. Some halos were faintly shining in the stream, golden and a little dazzling. Suddenly, the vines by the stream were pushed aside, and the bushes were trampled, making some noises. In a moment, Xia Tian came out of the woods, came to the edge of the stream, washed his hands, and then poured some water on his face. On that handsome face, a trace of ferocity and pride suddenly flashed. Hee hee. Xia Tian murmured, in the end. It's still a good deal for me. Taigula town is where Yi Sha and the other two arrived at the same time. So if the route is the same, the process is naturally similar. Yi Sha and Gan Lin obviously didn't expect that Xia Tian was outside the temple when they tortured Bai Jinyan. The next thing was naturally simple. Xia Tian disposed of Bai Jinyan's body, and then pretended to be Bai Jinyan to infiltrate the resistance. Dr. Montero was indeed very smart, using Revere to buy time for himself. Unfortunately, Dr. Montero never thought that Bai Jinyan, who came to pick him up, would be a fake. Then, Dr. Montero died, and Xia Tian was still using him to set up a plan before his death. That plan was not used to hold back the rebels, not to hold back Comp, not to hold back the liberals, but to hold back Yi Sha and Gan Lin. Xia Tian was very proud of this, thinking that Yi Sha and Gan Lin would be confused by the fog he had set up. But it probably won't last too long. Xia Tian wiped his face, at most 24 hours. If the negotiations have no results in 24 hours, it will definitely arouse suspicion. But it's enough. With a one-day distance advantage, they should not be able to catch up. Xia Tian felt that he was very close to completing the mission. At the latest, he could return to the town of Tegra by noon tomorrow, and then return to the Doomsday train, and everything would be over. Xia Tian had his own thoughts. Although he was also a purser, as a newcomer among purser, Xia Tian did not have many resources. At the same time, if he wanted to climb higher with the position of purser, he naturally had to perform well in front of the train conductor. The best way to perform well was to complete the tasks assigned by the train conductor. Oh! At this moment, Yi Sha's voice suddenly sounded. Who do you think should not be able to catch up? Xia Tian's expression suddenly froze. He looked up and looked forward, and then saw Yi Sha standing on the other side of the stream with his hands behind his back. For Xia Tian, that feeling was like being poured with a basin of ice water in the 12th lunar month. Xia Tian's thoughts turned around at this moment, and after a moment, he took out a memory card and held it in his hand. Smiling, Senior, I can give up the things. I'll put the things here, and then step back. You come and take it yourself. How about it? Yi Sha narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Do you remember what I told you? If I see you outside the Doomsday train, I will beat you to death. Xia Tian's smile was stiff, and he smiled. Why bother? I don't think we have a deep hatred. Yi Sha, that's just what you think. What qualifications do you have to represent my will? Xia Tian licked his lips. It's not good to die together. What if I destroy the things? Yi Sha, you can think about how to explain to the boss lady, or to the conductor. And, suddenly, an eagle cry sounded, and Gan Lin fell from the sky, tapping his toes and landing on the top of a big tree. Gan Lin looked down at Xia Tian and smiled. Do you think you have a chance to destroy things when both of us are here? Gan Lin said, as he stretched his arms to the side, and the red fire eagle landed on Gan Lin's arm. Xia Tian was silent again. Then he flipped his fingertips and took back the memory card. Looking at the two people, it seems that you two have made up your mind to bully me. A newcomer? Yi Sha curled his lips. The next moment, the wind surged. The stream was blown by the wind, and suddenly there were waves. And then it was cut, as if the whole stream was cut off, and the flow of the stream was actually interrupted for a moment. Xia Tian only felt the hair on his temples being blown up, and a big tree behind him suddenly broke. Yi Sha made his own answer with his actions. No need to act pitiful. Yi Sha, it is not your mouth that determines whether you live or die, but your fist. Yi Sha walked towards the stream, and suddenly there was a breeze around him, blowing away all the water in front of Yi Sha. Come on! Yi Sha, come on! Xia Tian's face was gloomy, and the smile on his face gradually faded. That's right. Yi Sha curled his lips. Your smile is really ugly, because it's too fake and hypocritical, Yi Sha said, as he flicked his fingers. Chapter 948, Mimicry of Beasts. The wind is invisible and formless, but you can feel it. When Yi Sha stretched out his finger and flicked it, the wind blew around him, and Xia Tian also felt the danger approaching him. The next moment, Xia Tian shouted and leaped up. A wind blade passed under Xia Tian's body and cut off a big tree with one blow. Don't do it. Yisha looked at Gan Lin. Otherwise, I will kill you too. Gan Lin chuckled. Okay. I always listen to you. Don't I? Yisha snorted coldly, then jumped over the stream and approached Xia Tian. Yisha knew Xia Tian's abilities in his previous life very well. However, Yisha felt that it would not have much reference value. Because, in Xia Tian's previous life, he was only a 5-star diamond. And he was not a flight attendant. Or even a flight attendant. Now that Xia Tian is a flight attendant, his strength cannot be lower than the king level. And there should be many deviations from his memories in his previous life. As expected, while Yisha was thinking, Xia Tian suddenly swung his hand, and several black spikes flew towards Yisha. As expected, Yisha looked at those black spikes, which should be the ones used to kill Paul, and Yisha had never seen Xia Tian use them in his previous life. Seeing that the black spikes were about to fall on him, a whirlwind suddenly surged under Yisha's feet, wrapped around Yisha's body, and then blew away the spikes. Xia Tian quickly moved sideways and ran, then pulled out a knife from his sleeve. The knife was very short, only about half the length of the arm. Otherwise it would not be hidden in the sleeve. The knife was very thin. Unbelievably thin. The phrase thin as a cicada's wing is usually just a description and cannot be taken seriously. But the short knife was really as thin as a cicada's wing. Silver blade kill. Xia Tian shouted in a low voice, stretched out his hand, and wiped the blade. And then a silver blade arc condensed on the short knife and flew towards Yisha. Bang! At the moment when the blade arc arrived in front of Yisha, the wind blade suddenly surged forward, and then a loud noise came from the air. Xia Tian suddenly stopped and threw out several black spikes again. Yisha casually waved his hand, without even using the wind blade, but just disturbed the wind around him, and blew away the black spikes. But at this moment, a small hole suddenly appeared on the black spike, and a smaller nail suddenly flew out. Yisha raised his eyebrows and instinctively blocked his palm in front of him. Puff! The nail pierced through Yisha's palm, bringing out a blood flower. Xia Tian sneered. Nothing more than that. Yisha grabbed the nail directly, pulled it out of his palm, and threw it aside casually, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. No, it's not that he didn't feel any pain, but the pain couldn't suppress Yisha's desire to kill. Really? Yisha looked at Xia Tian. I don't know how you became the chief steward. If that's all you have. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly sounded from Yisha's mouth. The next moment, a pair of dragon horns grew out from both sides of Yisha's forehead, and fan-shaped dragon scales quickly covered Yisha's entire body. Dragon transformation. If that's all you can do, Yisha, then go to hell. Yisha bit his feet and kicked, and the whole person rushed forward. So fast. Xia Tian was shocked. But before he could react, Yisha was already in front of him. Bite your teeth tightly, so as not to bite your tongue. Bang! The moment Yisha finished speaking, he punched Xia Tian in the face, and then Xia Tian's body flew backwards. Bang! 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 Xia Tian's back kept hitting the trees, breaking them one by one, and flew about 20 meters before falling to the ground. Puff! Xia Tian just sat up from the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yisha walked into the jungle, stepped over the broken trees, and walked towards Xia Tian. How many punches do you think you can take from me? Xia Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, Beast mimicry. White Wolf King. Xia Tian's body flipped over, but he didn't get up. Instead, he crawled on the ground like a beast, slowly moving his body, obviously imitating the appearance of a wolf. Suddenly, Xia Tian rushed forward. Huh? Yisha frowned. Xia Tian's speed was much faster. The next moment, Xia Tian's body suddenly flew towards Yisha. Yisha turned his body to avoid Xia Tian's attack. But at this moment, Xia Tian suddenly kicked his legs backwards, and then a crack appeared on Yisha's arm. Yisha took 2 steps back, looked at the wound on his arm, and then looked at Xia Tian's shoes. There was a crack on the top of the shoe. At that moment, Xia Tian's nails were as sharp as wolf claws. Beast mimicry. At the same time, Xia Tian landed and stood up suddenly. Brute bear. Xia Tian's walking appearance changed to that of a bear, staggering towards Yisha, and then raised his palm to sweep across. Boom! As Yisha dodged the attack, Xia Tian's palm slapped a big tree. Not only did the tree crack, but even the broken trunk was directly hit, and flew 5 or 6 meters away, and fell to the ground. 100 beasts mimic. Xia Tian's face was fierce, and he shouted at Yisha again, "Sky Eagle." Xia Tian jumped up, and this jump was 8 or 9 meters high. His figure actually disappeared into the treetops, and then suddenly swooped down, really like an eagle charging. Falling down, Yisha's speed was not slow either, and he immediately jumped back. And then Xia Tian grabbed the ground with both hands and directly tore a piece of the ground. Yisha watched Xia Tian stand up from the ground again, and narrowed his eyes. Not bad ability. Xia Tian grinned and said again, "Beast mimicry. Jade snake." Yisha looked at Xia Tian coming towards him and said again, "But are beasts qualified to compete with dragons?" Yisha opened his mouth fiercely, and a dragon roar sounded from his mouth. The next moment, there was a sudden strong wind around, and countless turbulent currents pushed towards the surroundings. Xia Tian was swept away by the wind before he could get close to Yisha, and the whole person was blown back, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. Yisha did not intend to let Xia Tian go just because he fell to the ground, and he raised his hand directly. Puff, puff, puff. Around Yisha, countless dragon breath fires suddenly emerged, and then quickly condensed in Yisha's palm. How long Yenpa? The dragon breath fires churned, constantly condensing and transforming, and finally turned into a flaming dragon with bared fangs and claws, rushing forward frantically and slamming into Xia Tian fiercely. Chapter 949 Replacement Doll. Xia Tian had just gotten up from the ground when he was hit by the fire dragon and flew backwards again. Yisha just watched quietly. After a moment, the flames dissipated, and Xia Tian was lying on the ground. His clothes were torn. His body was covered with burnt flesh. His chest was heaving, and he was gasping for breath. "Yisha, you are too weak." Hey. Xia Tian ignored Yisha, but laughed, and laughed louder and louder, and more quickly. "And then, I just want you to kill me." Yisha was stunned, not quite understanding what Xia Tian meant. Seeking death? Why? No one wants to die. And Xia Tian certainly doesn't want to die, especially since he is doing well on the Doomsday train. No matter what, he is one of the 3 chief train attendants. Although Yisha and Gan Lin don't take him seriously, after all, he has been a chief train attendant for too short a time, and the time he has to use the position of chief train attendant to improve himself is too short. Therefore, Yisha doesn't quite understand why Xia Tian said such a thing. Venting? Or just some nonsense before dying? But it doesn't matter. Since you want to die, Yisha, then I'll grant your wish. Snap! Yisha raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Then the wind surged and Xia Tian's head rolled to the side, but his neck was cut off by the wind blade. However, Yisha's brows suddenly twisted, and he felt something was wrong. It seems Xia Tian's body is fading, and no mysterious voice prompts. Yisha immediately became alert. Frankly speaking, Yisha felt that Xia Tian was too weak, and such weak strength was obviously abnormal. Xia Tian was a flight attendant after all. Even if he had been a flight attendant for a short time, being able to become a flight attendant was a symbol of strength. But in fact, Xia Tian did not show much strength and ability, and what he showed was far from the level of a flight attendant, and might even be weaker than most flight attendants. That level is not to mention the king level. Even if it is the peak of star diamond 5 stars, it is probably more than that level. Abnormal things are demons. So, Yisha looked at Xia Tian's body slowly fading, and murmured, "Is it some strange ability?" Yisha thought so, and then became stunned, because nothing happened. Xia Tian's body just faded, and then disappeared. No, it can't be said that it disappeared completely. At the place where Xia Tian died, there was a rag doll, about the size of a palm, with a very rough workmanship, a pair of eyes, and even one big and one small. Yisha was very alert, constantly looking around, looking for Xia Tian. No need to look. Gan Lin sighed and walked over. That guy succeeded. If I'm not mistaken, he should be back to Doomsday train. Mission completed. Please return to Doomsday train within 72 hours. Just as Gan Lin finished speaking, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded. Yisha's eyes twitched, reminding them to return to Doomsday train? This means the mission failed, or someone completed the mission. It was impossible for the mission to fail. The item was in Xia Tian's hands, so there was only one other possibility. Xia Tian completed the mission. Damn it. Yi Sha cursed. Then watched Gan Lin pick up the doll. What is that? Gan Lin, it is something more precious than the items in the treasure list. It is called a replacement doll. It can only be obtained through missions, or the train conductor and the deputy train conductor have it. It can probably be obtained from them. Yi Sha, what is it? Gan Lin, you can place the replacement doll in a place. If you are fatally injured, you will swap places with the replacement doll, and the replacement doll will take the fatal blow instead of you. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, showing a little surprise. This is a life-saving thing. Moreover, it can not only save lives at critical moments, but also leave the battle circle and send people directly to a safe place, so as to ensure 100% survival. What is the most important thing in the end times? Of course, it's life. Nothing is more important than being alive. So anything that can save lives is extremely precious. Gan Lin, you should be able to guess where he put the replacement doll? Yi Sha gritted his teeth. Tegra Town. The entrance to the Doomsday train platform. This is definitely the best choice. As long as you get the thing, you don't have to be afraid of death. Just go back to Tegra Town and then go back to the Doomsday train, and everything will be over. Gan Lin smiled. You don't have to be too unhappy. He definitely doesn't want to use this thing. To be honest, even if he sends the thing back and completes the task, the reward the train conductor can give him may not be better than the replacement doll. He made a loss-making business, and it was a big loss. Yi Sha snorted coldly. At least he's alive. At least he's not dead. Mission? Yi Sha didn't care. What if the mission failed once? Yi Sha wanted to kill Xia Tian. Even if that guy could breathe for one more second, Yi Sha would feel angry. Gan Lin threw the replacement doll casually, then kill him next time. He definitely can't take out a second replacement doll. You don't know how rare and difficult it is to get this thing. Yi Sha put away his weapon in silence. Yes, there will be at least a next time. But now it's a done deal. What else can Yi Sha say? What else can he do? Yi Sha, looking forward to the next battle. I will do whatever it takes. Gan Lin smiled. Let's go. Since the mission has been completed, there is no point in staying. Especially in the 5 photos. All 5 targets are dead. There is really nothing to do. Yi Sha does not intend to run and kill all the people still in the jungle just to vent. Not to mention that the mysterious voice has already reminded that he must return to the Doomsday train within 72 hours. The next thing to do is to hurry. In fact, Xia Tian almost succeeded even without replacing the doll. It was less than a day's journey from Taigola town. And if he was faster, about 10 hours would be enough. If Yi Sha had not sent the little ancient cat to investigate the situation, or sent the little ancient cat out an hour or 2 later, Xia Tian might have really run back to the Doomsday train. You know, they were chasing. And Xia Tian was also running away. Both sides were moving. Leaving an hour in advance would not take an hour to catch up, but would take several times the time to catch up. From this point of view, the result was not too bad. At least Xia Tian paid a considerable price for it. As Gan Lin said, this was a big loss. Even if Yi Sha was unwilling, he could only comfort himself in this way. And it did make him feel much better. Chapter 950 Return. Welcome back. Seeing Yi Sha and Gan Lin return to the dining car, the proprietress smiled and put 2 glasses of ice wine on the bar. Proprietress, it seems that you are not in a good mood. Yi Sha, do you think I should be in a good mood? Proprietress smiled. Just work harder next time. Yi Sha rolled his eyes, raised the glass and drank the ice wine. Gan Lin, fortunately, we have some extra gains. Look at this thing. Gan Lin handed the metal box to the boss lady, which naturally contained the medicines that he had found on Stirs. After the boss lady took it and looked at it, her expression gradually became solemn, and then asked, Are these the corpse-turning medicines and antidotes used by the liberals? Gan Lin nodded. I see. The boss lady's expression was unusually solemn, and then said, I will accept the things first, and I need to show them to the conductor. I will discuss the compensation with you afterwards. As the lady boss spoke, she reached out to Yi Sha, signaling him to hand over his share, and she was not willing to discuss it. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, then took out the metal box from his arms, and threw it over. Gan Lin stood up and yawned. If there is nothing else, I will go back to rest. I am so tired. Wait a minute. Yi Sha suddenly stopped Gan Lin. Xia Tian set up a trap to kill those people. If that's the case, I'm curious why he didn't take away the corpse-turning potion and the antidote potion. As Yisha spoke, he turned around and looked at Gan Lin. Gan Lin was about to speak, but Yisha interrupted him. Maybe he just forgot to search you. Or maybe it was for some other reason. I don't care what role you played in this mission. Or if you didn't play any role at all. I just want to say one thing. Gan Lin made a gesture of listening attentively. Yisha, I will definitely kill him. So no matter what your plan is, it's best not to get in my way. Gan Lin smiled. I remember it. I won't forget it. Gan Lin bowed to the proprietress and left the dining car. Yisha drank the ice wine that the proprietress had filled up again, then took out his backpack, poured it on the bar, and threw out a bunch of bottles and cans. Yisha, these are the corpse-transforming potions used by the liberals. I snatched them before they used them. I think they should be diluted or simplified. But since you value the prototype potion on Shoals so much, these should be able to sell for some money. Right? The lady boss looked at the corpse-transforming potions and said, to be honest, Shoals' original potion is very precious because he added something to it. As for these potions, they are not even diluted. They must have been extracted by some method. Yisha spread his hands and said, does it mean that it can be sold? Or not? The lady boss thought for a while and said, 30? Yes. Yisha nodded and said, also, help me take a look at this thing. As Yisha said this, he put the 2 rings on the bar. Strings rings. The rings contain a special fiber layer that can produce unlimited fiber-hardened wires. Fiber-hardened wires are used as weapons and need to be used with string control. The lady boss picked up the strings rings and looked at them. Then, after reading, what next? Yisha, I got this from the apostle. But it can only be used with string control. The lady boss suddenly realized, no problem. String control? Of course. As she spoke, she took out a booklet from under the bar and placed it on the bar. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned black. Treasure list? Yisha silently glanced at his personal information, and his eyes swept over the number of skull coins. He had the urge to cry. He was so poor. The boss lady smiled. Don't worry. It's not very expensive. While talking, the boss lady turned to one of the pages of the booklet and handed it to Yisha. 1,000 weaving? 15 gold skull coins? Suzaka dance? 30 gold skull coins? Great waterfall? 15 gold skull coins? Punch gun? 10 gold skull coins? Water of the sky river? 80 gold skull coins? Yisha looked at the page. There were 30 or 40 densely packed items. Judging from the names, they should be skills. But the problem is that I need to control the string. Yisha was puzzled. What are these things? The boss lady. These are the string control skills. Yisha's head was full of question marks. The boss lady. The string control skill is a general term. These are all string control skills, each of which can be used with the string pair ring. Or in other words, they need to be used with weapons like the string pair ring. Yisha finally understood. No wonder the Apostle Walker he saw last time had almost no other abilities or weapons. Looking at these densely packed skills, it was enough to give people a headache. But it was also enough, because there are also some very powerful string control skills, several of which cost more than 100 gold skull coins. By the way, Yisha, Apostle Walker needs to learn these. Is there a place to buy them? The proprietress smiled and spread her hands, indicating her attitude, and obviously did not intend to answer Yisha's question. Yisha didn't care and just looked at the list. Most of the skills were ignored. Reason? Of course he couldn't afford it. A piercing gun. After looking at the list, Yisha said, a waterfall. No problem. The lady boss smiled. Thank you for your patronage. Yisha could only pick the 2 cheapest skills to learn first. It was better than leaving the string rings in the backpack and collecting dust. As for selling them, Yisha actually liked the string rings. After all, the effect was really good when the apostle used them. The only weakness is that he is afraid of fire. Yisha signaled the landlady to give him another glass of ice wine, then stood up. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wait a moment. The landlady called Yisha. There is something else. While talking, the landlady took out a long cloth package from under the bar, raised her hand, and threw it to Yisha. This is the reward from the last trip to San Carlos City, given to you by the train conductor. Yisha raised his hand to take the cloth package, and after opening it, There was a sword inside. That sword is a bit evil. The sword is 3 feet and 3 centimeters long. And the scabbard is red, with red and black smoke wrapped around it. The most evil thing is the hilt. There are 6 pupils on both sides of the hilt. 3 on each side. The 3 on the right are closed, while the 3 on the left are open. The whites of the 3 open pupils are the same blood red as the scabbard. And there is a golden vertical pupil in the center. The proprietress smiled. This is something that the train conductor used before. It's very good. Chapter 951 Evil Eye. Yisha immediately became interested and stretched out his hand to pull out the sword. Evil Eye, the cursed supreme ancient sword, which possesses unimaginable curse power, and also hosts the obsession of the previous owner. Immortal sword. The evil eye will not be destroyed until the curse is eliminated. And it cannot be destroyed in any way. Corrosion curse. Use the curse power in the sword to corrode the opponent's weapon. Each use costs blood. When the corrosion curse is generated, blood is sucked. After giving up blood sucking, the corrosion curse becomes invalid. Curse sword master. Summon the obsession of the previous owner. Gain the power of the cursed sword master, lasting 180 seconds. Destroy an evil eye each time it is used. When all 6 evil eyes are destroyed, the curse of the evil eye disappears and breaks. March 6th. Yisha's face was very dark, feeling that the train conductor had tricked him. The sword is called the evil eye, and has 3 effects. Among them, the immortal sword has nothing to say. It just tells Yisha to chop as much as he wants, because the sword cannot be broken anyway. The effect of the corrosion curse is very useless. You have to draw your own blood to activate the curse. If you don't draw blood, it will be ineffective. Isn't this killing 1,000 enemies and injuring yourself 800? Moreover, you are losing blood, while the opponent only loses his weapon. And it is only a temporary loss. Yisha doesn't feel like killing 1,000 enemies and injuring yourself 800. But killing 800 enemies and injuring yourself 1,000. As for the cursed swordsman, this is powerful, and it is a big move at the bottom of the box. But there are a total of 6 evil eyes, which can only be activated 6 times. Damn. Yisha cursed. Isn't this another king's sword? The king's sword can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, the king's sword will be broken, which is exactly the same effect as the cursed sword master. And Yisha's face turned black. What's the matter with this? March 6th? 3 evil eyes have been used? The boss lady, it was originally used. Didn't I tell you that this is something that the train conductor used before? Yisha wanted to curse. It turns out that things used before really meant used. And he thought he was deliberately touting that this thing was very good. Yisha, after all, I killed an apostle. The lady boss reminded, it wasn't you who killed it. Yisha spread his hands. At least I found it. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? Just give me this thing? Yisha didn't look down on the evil eye. But he was very clear about the characteristics of this kind of thing. For example, is the king's holy sword powerful? Very powerful. The 2 abilities of the king's holy sword, the tragic king and the magic sword, are both hidden treasures, and are extremely terrifying. But the problem is that the price is too high. One must use one's life to activate it. If Yisha did not have the 12 trials of immortality, he would probably never use the tragic king. Or at most, he would drag others to death when he was sure to die. The magic sword is even simpler. Anyway, it can only be chopped 3 times. After 3 chops, the king's holy sword will be useless. Therefore, if we take into account the 3 effects of the king's sword, from the perspective of power alone, it is no problem to sell 200 or even more gold skull coins for the king's sword. But the actual price of the king's sword? Only 50 gold skull coins. Because the cost effectiveness of the king's sword is really low. Except for the king's domain. The other 2 effects are almost impossible to use. And most of the time, they can only be used as decorations. The evil eye is similar to this. Only the cursed sword saint can be seen. But no matter how powerful it is, it can only be used 6 times. What's more, it is a second-hand product, and half of the 6 opportunities to use it have been consumed. If the evil eye is put on the treasury list for sale, and if a price is to be set, Yisha thinks it is unlikely to be more expensive than the king's holy sword. At most it will be of a similar price. This is obviously not proportional to what Yisha has done in San Carlos City. The proprietress smiled. Anyway, this is the reward, given by the conductor himself. If you are really not satisfied, well, here's a suggestion. Next time you encounter any danger, you can use the evil eye first. Yi Sha looked at the evil eye in his hand and frowned. Is there any hidden effect? The boss lady, you will know after you use it. Believe me, as long as you can help the conductor get things done. He is always very generous. And this reward will never disappoint you. Since the boss lady said so, Yi Sha became a little interested. Because this lie is meaningless. First, Yi Sha cannot return the product. And second, he will know after trying it himself. Lies are meaningless. Therefore, since the boss lady dares to swear so confidently, I am afraid that this evil eye really has some effects beyond the description. Yi Sha put away the sword. It's used by the conductor anyway. So let's leave it at that. The boss lady, there are other things. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? The boss lady, the conductor is very satisfied with your recent performance. So he has a mission to send you. Yi Sha, what mission? I was planning to use my vacation time at the next stop. Yi Sha did plan to use his vacation time. But not to stay on the Doomsday train. But to have his own goals. The first goal is to go to the desert and find the Gashapon machine that was not found last time. And the second goal is the 12 Trials of Immortality. Yi Sha has already reached the basic number of hunts required to upgrade the 12 Trials of the Undead to the next stage. The only obstacle is that he must kill a person who also has the 12 Trials of the Undead. Yi Sha plans to take the initiative to find him. The boss lady, the Apostle Walk has been making a lot of noise recently. In addition to the Apostle you found, they are also looking for the embryo of the number 5 Apostle, the Water Elf Lakasnai. Yi Sha, do you want me to support? The boss lady, no. The train conductor and the deputy train conductor will handle this. The problem now is that because the Apostle Walk has been very active recently, we are obviously short of manpower. So Mr. Malfarian decided to conduct a selection. Yi Sha selection? The boss lady, there are 12 death carriages. 200 people in total. 20 crew members and 1 purser are selected. Yi Sha was stunned. This ratio is quite high. Will they become crew members directly? Or will they get the qualification for crew assessment? The boss lady, they will become crew members directly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Since there is a shortage of people, there is no time for them to take the crew assessment in batches. Of course, it is impossible for them to become crew members very easily. Not to mention the position of purser. Yi Sha, fighting again? The boss lady, that is the most basic. But it will not be that simple. According to Mr. Malfarian, only 20 people can survive from these 200 people. And these 20 people are crew members. As for the purser, he will be selected from the existing crew members. Chapter 952, Invigilation. Yi Sha, isn't that the Battle of the Death Car? 20 out of 200. The rest are dead. That's the style of the Battle of the Death Car. Yi Sha, aren't you afraid that other crew members will rebel? Yi Sha doesn't care. He is the chief crew member after all. But what about the other crew members? Those crew members, who have finally obtained the qualification for the crew assessment and then passed the assessment with great effort, will definitely not be satisfied with this. It is true that the death rate in the Battle of the Death Car is very high. But who hasn't participated in the Battle of the Death Car? As the Doomsday train has experienced more and more platforms, there is almost no carriage that has not experienced the death carriage battle. Yi Sha even dares to guarantee that more than 90% of the carriages are already death carriages. In fact, a small number of death carriages have experienced the second or even third death carriage battle and continue to merge carriages. Therefore, if such a rough method is used to select crew members, those who have already become crew members will inevitably feel dissatisfied. Because the process of becoming a crew member is obviously more difficult. You know, on the Doomsday train, it is indeed very cruel at many times. But there is one thing that is impeccable. You get what you pay for. The absolute law of equivalent exchange. On the Doomsday train, there is absolute fairness. However, this method of selecting crew members is not fair. No. No. The boss lady, the selection is carried out in the form of tasks. Not just fighting. But some rules of the death car battle will be adopted in the tasks. Yi Sha nodded. Then puzzled, the key is why you told me this. Boss lady, Mr. Malfarian means that you are the Invigilator. Yi Sha was stunned. Then pointed at himself. I am the Invigilator? Boss lady smiled. You should know that this is a good opportunity. Right? Yi Sha is not stupid. Of course he knows what the boss lady means. As the saying goes, The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If Yisha comes to invigilate, he will know which crew members are selected first. And then he can win over some of them, and bring them under his name. Yisha, you're not going to reward me in disguise just because the evil eye isn't that good. Are you? The lady boss rolled her eyes. Don't be so ungrateful. If you really don't like the sword, you can just sell it back to me. Just saying it casually. Yisha, so? What does invigilation mean? Of course, Yisha knew what invigilation meant, which was to supervise, maintain discipline, and prevent people from cheating. But in this situation, Yisha felt that it shouldn't be that simple. For example, to prevent cheating, killing people is fine. So how can there be so-called cheating? Lady boss, it's mainly about being flexible. In addition, you can select the elites you think are suitable, and let them take the flight attendant assessment separately. Yisha frowned. That is to say, if I have someone I like, I can let them leave the selection and take the flight attendant assessment. Does that count as the list of 20 people selected? Lady boss, of course it counts. Although the purpose of this temporary selection is to fill the manpower. We can't just fill in the numbers. The quota of 20 flight attendants can be filled, but it won't exceed it. Yisha tried. What if I just pick 20 people? The lady boss laughed. The people you pick are only qualified to take the flight attendant assessment, not to make them flight attendants directly. If you want, you can pick 100 people, not just 20. But if they fail the assessment, although the lady boss didn't say everything, Yisha understood what she meant. If he picked some trash and failed the flight attendant assessment, he would be the one who would be embarrassed. The boss lady's meaning is very clear. You can pick people and win them over, even if you take away 20 people. But these 20 stewards must be capable, not just those that Yisha likes. And they can be obedient. Yisha nodded. When will it start? What is the content of this election? Boss lady, it will start at the next stop. As for the content of this election, you will know when the time comes. Yisha thought for a while. Can I bring people with me? Boss lady gave Yisha a puzzled look. Yisha, does it mean that I can bring the stewards under my name to supervise the exam together? I don't think it's necessary for me to do this myself. I can just let the stewards under my name do it. The boss lady, of course. In fact, if there are so many people, you can't handle it alone. Yisha, what about the assessment of the conductor? The boss lady smiled. That has nothing to do with you. Mr. Malfarian will personally ask about it. When the boss lady said this, Yisha thought of something and frowned. Xia Tian? The boss lady waved her hand. Although there is a shortage of people at present, the conductor will not ask about the hatred between you, nor will he ask about the fight between you. If he dies, it only means that he is too weak. Similarly, if you die, the conductor will not regret it. Yisha nodded, not too surprised. The survival rules on the Doomsday train are very simple, which is the law of the jungle. That is, the law of natural selection, survival of the fittest, and the law of the weak and the strong. The Doomsday train does not ask about fighting, and the train conductor does not ask about it, whether it is life or death. It is your own choice, or a reflection of your own ability. So, on the contrary, the train conductor may be more in favor of this kind of fighting, because those who survive are undoubtedly more outstanding and can provide more help to the train conductor. Yisha, I understand. Is there anything else? The boss lady shook her head. The main thing is to give you the evil eye. And the matter of invigilation. The train conductor asked me to convey his meaning. He can't return to the Doomsday train in the near future. But as long as you do a good job, you will get the benefits when he comes back. Where did the train conductor go? Yisha curled his lips. Can't tell? The boss lady smiled. There's nothing wrong with this. The train conductor went to Daxazu. Atlantis? Sounds familiar. Yisha suddenly showed a look of surprise. Atlantis? Atlantis. An ancient continent with a high level of civilization. The birthplace of the legendary prehistoric civilization. And the famous underwater city of Atlantis is located in Atlantis. The boss lady, the train conductor went there to look for the ancient civilization stone pillar, which is the one you found. I told you that those stone pillars are actually a set, not just one. Right? Yisha nodded. The boss lady, the search for the ancient civilization stone pillar went smoothly. But some other accidents occurred along the way. The train conductor found that the apostle was walking there to look for the embryo of the apostle number 5, the water elf Lakasnai. So the train conductor cannot come back for the time being. Chapter 953 Discussion. I really want to go. This thought flashed through Yishaw's mind. Let's not talk about other things. Atlantis is the most famous prehistoric civilization legend. There are really too many stories circulating in it. And because of its fame, of course, I can't help but be interested in it. Secondly, of course, it is the ancient civilization items. Yishaw now understands that whether it is the train conductor or the apostles, they are all committed to finding these things. There must be a reason. Yishaw believed that as long as he collected enough ancient civilization items, he would be able to solve many secrets, including the origin of the apostles, the origin of the Doomsday train, and even the secret of the Doomsday. Unfortunately, Yishaw had no say. The train conductor went there in person. What could Yishaw do? He didn't even bring 2 deputy train conductors, let alone Yishaw. Yishaw stood up. I understand. I will take care of the invigilation. Since there was no way to go to Daxazu, Yishaw could only deal with the things in front of him first. Leaving the dining car and returning to his own compartment, Yishaw picked up the phone and called Yepo's number. Are you on a mission? Yepa, I have completed my mission as a train attendant at this station and have been back for several days. Yishaw, please help contact other people. I mean everyone. To come to my personal compartment. Yepa, do you have a mission from the conductor? Yishaw, I'll tell you when you get here. Yepa was very efficient and quickly gathered everyone in Yishaw's personal compartment. Yepa, Yiyu, Xia Yuren, Little Fatty, Du Lingling, and Wang Likuan were all there. Only Fei Long was missing. Du Lingling was annoyed. That fat guy can't be called. Little Fatty laughed. He only listens to you now. Yishaw thought for a moment. Forget it. It's useless for him to come. Fei Long couldn't help with the invigilation. And that guy could only be counted on for fighting. Yishaw signaled everyone to do whatever they wanted, and then told everyone about the selection of flight attendants and flight attendant chiefs. After listening to Yishaw's narration, everyone's first feeling was naturally surprise. You know, for people in ordinary carriages, the steward is still a threshold, and how to cross this threshold is still a very mysterious thing. Just like Yishaw's previous life, there are still many different opinions about stewards. There are a lot of messy information, but most of them are nonsense and not reliable at all. Many people want to become stewards, but they don't know how to become stewards. Yishaw, don't think too much. Listening to the boss's tone, it won't cause too much dissatisfaction among the stewards. The selection task should not be easy. In addition, the stewards also need to select a chief steward. Yepa leaned on the sofa. The battle in the City of Destruction really cost too much. There are only 30 to 40 attendants on the Doomsday train, many of whom are new. So it is normal to be short of people. Little Fatty, so why did you ask us to come? Yishaw, I can't handle it alone. And I actually want to use my vacation time to do something at the next stop. Xia Yuren raised her hand. Sorry. I won't join. Yishaw smiled. Captain? Xia Yuren nodded. Yishaw, I wish you success. Although Xia Yuren was mixed with their group, she was the only flight attendant who was not under Yishaw's name. It was understandable that she wanted to take the assessment for the chief flight attendant. At the same time, Yishaw had no reason to stop her. Xia Yuren stood up. I'll go first. Since Xia Yuren had no intention of participating in the invigilation, there was naturally no need for her to stay. Watching Xia Yuren leave, Yishaw looked at Yiyu. Are you going to take part? I can let you go. If you need Wang Likuan, I can give him to you. Yiyu was really tempted, but after thinking about it, she waved her hand. Forget it. I can't compete. Yiyu was telling the truth. It was not friendly for her to have a group of flight attendants fighting for a chief flight attendant position, because she didn't know how many battles they would have to fight. And superhumans were not good at protracted battles. Moreover, even if she didn't consider this issue, Yiyu believed that it would be difficult for her to get the position of chief flight attendant with her own strength. Yiyu knew very well that her strength could only barely rank in the upper middle. In addition, the crew members under Yishaw are quite good. In some ways, Yishaw is not competent as the chief purser. For example, in the relationship between the chief purser and the crew members, Yishaw can use the crew members to do many things. After all, the crew members are under the jurisdiction of the chief purser, including some targeted tasks. And since the train conductor can give Yishaw tasks, Yishaw can also give tasks to the crew members. If it is done properly, it only takes a small price to gain benefits for himself. or save time. But Yisha had never done such a thing. And this was what Yisha had agreed to from the beginning. So that the flight attendants under his name would not feel controlled by others. In fact, Yisha did not need flight attendants. The flight attendants under Yisha's name were all nominal. And Yisha only needed nominal status. Because a flight attendant without flight attendants under his name was definitely not a qualified flight attendant. Yisha, is it settled then? Yiyu, what are the benefits? Yisha spread his hands. The boss lady didn't say. Maybe yes. Maybe not. But I remind you. Unless it's a holiday. You have to perform the crew duty at every stop. What if a group is made up of your own people? Moreover, the crew members are all new crew members selected by you. What do you think will happen? What will happen? Of course. Listen to yourself. Yiyu's eyes lit up. This is why the train conductor gave the invigilation to Yisha. This task is not so much a task as it is a hidden benefit. And the benefits are invisible. Even if these selected flight attendants are not finally assigned to Yisha. As the chief flight attendant invigilating the exam, Yisha is equivalent to getting a familiar face. Which is only good for Yisha. Not bad. Secondly, as Yisha said, if there are enough flight attendants under his name, he can adjust and arrange the personnel when performing the flight attendant tasks at each stop, which is within the power of the chief flight attendant. Nyepa, then do this job at the next stop. It won't take up your vacation time. Right? No. Yisha, by the way, how is the investigation of the initial zombie virus going? The little fat man raised his right hand. I have very important information. Yisha, tell me about it. The little fat man, the initial zombie virus may not have been produced by Compu, but extracted from something else. Chapter 954 Overlapping Clues. The little fat man's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. Not only Yisha, but others were also obviously interested. Yisha distilled? Tell me more about it. The little fat man, I can't tell you more about it. I don't know much. Taking the time of the Doomsday as the time point. 3 years ago, a group of researchers at Compu disappeared. And they were all very famous and capable. Yisha, I've heard about this. It occupied the headlines every day. But it was eventually forgotten. Little fatty, yes. Then I found some clues in a Compu lab. Those people were actually secretly transferred to a lab for a closed research. They were not missing. Disappearance was just an external statement. Yisha, the original zombie virus? Little fatty, probably. I'm not sure. I only know that it is related to Callum, the founder of Compu. At the same time, the clues repeatedly mentioned that the research was a cross-era research, and it could even affect the evolution of human species. As long as Compu masters this technology, it can become the world's dominant company. Du Lingling said disdainfully, how can zombies be considered a species evolution? This is simply a disaster. A complete disaster that will murder all humans. What a bullshit research. Yiyu held her chin up. Species evolution? If the zombie virus does not turn people into zombies, that is, it has no side effects, it can really be considered a species evolution. Nyepa looked at Yisha. Because the information about the initial zombie virus that Zhang Yu had provided happened to be related to Kareem. And Yisha only told Nyepa about this. Nyepa, it seems that if we have time, we really need to go to Kareem's villa. The little fat man was puzzled. It seems that you also seem to know something. Yisha, there are some clues, which are also related to Kareem. But it is difficult to draw a conclusion. This matter needs to be investigated to be clear. Nyepa, prepare for the invigilation first. If there are extra things, we can apply for a vacation and then go there to take a look. It shouldn't take too much time. Du Lingling spread her hands. I don't have a vacation. Fatty and Yiyu, we have used them all. Wang Likuan scratched his head honestly. I do have a holiday for one stop. And I got a reward several stops ago. But I never had the chance to use it. Yisha, don't bother. Nyepa and I can go. Or I can go alone. Nyepa nodded. Yisha, let's do it this way for now. There are only a few days until the next stop. And make some preparations in advance. Check some personnel information. And see if there are any people who are worth paying attention to among those who are participating in the flight attendant assessment this time. Everyone nodded. And then Yisha signaled to leave. Everyone left Yisha's personal compartment. And Yisha also entered a short rest period. In the next few days, Yisha only needed to rest. Of course, Yisha also paid attention to the personnel, who were going to participate in the crew assessment. Although the train conductor was short of manpower, it was also referring to the relatively elite part. There were many surviving humans on the Doomsday train. If this part of people were directly thrown into the battle with the apostles, Yi Sha believed that in terms of sheer numbers, the apostles could be completely crushed. But the fact is that the humans in the ordinary carriages don't even have the qualifications to know the existence of the apostles. At the same time, Yi Sha guessed that this aspect was also related to the rules of the Doomsday train itself. Otherwise the train conductor would not mind taking these people as cannon fodder. In short, in terms of class, this is a battle that only the elite class is qualified to participate in. And the train conductor now needs to select those who are qualified to be called elites. Therefore, these 200 people from different death carriages were actually selected. And many of them had experienced more than one death carriage battle. They must be outstanding in terms of strength. And they only lack opportunities. For example, in his previous life, Yi Sha had the ability and strength to become a train attendant before his death. But he just didn't have the opportunity to be a train attendant. All the people who participated in the selection task this time belonged to this category. The train conductor just sent the opportunity to them, and then saw whether they could grasp it. In addition, Yi Sha felt sincerely relieved to get Du Lingling to be his train attendant. Yi Sha chose Du Lingling purely because of her potential in fighting. Because she knew how to fight smartly. Such people can easily tap more potential in improving their strength and go further. However, Du Lingling has shown a very good ability or talent in handling such trivial matters. As for what to do after becoming an invigilator, how to win over a target, and how to lobby, Yi Sha did not have a detailed plan. This is indeed not what Yi Sha is good at. But what Yi Sha did not expect was that Du Lingling made a detailed plan for the matter, handled it in an orderly manner, and even made a plan. Although I haven't actually seen it. Du Lingling flipped through the plan, but the boss lady doesn't keep the personnel information confidential. I screened it 3 times, and selected some of the good ones. Yi Sha flipped through the 12-page plan, feeling a little headache, and helplessly threw the plan on the coffee table. Just tell me. I'm too lazy to read it. Du Lingling, first of all, the outstanding strength. 7 of the 200 people have reached the level of the king, and they must be given priority. There are more people at the peak of Star Diamond 5-star. About 30 or 40. And more than 2/3 can reach the strength of Star Diamond 3-star or above. Yi Sha, when selecting the carriages, they must have been screened. These carriages must have gathered some people with relatively good strength. Du Lingling, secondly, do you have the items on the treasure list? How many do you have? Or do you have the ability that can be improved? The ability with potential? Or the special areas you are good at? These are all hidden strengths, and can be used as references. Yi Sha flipped through the plan, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So, you made 4 lists of priority orders? Du Lingling, yes. The ranking of these 4 lists is based on the same perspective to select the people who can be observed first. Oh, no. Yi Sha, why? Du Lingling, I should do another comprehensive ranking. If someone ranks at the top in different perspectives, then he must be the one who needs to be investigated and won over the most. Yi Sha smiled bitterly and shook his head. This matter is completely left to you. I will do as you say. If you do a good job. Yi Sha thought for a while. Even if the conductor will not give an extra reward, I will get one for you. Chapter 955 Lingcheng. Yi Sha was 100% satisfied with Du Lingling on this mission. At the same time, Yi Sha also felt that sometimes he had to use the authority of the crew chief and hand things over to others. So Yi Sha simply became a hands-off boss. 5 days later, a mysterious voice issued a departure reminder. As for the destination of the next stop, it had nothing to do with Yi Sha. The selection site and the general mission site must be separate. It's Lingcheng. The boss lady. The first level is a confrontational task. 1/3 of the people will become protection personnel and be responsible for security. The other 1/3 will receive different tasks. But the targets are all security targets. If there is a first level, then there is a second level? Yi Sha wondered, why is the task security? What's the point? There can't be security tasks on the Doomsday train. Right? The boss lady smiled. The first level is made simpler because we don't want the death rate to be too high. The so-called security is nothing more than attack and defense. If we fight directly, there will be too many deaths. But security is different. The tasks given are not necessarily based on killing. Yi Sha, how many levels are there in this selection mission? Boss lady, 3 levels. The first two levels are in Lingcheng, both of which are internal confrontations. The third level will go to the Carnival City. Yisha, Carnival City? That football city? Interesting. What is the mission content? Boss lady, you will know when the time comes. Yisha nodded and looked at the time. I should leave. Boss lady, because you have a mission this time. You can return to the Doomsday train at any time. Just contact me directly. Some equipment and transportation tools can also be applied for unlimited use. Yisha nodded. I understand. Yisha stood up, said hello to the others, and then left the Doomsday train together. Lingcheng, a famous city in ancient China, has left a heavy mark in history from ancient times to the present. It is one of the most important cities in China, whether in terms of economy, tourism, or geographical location. Leaving the Doomsday train platform, looking at the dilapidated buildings around, the first impression is naturally still the feeling of a metropolis. For a big city like this, it is inevitable that it was once prosperous, even if it is attacked by zombies and becomes a dead city. It cannot be concealed. Of course, Lingcheng also has many places with ancient charm. After all, this is also a city with a very rich historical heritage. After Yisha and his friends left the Doomsday train platform, a mysterious voice prompted that it was divided into 6 groups, and every 2 groups would compete in 2-way tasks. Yisha, choose it yourself. Go to each side and take a look. Yep, and I will go to the Xuanwu building. Du Lingling, I'll go to the central bank to check on the escort mission. Who'll go with me? Yiyu, I'll go to Baijilu with Wang Likuan. Little fatty, then I can only go to the central bank. Yisha, let's get started. Yisha directly called a helicopter to take everyone to their destination. This was one of the support contents of the Doomsday train. Yisha once tried to talk to the driver. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. Those drivers were just like puppets. No matter what questions were asked, they would not answer. Even if it was just a small talk, they would not speak. As if they had signed a contract to never speak. Or were simply dumb. Yisha couldn't even tell whether the other party was a surviving human, or a person who had been on the Doomsday train from the beginning. Just like the waiter, who was responsible for serving dishes and cleaning in the dining car. Xuanwu Building is one of the landmarks of Lingcheng. A huge commercial building. The mission here is personnel security. One party is responsible for protecting a man named Jin Hongshun, and the other is responsible for assassination. There are some details in the mission, such as the requirement of assassination. Simply put, you can't expose yourself. And you can't just rely on your strength to kill someone and run away after chopping him. As for Jin Hongshun, he should be like the helicopter pilots and the waiters in the dining car, who were sent by the train conductor to assist in the mission. Yepa, I am good at this kind of mission. Yisha, I know you are good at sniping. But if someone hides in a building and cannot confirm their location, you can't do anything. Right? Yepa, I am also good at security. Before the end of the world, when I was a mercenary, I often took security jobs. Yisha became interested. Oh? For example? Yepa, for example. Art exhibitions. Protecting those artworks. Some big companies' negotiations. Those negotiators may also be assassinated. And security is needed. Etc. Yisha, how are they done? Yepa, it's hard to say. There are many ways. And I kind of understand why a security mission was created. Many of the missions at each station are related to Compu. Right? Yisha nodded. Yepa, Compu's building. And some laboratories. Not only zombies are troublesome, but the security systems in some places are still running. And infiltration is also a big problem. If you want to learn how to infiltrate, you must first understand the security methods. And Yepa kept it a secret. And Yisha couldn't help but ask, and what? Yepa, most of the mission sites related to Compu are currently abandoned. But you should know that Compu has not perished because of the end of the world. And they still have many places that are operating normally. Yisha suddenly realized, if you go to that kind of place, it's not a direct fight. So the ability to break security is very important. Yepa, that's right. Yisha's face became more serious. If that's the case, I think there will be more and more such missions in the future. And the train conductor is warming everyone up. Some forces that are still active in the apocalypse can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The people of Doomsday Train, the Apostles, and finally Computech. At present, there are many confrontations with Computech. But most of them are just coincidences. There are almost no confrontations like this. Doomsday Train has never issued such tasks. However, it does not mean that there will be no such tasks in the future. For example, if the task item is a Computech experimental base that is still in operation, it is completely different from entering an abandoned experimental base. Let's talk about the future later. Niepa looked at the task prompt. The zombies in the Xuanwu building have been cleared. It seems that the simulation is very real. A very pure confrontation between the two sides. The external factors, such as zombies, have been eliminated. However, I know why the task point is chosen as the Xuanwu building. Yisha, because the security system of the Xuanwu building is still very complete. It has hardly suffered any damage. Right? Niepa smiled and nodded. Chapter 956. The selection begins. Niepa explained, normally, the number of security personnel is definitely greater than the number of assassins or thieves. This is like the principle that destruction is always easier than construction. But this time the number of security personnel is less. And the reason is that there is the assistance of the security system. Yisha nodded. Let's see how they do it first. The helicopter landed on the top of a building close to Xuanwu. The helicopter did not leave. Yisha also brought 2 folding chairs and simply basked in the sun with Niepa. Niepa, remember to show up later to deter some people and stop them from messing around. Yisha nodded. Selecting the elites in the selection is Yisha's main task. But the task of invigilation is definitely more than that. And the purpose of the selection is not just to send Yisha flight attendants. Therefore, Yisha still has to do something. That is, to ensure that the task is carried out according to the rules. For example, the current task is security and assassination. If someone tries to rely on his strong personal combat power to kill directly, it is against the rules. At this time, Yisha must come forward to stop it. The main responsibility of the invigilator is to ensure that the selection is carried out normally according to the rules. As the invigilator, the flight attendant also informed everyone with a mysterious voice. But some people might be lucky. So Yisha needs to show up to let these people give up their lucky hearts. Niepa lay on the folding chair, squinting his eyes. Just treat it as a vacation for the time being. I don't think it will be so quick. Yeah. The security personnel must first unite and help each other to effectively carry out security, which takes time. It is not easy to select a person who can convince everyone. The assassination team had to find loopholes in the Xuanwu building and find a way to get in, which would take time. Therefore, this confrontation would not come too soon. In the evening, Yisha appeared at the gathering place of the assassins, and then went to the Xuanwu building again. Yisha did not need to say or do anything. It was enough to let everyone know his identity as the chief steward. As long as everyone knew that there was really a chief steward invigilating the exam. Then, as long as the brain was not broken, they would naturally know that they should play this game honestly according to the rules. Of course, there might still be people who intend to challenge the authority, and Yisha wouldn't mind stretching his muscles. Time moved forward to the evening of the second day, and the first confrontation finally appeared. Someone tried to sneak in through the ventilation duct, but was discovered by the security system, and then was forced to retreat, declaring the assassination a failure. But this is a good signal, which means the start of the war. Niepa took the list. I think this guy named Kang Richards is good. His strength is not very strong, but he can gather more than 80% of the security personnel in just 2 days. This is also a kind of ability. Yisha smiled. To deceive people? Niepa, you can understand it that way if you insist. This kind of people are not uncommon on the Doomsday train. For example, when Yisha first boarded the Doomsday train, he met Gaowen, who gathered people in the car with a mouth that could give speeches, under the name of unity to survive. He used others to protect himself, and when he needed them, he abandoned them without hesitation. Thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but think of Gan Lin. Was the woman's transformation because of him? Or was it because she was abandoned by Gao when that she completely realized what the end of the world should be like? Who knows? With the first assassination, assassinations followed one after another. On the third day, Jin Hongshun received a box of cigars, but it was torn into pieces by Richards. At noon on the third day, Jin Hongshun was shot by a sniper rifle while taking a shower. On the fourth day, someone broke through the security system and sneaked into the Xuanwu building. The security searched for 3 hours without success, but the assassination did not occur. In the evening of the fourth day, Someone used a bomb to directly blow up the outer wall. Jin Hongshun happened to be standing next to the wall at the time, and almost fell from the building. Yi Sha looked at the Xuanwu building in the distance. These people are really imaginative. Yep. The simulation of Doomsday train is good. For example, according to the character information given in the mission, Jin Hongshun loves cigars. As long as you send it to him, he will definitely accept it. Yi Sha, but it was torn into powder by Richards. Yep, said seriously, this is actually wrong. Richards currently uses prison security because this is a simulated confrontation mission. Otherwise Richards would have been fired long ago. Yi Sha nodded. He knew this even without Niepa telling him. Security principles do not allow interference with the employer's life, let alone imprisonment of the employer. To put it another way, if it is just self-imprisonment, staying in a closed space, and not touching any external objects to ensure safety, then what is the point of hiring people from the security company? Yi Sha, however, that guy has done well so far. At least, he has survived 4 days. Niepa shook his head. He will definitely lose. Yi Sha was puzzled. What's wrong? Niepa, the security method he used is called seamless security. Simply put, it is a large amount of manpower and material resources to plug all loopholes. The advantage of this security is that it is very stable when you have a lot of people. Yi Sha, but he doesn't have enough people now. Niepa, yes. And the Xuanwu building is too big. It was okay at the beginning, but it became more and more tiring later. I was physically and mentally tired. There were not enough people to rotate. And then I was waiting for the collapse. Yi Sha nodded. In the first level, except for the death, winning or losing is not important. The main thing is to test the ability. This guy is not bad. Who do you think is the assassin? Niepa looked at the list. Mu Jieyun and Davis Charlie. Mu Jieyun was the girl who sneaked into the Xuanwu building and has not yet been found. In fact, she was hiding in the ventilation duct in the room next to Jin Hongshun. But she was not in a hurry to take action because she knew that there was only one chance. So she had been lurking. Davis Charlie instigated the explosion of the outer wall. He used a telescope to observe Jin Hongshun's living habits and knew that after lunch every day, Jin Hongshun would do simple exercises next to the wall to promote digestion. Then, this guy installed a bomb on the outer wall and blew it at the right time, intending to blow up an area and cause Jin Hongshun to fall from the building. I have to say that this is also a very whimsical method. And the most important thing is that it almost succeeded. In general, among the assassins, these two people perform the best and naturally need to be paid special attention to. As for the security side, Calm Richards is simply an orator. His ability to give chicken soup for the soul is really amazing. He unites people well and guards them wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, this guy's command ability should be half as good as his ability to bewitch people. He has been in a miserable state for 4 days, which is really disappointing. Chapter 957 Challenge. On the 7th day, the security mission finally failed. The assassination team abandoned the method of single-player combat and adopted cooperative infiltration, finally forcing Richards to take Jin Hongshun out of the room. Mu Jieyun, who had been lurking for a long time, found an opportunity and successfully killed Jin Hongshun. Niepa, 8 people died. The mortality rate is not very high. Richards is not good. And this guy who talks nonsense is not trustworthy. Although he persisted for 7 days, which is not bad. Yi Sha then? Mu Jieyun? Niepa nodded. Well, that girl is good. She looks no more than 20 years old. She is so patient. I think she can do it. Yi Sha, let Du Lingling talk to her. If she is willing to become my crew member, let her go back to the Doomsday train. The boss lady will arrange a separate crew member assessment for her, Yi Sha said, and stood up at the same time. Let's go! Yi Sha, the other groups have also got results. Let's go back to the Doomsday train first. Yi Sha and Niepa took a helicopter back to the Doomsday train and met up with the others in the dining car. Little fatty, our mission here is to escort the security of the transport vehicle. There is a super crazy guy worth recommending, named Michael Combs. That guy has superb driving skills and is also very good at fighting. He is a very fierce guy. Du Lingling flipped through the information. That guy is one of the 7 king-level masters. Yi Sha looked at Yi Yu. What about you? Yi Yu shrugged. No one who caught my eye. Yi Sha said to Du Lingling. Then you talk to these 2 guys. If they are willing to become my flight attendants, let them take the flight attendant assessment alone. Du Lingling, no problem. Yi Sha looked at the boss lady. What is the assessment content of the second level? The boss lady smiled, fighting. Everyone will have a number card. And those who grab 2 number cards will pass. Yi Sha, in other words. Only 1/3 of people can pass the second level? Nyapa, maybe less. The lady boss smiled. The battlefield is the Xuanwu district centered on the Xuanwu building. And the starting point is the Xuanwu building. There will be a score based on the performance in the first round. Those with high scores can leave the Xuanwu building first. Yi Sha nodded. Those who leave first will definitely have an advantage. They can be the first to choose a location, and then ambush and sneak attack. The later they leave, the more passive their situation will be. This is considered to be a preferential treatment for those who perform well in the first round. It is fair, since they perform well. Of course there should be rewards. Yi Sha time? The lady boss, after 6 hours. Let them rest first. Du Lingling stood up. I'll go talk to those 2 people first. Du Lingling left the dining car to find someone. And Yi Sha and his friends also took some simple rest. But it was just to kill time in the dining car. As an invigilator, it was basically a state of doing nothing. For Yi Sha and his friends, it was a rare rest time. 6 hours passed in a flash. And when they returned to Lingshan again, the people who participated in the selection task had gathered in the Xuanwu building. Du Lingling came to Yi Sha. Mu Jian has been arranged by the boss lady to take a separate flight attendant assessment. Kong Max is a little troublesome. Yi Sha, don't want to. Du Lingling, he wants to see you. See me. Yi Sha lifted his chin, then let him come. Du Lingling nodded. Okay. Kong Max is a typical Eastern European strongman. About 185 centimeters tall. With strong muscles, beautiful golden curly hair, sharp face, and a sturdy feeling all over his body. Yi Sha looked up. You want to see me? Kong Max's attitude was not very good. He looked at Yi Sha with obvious contempt. You are the chief steward? You want me to help you work? Yi Sha, I don't want you to work for me. Forget it. You can understand it that way. Kong Max pointed at Yi Sha. I don't know how you became the chief steward, but I am not used to being told what to do by a weak guy. So you have to prove that you are better than me before I can listen to you. Yi Sha smiled. That's it? Comes. If you can't prove that you are better than me, I won't agree to be your flight attendant. But I want to take a separate flight attendant qualification assessment. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. The guy in front of him looked fierce. And he couldn't help but think of the image of a man with a head full of muscles, who had big fists but a poor brain. But the fact is that he could put forward such a condition. And it was obvious that Combs was not a fool. Okay. Yi Sha hesitated for a moment. Come on. The others shrugged their shoulders and spread out in a circle, leaving the center of the venue to Yi Sha and Kong Max. Kong Max was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Sha to agree so straightforwardly. But it was only a moment of daze. And then Kong Max rushed towards Yi Sha with a roar. Fist of heaven. Kong Max roared, then clenched his right fist. A burst of silver light flashed, wrapped Kong Max's right arm. And then the silver arm armor suddenly appeared on Kong Max's right arm. The arm armor shone brightly with silver light. On the shoulders, there was a pair of wings that opened to both sides. As the arms moved, circles of silver light would be emitted. The next moment, Kong Max came to Yi Sha and punched him hard. Yi Sha's figure flickered, and he used the Son of Wind's ability to quickly move sideways to dodge. Kong Max punched the ground, directly smashing a large area of the ground. Devil's arm. Kong Max looked up at Yi Sha and squeezed his left palm fiercely. His arm was slightly bent, and his muscles were tense, like granite. A dark light appeared on Kong Max's left arm. When the light faded, a dark arm armor appeared on Kong Max's left arm. There was no fancy decoration, but there was a demon head printed on the back of his hand and shoulder. Then, Kong Max punched again. Yi Sha's pupil shrank slightly, and suddenly he felt a hint of danger. His figure flashed again and quickly moved sideways. Boom! Kong Max punched out, followed by a loud bang. Behind where Yi Sha had stood before, a 2-story shop suddenly cracked on the wall, and then it collapsed into countless rubble. Kong Max's punch in the air actually turned the shop into ruins. Is this the strength of the flight attendant? Kong Max's expression became more contemptuous, looking at Yi Sha with disdain. What else can you do besides running away? Chapter 958, the third level. Yi Sha stretched his muscles and bones, and a pop sound came out of his body. Like popping beans. If you entangle for too long, I think you will have the illusion that you can fight against the flight attendant. So, be straightforward. Yisha suddenly laughed. Let's decide the winner with one punch. Dragonization. The moment Yisha finished speaking, his body slowly stretched a little, and pieces of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. With two puffs, a dragon horn suddenly popped out from his forehead, bringing out bright blood. But it's not over yet. Strong. Yisha's arms made a muffled sound, and then the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled up, and they grew 2 circles larger. Is it over? Still not. Adrenaline. Yisha's eyes suddenly turned blood red due to congestion, revealing endless violence. Suddenly, Yisha raised his head and roared, and the ground under his feet made a loud noise, and then cracked inch by inch. Yisha raised his hand and hooked his finger at Kong Max. Kong Max was alert at this moment, carefully circling around Yisha, moving his steps, and being extremely alert. And then, Kong Max suddenly jumped forward, came directly in front of Yisha, and punched Yisha's head. At the same time, Yisha also punched out. Bang! The 2 fists collided in the air, making a loud noise, and the ground below was shattered. A crack spread to both sides of the street, and even spread to the houses on both sides. Then the 2 small buildings split directly, and then collapsed to both sides. Ah! Kong Max screamed in pain, holding his right arm and retreating painfully. The right arm was completely twisted, and even countless cracks appeared on Kong Max's arm, and pieces of broken bones pierced through the cracks. Yisha said coldly, is one punch enough? Or another one? Kong Max's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth. Enough. I give up. Yisha curled his lips, and then said to Du Lingling, look here. I will send this guy back to the Doomsday train. Yisha called the helicopter directly, and then threw Kong Max on it. Yisha naturally followed back to the Doomsday train. Dragon transformation and strength were fine, but the side effects of adrenaline were not small. So Yisha had to drink a bottle of healing potion in order to suppress Kong Max. Yisha also showed his real ability and handed over 2 trump cards. Otherwise, Kong Max was a master of the king level. Yisha would have no problem winning, but it was obviously not easy to solve it with one punch. Back to the Doomsday train. Kong Max was poured into his mouth. A bottle of healing potion finally stopped wailing, but he was obviously much more obedient and followed Yisha without saying a word. Yisha said to the lady boss, arrange a separate flight attendant assessment for him. The lady boss nodded, no problem. Yisha, then I'll go. After sending Kong Macy back, Yisha also drank a healing potion to eliminate the side effects of adrenaline, and naturally had to continue to supervise the exam. However, the supervision of the 2nd level was actually nothing to watch. Just pure fighting. Although the goal is to snatch the number plate, it does not prohibit killing. It can be imagined that the mortality rate of this level will be very high. However, for Yisha and his companions, there was nothing to see. The previous security attack and defense was actually quite interesting. It showed some people's characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses, and the fight was pure hard power. Yisha, quality is more important than quantity. I will pick a few who are obviously stronger and have a high probability of passing the flight attendant assessment. If they agree to become my flight attendants, I will send them to the boss lady. If they don't agree, they will participate in the 3rd round. That's fine. Yu sat down on the folding chair. It depends on how fast we get the number plate. Let's talk to those in the front. We have to leave some places for the 3rd level. Yisha nodded, okay. Yisha didn't think of using a selection task to fill up his flight attendant vacancies. He would be satisfied if he could recruit 5 people. If he exceeded this number, it would be considered an overquota. During the 2nd level assessment, Yisha and his companions had a rare leisure time. It was a fight, and there was no possibility of violating the rules. There was no need for Yisha to take action, and even supervision was meaningless. Moreover, because the battlefield was limited to an urban area, the area was not large, so it didn't take long, and it was almost over in 3 or 4 days. The death rate increased sharply as Yisha guessed. At the end of the 1st level, there were only 19 deaths, but at the end of the 2nd level, the death rate exceeded half. Of the 189 people who participated in the 2nd level selection, only 72 survived, and 33 of them were qualified to participate in the 3rd level selection, excluding the 7 people selected by Yisha. If all of them can get the qualifications of flight attendants, then these 33 people will compete for the remaining 13 flight attendant qualifications. At the same time, the selection task of the third level, which is the last level, was also announced. Everyone will go to the Carnival City, where there is a Compu Company's experimental base still in operation. And the selection task of the third level is to enter the Compu Company's experimental base and get the research cells of the third generation of Tyrant in the experimental base. As for how to evaluate the qualifications of flight attendants after completing the task, it was not mentioned. Yi Sha felt that there was no need to say it in advance. Among these 33 people, there might not be more than 20 people who survived, because the location had changed. Everyone needed to return to the Doomsday train first, and then leave again and go to the Carnival City. Yepa raised his eyebrows at Yi Sha. Yi Sha knew what Yepa meant. He was saying that they had guessed correctly before. In the past, the missions of the Doomsday train and the intersections with Compu Corporation were mostly in the abandoned experimental bases and buildings of Compu Corporation, and more of them were to find the remains or mutated objects. At the moment, it seems that they are going to attack those parts of Compu that are still in operation. Obviously, they will not only fight against the zombies everywhere, but also face Compu head-on. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Yi Sha, we are just responsible for the exam, and we will talk about the future later. Yepa nodded and said nothing more. After returning to the Doomsday train to rest for a while, the last 33 people who entered the third level left the Doomsday train one by one and walked out of the platform under the prompting of the mysterious voice. As invigilators, Yi Sha and his companions were the last to leave. Then, the moment he left the Doomsday train platform, Yi Sha frowned. This place. Yi Sha looked around. Is it the Carnival City? It doesn't feel right. In front of Yi Sha was a winding mountain road, surrounded by thick gray fog, and countless dust-like things floating in the sky. Chapter 959, Nameless Town. Doomsday Train. Dining Car. The proprietress sat at the bar, holding a glass of sparkling wine in her hand, shaking it gently, showing a bit of laziness and the unique charm of a mature woman. Suddenly, the proprietress's face changed, and she became extremely serious. Then she stood up from the chair, as if she felt something. The proprietress's body was frozen there. After standing for a long time, the proprietress moved and walked to the corner of the bar, where there was a hanging phone. The proprietress picked up the phone and dialed the number after a long time. Her face was full of haze, and she said in a deep voice, "Something happened. It's a big deal." Yi Sha looked at the thick fog in front of him, slowly pulled out the evil eye and the king's holy sword at the same time, holding the two swords. This is definitely not the Carnival City. Yi Yu took 2 steps forward and held a piece of dust with her hand. The dust quickly cracked, then turned into some fine black and gray powder and scattered, disappearing with the wind. Yi Yu, this is the ashes from burning something like paper. Yepa went to the back without knowing when, and shouted in the thick fog, "Come and see." Others went back one after another, and about 10 meters later, the road came to an end. The road was broken, and there was thick fog in front, and it was impossible to confirm how long the broken road was. Looking down, there was a bottomless abyss, because the fog was too thick, and only things 10 meters away could be seen at most. Yepa picked up a stone and threw it down, but he couldn't hear the sound of it hitting the ground. Yepaten said, "If you jump down, you will die." Du Lingling, the winding mountain road is in circles. There must be a road below. It is impossible to be at such a height. It is unreasonable. Wang Likuan, besides, those who participated in the third selection mission disappeared. Although we were the last to come out, we were only 2 or 3 minutes away from them at most. We should not be unable to see anyone. Yi Sha hesitated for a moment. Then, let's go forward. Yi Sha held the sword and walked forward, appearing to be very careful, because everything suddenly became a little weird. Following the road and moving forward for about 10 meters, the little fat man suddenly pointed to the sign and said, "There is a sign there." Yi Sha looked up and saw the sign saying, "Welcome to the Nameless Town." Yi Sha, it is certain that this is not the Carnival City. The words on the sign are not the official language of the Carnival City. Yepa, this is too wrong. I think we should contact the Doomsday train. Yi Sha nodded and took out his phone. Zila. When Yi Sha took out his phone, it kept making slight electric current sounds, and then the screen kept flashing, and then it turned black. Yisha tried to turn the phone off and on, but there was no response. Yisha looked at the others, and they all took out their phones and PDAs. But the result was the same. None of them could be used. Little fatty, it seems that there is a strong magnetic field interference here. All communication equipment. No. It should be all electronic equipment. Should be unusable. Yisha, it seems that we can only move forward? Yiyu, let's go back to the Doomsday train first. Nyapa, we have no way to retreat. I just tried to go back to the Doomsday train directly, but I couldn't enter the Doomsday train platform. This made everyone change color, including Yisha, whose face turned very ugly. The Doomsday train has always been equated with safety. And to enter and exit the Doomsday train, you naturally have to pass through the Doomsday train platform. And the entry and exit positions of the Doomsday train platform remain unchanged. The position where everyone leaves the Death train platform is the position to return. But, can't go back now? Yisha, are you sure? Yepa spread his hands. I wanted to tell you in private. Because this is really bad news that is very depressing. Because Yiyu raised questions. Yepa had to announce the bad news. It seems that something really happened. Yisha, no matter what. Since there is no way back, let's move forward. Yisha continued to move forward without hesitation. The sign "Welcome to the Nameless Town" also marked the distance. After 500 meters, Yisha and his friends saw the town. And several weird zombies. Those zombies had no hands. And their feet were also weird. It was hard to tell the thighs from the calves. They looked like cylinders. And their soles were like duck feet. Their heads were very round. And only the outlines of their facial features could be seen, as if they were covered with a layer of skin. Nyepa casually took out a revolver, and was about to pull the trigger at those zombies. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly saw some small cracks on the bodies of those zombies. And black liquid was seeping out. Be careful! Yisha shouted immediately. Don't shoot yet. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and Yisha was a step too late. With a bang. When the bullet hit a zombie, the zombie was like a balloon that was inflated with air. And it exploded with a bang. And countless black liquids were scattered towards Yisha and his companions. Yiyu immediately took a step forward and stretched out her hand. The brain area was activated, and a huge invisible barrier appeared in front of everyone. The flying liquid was intercepted by the barrier and fell to the ground, making a hissing sound. And the ground soon sank. Yiyu, it's a very strong corrosive venom. Don't get close to kill it. Yisha and the others immediately retreated away from the zombies. Nyepa fired again and blew up the zombies. The black corrosive liquid was scattered all over the ground. After dealing with the zombies, the others stepped forward again. The bodies of the zombies were like skin bags. There was nothing inside. Or in other words, only the black liquid. Yisha, I think no one has seen this kind of zombie. Right? If someone had seen it, Nyepa would not shoot. Or someone would have reminded him before Nyepa shot. Sure enough, everyone shook their heads. Yisha stood up. Let's go into the town. Yisha continued to lead the way forward. The streets of the town were more desolate than expected. Surrounded by lifeless houses. Many cars parked on both sides of the street. And a street lamp collapsed and lay across the street. These things were covered with gray-white ash. Like volcanic ash. The little fat man whispered, there are too few zombies here. Yisha nodded. Except for the few strange zombies seen at the entrance of the town. There was nothing in the town. The streets were empty. Not to mention people. There were no zombies. This seemed to be a real dead town. Yiyu, the important thing is those people. Where are they going now? Yiyu was referring to those who participated in the third selection mission. Du Lingling, will there be only a few of us who have problems? And those people still go to the Carnival City? Chapter 960 Mystery. It's not impossible. Yisha, has anyone heard of the Nameless Town? Everyone shook their heads. There are so many towns like this all over the world. If it's not a famous tourist destination, and it's not in their own country, who would know about it? Yisha fell into deep thought. And then, search the houses around first. Don't go too far. 2 people in a group. Yisha gestured to Nyepa and pointed to a house on the side. Yiyu and Wang Likuan went to the other side. Du Lingling was naturally in a group with the fat man. The two went to a place slightly ahead. The place where Yisha and Nyepa entered was an auto parts store, with tires hanging on the wall and some auto parts in the broken containers. Similarly, there were no zombies. Yisha, I would rather see a dozen zombies rushing towards me now. Maybe I will be more shocked. When people die, they either become corpses or become infected with viruses and become zombies. At the very least, they should leave some dry bones or bloodstains as proof that they once lived in this world. However, there is nothing here. Yepa, I feel very uncomfortable. The atmosphere of this town is very mysterious. I don't know why, but after entering the town, my heartbeat is very fast. Yisha nodded. He and Yepa had a sense of something. Everything here made people feel uncomfortable, but they couldn't say what was strange. As Yepa said, it seemed that the atmosphere made people feel very uncomfortable. You go over there. Yisha pointed to the side. I'll go to the toll booth to take a look. Yepa nodded and walked to the other side. Yisha came to the cash register. The cash register was open. There were more than a dozen bills and some coins in it. There was a wallet on the ground. Yisha picked it up and opened it. The wallet was empty, with a photo inside. The photo was a photo of a man and a woman, about 20 years old, smiling at the camera, very happy. Ah! Suddenly, a scream woke Yisha up. It was Du Lingling's voice. Yisha's pupils shrank, and he immediately ran out of the store, directly climbed over the counter that blocked the way, and then went forward and broke into a dentist's clinic. Du Lingling fell to the ground, looking terrified. In front of her was a medical bed with a huge dark green canvas bag on it, which had been opened. It was a corpse, with no intact skin on it, as if it had been cut off piece by piece with a knife. The eyes and mouth were sewn up with black thread, and the body was covered with blood. It looked very scary. It was a corpse that had obviously been tortured. The fat man stood next to Du Lingling and comforted her. It's just a corpse. What's there to be afraid of? It's the end of the world now. Haven't you seen enough corpses? Those zombies are actually all corpses. As the little fat man said this, his teeth were obviously chattering. When Du Lingling opened the canvas bag and the body was exposed, he was also frightened. This is very abnormal. The body does look scary, and the death is very miserable. But, so what? Yisha and his friends are all people who have been struggling in the end times. They have seen more corpses than living people, and they have seen even more miserable deaths. In fact, many of them were killed by their own hands. So, it was really weird that a corpse could scare them. Yisha pulled Du Lingling up. Are you okay? Du Lingling nodded. Sorry. I don't know why I was suddenly scared. Yisha nodded and came to the corpse to take a look. It was indeed just a corpse, not a zombie. But to be on the safe side, Yisha still raised the king's holy sword and pierced the head of the corpse. Yi Yu and Wang Likuan also entered the house at this time. Yi Yu frowned. This place is wrong. Yisha, everyone knows that this place is wrong now. Yi Yu, I mean there is something like brain power. Yisha raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Yi Yu pointed at the corpse, and then said to Du Lingling, were you scared just now? Du Lingling was embarrassed. I don't know why. Believe me, it won't happen next time. Yi Yu, no. It's normal for you to be scared. I just saw a similar corpse in another building. It was burned all over the body, and there were nails all over the body. It died miserably. Wang Likuan was scared, but I wasn't. The little fat man rolled his eyes. Are you showing off your courage? Yi Yu shook her head. Among the brain abilities, there is an ability called negative emotion catalysis, which literally means that it can amplify negative emotions and weaken positive emotions. Yisha's face was solemn. Did someone use brain abilities on us? Yi Yu, no. I can guarantee this. No one can use brain abilities near me without being discovered. If the other party wants to avoid me, they can only release brain abilities from a long distance, which means covering a large area. Don't you think the atmosphere in this town is a bit strange? Everyone nodded, and everyone noticed this. Yi Yu, can the other party cover the entire town with his brain power? This is impossible. No one can do it. Little fatty, just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Yi Yu, to cover such a large area, his brain will soon be overloaded. Besides, if the other party is really that strong, he can just show up directly. No one can resist his brain attack, and he can easily kill us all. Yisha was thoughtful, and he knew very well that Yi Yu's words were not exaggerating. Yisha is very strong, but his brain ability is not his strong point. The same is true for others. The only one who can fight is Yi Yu. But if the opponent is really that strong, Yi Yu is useless. Yepa, after talking for a long time, Is it a brain ability? Yi spread her hands. I don't know. I am just sure that there is a similar ability and it affects us, which is very similar to the brain ability. Or there is some special means that covers the whole town. And the negative emotion affected is obviously fear. Yi Sha, at least there is good news. The existence of such a capability means that there are people here. If we find that guy, we may know what went wrong and even leave here. Yi Sha said while looking at Yi. Yi, I can't do it. At least not yet. I think we may be able to move forward. If the other party reveals any clues, I may be able to capture his location. Yi Sha, then keep moving forward. There doesn't seem to be much worth mentioning in the surrounding buildings. Chapter 961 Night King. Quiet, deep and secluded. The whole town exudes an indescribable feeling. But if it is a certain ability, it makes people less afraid, because they will unconsciously develop a resistance mentality. Depending on the strength of willpower, this feeling can be reduced. This seems to prove that Yi's statement is correct. To fight against brain power. If you are not a superhuman, you cannot use brain power in the same way. So willpower is the most important thing. The strength of personal will directly weaken the effect of brain ability. Yi Sha did well in this regard. His mental strength is not weak. And his will is also strong. When he has resistance emotions, he can suppress the strange feeling. Nyapa is also okay. He has a silver medal in his hand, which has the effect of resisting brain ability. Moreover, as an excellent sniper, Nyapa naturally knows how to regulate his emotions. Of course, Yi needs no more explanation. As a superhuman, his emotions are not affected too much. Others had a bit more trouble. Every brick and tile in the whole town made them feel extremely uncomfortable. And at the same time, some changes occurred in their bodies. For example, their heartbeats accelerated. And Du Lingling even felt nauseous and had retched twice. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yi raised her hand, motioned for everyone to stop, and then pointed to the alley on the side. Go this way. The feeling is particularly strong. Yi Sha carried the king's holy sword on his back and held the evil eye horizontally in front of him. I'll lead the way. Be careful, Yi Sha said as he entered the alley. The alley was a dead end with no way out. But when he reached the end, Yi Sha saw an iron staircase that led to the underground. Yi Sha signaled everyone with his eyes, and then walked down the stairs slowly. It was very dark below. So dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Nyapa and Wang Likuan took out flashlights to illuminate the surroundings. The underground space under the stairs was very strange, and I didn't know what it was used for. There was some water on the ground, and water was seeping out from many places on the ceiling. Water droplets kept dripping down, making a tick sound. The surrounding walls were bumpy cement walls, also covered with some water. Directly in front of him was an open area with some iron cylinders, 2 overturned wheelbarrows, and some piled up broken wood. It felt like a construction site. Nyapa took a flashlight and shone it, over there. After passing through an open area ahead, there was a passage on the other side. Yi Sha slowly moved forward with his sword, and Nyapa pulled out his revolver. The extremely uncomfortable feeling reappeared. Or rather, deepened. Even Yi Sha and Nyapa could not resist. Du Lingling and the little fat man's bodies even trembled slightly against their will. Duh. Yi Sha stepped over the puddles and walked forward along the passage. The rhythm of his footsteps was distinct, and the mysterious atmosphere became more and more solemn. Yi Sha believed that if a song called Black Friday was played around his ears at this moment, everyone would suddenly go crazy at this moment. After a while, he came to the end of the passage. Yi Sha felt that he stepped on something and heard a metal collision sound. He recalled in the passage. Yi Sha looked down and saw a broken wire mesh. After crossing the wire mesh, Yi Sha continued to walk forward. There was still an empty space here, which was larger than the previous one and had more things piled up. Metal barrels, steel bars, standing wire mesh, and some things covered with dusty plastic sheets. There's something. Yi looked to the side. It's so fast. A black shadow suddenly knocked down a piece of wire mesh, and the wire mesh bounced on the ground and made a sound. Nyapa raised the muzzle of the gun without hesitation and chased the black shadow and shot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang continuously, hitting the ground. And then the black shadow jumped onto the ceiling, seemed to be hanging there upside down, and then disappeared without a trace. Yi Sha, did you hit it? Nyapa, I don't know. The light was too dim. and the enemy was moving very fast. So I couldn't see clearly. Nieppe ejected the shell, then loaded a new bullet, raised a flashlight with one hand to illuminate, put the hand holding the gun on the back of the other hand, and then moved forward. This not only illuminates, but also allows you to shoot as soon as you find the target, and it can also assist in aiming. However, the light of the flashlight shone through the ceiling, and there was nothing there. Nieppe murmured, "Did he run away?" "Ah!" Just as Nieppe finished speaking, the little fat man's scream suddenly sounded from behind. Yisha turned his head sharply, and then saw a black shadow hanging upside down on the ceiling, grabbing the little fat man's body and dragging him up. The next moment, Yisha suddenly drew his sword. Yisha leaped up, and the tip of the king's holy sword swept towards the ceiling. Then Yisha felt a wet feeling on his face, and warm liquid sprinkled on his face with a strong fishy smell. The smell of blood? Then, Yisha fell back to the ground and raised the king's holy sword sharply. The domain of the king. A golden halo appeared on the sword, making the king's holy sword appear extremely bright. And then the golden halo continued to push around and turned into a circle. Yisha opened the king's domain at this time, not for fighting, but to illuminate the surroundings. Everyone looked up and saw a mutant zombie hanging upside down on the ceiling. The zombie was humanoid, but it moved like a crawler, with its limbs crawling along the ceiling. Its body was covered with gray-black scales, and there was a crack in the center of its head, and one could even vaguely see its brain. Son of the Night? Yisha raised his eyebrows. And then, no! It's the Night King. The Night King is the evolution of the Night Sun, and has the same characteristics as the Night Sun. It will be very weak during the day, and has only about the strength of gold 5 stars. However, at night, the Night King will have at least the strength of Star Diamond, with the lowest being Star Diamond 1 star, and the highest being Star Diamond 5-star peak. It was not night, but the change in Night King's strength between day and night was not due to time, but to light. In this dimly lit space, Night King did not appear weak. At the same time, after seeing the target attacking him, the little fat man immediately struggled and was able to attack effectively. He kicked his legs in the air and pressed his palm on Night King's face. Boom! The sound of the explosion suddenly sounded, and a hot ball of fire suddenly exploded between Night King and the little fat man. Then Night King screamed and tilted his body to the side, while the little fat man fell back to the ground. At the same time, Yisha jumped up again. Chapter 962 Another Corpse. After leaping into the air, Yisha raised his sword and swung it, slashing at the Night King again. Puff! Black blood flew. After Yisha swung his sword, he cut off one of the Night King's arms, and then the Night King fell from the ceiling. Nieppe took 2 steps forward, aimed at the Night King's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The bullet flew and directly penetrated the Night King's head, leaving 2 bloody holes on the Night King's head. The Night King twitched twice and stopped moving. But at this moment, Nieppe suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. He turned around and saw a huge black shadow standing behind him, and then a huge hand swept over. Nieppe instinctively crossed his arms. With a bang, the huge hand slapped Nieppe's body, and Nieppe slid backwards. Feeling the pain in his arm, Nieppe looked up. It's still the Night King. This Night King is obviously much bigger than the previous one, at least 2 meters long, and looks more ferocious. At the same time, a roar suddenly sounded from the side of Yisha, and Yisha immediately swung his sword. The light of the king's holy sword illuminated the surroundings, reflecting the figure of the 3rd Night King. Puff! Bang! The sword cut a wound on the Night King's shoulder, and Yisha was hit in the chest by the Night King's head, and retreated several steps. Du Lingling shouted from the other side, There are so many Night Kings. Yisha shouted, Gather together. Form a circle first. Don't run around casually. Darkness is also one of their enemies. Even if Yisha uses the king's domain to illuminate, it is impossible to illuminate the entire space. At least with this level of light, it is difficult to determine how many Night Kings there are. However, there is also good news. That is, it is only the Night King. The whole town is filled with a strange atmosphere, which makes people feel fearful, depressed, and a little terrified. However, when the Night King appears, this feeling has subsided a lot. The reason is simple. People are always instinctively afraid of unknown things and are more vigilant about hidden dangers. The Night King was not a rare mutant zombie. They were already known to them, and even considered familiar, because they knew them. They were not afraid. The others quickly moved towards Yisha. Yisha glanced at Yiyu. Can you tell me the exact number? Yiyu shook her head. My perception was affected. Yisha nodded. This was an expected result. Otherwise, the Night Kings would not have had the opportunity to attack them. Yiyu's perception could directly lock the location of the Night King. Yisha, don't panic. Fight the enemy one by one. One by one. As Yisha spoke, he faced a Night King, swung the evil eye sword in his hand forward, and slashed at the Night King fiercely. On the other side, Nyepi used the gun-fighting technique to quickly meet the Night King that had rushed towards him before. With the strength of Yisha and his men, it was not a problem to deal with the Night King. So one-on-one was the best solution. As long as they did not cause confusion with each other, and kept their eyes on the Night King they were facing, they would not be attacked by surprise. As for the number of Night Kings, if they eventually outnumber them, the people who first killed the Night Kings could assist in the defense. While thinking, the Night King in front of Yisha was already covered with wounds, and Yisha cut several wounds on him. He kept roaring at Yisha, venting his anger, and then flew over. Yisha sneered, looked at the oncoming Night King, and suddenly jumped backwards, stepping on the wall and leaping up. Boom! As Yisha tumbled in the air, the Night King directly hit the wall. At the same time, Yisha held the evil eye upside down and thrust it downwards. The tip of the evil eye pierced into the Night King's head. Blood mixed with brain matter gushed out all at once. The blade of the evil eye was originally dark red. After being stained with blood, the dark red color became brighter, as if the blade was greedily absorbing blood. Are there any extra Night Kings? After dealing with the Night King, Yisha quickly retreated and raised the holy sword of the king to illuminate the surroundings. Du Lingling shouted, there are two here. Yisha immediately listened to the sound and moved closer to Du Lingling. Then he saw Du Lingling fighting with two Night Kings in the corner. Piercing gun, Yisha shouted, and swung his hand forward. A large number of thin lines flew out from the string ring. Those thin lines kept circling, spinning, and tangling in the air, and then turned into a stream, stabbing towards the Night King fiercely. Puff! As the black blood overflowed from the Night King's body, the piercing gun nailed into the Night King's body and then dispersed. Yisha pulled the thin wires, and then dragged the Night King over with all his strength. Die! As the Night King came before him and roared at him, Yisha raised his sword without hesitation, and the evil eye sword chopped off the Night King's head. With one less Night King on Du Lingling's side, the pressure was naturally reduced. She raised a saber and stabbed it through the gap on the Night King's forehead, cutting the Night King's brain directly. After killing two more Night Kings, Yisha looked around. Are there any more? Nyepa loaded the bullets. It's done. Yiyu, no big deal. Boom! At this time, an explosion sounded, and the blazing fireball spread out, and a charred body of the Night King flew out and landed at Yisha's feet. The little fat man clapped his hands and walked out from the edge of the fireball. Of course, I have no problem. With the light of the explosion, the surroundings were illuminated in an instant, and the body of the Night King was all over the ground. At the same time, there was a row of metal stairs on the wall on the other side. Yisha, we have to leave here. No one else had any objections, and they followed Yisha and ran towards the metal staircase. When they reached the side of the metal staircase, Yisha shone a flashlight. It was a short section of metal staircase, with only 5 or 6 steps. After going down, there was a passage on the side. Yisha continued to head forward, walked down the stairs, and entered the passage on the side. There was some garbage in the passage. Empty beverage bottles, some food wrappers, etc. But there was no peculiar smell. Until the end of the passage. Tick, tick. The clear sound of water drops falling appeared again, with a clear rhythm, as if it was a piece of music. Yisha stopped, and everyone looked at each other, and immediately became alert again, because it was not water drops, but blood. The air was filled with a clear smell of blood. That smell was too familiar to Yisha and his friends. Yisha raised the flashlight, slowly moved his feet, walked out of the passage, and the flashlight light slowly rose. And then on the wall outside the passage, Yisha and his friends saw a corpse. Chapter 963. The little fat man disappeared. Du Lingling covered her mouth, feeling a little nauseous. The abdomen of the corpse was pierced by steel bars and nailed directly to the wall. The eyes were dug out and fell to the ground. The teeth were broken and the body was covered with scars. What was even more terrifying was that in the lower half of the body, a steel pipe pierced into the body and then pierced out of the mouth, like a barbecue on a skewer. Another corpse that was obviously tortured. Du Lingling suppressed her strong disgust. Let's go. It's too disgusting. Wait a minute. Yisha frowned, stood in front of the corpse and looked at it for a long time. Then, I know this person. Niepa held his chin. And then his pupil shrank. Ladria Bazaka? Yisha nodded. The corpse in front of him was one of the 33 surviving humans who participated in the third-level selection task. Yisha had an impression of Bazaka because this guy performed well in the first level. Yisha squatted down in front of the corpse, picked up some blood from the ground, and then smelled it. The blood is fresh. And it's not an illusion. Yisha, it seems that we are not the only ones who came to this place. The people who participated in the third-level selection task should be here. Yisha has fantasy dragon gull. And hallucinations don't work on Yisha. So Yisha is sure that the corpse in front of him is real. Yisha looked at Du Lingling, who was feeling uncomfortable. You rest aside for a while. Du Lingling is not so weak. But there is nothing she can do about it because she has that strange ability to deepen the fear. But Yisha wants to check the corpse. Niepa and Wang Likuan took the body down from the wall. With the help of the flashlight, Yisha carefully examined the body. Niepa pointed at the steel bars and steel pipes. These two places look the most seriously injured. But they are not fatal. They were done after death. There are also wounds on the body, which look a bit like claw marks, but not like those of wild animals. Before Niepa finished speaking, suddenly, a lump suddenly bulged on the chest of the corpse. And it kept squirming. Be careful. Get out of the way. Yisha quickly stepped back. And Niepa also jumped back to distance himself. Pulling out his pistol, Wang Likuan ran slowly. So he took off the shield on his back and held it horizontally in front of him. Bang! The next moment, the chest of the corpse suddenly cracked open. And then a black shadow suddenly rushed out and hit Wang Likuan's shield hard, making a crisp sound. Niepa quickly moved to the side, then raised his hand and fired. Bang! Along with the sound of the gun, a burst of yellow liquid suddenly exploded in the air, with an extremely strong stench and the smell of rotten food. Yisha and his companions also saw the shadow clearly. It was a black insect the size of a palm. It had a shell on its back and looked like a ladybug, but it had a tail about 10 centimeters long behind its butt. Niepa glanced at the corpse and said, This is the real cause of death. The internal organs of this corpse have been eaten. As for the scars on the surface, you can understand that this guy was not tortured to death, but tortured. Yisha nodded, and then said, Let's go. There's nothing to see. The end of the passage was still a passage, but there was a 90-degree corner, and the body was nailed to the wall at the corner. After turning the corner, Yisha and his companions saw a new staircase that went up. And then, they returned to the ground. The sky was gray, and the atmosphere of the town was still extremely oppressive, revealing a very uncomfortable feeling. The ash that resembled volcanic ash seemed to be thicker. The entrance and exit of the stairs were still in the alley, with a dead end behind and an alley entrance in front. The little fat man walked out of the alley first, and then his expression was shocked. Isn't this place right? The little fat man stood at the alley and looked at the street outside the alley. Obviously, it has changed a lot from the street they came from. The street they came from was mainly dominated by shops and was a commercial street, while this street was obviously a residential area, surrounded by single-family villas. But how far did they travel underground? The little fat man thought it was at most 200 meters. 200 meters is at most from the end of the street to the beginning. How could it be possible to change a block directly? Yisha walked to the alley, looked around, and then signaled to Niepa with his eyes. Niepa retreated to the alley, stepped on the wall, jumped upwards, grabbed the second-floor window, and then jumped from the second floor to the third-floor window, climbing continuously until he reached the roof. After a while, Niepa walked down the fire escape staircase on the other side. The fog is too thick. I can't see too far. But the street next door is not the one we came from. Yisha, spanning one, or even several blocks. This place is getting weirder and weirder. Yisha walked forward, and the others followed him. But at this time, ah! The little fat man screamed. Yisha turned back suddenly, and then saw that a manhole cover under the little fat man's feet suddenly collapsed. And the little fat man also fell down. Wang Likuan was the closest, and immediately wanted to reach out and grab the little fat man. But he was still a step too late. Du Lingling stepped forward to help Wang Likuan up, while Niepa shone the flashlight downwards. Then looked up at Yisha with a look of astonishment. It's gone! Yisha frowned, squatted down to the side of the underground sewer, took the flashlight from Niepa, and looked downwards. It was about 4 or 5 meters deep, and the flashlight illuminated the surroundings. But there was no trace of the little fat man at all. Don't move. Yisha, I'll go down and take a look. Yisha returned the flashlight to Niepa, and then jumped down. Niepa kept shining his flashlight down, so that even if Yisha suddenly disappeared like the little fat man, at least he would know the reason or what happened. However, Yisha landed steadily down there. Yisha took out his flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. There was a sewer under his feet, and the surroundings were filled with the smell of decay. There were no forks around, only towering walls, and there was not even a drain. But this was the weird part. Since there was nothing, why did the little fat man disappear out of thin air? This is too weird. There is no place to hide in this damn place within 50 meters. But the fat guy disappeared the moment he fell. Niepa shouted at the underground sewer entrance. How is it? Yisha looked up. Unless there is a mechanism here. Otherwise, damn, your head. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply. A huge monster was swooping down in the sky, and its target was naturally the people lying around the underground sewer entrance. Chapter 964 Attacked. Niepa and his companions also heard the whistling wind soon, and then turned back to look. The zombie that jumped down from the roof seemed very ordinary, wearing a pair of black leather pants, naked upper body, grayish-white skin, without the slightest life. His eyes were fierce, and he kept baring his teeth and claws, looking almost the same as the most ordinary zombie. The only unusual thing was that there was a pair of wings on the back of this zombie, a bit like the wings of a pterosaur, which allowed the zombie to soar and dive in the air. Niepa shouted, "Scatter!" Niepa asked everyone to disperse, and he went to meet the zombie. With a bang, the zombie hit Niepa in the chest. Not very strong. Niepa weighed the strength of the zombie in his head, even if the impact of the dive was taken into account. The zombie was only afraid that Niepa would be knocked back about 3 or 4 steps. However, the next moment, the zombie grabbed Niepa's shoulder and wanted to take Niepa into the air. At the moment when his toes left the ground, Niepa quickly pulled out a huge knife from the scabbard tied to the outside of his thigh and slashed it fiercely on the zombie's wrist. Although he did not cut off the zombie's palm, he made the zombie let go involuntarily. Niepa returned to the ground, and then heard Du Lingling shouting loudly, "Be careful! There are so many zombies!" While Niepa was dealing with the zombie, human figures kept appearing on the edge of the building. They were all winged zombies, and then they jumped from the roof and dived down. There were about 16 or 17 of them. Of course, Niepa couldn't handle such a large number of zombies alone. The others stood aside and watched the show. So everyone entered a state of combat readiness, waiting for the zombies to fall from the sky. Bang! Wang Likuan took the lead in meeting a zombie, and raised the huge tower shield the moment the zombie rushed to him. Shield strike. Wang Likuan swung his hand violently, and the tower shield hit the zombie's head, knocking the zombie to the ground. On the other side, when Yisha saw the zombies swooping down, he planned to return to the ground. Unfortunately, Yisha couldn't do it. The wall on the side of the underground sewer made a loud noise, and then a section of the wall collapsed, and a mutant zombie rushed out from behind the wall. It was a female zombie, with her body turned over, her head hanging down and looking at Yisha, her long black hair hanging down like a waterfall. The woman's hands and feet were also turned backwards in an unusual way, and her palms and saw's seemed to be cut off, replaced by 4 sickle blades. The blades kept stabbing the ground, breaking it into pieces, and then moved towards Yisha, looking like a humanoid spider. The zombie's mouth suddenly split open, as if it was laughing, which was extremely weird. This was another strange mutant zombie that Yisha had never seen or heard of. Suddenly, the mutant zombie swung the blade and swept towards Yisha. The blade was obviously rusty, but it was sharper than expected, and it brought a silver light in the air. Yisha leaped back to avoid the blade, but the mutant zombie kept chasing him, constantly coming towards him, and the blade slashed left and right, attacking him continuously. He retreated to the wall, and the blade swept across again. As Yisha dodged, the wall behind him was directly cut open, and then collapsed to the side. Roar! Roar! A very piercing scream came from the mutant zombie's throat. At the same time, this time, quite unexpectedly, the mutant zombie did not continue to swing with the sickle, but twisted its neck. Crack! Crack! The upside-down face, accompanied by the sound of twisting bones, slowly turned over, and turned 180 degrees, and then the face turned right side up. Then, the mutant zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a scarlet tongue was suddenly spit out, directly wrapped around Yisha's arm, and then swung it hard. Boom! Yisha's body hit the wall, and the wall, which had already collapsed in a large area, suddenly cracked into countless cracks and collapsed to the back. Yisha rolled over and fell to the other side of the wall. This was still a sewer, but there were some zombies lurking there, the kind that I had seen when I entered the town, with only skin bags left on their bodies, and their bodies were full of violent corrosive liquid. Yisha didn't dare to let these guys get close to him, and immediately retreated quickly to the back, then touched the lower string ring and waved forward fiercely. Killing gun. Countless thin lines surged out, tangled together in the air, and after becoming a stream, it was like a sharp spear, stabbing forward with force. Puff, puff, puff. A total of 5 zombies were pierced by the killing gun, and then the bodies of the zombies suddenly exploded, like balloons that were overinflated. The black corrosive liquid had a strong fishy smell, just like the bodies of some dead fish floating in the water for a month, constantly stimulating Yisha's sense of smell. You killed unknown zombies. Cumulative number 1. You killed unknown. The flying thin wire was melted cleanly, but Yisha didn't care, because the thin wires in the anti-sign ring could be continuously generated. At the moment of killing the 5 zombies, Yisha turned around suddenly, because the mutant zombie came out from the cracked wall and attacked Yisha again. Clang! At the moment when the mutant zombie came to him, Yisha drew out the evil eye, and the dark red blade exuded a faint smell of blood, colliding with the mutant zombie's blade, making a crisp metal sound. If it weren't for the messy hair and rotten meat, it can be seen that this mutant zombie was a beautiful woman with a pretty charming face. Now, she could only open her bloody mouth wide enough to reach her ears, stick out her tongue again, and wrap it around Yisha's wrist. The mutant zombie twisted its head, trying to drag Yisha, waving its blade, showing its ferocity. But at this moment, clang! Yisha pulled out the king's holy sword with his left hand and slashed the tongue fiercely. With a puff, the tongue broke, splashing a large amount of blood. The next moment, Yisha jumped up and kicked the mutant zombie on the head. Bang! The mutant zombie flew backwards, its huge body hitting the wall, knocking down a piece of the wall. Yisha drew a sword flower, quickly moved forward, stepped over the collapsed rubble, came to the mutant zombie, and before the mutant zombie stood up, he raised his sword and slashed it. Puff! Puff! The evil eye and the king's holy sword swept left and right, and the sword blade cut off the mutant zombie's arms. The mutant zombie roared in pain and kept rolling on the ground. Yisha sneered, stepped on the mutant zombie's back, and then raised the evil eye and stabbed it fiercely. Puff! The sword blade fell and directly pierced through the mutant zombie's head. Chapter 965 Unknown Zombies. You have killed unknown mutant zombies. Cumulative number 1. A mysterious voice sounded at this time, making Yisha's face solemn. Yisha had noticed the mysterious hint before, when killing those zombies full of corrosive liquid. The hint of the mysterious voice was unknown zombies. How come it has become an unknown mutated zombie now? Of course, whether it is a zombie or a mutant zombie, it is not very important. The important part is the word unknown. What does this mean? Are there zombies that the Doomsday train can't identify? Yisha pondered for a moment. This situation is extremely rare, but after thinking about it, Yisha didn't have any clues. He just felt that this town was even more weird. Yisha returned to the previous place along the broken wall and climbed back to the ground. When he returned to the ground, Yisha was stunned again, because there was no one. Yepa was not there. He was not there. Wang Likun was not there. And Du Lingling was not there. Except for the little fat man. Everyone else was gone. I'll do it. Yisha couldn't help but curse, thinking that they couldn't all be killed. Right? Of course. This thought only flashed through Yisha's mind, and he rejected it himself. It was not an easy task to kill those guys. Besides, even if they were killed, there would be a body. And even if the body was dragged away, there should be blood. Without a body and blood, there is only one possibility. That is, to kill the other party without resistance. But it was not an easy task to kill those guys, let alone to kill them without resistance. Yi Sha felt that even if the train conductor came, he might not be able to do this. Moreover, there were still corpses and bloodstains. But they belonged to the zombies. Not far from Yi Sha, there were 2 zombie corpses. One zombie's wings were broken. Its head was chopped off, and there was a piece of blood still flowing around it. The other zombie's head was blown up. In addition, there were some traces of fighting. There were many shells on the ground, which should have been left by Nepa. A wall collapsed on the first floor of a building not far away. The ground was charred black, and several fireballs were burning. This should be the work of the little fat man. As for the broken ground and the collapsed fence of the flower bed on the street, there is no need to mention it. But where are the people? Yi Sha frowned. Even if there was an emergency that required Yepa and the others to leave quickly, they should have left a message for him. Or chased the zombies. And they should have left someone to wait for him. In short, Yepa and his companions shouldn't disappear so suddenly. Yi Sha thought so. Looked around carefully, and soon found something useful. Those ashes. Something like volcanic ash was always floating in the sky, covering the streets, the surrounding vehicles, and the tops of the buildings, like a piece of grey blood. This means that every step will leave a mark on the ground. Yi Sha found these marks. Or to put it more directly, the outline of footprints. Following the footprints, Yi Sha immediately ran along the street. But after running only about 200 or 300 meters, Yi Sha couldn't help but stop, frowning even more tightly. In front of Yi Sha was a 3-way intersection, where the footprints disappeared. Under the street lamp, there were 2 signs connected up and down. The upper sign read, "Heaven is to the left." The lower sign read, "Hell is to the right." Yi Sha didn't know whether the 2 signs were purely a prank by the residents who once lived here, or whether they had any symbolic meaning. Therefore, Yi Sha didn't care about the 2 signs, but the disappearing footprints, whether it was to the left or the right. There should be at least footprints left. But the fact is that there were none. This time, not only did the person disappear, but also the footprints disappeared. Yi Sha was in a state of confusion again. After a while, Yi Sha walked to the right. There was no special meaning. Most people would subconsciously choose the right side first when choosing between left and right. Just like most people would instinctively take the first step with their right foot when walking unconsciously. Yi Sha turned the fork in the road and continued to walk forward, then shouted loudly. But there was no response. It was as if Nyep and the others had really disappeared. All Yi Sha could do was to continue to move forward. And then the night gradually came, and the darkness began to fall on the town. Yi Sha hesitated for a moment, then walked towards a hotel on the street. Without a target, Yi Sha could only make himself patient. Look for others? What could Yi Sha do? Run madly on the street? Shouting? Trying to leave here? Running like crazy on the street? Looking for the entrance and exit of the town? This approach is obviously not correct. Yi Sha knows what he should do. Be calm, patient, and slowly explore the secrets of this town. Therefore, the first thing Yi Sha should do is to make himself not anxious. Entering the hotel, Yi Sha plans to let himself rest, sleep, and eat first. On the first floor of the hotel, Yi Sha entered behind the counter and saw some scattered banknotes and keys hanging on the side. Yi Sha reached out and took a bunch of them, then went upstairs. The hotel is not small, with 4 floors and a public bathroom. Yi Sha chose the top floor, which was an instinctive choice. Usually, if you choose the upper floors of a building, the probability of encountering zombies will be reduced, because except for the zombies that exist in the building, it is difficult for other zombies to invade from the outside. Of course, this place may be an exception. Yi Sha saw those zombies with wings, but Yi Sha still chose to go to the top floor. The top floor is the 4th floor. Yi Sha looked at the key, checked the number, and then opened the door of room 401. Creak! The wooden door slowly opened inward, making a harsh sound. Yi Sha was obviously very careful. He entered the room holding the dagger in reverse. He first kicked open the bathroom door next to the door. With a bang, the wooden door hit the wall with a loud noise. Yi Sha carefully poked his head out. but found no trace. Then he walked through the hall and came to the bedroom. He raised his foot and kicked the door. Yisha kicked the bedroom door open and poked his head in. The bedroom was not big and could be seen at a glance. But this was not the end. Yisha did not relax his vigilance. He opened the wardrobe and the TV cabinet and checked all the places where zombies might be hidden. After finding nothing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yisha returned to the living room and closed the door. Then pulled up the curtains by the window. Then sat down in the corner and opened his backpack. The little ancient cat poked its head out of the backpack and jumped directly into Yisha's arms. Yisha smiled and rubbed the little ancient cat's head. Chapter 966 Night. Yisha took out some food from his backpack, put it into his mouth, and fed it to the little cat. At the same time, Yisha did not forget to be alert to his surroundings, and looked out the window from time to time. Yisha knew very well that although he could rest, he might not have a good sleep tonight because the Archon was not there. Yisha was very helpless about this. Since the last incident, Yisha never left the alien creatures under his control. This time, due to special circumstances, Yisha hardly needed to do anything to supervise the exam. Moreover, when supervising the exam, Yepa and others were with him. So Yisha left the Archon in his personal compartment to lie in the stone coffin when he left the Doomsday train. Although it has evolved once, who knows if it can evolve a second time? After all, the corpse flower is too big to lie in, and the liquid monster has evolved into a deadly one. So it has been staying in Yisha's body. Yisha can't lie in it by himself. Originally, Yisha wanted to try to put the steel-armored evil centipede in, but as an alien creature, to be honest, the grade of the steel-armored evil centipede is a bit low. It takes a lot of time to try to make the steel-armored evil centipede evolve. It's better to try to make the Archon evolve a second time. Who would have thought that something would happen as soon as the Archon was not there? It's really poisonous. Yisha will never let the Archon stay in the carriage in the future. While thinking, he finished eating. Yisha placed several bloodthorn bombs in the living room, and then asked the little ancient cat to lie on the windowsill and keep watch. Although the little ancient cat's combat power could not be relied on, it was still possible to keep watch and warn Yisha if something happened. Of course, Yisha did not dare to sleep too deeply, but closed his eyes and dozed. The night gradually deepened. This town seemed extremely empty and peaceful during the day. What would happen when the night came? Yisha did not sleep peacefully until dawn. In the middle of the night, Yisha felt his cheeks were a little wet, and then Yisha opened his eyes alertly, and then turned over and got up. The little cat jumped off Yisha's body and landed on the ground beside him. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was the little cat that was licking him. But is this a warning? If something was haunted, the little cat should have roared and woken him up immediately. Instead of using such a gentle method, Yisha looked around and found that the bloodthorn bomb he had set up was not triggered. Then he lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the street. It was very empty, without even a ghost. The little cat ran to the wall on one side and kept hitting the wall with its claws. After Yisha approached, his eyes suddenly lit up and he could vaguely hear some subtle sounds. Yisha signaled the little cat to hide in his arms, then went out to the next room, pulled the evil eye out of the scabbard, and kicked the door open. Then Yisha was stunned. There was nothing in room 402. The bathroom door was open, and no zombies were seen. There were no zombies in the living room, and the bedroom was on the other side. Even if there were noises, he could not hear them. Yisha frowned and came to the adjacent room again, still hearing a slight noise. So that's it. Yisha's eyes lit up, and he immediately found the trick, and directly picked up the chair in the living room and smashed it against the wall. The wall was made of wood, and after being hit, a large piece immediately cracked. Yisha swept away the broken wood with a sword, and then saw that there was nothing behind. In the middle of the rooms on both sides, there was actually a passage. Yisha immediately drilled into the broken hole, and there was a metal staircase below, which made Yisha frown. Looking at the familiar metal staircase, the previous metal staircase brought Yisha a bad memory. Slowly, Yisha walked down. The metal staircase had only about a dozen steps. He soon reached the bottom and found the source of the sound. A human skin. A man's head was drooping, and below the head was not a body at all, but a human skin. The flesh and bones had long disappeared. The surroundings were not completely sealed, and occasionally there was wind blowing in, blowing the human skin constantly, and then making a sound. Yisha approached the human skin. lifted the head on the human skin with the evil eye sword. And then Yi Sha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is also someone Yi Sha knows. Calm Richards. In the first selection mission, Yi Sha was quite optimistic about a person who had a good mouth. Although his strength was average, he was able to gather most of the security personnel with his mouth, which was also a skill. Unfortunately, he was too bad in other aspects. So Yi Sha finally chose not to give him the opportunity to participate in the flight attendant assessment alone. However, after paying attention to it for a while, Yi Sha was still quite familiar with that face. Even though it was covered with blood, Yi Sha was still very sure that it was Calm Richards. After taking a deep breath, Yi Sha slashed the rope on the side that was used to hang the human skin. Then the human skin fell down, and Richard's head fell to the ground. Dragging the human skin down the stairs, Yi Sha continued to walk down, and soon reached the end. With a long passage in front of him, Yi Sha stepped over the human skin and continued forward, walking through the passage. On the other side of the passage, it looked like an abandoned building that had not been renovated, surrounded by cement walls and square cement stone pillars. Some cables, water pipes, and ground wires were all exposed outside. And there were also some construction tools and materials piled around, such as wheelbarrows, bricks, cement, metal barrels, nail guns, wooden boards, electric drills, and the like. Yi Sha couldn't help wondering, is this the building next to the hotel? But Yi Sha didn't remember there was a connecting passage outside the hotel. However, there are many strange things in this town, and Yi Sha is now a little accustomed to it. Walking forward slowly, Yi Sha brushed past a cement stone pillar. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly flashed out from behind the concrete pillar, holding a bunch of cables in his hand, and went around Yi Sha's head, and then suddenly strangled Yi Sha's neck. Ugh! Yi Sha groaned, feeling the dragging force from the cable, and the suffocation that came instantly. Clenched his teeth, and then pulled the cable that was constantly tightening. Yi Sha couldn't struggle out directly. The guy behind him was stronger than expected, and during the dragging process, Yi Sha kept retreating, and it was difficult to exert force in this posture. At this moment, the little cat suddenly emerged from Yi Sha's arms, and bit the back of his hand fiercely. At that moment, Yi Sha felt a slight slackening of strength, and immediately swung his elbow backwards, pushing the opponent away a little, and at the same time pressed his palm on the opponent's waist. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed backwards, directly knocking the opponent away. Chapter 967 Kill. Yi Sha pulled off the cable wrapped around his neck, coughed twice, and looked behind him. It was a man wearing a leather jacket, black gloves, black leather pants, a black leather coat, and a black leather bag wrapped around his head, wrapping his whole body tightly without revealing a single piece of skin. He was not very tall, shorter than Yi Sha, about 1.75 meters, and not strong either. But Yi Sha knew very well that it was wrong to judge based on his body size, as the power he had previously displayed was quite huge. The shockwave didn't seem to cause much damage to the opponent. The leather-clad man slowly got up from the ground and walked towards Yi Sha again. When he passed a pile of steel bars, he pulled out a steel bar and held it in his hand. The next moment, the leather-clad man came to Yi Sha again, waving the steel bar and smashing it towards Yi Sha. Clang! Yi Sha immediately drew his sword with his backhand and hit the steel bar, making a crisp metal sound, and then rushed towards the opponent. The king's holy sword slashed forward, fiercely slashing at the leather jacket man. Puff! The blade pierced the flesh. The king's holy sword swept across the opponent's shoulder, leaving a wound. But at the same moment, Yi Sha was also punched in the chest. Feeling the power coming, Yi Sha slid back. Blood flowed out from the rip in his clothes. The leather jacket man stepped forward, waving the steel bar and sweeping towards Yi Sha again. Yi Sha immediately jumped back, and the steel bar hit the concrete pillar. And with a bang, countless stone chips fell off. Yi Sha moved his feet and ran to the side. Yi Sha made detours while observing the opponent. Although the opponent's strength was good, when they really fought, Yi Sha felt that he was not that strong. Because, apart from strength, the leather jacket man was average in other aspects. The most important thing was his speed. Although the opponent's body was not strong, his speed was slower than expected. In this case, he would use his speed. Yi Sha accelerated again, and the steel bar swung over again. But Yi Sha did not intend to take it head on. Instead, he jumped up, like a hurdle, and jumped over the steel bar, and then quickly closed the distance to the leather jacket man. The steel bar was very long, about 3 or 4 meters, which was also a very big disadvantage. When Yisha got about 2 meters away, it was difficult for the steel bar to effectively attack Yisha. There was no way except to sweep it horizontally. After knowing the attack mode, it made no sense that he couldn't avoid it. Coming to the side of the leather-clad man again, Yisha raised his sword fiercely and stabbed it. The king's holy sword pierced the opponent's thigh. As Yisha pulled out the sword, a blood flower came out. Then Yisha moved his steps and quickly went behind the opponent. The evil eye is unsheathed. The dark red sword passed through the air and fiercely slashed the back of the leather-clad man. The sword almost cut the back of the leather-clad man. As for the evil eye, let's not talk about its effect. But Yisha is very satisfied with its durability and sharpness. Needless to say, its durability has an indestructible effect. Anyway, there is no need to worry about it being destroyed. Even when fighting with the surviving humans on the Doomsday train or the Apostles, there is no need to worry about the other party having weapons and props that can destroy weapons. As for the sharpness, the evil eye is far better than the king's holy sword, and it can almost be described as a hair-breaking blow. At the same time, after succeeding, Yisha quickly jumped back again to distance himself from the opponent, because the steel bar came again with a whistling sound. With a bang, the steel bar hit the concrete column, directly breaking half of the concrete column that required 2 people to hug. The next moment, Yisha's eyes lit up. The steel bar was stuck in the concrete column, but the leather jacket man did not give up immediately, but pulled desperately, trying to pull the steel bar back. How could Yisha miss such a great opportunity to attack? Yisha ran forward, then suddenly jumped up, stepped on the steel bar to gain leverage, and then flew into the air. Bang! Yisha's knee hit the leather jacket man's chest, knocking him to the ground, and then the 2 swords in his hands pointed down, crossing left and right. Puff! Puff! The evil eye and the king's holy sword pierced into the leather jacket man's neck, and blood quickly gushed out of the wound. Die! Yisha raised his 2 swords and cut off the leather man's head, flying it into the air and then falling to the ground. The headless corpse twitched twice and then stopped moving. You killed an unknown mutant zombie. Cumulative number 1. Yisha frowned. Unknown again? Yisha stood up and cut the leather man's clothes with a sword, revealing his body. It was a typical zombie body, with gray skin and many rotten places. It is worth mentioning that Yisha found that the leather man's body had been stitched. There were dense sutures on his body, dyed red and black by blood, and his body was a little deformed because the sutured pieces of flesh did not fit perfectly. Yisha fell into deep thought. This should not be a simple mutation. Yisha could not think of what kind of mutation could cause sutures on his body. Yisha cut open the leather bag wrapped around the head and found an unknown Asian man. In addition, Yisha also found a strange phenomenon. It seemed that since he killed the unknown zombies, the mysterious voice had never prompted him to get anything. Is it because I can't tell what kind of zombie it is, so I don't know what useful things are on it, let alone get them? Yisha murmured, then shook his head and continued to move forward. As Yisha walked forward, he looked around, hoping to find a window and look outside to confirm his position, and at the same time to solve the doubts about how he got to this place through the hotel. But Yisha suddenly found that the structure of this building was also very strange, because there were no windows at all. The interior of the building seemed to be completely closed, with only walls around and no windows at all. Yisha frowned, then came to a wall and blasted forward with a shock wave, accompanied by the invisible force blasting forward. It directly smashed a piece of the wall. However, Yisha chose to approach the wall in the direction of the passage. But that wall was not an outer wall at all. At the same time, at the moment when Yisha smashed the wall, an arm suddenly stretched out. The arm grabbed Yisha's clothes and dragged it inward with force, intending to drag Yisha in. Damn it! Yisha cursed in a low voice, then estimated the height, and suddenly raised the evil eye sword and stabbed forward. Puff! The evil eye sword directly penetrated the wall and nailed the zombie's head. The arm suddenly became soft and weak and drooped down. Chapter 968. Leaving the building. Yisha looked inside along the broken wall, and then found a small room behind a wall, with about 7 or 8 zombies standing densely inside. All of them were the same as the previous one. wearing leather jackets, leather pants, leather gloves, and leather bags hanging on their heads. Yisha couldn't help but curse, and then quickly backed away. At this time, a zombie rushed over. Boom! After a roar, the wall that Yisha had smashed a big hole and collapsed. The zombies behind the wall rushed out one after another, quickly heading towards Yisha. Yisha quickly bent his fingers, then waved forward, and countless thin lines shot out from the string rings, a dense mass of them flying into the air. Big waterfall, Yisha shouted, and the thin lines stretched straight in the air, and then suddenly drew a 90-degree right angle in the air, piercing straight down. Puff, puff, puff. A zombie that came first was pierced by those thin wires, and his body suddenly made a series of muffled sounds, with hundreds of small holes pierced on his body, and countless blood suddenly splashed out. With a plop, the zombie fell to the ground, and his body had become a hornet's nest, full of dense small holes. At the same time, those thin wires did not disappear because of killing a zombie, but vertically connected the ceiling and the ground to everything. And at the same time, those thin wires kept flowing. Like a waterfall, a zombie roared and rushed forward stupidly. And then the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh appeared again, and a large amount of blood was sprinkled on the thin lines, dyeing the thin lines red, and the body of the zombie was cut into long pieces of meat in an instant. Yisha moved quickly to the side. He now found that the string ring was quite useful when combined with the string control technique. Unfortunately, the string control technique was not a complete set, but a skill for each move, and each move had to spend skull coins. Yisha couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. It seemed that he had to find a way to earn some skull coins. However, Yisha's sigh didn't last too long, because he had to solve the situation in front of him first. Those zombies didn't seem to be as stupid as imagined. At least not as brainless as ordinary zombies, because ordinary zombies would not care whether their companions died or not. In order to chase Yisha, they would definitely crash directly into the waterfall formed by the thin line. Then, of course, they were all cut into a pile of meat. But after one zombie was nailed to death, and another was chopped into pieces, the zombies chose to avoid and continued to chase Yisha around the thin lines. It can be seen that they still have some so-called wisdom. At the same time, Yisha also changed the weapon in his hand to the infinity bow. Draw the bow and pull the string. A piercing arrow was shot out, creating a spiral of air in the air, and then fiercely nailed into the head of a zombie. With a puff, like the sound of gauze being torn, the zombie fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and then lost its voice. Yisha did not stop at all. He retreated quickly while continuously putting the piercing arrows on the string. Speed. Speed is Yisha's advantage, and it is also the key to killing those zombies. The interior of the building was not decorated at all. There were only towering concrete pillars, and some building materials and tools. It looked very empty. Yisha could run recklessly, pull away, and then shoot. Puff. The piercing arrow once again made a beautiful arc and accurately hit the head of the last zombie, piercing the zombie's head with one arrow, exploding a blood hole in the center of the forehead. And then the zombie fell backwards uncontrollably. Who? Huh? Yisha took a breath, raised his hand, and the infinite bow disappeared. The little ancient cat came out from Yisha's clothes. Yisha smiled and rubbed the little guy's head, then looked around. While running, Yisha had unknowingly run to the corner of this floor. Not far to the side was an elevator and a Z-shaped staircase. Yisha tried to press the elevator button, but found no response. He didn't know whether it was broken or only the elevator door was installed. And the elevator inside was not installed at all. Yisha could only walk to the side and start going down the Z-shaped staircase. This Z-shaped staircase looks like an emergency staircase, or an evacuation staircase. Most of these stairs are closed stairs, closed to the outer wall, and no furnishings are allowed, although they can be used at ordinary times. They are the main evacuation passages in emergencies. Because of the characteristics of being close to the outer wall, Yisha wanted to break the wall of the staircase. But after thinking about it, he gave up. This damn town. Every place is weird. Who knows what is behind the wall? Yisha finally chose to be cautious and went back to the first floor first. After going down one floor, there was a sign saying 6F on the wall on one side of the stairs. Yisha curled his lips. He was no longer surprised. If this floor was the 6th floor, then the floor he was on just now was the 7th floor. and the highest floor of the hotel was the 4th floor. And Yisha went down 1 floor along the metal stairs before he found the passage. The passage was parallel, with no ups and downs. In this case, even if he went from the hotel to the adjacent building, it should be from the 3rd floor of the hotel to the 3rd floor of the next building. Why did he go to the 7th floor? This is completely against the physics. But there are too many strange things in this town. And this level can no longer surprise Yisha. Going down the stairs, Yisha quickly came to the 1st floor, and then pushed open the door of the corridor. Yisha saw an empty hall, which was also undecorated. There were cement pillars everywhere around, and some miscellaneous things were piled up. There was a door on the left, but it was called a door. But there was no door, only a door frame. Yisha held the evil eye sword upside down and walked towards the gate. After leaving the building, Yisha frowned. Where is this hell? This is not around the hotel, or even the block where the hotel is located. Although Yisha didn't know how the blocks in this town were divided, he clearly remembered that there were almost no high-rise buildings around the hotel. Most of them were between 2 and 5 floors, and there were very few 7-story buildings. However, Yisha looked forward and saw that there were high-rise buildings nearby. Yisha turned his head and looked behind him. This was indeed an unfinished building with 12 floors. There was also a piece of iron wall on the outside with a sign saying, "No entry." Yisha pondered for a while, and had no idea. But standing there stupidly was not the right thing to do. Yisha began to move his steps, and continued to move forward. Chapter 969 Park. On the side of the building is a stone path, with a row of big trees on each side. Under normal circumstances, this should be a very romantic path. In an unknown street, there is an ancient stone path. On a white oak bench on the side of the street, a couple leans against each other and whispers intimately. The sycamore tree behind them sways, and the wind blows, making the leaves rustle. Unfortunately, this is not a normal situation. The path is gloomy and mysterious. The wooden benches on the street have collapsed long ago. Several beverage bottles and cans are rolling and constantly hitting the trash can. The big trees on the side of the path have lost all their leaves long ago, and the forked treetops are like the claws of evil spirits. Yisha carried the evil eye sword on his back and walked carefully along the path. Before he walked out of the path, Yisha first saw a small park. It was not big and could be seen at a glance. A small iron gate opened on the side of the path. Faintly, Yisha could hear some sounds coming from the park. Yisha hesitated for a moment and then entered the park. The park was small and simple, surrounded by bare trees, with a large open space in the middle for play, and some simple amusement facilities, like a swing, a sand pit, a seesaw, and a climbing frame with a slide. Creak! Creak! Suddenly, a harsh sound rang out. Yisha turned back suddenly, and then breathed a sigh of relief. But there was wind blowing, and the rusty swing began to sway. Yisha turned around and walked around the park. When he passed the sand pit, Yisha stopped slightly and looked towards the center of the sand pit. There was a rag doll there, with a knife stuck in its chest, and blood could be seen faintly. Yisha turned his head and continued to move forward. But at this moment, the sand pit suddenly collapsed, and a round head suddenly jumped out of the sand pit, and then flew towards Yisha. Yisha turned around suddenly, and the evil eye sword swept to the side, with a puff, accompanied by a red sword light from the sword body. The black shadow that pounced on Yisha fell to the ground. You killed an unknown zombie. Cumulative number 1. Yisha looked down and saw that it seemed to be a zombie mutated from a baby, without facial features. At this moment, the head had been cut off by Yisha's sword and rolled to the side. As for the mysterious sound ringing in my ears, it still indicates an unknown zombie. But this time it is not a mutant. But this is not the end. Splash! The sand pit suddenly made a loud noise, and then countless fine sand surged upwards. And then a female zombie suddenly emerged from the sand pit. The female zombie's body was covered with rotten pieces of meat, and her facial features were tangled and twisted together, as if they were all gathered in the middle of her face, turning into a bloody mess. Her eyes, nose and ears were not clear, and only a big mouth was grinning, like a shark's teeth. It was saw-shaped, and it opened its mouth and bit down at Yisha. Yisha held the evil eye sword horizontally, and the zombie bit the sword, and the corner of its mouth was cut. But the zombie seemed to be unaware and kept biting the sword. Blood splattered. At the same time, The zombie's hands were not idle, and it grabbed Yishaw's neck, and the sharp nails were like claws. Yishaw kept backing away, hating this kind of zombie that attacked like a mad dog. Even if he could kill it, it would not be easy to retreat unscathed. After taking a few steps back, Yishaw suddenly raised his leg, jumped up on the spot, and kicked the zombie in the chest. At the moment when the zombie was about to get up, Yishaw stretched out his right palm and swung it forward. Puff! A wind blade suddenly appeared, swept towards the front, slashed the zombie's chest, and cut the opponent's chest. But the zombie's defense and regeneration ability were stronger than Yishaw imagined. Needless to say, the power of Yishaw's wind blade was powerful, but it was not able to completely cut the opponent's body, but only split it. Although the wound was so deep that the bone was visible, the body was not completely broken, and it quickly closed again. And then, the wound was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This ability of flesh and blood regeneration has exceeded the level of advanced regeneration ability, and even feels a bit like the liquid monster in the past, which can regenerate at super speed no matter how the body is broken. However, the opponent and the liquid monster are still two different things. Yishaw glanced at the opponent's head. The liquid monster has no weaknesses and can regenerate no matter how it is attacked. But this guy in front of him, even if he has a similar super speed regeneration ability as the liquid monster, he will still die if his head is blown up. While Yishaw was thinking, the zombie was not idle either. It flew towards Yishaw again. Its bloody mouth opened again, and then its tongue flew out. The tongue was actually cylindrical, covered with dense barbs. After it hit the ground, it made a big hole in the ground with a bang, like a heavy hammer. Yishaw jumped up one step ahead of time. At the moment of dodging the attack, Yishaw took out the 16-element alloy ball and smashed the box directly to the ground. And the 16-element alloy ball rolled all over the ground. Then Yishaw landed, and then he had a thought, and he waved his hand, and those 16-element alloy balls flew up. Magnetic impact. The 16-element alloy balls flew forward, and under the traction of the magnetic force, they quickly turned into silver light, and kept hitting the zombie. But at this moment, the cylindrical tongue quickly retracted and surrounded the zombie's body, wrapping the zombie like a meatball. Puff! 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 The 16-element alloy balls hit continuously, but they could not penetrate the defense of the tongue. But they also caused some damage. The tongue was blasted with pits and blood. The next moment, Yishaw waved his hand, and the 16-element alloy balls flew back. Yishaw lifted his palm, and those 16-element alloy balls floated above Yishaw's palm, ready to launch a new attack. However, this time the zombie got ahead. After resisting Yishaw's attack, the tongue surrounding the zombie's body did not disperse immediately, but tightened even more. Yishaw suddenly felt a hint of danger and could not help but retreat backwards, creating some distance between him and the zombie. At this moment, the tightened tongue suddenly opened, and then all the barbs on the tongue shot out, covering all directions like a rain curtain. Yishaw took a breath of cold air, and immediately raised his palm and waved it in the air. Then a large area of turbulence appeared in front of Yishaw, surging wildly, sweeping away the barbs. Chapter 970. Seeing the wooden sign again. In a moment, the wind flow dissipated. Yishaw looked at his body, although he stirred the wind flow in time to defend himself. It was too hasty. Some barbs were still nailed on Yishaw's body, and blood kept oozing out. Yishaw silently raised his hand to pull out the barbs and threw them on the ground. At the same time, the zombie's tongue stretched out again, and countless barbs grew out again. Roar! The zombie roared and rushed towards Yishaw again. Yishaw looked cold, but did not move. Just as the zombie was about to reach Yishaw, boom! The ground suddenly made a loud noise. And then the corpse flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground and hit the zombie hard. Piercing gun. Yishaw raised his hand violently, and countless thin threads emerged from the string rings, flew forward, condensed and entangled, and turned into a long gun, stabbing at the zombie. Puff! A gun pierced the body. The piercing gun pierced the zombie's body, directly piercing a blood hole. But this was not Yishaw's real purpose. When the killing gun separated, the thin threads remained in the zombie's body, which could effectively inhibit the regeneration ability and allow the wound to heal quickly. At the same time, Yishaw suddenly reached out and pinched the thin threads, and pulled hard, directly pulling the zombie over. The corpse flower vine quickly rushed forward at this time and hit the zombie's chest. Puff! The corpse flower vine passed through the chest and opened a bloody hole in the zombie's chest again. The zombie was more ferocious than expected. It opened its mouth and ate the corpse flower vine directly. Every bite could tear off a large piece of the vine. However, Yisha also arrived at this time and took advantage of the moment when the zombie was bound by the corpse flower vines and went directly behind the zombie. The sword fell. The evil eye sword sank downwards, and the sword tip brought out a red light, and then fiercely chopped the zombie's neck. With a puff, the zombie's head fell down and rolled to the side. You killed unknown mutant zombies. Cumulative number 1. The mysterious voice sounded at the right time, which made Yisha feel at ease. Since the mysterious voice appeared, it naturally meant that the zombie must be dead. However, it was another unknown mutant zombie. Yisha was a little numb to this. But being numb didn't mean not caring. Why was this place full of unknown zombies that couldn't be identified? Also, the surrounding buildings were very strange. How could they change blocks inexplicably? It was like teleportation. Even if they were walking in secret passages, they couldn't ignore the length of the distance. But at this moment, Yisha's eyes lit up quickly, and he looked at the corpse flower vines. The corpse flower vines had been lurking underground, following Yisha's direction. Although they couldn't enter the building, the corpse flower that had been outside the building might know something because of this. Come here. Yisha waved at the corpse flower. And then, did I move in a large area? The corpse flower vine swayed for a while, and then shook. Yisha, then why weren't the previous hotels in the same area? The corpse flower shook its vines, then lightly moved forward, and then swayed randomly, obviously not knowing how to express itself. Yisha slapped his forehead. It was his own problem. Although the corpse flower had considerable intelligence, it had no language ability. Secondly, it could understand Yisha's words, but they couldn't be too complicated. The simplest was to say yes or no, nod or shake its head, and it was no problem for the corpse flower to express itself. However, the corpse flower has no language ability, so it is too difficult to let it express itself with vines. Yisha changed the question. Have I left the previous hotel? The corpse flower seemed to be thinking, and then shook the vines. No! Yisha was surprised. The surrounding buildings had changed. So how could there be no? Yisha again. Did something happen? This time the corpse flower vines began to shake vertically, which meant nodding. Yisha slapped his forehead, wanting to ask what happened. But he knew it was useless to ask, as the corpse flower could not answer such a question, because it could not be expressed in terms of yes or no. However, it gave Yisha some clues. There are 2 clues that can be confirmed. First, Yisha did not leave the block where the hotel was located, or that area. Second, something must have happened around, which caused Yisha to have the effect of crossing several blocks. Corpse flower definitely knows something, but it can't express it clearly, which is the most troublesome part. Relatively speaking, Yisha prefers Archon and Fatal in this regard. Not to mention Fatal. After evolving from a liquid monster to Fatal, this guy can speak directly, or communicate with Yisha on the spiritual level. Without speaking, the other party's voice will ring in his head. Archon has a certain language ability, but Archon doesn't like to talk. But at the critical moment, Archon can type directly on the PDA for Yisha to see. But one was sleeping, and the other was not around. So Yisha had no choice but to stop thinking about it, and walk out of the park. After leaving the park, Yisha saw the empty streets. Just like during the day, the streets here were very peaceful, and there were no large numbers of zombies. No, there should be no zombies at all. The zombies here always hide somewhere, and suddenly come out. Thinking of this, Yisha felt that he seemed to have discovered another suspicious point. So far, Yisha has not seen ordinary zombies. Of course, the mysterious voice reminded him that ordinary zombies still exist. Those skin bag zombies filled with corrosive venom. But in fact, those zombies were also the first time Yisha saw them. The ordinary zombies that Yisha was referring to were ordinary zombies that were commonly seen on the streets. They were not seen here at all. In fact, the only zombie that Yisha remembered was the Night King. Although the Night King was not rare, it was at least a star diamond level mutant zombie, and it became the most common one. Yisha continued to walk forward while thinking, and then suddenly stopped. There was another 3-way intersection, and there were 2 wooden signs hanging under the street lamp. The upper wooden sign read, "Heaven is to the left." The lower wooden sign read, "Hell is to the right." Yisha was very sure that these two wooden signs were the two he had seen yesterday. But this three-way intersection was definitely not the one he had seen yesterday. The surrounding buildings were completely different. The direction of the three-way intersection was also different. And even the ground was different. Yisha remembered that the crosswalk was on the left yesterday. But it was on the right today. Is it just the same sign hanging? Yisha pondered. Then suddenly moved forward and carved a cross shape on the corners of the two wooden signs with the king's holy sword. Chapter 971 Zombie Dogs. This time, Yisha chose to go left of the heaven and walk slowly forward along the street. The surrounding buildings were unfamiliar. They were not what he had seen when he came here, nor were they the buildings near the hotel. After walking for a while, Yisha walked through the commercial street, and the houses around him turned into residential houses, and became villas with separate doors and doors. At the same time, the thick fog that had always been floating seemed to be thicker, and only things within a distance of about 3 to 5 meters could be vaguely seen. And it was all gray. Then, when he was about to enter the residential area, Yisha saw a silhouette in the fog. It looked like a wild beast. Very tall. About 1.5 meters tall when lying down, and 2.5 meters long. Judging from the outline of its head, it was either a wolf or a dog. The other party did not seem to notice Yisha, so it did not take the initiative to attack. In this case, Yisha naturally got the opportunity to attack first. Killing spear. Yisha raised his hand, and a thin line emerged from the string ring, shooting forward, and soon tangled into a strand in the air, turning into the shape of a spear, fiercely piercing the black shadow. Roar! A roar sounded, and Yisha confirmed that the other party was a huge zombie dog. Then the zombie dog jumped out of the thick fog and came to Yisha. Although the zombie dog was very huge and seemed not an ordinary zombie dog, and had also undergone a certain degree of mutation, Yisha felt much more at ease. After all, zombie dogs are still very common. Yisha is now very sensitive to the so-called unknown zombies, and he doesn't feel much about such familiar things. Seeing the zombie dog rushing towards him, Yisha quickly jumped back, avoided the zombie dog's attack, and quickly moved sideways. But Yisha's speed advantage could not be brought into play, because the zombie dog was also very fast, and more importantly, very flexible. Even though the zombie dog was very huge, after an abrupt stop, and then a quick change of direction, the zombie dog came to Yisha again, raised its huge claws, and slapped Yisha directly. Clang! The evil eye is unsheathed. Yisha held the evil eye horizontally, placed one hand on the sword, and struck it hard. With a clang, the sword trembled slightly, and an arc appeared clearly at the same time. Fortunately, the evil eye had an immortal effect, so Yisha didn't have to worry about it being destroyed. Otherwise, he would have to withdraw his sword and leave. After forcibly withstanding the attack of the zombie dog, Yisha's mind moved, and two wind blades came from the left and right sides, sandwiching the zombie dog and fiercely slashing the opponent's body. Puff! Puff! After two muffled sounds, two more cuts appeared on the zombie dog's body. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Roar! Because of the injury, the zombie dog roared loudly again, showing great irritability, roaring at Yisha continuously, and then slapping forward with its claws. After being blocked by Yisha's evil eye sword, the zombie dog suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards Yisha. Clang! The sound of the sword rang again, and Yisha also pulled out the king's holy sword, stabbed it upwards, and pierced into the upper jaw of the zombie dog, making it unable to bite. Yisha curled his lips, and the next sword was the final blow. Yisha raised the evil eye sword and prepared to chop it down on the zombie dog's neck. But at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the zombie dog's mouth. There was actually a zombie hidden inside the zombie dog. This attack was really abrupt, and Yisha seemed a little caught off guard. The zombie that emerged from the zombie dog's mouth had only half of its body, no arms, and its hands seemed to have been chopped off. But the opponent still has teeth. With a puff, the zombie bit Yisha's shoulder. Yisha felt pain. His expression became a little ferocious, and he kept retreating. His right arm was scratched by the zombie dog, and it became bloody. Yisha's face showed anger, and he finally took it seriously. When the zombie dog pounced again, the wind suddenly burst out in front of Yisha, turning into a wind blade that continuously slashed at the zombie dog. cutting wounds on the zombie dog's body, and at the same time knocking the zombie dog away. Along the way, Yisha has not been serious. Not being serious is not laziness, but a kind of experience and strategy. Because, before he can't get out of the town, or find a way to leave the town, Yisha doesn't know how many battles he will have to go through. Going all out in every battle is obviously a wrong choice, because it will consume too much energy. Therefore, Yisha chooses to use simple abilities as much as possible, or even just use his body to fight and eliminate the zombies that appear in front of him, so as to reduce his consumption. Especially those trump cards of Yisha, which he dare not use casually. But the premise of all this is that he can kill the other party without any damage and relatively easily. The current situation is obviously not within Yisha's expectations. The zombie dog struggled on the ground, twisted its body, and climbed up again. But that was all. Yisha did not give the zombie dog a chance to continue attacking. The moment the zombie dog stood up, the wind from all around rushed towards him again, turning into wind blades, and continuously slashed at the zombie dog. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp blade pierced the flesh, and the zombie dog stood there in a daze. Then bloodlines slowly appeared on its body, and then the body of the zombie dog suddenly split apart, turning into piles of corpses scattered on the ground. You killed an unknown mutant zombie. Cumulative number 1. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It turned out to be another unknown mutant zombie? Yisha came to the side of the zombie dog and took a look. He found that it was true. The main reason was that the zombie hidden in the zombie dog's body was actually connected to the zombie dog's body. The first zombie dog has no tongue in its mouth, and that zombie is the tongue of the zombie dog. This is indeed another mutant zombie that I have never heard of. And it seems that mutation does not have such an effect. It feels like two zombies merged together. However, this is not a meat tree. How can it merge? Besides, although the meat tree relies on swallowing other zombies to merge and mutate, it creates a new form of zombie. Not such a rough fusion. Yisha squatted on the ground and watched for a long time, and couldn't help muttering, why does it feel like it was artificially made? Yisha's mind flashed the logo of Compu Corporation. The previous stitched zombies. The zombies with blades replacing their hands and feet. And the zombie dogs in front of him. Yisha always felt that there was a strong atmosphere of Compu Corporation. These zombies seemed to be artificially created. Of course, Yisha had no evidence. Just a feeling. After looking at the body parts on the ground for a while, Yisha stood up and walked towards a house on the side of the street. Chapter 972 Woman. After entering the house, Yisha carefully took out a flashlight and shone it towards the living room, while confirming that there were no zombies. He also found the light switch and tried it. There was electricity. When the light came on, the living room on the first floor was illuminated, and everything around became clear. A large living room, with an open kitchen on the other side. Yisha checked the doors and windows, then closed them, and then sat down on the sofa in the living room and began to treat his wounds, simply cleaning them and bandaging them. Yisha did not search the house, but prepared to leave immediately. He needed to find new zombies, and the reason was naturally that he was afraid of being infected with the virus. This is the disadvantage of being impulsive. Anger made Yisha kill the zombie dog directly. Now there are sequelae. The correct choice should be to let the zombie dog breathe, and then stab it with the Alaskan whale harpoon. Fortunately, it is not necessarily infected. Secondly, the zombie virus has a latent period, and Yisha still has plenty of time. However, just as Yisha was about to leave, he suddenly heard a slight noise coming from the second floor. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Someone brought a pillow just because you were sleepy? Yisha drew out the king's holy sword, stood up, and slowly walked up the stairs. Arriving at the corridor on the second floor, Yisha moved his feet along the wall, slowly moved forward, and pushed the door open. Behind the door was a study room, which was not small in size, but the structure was simple and could be seen clearly at a glance. There was no closet or any place to hide. Yisha retracted his gaze, moved forward, and pushed open the next door. This time it was the bedroom. Yisha's pupil shrank, and he found his target. A human being. A woman curled up beside the bed. Half of her body was stained with blood, and she looked seriously injured. Hey! Yisha walked to the woman and squatted down, patting her cheek. Wake up! The woman opened her eyes vaguely, and after seeing Yisha, she half moaned and half murmured, Save! Save me. Yi Sha, name. Tell me your name first. Tracy. The woman struggled and squirmed, Tracy to real. Yi Sha took out a list from his backpack and looked at it. There was really this name. She was one of the 33 members who participated in the last selection mission. Yi Sha took out a needle gun, loaded it with cell activation agent, and stabbed it into the woman's neck. Why are you here? Tracy, I don't know. I was here after leaving the Doomsday train platform. Yi Sha nodded, just like himself, which means that not only Yi Sha and others came to the nameless town, but also the 33 people who participated in the third-level selection task should be in this town. Yi Sha, what happened to you? Do you know about this town? Tracy, I was attacked by some zombies. Very strong. And then I saw. Tracy looked very weak, and her voice became lower and lower before she finished speaking. And finally she lowered her head and was silent, as if she had fainted. Yi Sha sniffed and found that she was still breathing. So she was not dead. After injecting the cell activation agent, she might be able to survive. If she couldn't survive, that was fate. And Yi Sha couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, she was not on the Doomsday train. And she didn't have the healing agent that the boss lady had that could cure any injury. The cell activation agent was already one of the top healing agents. But at this moment, Tracy's eyes suddenly opened. And Yi Sha found that Tracy's eyes were glowing red. And at the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Yi Sha reacted almost instinctively. He did not stand up, but kicked his feet and slid backwards along the floor, hitting the wall behind him. Sure enough, after Tracy opened her eyes, she flew towards Yi Sha with her teeth bared in claws, and was about to bite Yi Sha with her mouth open. The zombie virus broke out in Tracy's body. Looking at Tracy flying towards him, Yi Sha quickly raised his foot and pressed against the opponent's chest. Tracy's arms were not long enough, and although she was baring her teeth and claws, she could not touch Yi Sha. Moreover, without mutation, Tracy was currently the most ordinary zombie. Ordinary zombies are very dull. They only know how to pounce and bite, and they don't use their brains when attacking, which makes Yi Sha more comfortable. Pulling out the Alaskan whale harpoon from his waist, Yi Sha stabbed Tracy's chest several times in a row, deliberately not killing the opponent, using the blood-sucking of the Alaskan whale harpoon to heal and recover from injuries, mainly to ensure that he is not infected by the zombie virus. Then Yi Sha grabbed Tracy's hair and smashed it against the wall. Tracy's head was hit and bloody, but Yi Sha still saved his strength and did not kill the opponent directly. He stabbed Tracy's back again with the Alaskan whale harpoon, feeling that the bite wound on his shoulder and the scratches on his arm had almost healed. Yi Sha loosened his hand that was pressing on Tracy's head and let her pounce on him. Puff! The moment Tracy came to him, Yi Sha grabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon, slashed forward, cut off Tracy's neck, and then stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon into Tracy's forehead. Tracy's eyes lost their spirit, and after shaking a few times, she fell to the ground. You killed the zombies. The mysterious voice appeared again. This time it was not an unknown zombie, nor a mutant zombie, but just the most common zombie. There was also an apocalyptic reward. A pair of zombie eyeballs. Throw them to the food truck, and the lady boss will probably give Yi Sha a few copper skull coins. Yi Sha was somewhat emotional. In this damn place, it was harder to find an ordinary zombie than a mutant zombie. However, fortunately, his crisis was resolved, and he didn't have to worry about being infected with the zombie virus. At the same time, although Tracy was unlucky and died too quickly, she still provided some information to Yi Sha, such as confirming that the people who participated in the third selection mission were also in this town. Judging from Tracy's last unfinished words, this place does have something besides those unknown zombies, and it seems that Tracy has encountered it. Finally, Yi Sha can rest temporarily in this villa. Tracy's injuries are very serious, and she should have stayed in this villa for a while, and she didn't encounter any trouble until she arrived, which means that this place must be safe. After pushing Tracy's body under the bed, Yi Sha leaned down on the bed, signaled the little ancient cat to lie down at the window to guard him, and at the same time let the corpse vines lurk around the villa. And then Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. It's really a bit tiring. Although Yi Sha deliberately controlled the consumption brought by the battle, the continuous battle still consumed it, making Yi Sha a little tired. From leaving the Doomsday train platform to now, he has hardly rested and only slept for 2 hours in the hotel. Yi Sha prayed that he could have a good rest now. Chapter 973 Explosion. Yishaw's bad luck seemed to have temporarily disappeared, and he finally spent the rest of the night peacefully. The little ancient cat did not give any warning, and indeed nothing troublesome appeared. The next morning, Yishaw stood by the window and observed the street, while stuffing compressed biscuits into his mouth. This street was quite peaceful, except for the zombie dog that Yishaw encountered at the beginning. There seemed to be nothing, at least not at night. Looking at the street now, there was no sign of zombies appearing. Yishaw thought that if he wanted to find other people and leave here, he might have to start from the town itself. After thinking about it, Yishaw decided to start with the structure of the town. Yishaw planned to pay attention to the newsstands around to see if there were any maps or something like that, and then look for some public facilities where it might be possible to find a town map. At least, if he figured out the structure of the town and knew where the entrances and exits were, he might be able to leave here. As for finding other people, Yishaw thought that as long as they were still alive, he could come back and find them after figuring out what was going on. Of course, it would be better to find someone to go back to the Doomsday train with, but leaving here is definitely the first priority. But at this moment, boom! A sound suddenly came from a distance, and then Yishaw looked out the window and saw the rising black smoke mixed with some flames. After a moment of hesitation, Yishaw immediately stuffed all the compressed biscuits into his mouth, waved to the little cat, opened the window, jumped down from the second floor, and ran towards the explosion. The explosion did not just happen once, but continuously, as if someone was fighting. Most importantly, the explosion smelled very familiar. Little Fatty. Explosions were the guy's specialty, and this chain of explosions was really in the style of Little Fatty. No one else would make explosions so frequently except him. The thick fog in this town seemed to never dissipate, always surrounding the entire town, but with some changes in thickness or lightness. In addition, there were ash floating in the sky, like volcanic ash, which never stopped. When Yishaw was halfway to the target point, the sound of the explosion stopped, which made Yishaw a little anxious. According to the situation of the explosion, it was most likely the little fat man. However, if the explosion stopped, it meant that the battle was over and the little fat man was likely to leave. Yishaw immediately accelerated again and ran at full speed. A quarter of an hour later, Yishaw finally found the place. Looking up, the surroundings were in a mess, with a lot of charred spots on the ground, and the outer walls of many buildings around were blown down. This move looked like it was done by the little fat guy. To be careful, Yishaw drew out the king's holy sword and held it in reverse. Moving forward, some broken limbs and arms could be seen on the ground, and there were also complete zombies. Of course, they had been killed. It can be seen that if the little fat guy had fought here, this guy was obviously surrounded by zombies. At least 20 or 30 of them. Yishaw had seen some zombies before, such as zombies with corrosive liquid all over their bodies, and zombies with wings. There were also some that Yishaw did not recognize, probably the so-called unknown zombies. Yishaw moved forward, but unfortunately, the battle was over. He walked out of the battle circle, and there were no signs of fighting around him. Yishaw did not find the little fat man, and he probably left. The streets of the town were connected in all directions, and Yishaw did not know which direction the little fat man ran. He took out his phone and looked at it, but it still could not be turned on. Yishaw was helpless. Yishaw began to look for footprints on the ground, because the ashes were constantly falling from the sky, and the streets of the town were covered with a layer of grayish-white ash, which would leave footprints. Unfortunately, there were no footprints. The surroundings were blown by the smoke and dust from the explosion, and it was pitch black, and there was no footprint at all. Yishaw had to randomly choose a direction and walked into an alley. Yishaw could only hope that the fat man was nearby, and maybe he could meet him while walking. However, the moment Yishaw entered the alley, the little cat suddenly became irritable, poking its head out from Yishaw's clothes, roaring at the side wall, and waving its small claws. Yishaw was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped to the side. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared on the wall, and then a big knife suddenly stabbed out from behind the wall, almost brushing Yishaw's cheek and stabbing directly into the wall on the other side of the alley. A low roar came from behind the wall, and then Yishaw heard heavy footsteps coming, and along with the footsteps, the big knife actually cut the wall directly and continued to sweep towards Yishaw. Yishaw's pupils shrank, and he quickly jumped back. After 3 consecutive jumps, he slid back to the street. Boom! The outer wall of the building made a loud noise. And then a tall zombie broke through the wall and rushed out. This zombie was somewhat similar to the leather jacket man zombie that Yisha had encountered before, wearing black leather pants and a brown leather bag on his head. But there were still some differences. The zombie in front of him had no shirt, and his upper body was completely exposed. Secondly, he was very tall, at least 3 meters tall, with strong muscles, like a small mountain. This is obviously not the height that a normal person can reach. But after the mutation, the body has been stretched, and there are dense wounds on the body, at least 30 or 40. In his hand is a huge sword, full of rust, without a handle, but with an iron bar welded, about the same height as the zombie, nearly 3 meters. Yisha narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Is it a mutant zombie attracted by the explosion?" While Yisha was mumbling, the zombie had already come towards Yisha, raised the sword and chopped at Yisha. Yisha dodged to the side, and the big knife chopped on the ground with a bang, smashing a large piece of the ground. Although the big knife was rusty, it was very sharp and not made of ordinary materials. At the same time, because of its huge size, it was also very heavy. Just smashing it, the power was also very terrifying. However, with such a physique and the previous experience of fighting against those leather zombies, Yisha knew the opponent's weakness very well. That is, the speed was very average, and it looked very clumsy. But just as Yisha was thinking this, the zombie twisted its ankle violently, turned its body half a circle, and swung the big knife horizontally towards Yisha again. Yisha showed a bit of surprise, and in a hurry, he instinctively raised the king's holy sword in front of him. With a bang, Yisha felt the force coming from the sword, stepped on the ground with both feet, and slid back. This guy in front of me. What's clumsy about him? Chapter 974 Confrontation. The zombie was tall, and a tall physique would naturally affect its speed and reaction ability, making it relatively clumsy. But the fact is that the zombie reacted very quickly, turning its body sideways very quickly, and twisting its ankles very quickly, showing a dexterity that was completely inconsistent with its body. After Yisha slid about 3 or 4 meters on the ground, he stabilized his body, and then looked up and saw that the zombie had jumped out immediately. It jumped 3 meters and came directly to Yisha not far away, then raised its knife and chopped down at Yisha. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and as Yisha held the king's holy sword horizontally, the sword chopped directly on the king's holy sword. Yisha's knees bent involuntarily, and he was almost knocked to the ground. What a powerful force! This thought flashed through Yisha's mind uncontrollably. The power of the zombie was stronger than he had imagined. Of course, it was also related to the sword. This kind of giant weapon was surprisingly effective when it was swung. Yisha did not intend to fight the zombie head-on. He directly supported the sword with his left hand, pushed the opponent's sword away a little, and then jumped back to evacuate. But the zombie obviously didn't intend to let Yisha go easily. It quickly chased Yisha and swung the big knife continuously. Yisha moved his feet and kept dodging the blade. The giant weapon has a very obvious disadvantage, because it is too long and too heavy. It can't play any fancy tricks. Usually there are only 2 ways of attack, either vertical chopping or horizontal sweeping. This means that as long as you are flexible enough, it is relatively easy to avoid the attack of this kind of weapon. After Yisha dodged several consecutive attacks, the zombie seemed to be angry. It suddenly roared, increased its strength again, and swept the knife towards Yisha. Feeling the whistling wind, Yisha suddenly jumped up to avoid the blade. At the moment when the big knife was about to pass under him, Yisha suddenly stepped down with his bent feet. Bang! Yisha stepped on the blade of the big knife and pressed it to the ground. It hit the ground with a loud noise, and the ground cracked into a spider web. Die! With a low shout, Yisha took the opportunity to raise his sword forward, and the king's holy sword stabbed towards the zombie's throat. This was a fatal blow. As long as the opponent's throat was pierced, he could be killed. Even if he didn't die immediately, Yisha could also cut off the opponent's neck directly. However, at this moment, Yisha's pupils shrank sharply. When the king's holy sword was about to stab, the zombie suddenly stretched out his left palm and blocked the front of the throat. Puff! There was a dull sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Yisha pierced the zombie's palm with a sword, bringing out a puff of blood. The next moment, The palm suddenly tightened and grasped the sword of the king's holy sword. Roar! The zombie let out a roar like a beast, grabbed the sword of the king's holy sword, and threw Yi Sha out with force. Yi Sha flew into the air, suddenly twisted his waist in midair, stabilized his body, and returned to the ground. Looking up at the zombie, Yi Sha couldn't help but frown. This guy is a bit weird. He has a strong and tall body, good reaction ability, seems very agile, and is really fast. He also has rich combat experience. The last one is what makes Yi Sha feel weird. A mutant zombie has rich combat experience? Even Yi Sha himself doesn't believe this. Ordinary zombies have no wisdom. Not even thinking. How can they have rich combat experience? Among the mutant zombies, there are some zombies with self-thinking and relatively intelligent, but they are only limited to the level of beasts, and most of them still rely on instinct. But the previous attack was obviously different. The zombie made a judgment, or a choice. If he didn't use self-mutilation to defend himself, he would probably die. To defend himself in such a short time, he had to use self-mutilation. This didn't seem like the judgment a zombie should have. Yi Sha had a similar feeling about the opponent's attack, defense, and footwork, as if he was not fighting a zombie, but a different species of human, or a different species of creature. At the same time, the zombie had picked up the big knife from the ground and walked towards Yi Sha again. Clang! Clang! The rusty sword dragged across the ground, making a crisp friction sound, which was a bit harsh, and faintly golden sparks could be seen splashing on the ground. 5 meters. The zombie suddenly accelerated, took a step forward, and suddenly swung the sword. The extremely long blade, combined with the arm span, was clearly separated by a distance of nearly 5 meters. But the tip of the blade had already reached Yi Sha. Bang! Yi Sha held the sword horizontally to block the blade. He did not fight hard, but took advantage of the opponent's strength to slide back. And at the moment when Yi Sha opened up the distance again, boom! Boom! The earth roared. Then cracks suddenly appeared one after another, and corpse flower vines suddenly broke out of the ground. There were 3 corpse flower vines in total, stabbing at the zombie from different directions. The zombie once again showed agility that was not in line with its physique. It quickly jumped left and right, dodging the attacks of 2 corpse flower vines in succession. Then when the 3rd corpse flower vine swept over, and there was no escape, the zombie suddenly swung the knife. Puff! The blade slashed forward, and with a move of force, it slashed the corpse flower vine fiercely, not only cutting the corpse flower vine in 2, but also hitting the ground. With a loud bang, the ground was chopped off by the big knife, and it sunk deeply downwards. At the same time, countless pieces of gravel were shaken off and bounced out in all directions, constantly flying onto the other 2 corpse flower vines, preventing them from approaching. But it couldn't stop Yi Sha. Yi Sha appeared behind the zombie at some point, then leaped up, and put his knee directly on the back of the zombie, pressing hard. Bang! The zombie swayed and knelt on one knee on the ground. But Yi Sha was still on the zombie's back. Clang! The next moment, the Evil Eye sword and the King's Holy Sword were unsheathed at the same time, and Yi Sha lifted them high, then stabbed them down with force, crossing them, and stabbed them from both sides of the zombie's neck. Roar! The zombie roared angrily, and swung its thick arms back violently, hitting Yi Sha's chest. Yi Sha abandoned the sword without hesitation, jumped back, and distanced himself from the zombie. But did he really abandon the sword? No! The handles of the Evil Eye and the King's Holy Sword were wrapped with several very thin threads, which naturally came from the string ring. The next moment, Yi Sha grabbed those threads and pulled them hard. Chapter 975 Beheading Knife. Puff! Puff! As Yi Sha tightened the thin wire, the King's Holy Sword and the Evil Eye that were inserted into the zombie's neck suddenly turned sideways and cut off the zombie's neck. The head still covered with the bag rolled to the side, and the huge body fell to the ground with a bang. You killed unknown mutant zombies. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, beheading knife. Yi Sha's face was shocked. Apocalypse reward? This is impossible. Yi Sha had killed countless unknown zombies before, but never got anything. In Yi Sha's opinion, it must be because of the unknown reason that he couldn't get anything. Now it seems that it's just bad luck? No. It's not right. Yi Sha feels wrong. Yi Sha does not deny the existence of luck, but does not think that luck can dominate everything. The so-called luck is also a problem of probability. This probability is obviously not right. Therefore, in Yishaw's opinion, it is this zombie that is not right. Yishaw picked up the rusty beheading knife, and the feeling of something being wrong became even stronger. Beheading knife, a huge killing weapon with amazing destructive power, blade of destruction, can easily tear apart all non-biological targets. When beheading with this knife, it will have a certain healing effect, which is effective for all injuries of the person, including healing of various types of zombie viruses. Rage blood, when beheading with this knife continuously, when the number reaches 5, it will enter a violent state, and the physical fitness will be improved to a certain extent. Vanguard, use this knife to attack the same target continuously. When the number reaches 7 times, the power will increase slightly with each attack. Thrust charge, charge forward up to 15 meters. Increase the charge speed by 120%. Hit the target 100%. Cannot dodge, and can defend. Yishaw looked at the effect of the beheading knife and was very surprised. This is a weapon that is fully qualified to enter the treasure list. It is quite good. Of course, the key word is effect. There are only 2 situations where you can directly know the effect of this kind of weapon. The first situation is to kill the apostle and take it from him. The second situation is to kill the surviving human on the Doomsday train and get something that originally belonged to him as a reward. For some zombies that use weapons, after being killed, there is a chance that the apocalypse reward will take the opponent's weapon as a reward. But no effect can be seen. You must take it back to the Doomsday train and pass the appraisal of the dining car to know the effect. To say the least, the quality of the weapons is also problematic. What level of zombies can hold weapons that are qualified to be included in the treasure list? Anyway, whether there are such zombies, Yishaw doesn't know. At least he has never seen one. Yishaw pondered for a moment, came to the severed head, and took off the cloth bag. This is a middle-aged man with grayish-white skin. No rotten flesh on his face, but the skin color is a strange dark gray, and his face is covered with blue veins like earthworms. The facial features were distorted and mutated to a certain extent. The mouth stretched to the ears, and only the whites of the eyes were left. Yishaw suddenly raised his eyebrows and noticed the zombie's neck that was cut open. There seemed to be a half-tattoo there. Yishaw put the head back on the corpse, and then his face showed surprise again. Yishaw didn't recognize the other person's face, because after becoming a zombie, the facial features had obvious changes, not to mention the body, which had stretched to 3 meters in height. The physique must have changed greatly due to the mutation. However, Yishaw recognized the tattoo after it was spliced together. It was an eagle with its wings spread, and behind it there was a burning flame, and below the flame were 2 English letters, CJ. Miguel Lopez. Yishaw had an impression of this guy in the second round of the selection task. This guy was the 6th one to pass the test with 3 number plates, because according to Yu's suggestion, Duelingling only discussed with the top 5 people who passed the test whether they were willing to become Yishaw's flight attendants. If they were willing, they would be qualified to take the flight attendant assessment individually. Lopez happened to be the 6th one, squeezed out of the top 5. So Yishaw couldn't help but take a few more glances at this unlucky guy. He didn't remember his appearance very clearly, but he remembered the tattoo on his neck. After all, this tattoo is very eye-catching, covering most of the neck and extending to the chin. The tattoo is also very delicate and can't be ignored. Yishaw stood up and crossed his arms, tapped his forehead with his fingers, and fell into thought. If Lopez turned into a zombie, Yishaw wouldn't be surprised. Killed, infected, and turned into a zombie. This is a very normal thing. People who got off the Doomsday train were not immune. But the key is that Lopez became a zombie. But the mysterious voice still hinted that he was an unknown mutant zombie. Yishaw felt that he was about to be suffocated by the word unknown. What does it mean? At the same time, Yishaw felt that as long as he solved this puzzle, he would have a high probability of figuring out what was going on in this town. Naturally, he could find a way to leave here. Yishaw felt a little irritated when he tapped his forehead with his fingers, but he still suppressed this irritated emotion by force. Yishaw knew very well that the more it was at this time, the less anxious he should be. Calmness was the most important thing. It was clearly said that it was a benefit, and I could choose the flight attendant. Why is it so troublesome all of a sudden? Yishaw complained helplessly, put away the sword, picked up the beheading sword, and prepared to leave here. Well, at least he got a very good weapon. which gave Yisha some psychological comfort. Yisha walked towards the side alley, intending to cross to the next block. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly looked up at the sky. Boom! Boom sound came from the distant sky, and the distance seemed to be getting closer and closer, because the sound was getting clearer and clearer. At the same time, Yisha quickly found the target. A small black dot was approaching in his direction, slowly getting bigger. Armed helicopter? Yisha finally saw what the black dot was. It turned out to be an armed helicopter. The armed helicopter came from the southeast. Although it was not flying directly towards Yisha, it should be getting closer and closer according to its flight trajectory. And then it would fly past Yisha not far to his left. But at this moment, boom! The sound of an explosion suddenly sounded. And then the propeller of the armed helicopter suddenly exploded into a ball of fire. And then the armed helicopter tilted rapidly, and was about to crash into the ground. Before the crash, a figure suddenly opened the door of the helicopter and jumped out. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 976. The Archon arrives. The Archon. Yisha rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Before the helicopter crashed, the Archon seemed to jump out of the cabin. This daze lasted only a short moment, and Yisha quickly came to his senses, carrying the beheading knife, and ran quickly towards the direction of the crash. After the crash, the roar of the explosion sounded, and the surging black smoke mixed with flames was a good signal, or a sign, which allowed Yisha to accurately find the crash site. Yisha ran quickly, shuttling through the streets. After about a quarter of an hour, Yisha finally saw the crash site. The helicopter had been completely deformed and was burning fiercely, with black smoke spreading all around. In addition, Yisha saw a lot of zombies. Those zombies surrounded the burning helicopter, with black smoke coming out of their bodies, and their skin flashing red, like bodies condensed from magma. They staggered and shook their heads when they walked, just like the most ordinary corpses. When Yisha arrived, the zombies seemed to have heard the noise, and they turned around and staggered towards Yisha. Yisha said nothing, raised his beheading sword and swept it across. Puff! The head of a zombie was cut off and flew high up. But the headless body did not fall down. Sparks kept surging from the broken neck, like golden fireworks. Bang! The next moment, the sound of an explosion suddenly sounded, which scared Yisha. And then the zombie's body exploded, and the flames and heat waves pushed out to all sides. You have killed an unknown zombie. Cumulative number 1. An exploding zombie? Well, this is another type of zombie that Yisha has never seen or heard of. Otherwise, how could it still be an unknown zombie? Fortunately, the beheading sword is long enough, which naturally means that the attack distance is also long enough. Yisha is at a certain distance from the exploding zombie, and is only slightly affected by the blast, and does not suffer any damage. Of course, Yisha was lucky this time, since he knew that those zombies would explode. Yisha would not be stupid enough to fight in close combat. Watching the zombies staggering towards him, Yisha took out the metal box containing the 16-element alloy balls, poured out the 16-element alloy balls, and waved his hand forward. Attracted by the magnetic force, the 16-element alloy balls immediately floated up, and then rushed forward with Yisha's palm waved forward. Magnetic impact. The 16-element alloy balls flew forward, turned into silver streamers, and directly hit the zombies. Apart from the explosion, those strange zombies were not very strong, slow, clumsy, and no special attack methods were found. The silver light formed by the 16-element alloy ball quickly penetrated the heads of the zombies one by one. And then the zombies exploded one by one. You killed unknown zombies. Cumulative number 2. You killed. You killed. Mysterious voices sounded continuously until all the zombies exploded, leaving a pile of mincemeat. Yisha bypassed the corpses and approached the still burning armed helicopter. And then his eyes lit up. It was the Doomsday train's armed helicopter. Although there was no logo printed on it, Yisha had ridden on the Doomsday train's armed helicopter several times, and they were all the same model. So, the question was, where was the Archon? The Archon had escaped before the crash, so he should be nearby. But Yisha had no way of knowing exactly where he was. At this moment, boom! A loud roar suddenly appeared, and Yisha looked to the side, and a large cloud of dust suddenly surged up, and then drifted away in the air. Yisha immediately snapped his fingers, and the corpse flower vine suddenly sprang out from the ground. holding up Yishaw's feet and sending him to the roof on the side. Yishaw quickly jumped and ran along the roof. Fortunately, this block was a commercial block, surrounded by connected shops, so Yishaw could directly cross the roof and always keep a straight distance forward. Found it. Yishaw leaped from one roof to another, rolled to relieve the force, and then looked up and saw the Archon surrounded by zombies. Although he watched the Archon jump out of the plane, Yishaw was not completely sure because they were quite far away. Now, Yishaw was finally completely sure. It was the Archon. There were many zombies around the Archon, probably zombies attracted by the crash, and happened to hit the Archon when he left. Yishaw had seen almost all of those zombies. Mainly two types. One was the guys wrapped in leather clothes, and the other was the spider woman seen in the sewer, whose body was turned over. Half of her limbs were cut off, and the blades were connected to her body and supported her. Of course, there were some that Yishaw had never seen before, such as a zombie whose fingers were replaced by blades, with sutures all over its face and body, and a thin black tail growing above its buttocks, with a sharp blade at the front. Yishaw did not delay any longer, and after taking a glance, he jumped down from the roof. Those zombies were besieging the Archon, and did not notice that Yishaw had landed on the periphery. The next moment, before those zombies could turn around, Yishaw raised his beheading knife and swept it fiercely. Puff! Puff! The two heads flew directly into the air and were easily chopped down by the guillotine. Yishaw continued to attack. After a horizontal sweep, he dragged the knife forward, leaped up, raised the guillotine, and chopped it down fiercely with a battle axe. Puff! The zombie in front of Yishaw met the guillotine. Almost in an instant, the guillotine chopped off the opponent's head, and then, like chopping wood, the zombie's body split into two sides and exploded on both sides, with blood spilling all over the ground. Yishaw showed a look of delight on his face. This beheading knife was really good. If it was a fight between masters, the beheading knife's flaws were quite obvious. It was huge and heavy, and could only be used with some simple moves. At the same time, although the attack was violent, the defense was not very useful because it was not flexible enough. However, if it was just to chop zombies, these shortcomings were relevant, and it also made the beheading knife appear extremely violent. It could easily chop the zombies in half by sweeping horizontally and chopping vertically, as long as it hit. Moreover, because the beheading knife was huge enough, the zombies couldn't even get close to Yishaw. After easily killing 3 zombies, Yishaw didn't stop and raised the beheading knife to the same level as his shoulder. Thrust! Yishaw pointed his toes and rushed forward as a shadow. Chapter 977 The Secret of the Town. A zombie stood behind the Archon and was about to attack him. But at this moment, Yishaw suddenly rushed over. The beheading knife stabbed forward and pierced the zombie's chest directly. Then Yishaw raised the blade upwards, and the zombie split in half. Yishaw continued to attack and raised his sword to sweep backwards. The zombie who was about to approach was forced back by Yishaw. At the same time, Yishaw's other hand also threw out the 16-element alloy ball. Before the 16-element alloy ball landed on the ground, it quickly flew in all directions. Magnetic impact. The 16-element alloy ball swung in all directions, quickly turning into silver light bullets, constantly piercing the bodies of those zombies. Unfortunately, the 16-element alloy ball is not very effective against ordinary zombies, because targeting multiple targets and hitting the head with the 16-element alloy ball is obviously very demanding. After Yishaw got the 16-element alloy ball, he also practiced frequently, but it was obviously not so accurate. Only 2 zombies were hit in the head by Yishaw. However, the impact force knocked the zombies away. The 16-element alloy ball was still somewhat effective. At this time, the corpse flower vines also came out from the ground, circling around outside, like a giant python, constantly moving, and then slammed the zombies that Yishaw had knocked away to the ground, turning them into meat paste. Yishaw raised the beheading knife and danced again, cutting the bodies of the 2 zombies again, then combined his 5 fingers into a palm, and slashed hard. A wind blade slashed out, beheading a zombie not far away. There were quite a lot of zombies around, at least 30 or 40, but they couldn't resist Yishaw's serious attack, and half of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yishaw winked at the Archon, and the Archon moved towards Yishaw tacitly, and then fought and retreated, gathering the zombies. When all the zombies gathered in front, Yisha pulled out 2 crystal bars of the red flame bomb and threw them forward. Boom! Boom! The crystal bars of the red flame bomb exploded in the zombie group, and the flames quickly engulfed the zombies, burning and killing them. You killed an unknown mutant zombie. You killed an unknown mutant zombie. You killed an unknown mutant zombie. Yisha's ears kept ringing with reminders from a mysterious voice, which was a bit annoying. Unfortunately, Yisha couldn't shut up the voice. It was always like this when killing a large number of zombies at once. Let's go! Yisha waved to the Archon and immediately ran back. The battle might attract more zombies. Yisha didn't plan to rush all the way. He found a relatively secluded place. There was a mountaineering equipment store on the side. Yisha pointed it and went in with the Archon, then sealed the doors and windows. After doing all this, Yisha said to the Archon, "How did you get here? From the Doomsday train?" Yisha paused and added, "Did the boss lady send you here?" The Archon did not answer, but silently took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yisha. Yisha opened it and saw that it was given to him by the boss lady. The Nameless Town, formerly known as the Calypso Town, is a family town under the name of Compu Corporation. More than 70% of the residents are family members of Compu Corporation employees. It is now one of Compu Corporation's simulation test bases. After the apocalypse, Compu conducted some research on the zombie virus and decided to build a simulation test base, choosing the town of Calypso as the site and officially changing its name to Nameless Town. Nameless Town mainly studies artificial zombies, using zombie viruses and genetic engineering to create legendary species, including vampires, werewolves, pythons, the living dead, nightmare hunters, and other species in legendary stories. Compu put living people into Nameless Town to test artificial zombies. After these humans died, they were transformed using zombie viruses. Later, there were too few living samples, so it was suspected that Nameless Town was abandoned. There was also a suspected research accident, and the personnel in the experimental base were killed. It is uncertain whether the Nameless Town is still functioning normally. In addition to the zombies, the Nameless Town itself has been rebuilt, using a lot of technology to make it a mobile town. It is a technological maze, and it is difficult to find an exit to leave. If you want to leave the Nameless Town, you must find the system center and destroy it before you can find a fixed entrance and exit. Issue a temporary emergency task to take the surviving humans out of the Nameless Town as much as possible, and you don't have to complete it. Friendly reminder, be careful of the apostles walking. The paper roughly described the situation of the Nameless Town, which made Yisha suddenly look enlightened. Yisha shook the paper. Does it mean that the buildings in this town can move? Constantly reorganize? But I didn't find such a mechanism. The Archon took out the PDA and opened it. A 3D town map appeared on it. As the Archon's finger swiped, the buildings in the town began to move. Not only that, some high-rise buildings can be directly separated, and then a high-rise building becomes 2 low buildings. But this can't be done everywhere. Many buildings can only move. The ground is hollow. The ground is like a moving puzzle. It is constantly moved and then pieced together again, and it becomes a completely different scene. Yisha frowned. This is unreasonable. Shouldn't there be a loud noise? Well, the noise may be easy to solve. There are many noise-canceling devices, but many houses are made of wood. It is impossible to install such a mechanism. Right? The Archon directly released a 3D projection, and the pattern on the wall changed. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Do you mean to use 3D projection to create a fake scene? The Archon shook his head, nodded, and then typed on the PDA, virtual reality. Yisha knew that the technology of virtual reality was developed by Computech. The original application of this technology was because some staff who had been in the underground experimental base for a long time would become depressed and irritable in a closed space, until this technology is successfully developed. Even in an underground experimental base, standing by a window, you can see the city from above, just like working in a high-rise building. It can even be set to see view, distant mountains, etc. This device can also be installed inside the room, and the room can be arranged in different styles through projection, changing the wallpaper, changing the desk, cabinet, and even the appearance of the chandelier to change the mood. Yisha held his chin and pondered for a while, sighing that Compu did have a lot of technology ahead of the times, and also roughly understood what was going on in this town. Then, the next question is how to leave this damn place. Yisha looked at the Archon. Is this all the help the boss lady provided? Is there no more important information? Chapter 978 Nyepa returns. The Archon shook his head. Yi Sha, why did it become like this? The Archon continued to shake his head. But halfway through, he suddenly paused and pointed to the bottom of the paper. Friendly reminder, be careful of the apostles. Yi Sha was silent, feeling that he had to figure out the current situation. Judging from the boss lady's hint, everything was done by the apostles. But Yi Sha has never seen the apostles so far. If the other party wants to use this place to kill them, they should show up. Just those zombies? Yi Sha didn't deny that many of the zombies created by Compu were quite interesting. But it was obviously not an easy task to kill them. No. Yi Sha suddenly raised his eyebrows. Someone died. Many of the people who participated in the third round of selection died. But it didn't feel right. Those people didn't seem to be killed by the apostles, but by zombies. Then Yi Sha found that there was something wrong with his thinking. First, just because Yi Sha didn't encounter powerful zombies doesn't mean others haven't. Second, never underestimate the elusiveness of zombies. If they suddenly appear and cause fatal damage, it's still very scary. Third, Yi Sha shouldn't use his own strength to measure everyone's strength. In short, Yi Sha murmured, since the boss lady reminded me, this matter is probably related to the Apostle Walk. This surprised Yi Sha a little. Can the Apostle Walk actually change the entrance and exit position of the Doomsday train platform? This is not good news. It means that if there is this time, there will be the next time. This is a very dangerous thing. Yi Sha looked at the content written on the paper again, and then found another point. The proprietress also used ambiguous words about whether the nameless town was abandoned, which means she was not sure. Then, the operation of the nameless town may be man-made. It may be that all the people died, but the system is still running. It is difficult to confirm. Yi Sha thought about it for a while, and decided not to care about how this happened, but to focus on the key point of this matter, which is to leave here. No matter what the apostles were going to do, or how they were brought here, Yi Sha decided to ignore it for now. The important thing was to leave this place. Regarding this, the proprietress gave a solution. Find the center of the nameless town. After destroying it, you can find the exit of the nameless town. Then, the key is to find the center. Yi Sha had to do this by himself because there was no support. Regarding this, Yi Sha figured it out quickly. The Doomsday train is short of manpower, and most of the train attendants are competing for the qualification of the chief train attendant. Who can be sent? Sending people from ordinary carriages? That would cost their lives. The train conductor is not on the Doomsday train. The two deputy train conductors, Mafarian, are handling the selection of chief train attendants. The remaining Dong Fangyu is in charge of the Doomsday train. There is really no one to send. There are two chief train attendants left, Gon Lin and Xia Tian. What is the point of sending them here? Yi Sha is also a chief train attendant. Sending Gon Lin and Xia Tian here means that Yi Sha is incompetent. The lady boss sent the Archon over, and it was obvious that it was mainly to let Yi Sha understand the current situation. Otherwise, it would take Yi Sha a long time to figure out the situation of the nameless town by himself. Yi Sha rubbed his face, and then said, that's fine. At least I understand what's going on. Then I can think of a solution. Yi Sha, is the 3D map model you just showed me the one of the nameless town? The Archon shook his head. It just made a random move to let Yi Sha understand what was going on. Yi Sha knocked on the wall with his knuckles. Then we must first figure out what rules this town follows to change, so that we can figure out where the experimental base is. Yi Sha thought while looking at the ground. To be honest, Yi Sha's first suspicion was underground. Underground experimental bases were the most commonly used method of compu. Secondly, if the ground was an experimental field with a large number of zombies, then it would undoubtedly be safer underground. However, Yi Sha had been underground, and it was a very ordinary sewer. Of course, we cannot draw a conclusion based on this. The experimental base does not necessarily occupy the underground space of the entire town. Yi Sha murmured, this is a search direction. Dong. Dong. Yi Sha leaned against the wall and thought. But at this moment, a dull sound suddenly appeared. Yi Sha immediately regained his mind, quickly walked to the window, stood against the wall, and looked outside. A tall zombie walked through the street, dragging a twisted street lamp in his hand, with sutures all over his body, which seemed to be the sutured zombie he had seen before. However, there was no cloth bag on his head, and no clothes on his upper body. Yisha held the beheading knife. If the opponent didn't find him, Yisha was too lazy to jump out and fight, and consume himself in vain. He just waited for the opponent to pass by. But at this moment, puff! A blood hole suddenly exploded on the right side of the zombie's head, and then blood splashed out and scattered all over the ground. Yisha was stunned and blurted out, "Nyepa." Yisha immediately smashed the window with an elbow, then turned over and said to the Archon, "Send a signal. Hurry up." The Archon condensed black balls of light in his hand, and then continuously fired them towards the sky, exploding in the air. Nyepa had seen the Archon fight, so he should be able to recognize the Archon's ability. However, Yisha did not bring the Archon with him this time, and he did not know whether Nyepa would think of this and be alert. But the communication equipment could not be used, so it must be that Comp Corporation had installed interference devices in various places in the town, and Yisha could only use this method. Yisha could only hope that Nyepa saw those black balls of light. And then Yisha stood directly in the middle of the street, since Nyepa could snipe the zombie. As long as he did not leave immediately after shooting, he would be able to see Yisha. As for the result, we can only pray. Yisha stood on the street with his arms folded, waiting for Nyepa to come. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, it is not Nyepa, but the surviving human who participated in the third-level selection task. Even so, Yisha thinks that if the other party is not stupid, he should come. After all, Yisha has shown up before the 2-level selection tasks, and those people should be able to recognize Yisha. Hey! Yisha's thoughts turned around and kept thinking. At this time, Nyepa's voice suddenly sounded. Yisha looked up and saw Nyepa sticking his head out of the roof of a house on the side. Nyepa said to Yisha, "Go west. There are zombies in the other 3 directions." Yisha nodded and ran west along the street. A moment later, Nyepa came out of an alley and joined Yisha. Chapter 979 Puzzle. Yisha ran and said, "Where are the others?" "Nyepa, we got separated. This damn place has many traps." After Nyepa finished speaking, he glanced at the Archon and questioned Yisha with his eyes. "Yisha, the lady boss sent it over, and also sent some intelligence. Let's go and find a safe place first." Nyepa pointed forward. "Go forward. I observed when I came here. I didn't see any zombies in this direction. Don't go to those tall buildings. Go to smaller places. There are almost no traps in those places." Yisha nodded, and the 2 of them ran quickly. About a quarter of an hour later, they entered a bar. "Yisha, I'll seal the front door. You go check the back door." Nyepa nodded and walked deeper into the bar, while the Archon began to check the interior of the bar to see if there were any zombies lurking there. After confirming that it was safe, Yisha walked into the bar and looked at the drinks on it. They were all real. Compu spent a lot of money to simulate the real environment for experiments. Yisha took out a cup and poured 2 cups, then handed one to Nyepa. "What's going on? Why is the ground gone?" Nyepa, "All gone. Yisha, I didn't see anyone when I returned to the ground." Nyepa, "There was a very powerful zombie that beat Wang Likuan into a building. When I chased him in, Wang Likuan disappeared. While searching, I touched a painting, which turned out to be a secret door, and then fell in. I went down a slant and went directly underground. I don't know about the others." Nyepa raised his head and drank the wine. "This town is very strange." Nyepa continued, "Those buildings are full of traps and secret passages that lead to many inexplicable places. In addition, I found something." "Yisha, what is it?" Nyepa, "Those things floating outside will not stop, and the fog is artificially created. I found a device that creates fog in a park." "Yes, that's true." Yisha took out the paper given by the proprietress and handed it to Nyepa. "Look for yourself." Nyepa took the paper and looked at it for a while, then said, "So that's it. Bringing living people into this town, simulating zombies hunting humans, and then using the corpses for experiments when humans die or are seriously injured. This is indeed what Computech would do." But Nyepa pointed to the bottom, which was the reminder from the boss lady. "Nyepa, is it related to the apostles?" "Yisha, it should be related. Otherwise the boss lady wouldn't remind us. I think we can leave this matter alone for now. No matter what the apostles are planning to do, or what they are planning, we just need to get out of here. Nyepa, we have to find the place where the little fat man disappeared." Yisha was puzzled. "Huh?" "Nyepa, after he fell into the sewer, he suddenly disappeared." "Right. Yisha nodded. Yep, there should be a mechanism there. Although I'm not sure if it's an ordinary mechanism or if it can lead to the experimental base. It's always right to look for it. Yisha thought for a while. It makes sense. Yep, in addition, I think the town will change at night. I found a villa to sleep in yesterday. And when I woke up, I found that the surrounding blocks had changed. Yisha spread his hands. It seems that I can't sleep tonight. Yep nodded. Let's find the place where the fat man disappeared first. Yisha finished the wine. Let's go now. Yep nodded and stood up, leaving the bar with Yisha. Yep walked and said, by the way, you mentioned something similar to brain area ability, which can enhance the ability of fear. I thought about it carefully, and it might be psychological suggestion. Yisha was puzzled. Psychological suggestion? Yep, yes. Some artificially created specific environments can invisibly give psychological hints and deepen certain emotions. For example, the soundtracks of horror movies, and some movie scenes will feel very scary when the soundtrack is turned on. But it will be the same when the sound is turned off. Yisha, so? You mean to use the environment to create a horror atmosphere? Yep, that's probably it. I'm not good at this. But I've seen a master who is very good at this. When he arranges, he even needs to arrange a small decoration accurately. Have you heard of the rumor that water drops kill people? Yisha, I've heard of using psychological suggestion to kill people. Blindfold a person. Scratch his body with the back of a knife. Make him think he is injured. And then let him listen to the sound of dripping water. As a result, the person died the next day. Yep, it's probably this kind of thing. I think this town should also use a similar arrangement to increase psychological pressure and create a sense of fear. Yisha nodded. Neither of them was an expert in this area, so they couldn't explain it, and could only make a rough guess. Then, Yisha suddenly stopped. Yepa looked at Yisha, who had stopped. What's wrong? Yisha spread his hands and caught the flying ash falling from the sky. This thing has never stopped. Right? Yepa nodded. Yisha, you found a device that can create thick fog. So where is this device that can create flying ash installed? The high-rise buildings around? No, not high-rise buildings. The villas in the residential area are at most 3 stories high. And even if the device is installed, it can't create this effect. Yepa laughed. It can't be in the sky. Yepa froze halfway through his words, then suddenly looked up at the sky. If the virtual reality scene can create the city view, sea view, and distant mountains outside the window, why can't a sky be created? Then, if this sky is fake, why can't those devices that can create fly ash be placed in the sky? Yepa said in a deep voice. How can we be sure? Yisha suggested. Fire 2 shots? Yepa rolled his eyes, pulled out his gun and fired directly into the sky. But there was no response. Yepa, even if it hits, do you think you can see the bullet hole from such a long distance? Yisha, then try another method. As Yisha spoke, he pulled out the night owl and held it in his hand. Fake. Yisha's mouth curled up, revealing a sneer. This sky is really fake. Yepa, how did you know? Yisha, the effect of this knife can only be activated at night. And it's only noon now. But, suddenly, a large piece of black curtain emerged from the blade of the night owl, covering Yisha's body. The black curtain condensed behind Yisha and quickly turned into a pair of wings. Wings of dark night. Yisha looked at Yepa. I can activate the effect of this knife now, which means that it should actually be night now. Chapter 980 Shrouded Town. If you want to confirm whether it is day or night, people usually instinctively take 2 actions. The first is to look up at the sky. Under normal circumstances, you can distinguish between day and night by the color of the sky. The other method is to look at the time and determine the day and night based on the time. However, Yisha's watch and phone were disturbed when entering the phone. The hands of the watch were constantly spinning due to magnetic interference, and the phone screen was directly black. Therefore, Yisha confirmed the time by the clock in the town, and could only check the sky above his head to confirm the day and night. So, what if everything is fake? Yisha finally understood why this town was so weird. Because everything he saw, heard, and felt might not be real. Fortunately, there are always things that cannot be deceived. The characteristic of the night owl is that it can only be activated at night. And the time in the town is just past noon. Yisha, do you have a rope? Yepa nodded, pulled out a large bundle of tied climbing ropes from his backpack and threw it to Yisha. Yisha, I can't fly with you. So I'll go up to see the situation first. And then let the rope down. If it's not long enough, I'll find another way. Yep, okay. If it doesn't work, you go out alone first. Yi Sha didn't say much. The wings of darkness suddenly spread out. The black curtain covered his body. Yi Sha kicked his feet and rushed straight into the sky. Yi Sha was flying upwards while observing. There was thick fog in the town, and the whole sky could not be seen. It was always blurry. Besides, Yi Sha had not paid special attention to the sky before, so he did not feel anything wrong. But now that he had broken through the fog, Yi Sha began to observe the sky deliberately. Yi Sha felt that something was wrong. The sky was gray, and there were few clouds. It felt unnatural. After a little hesitation, Yi Sha understood. The wind and the clouds, both of them feel wrong. The wind and the clouds are invisible and unpredictable. But under this sky, the wind seems to be very regular. The size and direction of the wind flows seem to follow a certain law, and appear in a cycle over and over again. The clouds in the sky are the same, moving, floating, gathering and dispersing, as if they have always followed a certain law and are constantly circulating. This makes Yi Sha feel a little fake. It seems. Thinking of this, Yi Sha looked up at the sky again and curled his lips. It seems that I really have to poke a hole in the sky to leave here? Yi Sha took a deep breath and prepared to continue to accelerate and rush upwards. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly heard a whistling sound. Yi Sha quickly looked around and soon found the source of the sound. A micro-missile about 1.5 fingers long and 2 fingers wide appeared on the side, dragging white air and flying towards him. Yi Sha's pupil shrank. This is the thing that shot down the armed helicopter that the Archon was riding. As Yi Sha spoke, he quickly took out the metal box containing the 16-element alloy ball and poured out the 16-element alloy ball. Magnetic shield, Yi Sha shouted, raised his palm and pressed forward. And then the 16-element alloy balls were pulled by the magnetic force, floating in the air, and quickly gathered in front of Yi Sha. The 16-element alloy balls quickly pieced together and turned into a triangular shield, then flew forward and collided with the micro-missile. Boom! A loud roar appeared, and a fireball exploded out of thin air in the sky, and countless flames fell downwards like fireworks. However, this is just the beginning, not the end. More and more micro-missiles continue to appear, coming towards Yi Sha from all directions. Yi Sha's face was slightly stern, and then he raised his head. It seems that he must be more serious. Yi Sha closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. Wind and clouds gathered from all directions. Countless wind currents surged and began to converge towards Yi Sha, and then formed a circle of ripple-like wind blades, centered on Yi Sha, and constantly surrounded him. The next moment, Yi Sha raised his head and pushed, and the circle of wind blades spread out in all directions. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded in the sky, and the fireballs continued to spread in all directions. Yi Sha took advantage of the momentum to continue to rush up. And then, Yi Sha finally saw the sky. The top of the town was actually a dome. The dome was made up of extremely detailed high-resolution screens, and the sky was actually a playing image. Shock wave. Yi Sha punched the air without hesitation, and the invisible force of the shock wave pushed forward and hit the dome fiercely. Then, there was a loud bang, and a big hole was blasted out of the dome by Yi Sha. Yi Sha took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the dome directly. He fell on the top of the dome, and the sky was dark. Then he looked around and showed a shocked expression. He had to admire the generosity of Compu, because Compu built a shell on the periphery of this town. This shell is a hemispherical building, and you can't see the end when you look left and right. CommScope built a huge building that directly covers the entire building, a building that accommodates a small town. And then think of the technological transformation in the town. Such a handwriting can only be described as amazing. Only CommScope can do such a thing. And only CommScope has such technology. They came here from the Doomsday train, but they couldn't actually describe it as entering a small town, but directly entering the interior of this building. After being shocked, Yi Sha looked down at the big hole he had blasted out, then looked at the bundle of climbing ropes that Nyepa had given him, then shook his head with a wry smile. It's too high. This bundle of climbing ropes can only reach 1/3 of the height at most. It is almost impossible to use the ropes to pull Nyepa and the Archon up. Looking at Nyepo's position, Yi Sha could only see a small black dot, and there was still thick fog around. Even if he wanted to call Nyepa, He couldn't do it, and his voice should not be able to reach below. Yi Sha frowned and pondered, then chose to get up and leave. Yi Sha couldn't bring Niepa and the Archon out, but Yi Sha felt that it was not a big problem. There was a big hole in the dome that was pierced, even though it was very high and covered by thick fog. Niepa could see it. Since he could see it, Yi Sha thought that as long as Niepa was not a fool, he should be able to guess what was going on. After understanding the situation of the town, it was actually not enough to deal with the current situation. Just walk in one direction, regardless of the street or the building. Always keep a straight line. Destroy, destroy, and continue to destroy everything in front of you. Then, you will definitely be able to reach the outer wall of this building. Chapter 981 Experimental Base. Yi Sha walked forward on the dome. After knowing the secret of the town, Yi Sha felt that with Niepo's ability, he should be able to get out. Even after seeing the big hole in the dome, other people would probably understand what was going on. But since Yi Sha came out, he would naturally not do nothing. Yi Sha could solve all this himself. After walking on the dome for nearly half an hour, Yi Sha finally saw the edge. There was a large rocky mountain around, and on top of a rocky mountain, there was an egg-shaped building with a red light flashing at the top. Is this the core experimental base? Yi Sha looked up. Then the dark night wings behind him spread out and took Yi Sha to the top of the rocky mountain. Standing at this position, you can overlook a large area of the dome. And from this perspective, the building covering the entire town looks even more spectacular, which makes Yi Sha sigh again at the power of Compu. Turning his head, Yi Sha came to the front of the egg-shaped building. And then, stop! This place seems to be abandoned. There are 2 glass doors in front, with some cracks, bloodstains that have long been dried around, and some fallen metal plates on both sides. Yi Sha walked to the front door, grabbed the gap of the glass door, pulled the glass door open with force, and then entered. This kind of experimental base that cannot be opened to the public naturally does not need the so-called hall or public area. After entering the main door, you will directly enter the experimental area. There are circles of circular corridors on both sides, with a total of 5 floors. On each circular corridor, there are metal doors with a small window on the door. In the center of the first floor, there were desks on both sides, countless pieces of paper scattered on the ground, and in the center was a huge metal device that was difficult to understand. In the corners, there were some metal cabinets with cables connected around them. Yi Sha silently clenched the beheading knife and walked forward. He looked down at a piece of paper. It was a sketch, which showed a zombie whose whole body was stitched together with various corpse parts. And there were 2 large iron nails on both sides of his head. It felt like the legendary Frankenstein. Going forward, Yi Sha saw many traces of battle. There were claw marks, slash marks, hammer marks, and all kinds of battle marks. Mottled bloodstains were everywhere. On the ground, walls, tables, and those incomprehensible metal instruments were all stained with dark red. However, there were no corpses. Yi Sha remembered the information given by the proprietress. What was being studied here was artificial zombies. Or to put it more directly, it should be using zombie viruses to study artificial monsters. If this place is abandoned, those things are likely to escape from here. But what about the researchers here? If they were killed by the escaped monsters, there should be corpses. The problem is that Yi Sha didn't see it. While thinking, Yi Sha walked towards the edge. There was a circle of rooms near the wall. It was not just one layer, but every time it was close to the wall, it was a circle of rooms. These rooms seemed to be built very solidly. The metal iron door was at least 20 centimeters thick, with only one window the size of 2 fists. Looking inside, you can see that the walls are also inlaid with thick steel plates. Yi Sha looked up and saw a sign above the room that read, Werewolf Number 1. The room next to it was, Werewolf Number 2. There were 5 rooms like this, from Werewolf Number 1 to Werewolf Number 5. And the sign of the 6th room was changed to, Faceless Female Corpse Number 1. Yi Sha did not continue to look down. He already knew what these rooms were used for. Obviously they were used to imprison the experimental subjects. However, most of these rooms did not have experimental subjects. Of the 5 werewolf rooms, Yi Sha only saw a werewolf in room number 3, with shackles on his hands and nailed to the wall. The appearance is very similar to the legendary werewolf, but not exactly the same. The werewolf looks like a wolf walking upright, while the one in the room has a human lower body and a wolf upper body. Moreover, it was already dead. The chest of the werewolf was cut open, and its internal organs fell all over the floor. Its flesh and blood had already shriveled up, and it was completely dead. The empty hall seemed extremely quiet. Even though there was no danger, Yisha still felt bad. After walking around the first floor, Yisha did not go up to the second floor. Anyway, there were rooms for holding experimental subjects. So what was there to see? Yisha walked directly to the center of the hall. There was a metal round platform with a full sense of technology. There were 12 fixed metal chairs in the round platform. There were some bloodstains in the center, and around the round platform were hanging screens. Yisha roughly estimated that there were more than 70 screens, and more than 2/3 of the screens were still lit. Yisha came to a screen, and his eyes lit up. Is this the town structure map? On those screens, there were 3D module maps of the town, a total of 40 or 50, each of which was a brand new town. Obviously, this was consistent with the information given by the boss lady. The town could be changed through the monitoring and control of the experimental base. The ground could move with each other, driving those buildings to form various structures of the town. At the same time, Yisha also saw some weather mode options on a screen, including rainy days, foggy days, scorching sun, typhoons, etc. And each climate was also graded, from the weakest level 1 to the strongest level 5. That town can simulate various climate environments through artificial devices. This is really novel. And the most important thing is that the technology demonstrated by CommScope is amazing. But this is not what Yisha wants. Yisha moved to the next area. This area has a total of 24 screens, each of which can be split. Up to 16 split screens. At least 4 split screens. And the screen can be switched continuously. The screens in this area are monitoring the entire town. Yisha's eyes lit up immediately, and he fiddled with the keyboard on the console, and quickly found a way to switch the screen, and then began to switch the screen continuously. Soon, Yisha saw a young man hiding in the warehouse, one of the 33 members participating in the third selection mission. This is a lucky man, because he is still alive. Yisha switched the screen again, and then saw Napa, who was running fast along the street. Whether he encountered a fork in the road or a corner, Nyepa did not hesitate and chose to go straight ahead. If you encounter a building that can be climbed over, just climb over it. If not, destroy the wall and move forward. Yisha smiled knowingly. It seems that Nyepa has understood the secret of this town and thought of a way to crack it. Chapter 982 Defense System. Yisha did not keep his eyes on the surveillance screen for too long, because this was still not what Yisha wanted. Yisha turned his eyes to the screen in the third area, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. The screen in the third area is the core system of the experimental base. The screens here all correspond to functional operations. For example, there are many three-dimensional building modules in the town, and the town structure can be manually changed. Secondly, there are some monster settlement points in the town. These settlement points are controllable. That is, monsters can be released at any time. Of course, most of them are now invalid. There are some other functions, but the control panel corresponding to the screen in this area is undoubtedly the main system operation. Yisha did not intend to think about how to shut down the system. He planned to use a more direct method. Bang! Yisha punched the control panel, leaving a fist mark directly, and the top metal plate was dented by Yisha. And then, the metal plate was removed abruptly. Then it was simple. Just destroy it. This is the best way to crush everything. But at this moment, you can't do this. A mechanical electronic sound suddenly sounded. The 8 screens in front of Yisha suddenly shook, and then turned black. But it only lasted for a few seconds, and then it lit up again. The image of a robot head appeared on the screen, just looking at Yisha. Yisha raised his head. Who are you? I am Marion. TP Automatic AI Control System, the central controller of the experimental base. The mouth of the robot head opened and closed, and the mechanical electronic voice continued to be heard from all around. You can't destroy this place. Yisha, this is not your decision. It's just a bunch of code programs. What qualifications do you think you have to order me? Repeat. I am TP Automatic AI Control System, codenamed Marion. The mechanical electronic voice continued. Your actions violate the control rules. You can't do that. Yisha, then you release my people. They are in that town. Marion, it is determined to be an invading target and must be destroyed. Yi Sha sneered. Then there is nothing to say. Yi Sha grabbed a handful of cables and tore them apart with force. Woo! Woo! Almost at the same time when Yi Sha tore apart the cables, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the experimental base, and the lights around turned red and kept flashing. Marion sounded the mechanical electronic sound again. Warning. Warning. If you do not stop your behavior, the first level defense program will be activated. Warning. Warning. Nonsense. Yi Sha grabbed a handful of cables without hesitation and tore them apart again. The next moment, the round metal table suddenly moved, slightly rotating clockwise, and then slowly sank downwards. Yi Sha frowned, then jumped back, jumped off the metal table, raised the beheading knife, and chopped at the metal table. Although Yi Sha didn't know what would happen, it was obvious that the system couldn't continue to operate. So Yi Sha planned to destroy the entire metal table. Bang! The guillotine hit the side of the metal platform hard, cutting off a large piece of the metal platform. And then, the guillotine pierced into the metal round platform. Destruction blade can easily tear apart all non-biological targets. The destruction blade effect of the guillotine is obviously very suitable for destruction. Marion's mechanical electronic voice came again. If you continue to destroy, you will not be able to stop the operation of the defense system. Yi Sha disdainfully. Do you think I care? Yi Sha ran around the metal platform quickly, and the beheading knife cut the metal platform in half along the arc of the metal platform. After one circle, the metal platform was completely split in half, and Yi Sha raised his leg without hesitation and swept it horizontally. Bang! After a dull metal collision sound, the cut metal platform collapsed to the side. On the screens around, the pictures kept shaking, making a sha sound. Silence. 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 The mechanical electronic sound continued to ring, and it was obvious that the volume was getting smaller and smaller, and there was a cardioverterance. And finally the images on the surrounding screens disappeared completely. Huh? Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief. Destroying the metal round table was equivalent to destroying the system. Without the interference of the system, it should be much easier to leave here. While Yi Sha was ringing, he took out his phone and tried it. The screen really lit up. It seemed that the device that interfered with the electronic signal had stopped working. Yi Sha was about to make a phone call to ask about other people's conditions. But at this moment, boom, boom, a dull sound suddenly appeared. Yi Sha raised his head, slowly put down the phone, and then looked around. Shaking. The entire experimental base was shaking. Defense system? Yi Sha looked around. Destroy this base? Self-destruct? Yi Sha stepped back. If it was just self-destruction, then this defense system was really nothing great. Before this place collapsed, Yi Sha could easily leave this place. But, boom! A loud noise suddenly came from under the cut circular platform. And then a metal plate was lifted up and fell towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha's pupil shrank, and a wind blade suddenly appeared in front of him, shooting forward and cutting the metal plate in half. Bang! Bang! The metal plate that was cut in half brushed past Yi Sha's body and nailed it to the ground. Yi Sha looked up and saw that under the cut circular metal platform, several huge tentacles suddenly emerged, like the tentacles of an octopus, but without the suction cups. After those tentacles surged up, they waved in the air, and then fiercely smashed down in the direction of Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately jumped away. Boom! Boom! Those tentacles smashed down to the ground, making a loud roar, sweeping across, and all the tables, chairs, and instruments around were swept away. Although Yi Sha avoided the first attack, he did not gain much breathing time. Those tentacles were extremely fast, moving close to the ground like snakes, and coming towards Yi Sha. Looking at the tentacles that were raised in front of him, Yi Sha raised the beheading knife without hesitation and swept it across. Puff! The blade of the beheading knife swept past, and the tentacle was cut off by Yi Sha, flying into the air, and then fell in the distance. Purple-black blood continued to flow from the cut surface of the wound, falling to the ground, and white smoke continued to rise. The metal plate on the ground appeared a little bit of charred black, and became bumpy. Obviously, the purple-black blood was very corrosive. Chapter 983 The Final Killing Move. Yi Sha was very familiar with the corrosive liquid, which was the kind inside the skin zombies. It was very strong, and could not be touched easily. At the same time, with the dancing of the tentacles, a huge meat ball squeezed out from the broken hole under the broken metal platform bit by bit. Slowly, it floated into the air. The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the meatball, and then slowly opened. The meatball covered with tentacles was actually a huge eye. Yisha narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The evil eye demon recorded in the Devil's Bible? Even this thing has been made by Compu?" While Yisha was muttering, the tentacles around him rushed towards him again and lashed at him fiercely. Yisha leaped up, avoiding the attack, and continued to swing the beheading knife. Puff! Puff! The moment the two tentacles approached Yisha, they were cut into two by Yisha. As for the corrosive liquid that flew out, wind is surging. A wind suddenly surged around Yisha's body, and when the corrosive liquid was about to fall on Yisha, it was blown to both sides by the wind. Yisha fell back to the ground and slid backwards. "If this is the last defense system," Yisha sneered, "that's really disappointing." As Yisha spoke, he quickly rushed forward. The beheading knife dragged on the ground, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound, cutting the ground. Those tentacles kept coming from all directions, blocking Yisha again. Yisha sighed a little. He should have brought the corpse flower out. The corpse flower vines could completely resist those tentacles and intercept them. Now, of course, Yisha could only rely on himself. Puff! 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 The beheading knife swung again, cutting off the tentacles continuously. The wind blew away the scattered corrosive venom, and then Yisha approached the eyeball at high speed. The structure of the evil eye demon is very simple. Just an eyeball and tentacles. If attacking the tentacles does not work and cannot kill it, then the eyeball should be attacked. But at this moment, boom! As Yisha was about to approach the front of the eyeball, a loud noise suddenly appeared, and the entire experimental base trembled again. Then the ground in front of Yisha cracked again, and new tentacles suddenly appeared, sweeping towards Yisha fiercely. Bang! Yisha was thrown by a tentacle and flew backwards. Judging from the strength alone, the power of the evil eye demon is still quite terrifying. However, in midair, Yisha thrust the beheading knife towards the ground, and stabilized his body forcefully. The moment his feet landed, Yisha raised the beheading knife and prepared to charge. Thrust charge. Yisha's legs were slightly bent, and then he kicked hard, and his body rushed forward. Puff! 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 Tentacles kept coming towards Yisha, but they were cut off by the blade before they could get close to Yisha. Thrust charge. Forward thrust with a maximum distance of 15 meters. The charge speed increased by 120%. 100% hit rate. Cannot dodge. Can defend. The thrust charge does not increase the power of the attack, although it increases the speed. It cannot convert the impact after the speed increase into damage. In fact, the characteristics of the thrust charge have nothing to do with the word power, but lie in 100% hit rate. Before hitting the target, there is no way to dodge. Only defense. Success or failure. However, it is obvious that those tentacles cannot stop the beheading knife. Puff! Yisha rushed to the front of the evil eye demon in an instant, and the beheading knife stabbed hard into the pupil. Poof! A stream of dirty blood splashed out and scattered all over the ground. Then Yisha raised the beheading knife and cut open the pupil. Is it over? Not yet, because the mysterious voice prompt has not appeared yet. It means that the evil eye demon is not dead yet. The evil eye demon has not been completely cut open, and the wound is slowly healing. At the same time, a red light emanates from the evil eye demon. Yisha inexplicably feels that something seems to be happening. Maybe a dying spear. Maybe a fatal blow. And then, bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal hitting each other continued. Yisha looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the doors of the experimental base, where the experimental subjects were imprisoned, were opened one by one. Then, nothing happened. Ha. Ha ha. Yisha was stunned for a while. And then, he couldn't help laughing. He had understood what the final defense of this experimental base was. That is, release all the experimental subjects. Frankly speaking, this move is still very scary. Look at the rooms where the experimental subjects are imprisoned. There are 4 floors in total, and all the rooms add up to at least more than 500. This means that Yisha will face at least 500 artificial mutant zombies created by Compu, or artificial monsters created by zombie viruses. There are some very powerful ones among them, which is indeed a sure kill blow. However, the experimental subjects here have long disappeared. They may have been moved after the experimental base was abandoned, or they escaped outside. In short, there are no experimental subjects in those rooms at all. The few that still exist are just the bodies of the experimental subjects. In other words, this last resort, this fatal blow is completely useless. Then, Yisha smiled. You can only wait and let me kill you. Yisha ran again without hesitation and quickly approached the evil-eyed demon. Those tentacles seemed to feel a huge threat. And all moved, stabbing in the direction of Yisha. Get out of here! Yisha swung the guillotine fiercely, cutting off all the tentacles. Then raised the guillotine above his head and slashed it down fiercely. Puff! The guillotine slashed at the evil-eyed demon again, cutting into the wound that Yisha had cut earlier. This time, the evil-eyed demon was finally cut in half by Yisha's clean and neat slash. The broken evil-eyed demon fell to the ground, and the flesh and blood shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a withered plant. And soon, only a piece of skin was left. You have killed unknown mutant zombies. Cumulative number 1. The timely appearance of the mysterious voice means that Yisha has completely killed the evil-eyed demon. And there is no doubt about it. Yisha took a deep breath, picked up the beheading knife, exited the experimental base, walked to the edge of the rock, and looked at the huge dome. This time, everything should really be over. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the edge of the mountain top. Chapter 984 Return. Soon, Nieppe and Du Lingling appeared in front of Yisha first, and the two had already run out of the town. Nieppe pointed at Du Lingling. We just happened to meet when we came out. In the same direction. Yisha nodded. The system that controls the town has been destroyed by me, and the communication equipment has returned to normal. You go find other people and bring them out. Nieppe nodded without objection. He had read the note that the boss lady gave to Yisha and knew that this was a task. Although it was written that it could be done or not, it would probably be beneficial to do it. Yisha asked Nieppe and Du Lingling to find someone, which was obviously a way for the chief steward to share the credit. In this respect, Yisha is still very good at being a person. Because of the not-so-wonderful memories and endings in his previous life, Yisha prefers to act alone, even if he becomes a chief steward. He never recruits stewards under his name to form a team unless the mission specifies, or some special circumstances require it. But it does not mean that Yisha does not know how to win people's hearts as a chief steward. Interests. Only interests. A conductor who only knows how to eat alone will be kicked out sooner or later. Yisha has been doing well in this regard. Nieppe and Du Lingling began to communicate. First of all, they naturally had to find the little fat man, Yiyu, and Wan Likuan. Secondly, those who participated in the third selection mission, if they are still alive, must be brought out. This is a very troublesome thing, but not a difficult thing. Yisha took out his phone to contact the boss lady and inform her of the current situation. At the same time, he had to confirm the location of the Doomsday train platform with the boss lady. Don't worry. I will open the entrance and exit of the Doomsday train platform at your current location. The lady boss was relieved when she received Yisha's call. The incident this time was really big, and it was a good result to be able to end it like this. Yisha nodded and said nothing more. The next thing to do is to find someone. Yisha and his friends all have communication methods. Since electronic devices will not be interfered with, things will be much simpler. They can contact each other, confirm the location, and leave the town. The trouble is for those who participated in the selection mission. Nieppe and Du Lingling have made contributions. Du Lingling thought of a way, and Nieppe has the ability to invade electronic devices. At the beginning in the City of Destruction, Nieppe used a TV to connect to the internet and then played the sound to contact Yisha. In this way, Nieppe recorded an audio and then played it on all electronic devices that can make sounds in the whole town, so that people who hear it will find a way to leave the town or ask for help. Of course, this is not enough. Some injured people must be taken into consideration. So Nieppe led the team to search the town for a few days. 5 days later, 12 people were found alive in the town and not infected with the zombie virus. Yisha will take them back to the Doomsday train. As for whether this matter counts as a task for the crew, Yisha is not sure. It depends on the boss lady's opinion, or the train conductor's opinion. Yisha personally hopes that it can be counted. These 12 people will all become crew members, which is beneficial to him. After all, he rescued these 12 people from the town. Yisha didn't expect them to be grateful to him. Gratitude is worthless these days, and one should not easily believe in so-called words of gratitude. However, with this relationship, Yi Sha believed that it would be beneficial to him. Don't ask me about the qualifications of the crew. And don't ask me about the follow-up of this assessment. What you need to do now is to return to the Doomsday train to rest. Someone will naturally talk to you about other things later. Yi Sha comforted everyone a little, because many people had complaints about this accident. But this matter was not Yi Sha's responsibility, and Yi Sha could not give them an answer. However, Yi Sha thought that these guys were smart people. The crying child gets the milk. This is to hope to make some compensation. At the very least, it would be good to confirm the qualifications of the crew. Unfortunately, Yi Sha could not promise them anything. When they led people into the Doomsday train platform, it was still the familiar Doomsday train. And it was still the familiar scene. Many people could not help but let go of their hanging hearts. The proprietress stood at the door of the carriage in person, waiting for Yi Sha and others. Wait a minute. The lady boss looked at Yi Sha and said, I'll take care of their business first. Yi Sha nodded and went into the dining car with the others to wait. He ordered some food and sat around the table. Yi Sha didn't know how the lady boss handled it, but it obviously took a lot of time. 2 hours later, the lady boss walked into the dining car. Yi Sha looked at the lady boss. How is it? The lady boss, no problem. Let those people become crew members. Everything that happened in that town can be regarded as the assessment of the third selection task. Yi Sha, that's not what I'm asking. The lady boss smiled. Those who were sent for the assessment, Mu Jiyun and Kong Max, both passed the flight attendant assessment. Among the 5 people sent after the second round, 3 failed and 2 succeeded. Congratulations on getting 4 flight attendants. Yi Sha couldn't help but frown, feeling something was wrong. The lady boss was obviously evasive, or deliberately changing the subject, and was very blunt. The lady boss, you can take a break first. Yi Yu stood up. I think I should go back to my personal compartment to sleep. Yi Yu stood up and prepared to leave the dining car. The atmosphere was wrong. Not only did Yi Sha feel it, but Yi Yu also obviously felt it. Nyepa crossed his legs, put his hands behind his back, and tapped his palms lightly with his knuckles. When he was thinking, he often did this habitually. Obviously, Nyepa also saw the problem. Yi Yu walked towards the compartment door. And then, swish. When Yi Yu walked to the compartment door, suddenly, a metal fence suddenly fell down and sealed the door. Although it looked like an ordinary iron gate, Yi Sha believed that it was definitely not a door that could be opened easily. What was more important was an attitude. The attitude revealed by the proprietress. Yi Sha placed his arms on the table and held his chin. What do you mean? The proprietress, it will be ready soon. Don't worry. Wait a while. Yi Sha frowned and looked around. There were only a few of them in the dining car. No one else. And even the dining car waiter, who was supposed to be in the dining car, could not be seen. The boss lady wanted to trap them in the dining car? To delay time? Yi Sha now even suspected that the boss lady deliberately left them in the dining car for 2 hours. After all, the 12 people who were alive became crew members. It didn't seem difficult to handle this matter. It could be done in 10 minutes. Not 2 hours. Chapter 985, Go Kill Him. The atmosphere became more and more depressing, and no one knew what was going on. If everyone didn't know that they couldn't do anything on the Doomsday train, some bloody situation might have happened now. Everyone's expression became more and more indifferent, staring at the boss lady, wanting to know what the boss lady was up to. Fortunately, this time they didn't have to wait for 2 hours, or even longer. Soon, Yi Sha knew what the boss lady meant, or what the boss lady was asking them to wait for. The departure time of the Doomsday train. The Doomsday train has departed. The Doomsday train shook and soon drove out of the Doomsday train platform. Although the dining car had no windows, judging from the frequency of the shaking of the car body, the Doomsday train was very fast. At least faster than usual. The proprietress walked out from behind the bar silently, and her wrist shook. 2 knives slipped out of her sleeves and were held in her palm. The 2 knives were obviously not ordinary items. They were made of pure silver, and the blades were embroidered with rose patterns and gold thread. The lady boss said, Do you think you can keep it a secret? Yi Sha frowned. What do you mean? Except for Yi Sha. Everyone else stood up instinctively. Yi Yu clenched her fist nervously, as if ready to attack at any time. Du Lingling looked at Yi Sha with her eyes, looking at a loss, unable to understand and deal with the current situation. Nyepa and the little fat man took a half step back, As if thinking, Wang Likuan scratched his head. Isn't it forbidden to fight on the Doomsday train? The boss lady, that only targets the members on the Doomsday train. We can still take action against those who boarded the train without permission. At this point, do you think you can still hide? That's too much of an underestimation of us. Yi Sha's brows knitted tighter. And he had vaguely guessed something. The boss lady continued, You really won't cry until you see the coffin? Everyone looked at each other. Obviously still didn't understand what the boss lady meant. The atmosphere became more depressing. After about half a minute, Wang Likuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course I know that I can't take action easily. But I think I did it flawlessly. How did you see that? The boss lady's eyes were on everyone before. Or rather, she was not paying attention to a certain person, but was looking at everyone. Now she completely focused on Wang Likuan. I didn't know it was you. The boss lady looked at Wang Likuan, and I'm surprised it was you. Wang Likuan was undoubtedly the least noticeable one among Yi Sha and the others. In terms of presence, he was just Yi Yu's little follower. Even if she paid attention to Wang Likuan, it was mainly because she paid attention to Yi Yu. And she paid attention to him by the way. In terms of strength, Wang Likuan's strength is the lowest among the others. Even Du Lingling, who has only been a flight attendant for a short time, has already caught up. Because Wang Likuan is not good in other aspects except defense. Wang Likuan was stunned for a while by the boss's words. And then he laughed, So you are cheating me? Boss, yes. I'm not sure who it is. I just know that one of you must be the one. Otherwise this time wouldn't have happened. Strictly speaking, the lady boss was not trying to trick Wang Likuan, but everyone else. The positions of several people had gradually changed, and they were keeping a distance from Wang Likuan, while forming a siege. Yi Sha stood up. This is really unexpected. Others might still be confused, but Yi Sha had already understood it completely. Apostle Walk. Wang Likuan is an Apostle Walk. Yi Sha had known for a long time that there were apostles on the Doomsday train, and this was a task assigned by the train conductor. But he had no clue. Yi Sha was as surprised as the lady boss. He didn't expect it to be Wang Likuan. The reason was the same. Wang Likuan's presence was too low. Wang Likuan smiled. That's why I was able to hide for so long. Unfortunately, I didn't accomplish anything. I worked in vain. When did you do it? Yi Sha put his hands together and tilted his head. Let me guess. When the giant spider was killed. Right? Wang Likuan smiled and gave the answer. Yi Sha nodded. I see. A long time ago, the disc monster attacked the Doomsday train. Those who left the Doomsday train at that time had to catch up with the Doomsday train and go to the next stop to reboard. Yi Sha was among them. Yi Yu was among them. And Wang Likuan. Of course he was among them. During this process, they were attacked in a small town. Wang Likuan was attacked first, and then rescued by Yi Sha and Yi Yu. At that time, Yi Sha found a clue. The giant spider did not look like an ancient species, and there was no mysterious sound to kill it. Yi Sha guessed that the giant spider might be controlled by the apostle. However, the apostle never showed up, and Yi Sha thought that the apostle was self-aware and knew that he could not be a match for 3 people. So he retreated. Now it seems that Wang Likuan was replaced at that time. Yi Sha, so the attack on the Doomsday train was actually premeditated, to create an opportunity for you to board the Doomsday train. Right? If I answer yes, then what? Wang Likuan looked at Yi Sha and smiled. Is there any point in asking so clearly? Yi Sha thought for a moment. Yes. The process is not important. The result is important. And now the result is that you can't run away. Wang Likuan was still smiling, but a little ferocious appeared. Looking at the boss lady, you can make a move. Which means I can make a move. Right? The rules only apply to people on the Doomsday train. And I am not. The boss lady disdainfully said, Do you dare to make a move? Do you think you can still run away? Wang Likuan said seriously, I want to try. Okay. The lady boss waved, then I'll give you a chance. Let you try. Wang Likuan grinned, took off the shield behind him, suddenly jumped onto the table, then jumped up, smashed the top, opened a big hole in the top of the carriage, and then jumped out of the carriage. The lady boss walked to Yi Sha's side and patted Yi Sha's shoulder. Since he is your man, you will finish it. Although he is dead, it is the best result for him to die in your hands. Do you understand? Yi Sha silently drew out the holy sword of the king, and then said, Understood. An Apostle Walker had sneaked into the Doomsday train. And this Apostle Walker was hiding as a crew member under Yishaw's name. For Yishaw, this was of course a stain. Letting Yishaw finish the job was equivalent to the conductor giving Yishaw a chance to wash away the stain. The proprietress nodded and removed her hand from Yishaw's shoulder. Go kill him. Chapter 986. It's time to get serious. Yishaw half closed his eyes, then took a step forward, tapping his toes, and jumped out of the big hole on the roof. Standing steadily on the roof, Wang Likuan was on the other side of the car, with a big shield in front of him, one arm resting, half supporting his body. Yishaw, why don't you run? You can't run away. Wang Likuan shook his head. Then why run? Yishaw, if that's the case, are you going to be killed? Wang Likuan laughed. I finally got on the Doomsday train. But I only executed the plan once, and it didn't succeed. This is really a pity. So I think I can try my best in the end. Yishaw, for example? Wang Likuan said seriously, for example, killing a conductor. Then let's kill him and see. Yishaw shook the king's holy sword and looked at Wang Likuan, at the last moment. Don't you show your true self? Wang Likuan smiled. And then the muscles of his body began to wriggle like a mollusk. And then a layer of flesh membrane covering his whole body, like a jellyfish, fell off Wang Likuan's body. Wang Likuan's frame was obviously smaller. His height was reduced to about 180 centimeters. And his appearance was completely changed. He was a young man not much older than Yishaw, who seemed to be of Chinese descent, but with a hint of mixed blood between his eyebrows and eyes. And his facial features were very delicate. Or it could be said that he was very handsome. The man raised his shield and smashed it against the roof of the car, then raised his head and looked at Yishaw. Apostle Walk. Holy Son. Lenzhua. Another Holy Son? Yishaw raised his eyebrows. What does Holy Son mean? How many Holy Sons do you have? Lenzhua smiled. Guess? No need to guess. No matter what the Holy Son means, you have to die here. No matter how many Holy Sons there are, one will be reduced from today. Yishaw said, as he held the holy sword of the king across his chest. Doomsday Train. Chief Train Officer. Yishaw. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Yishaw and Lenzhua fell into silence. The surroundings seemed to be quiet except for the whistling wind. In a moment, the huge tower shield was raised by Lenzhua. This seemed to be the weapon to be used when fighting as Wang Likuan. But Lenzhua did not seem to have the intention to change the weapon, and held the tower shield horizontally in front of him. The next moment, the tower shield trembled slightly, and then the edge of the shield suddenly ejected a triangular blade, which was extremely sharp. Lenzhua pointed his toes, bent his legs, and suddenly exerted force. With a leap forward, he crossed most of the carriage and came to Yishaw. Lenzhua chose to take the initiative. The shield was raised and fell, hitting Yishaw fiercely. The triangular blade on the edge of the shield shone with a faint light and revealed a hint of coldness. Clang! Yishaw held the king's holy sword horizontally and collided with the shield. Then he raised his leg and kicked the shield, kicking Lenzhua back repeatedly. After finally stabilizing himself, Lenzhua looked up and saw Yishaw coming towards him. He raised his arm, and the shield flew out towards Yishaw. Yishaw remained calm and raised the king's holy sword to knock the shield away. The shield turned in the air and flew back to Lenzhua, who caught it with his palm. Ha! Lenzhua shouted and rushed forward again, raising his shield to hit Yishaw. Bang! Sword and shield collided. Yishaw's sword and Lenzhua's shield collided, and neither of them retreated, but moved forward little by little, constantly exerting force. Stalemate. Crack, crack, crack. Neither of them chose to retreat, but continued to exert force. The sword and shield trembled and shook slightly due to the increasing strength of the two people, making subtle sounds. Lenzhua clenched his teeth, pressed his arms tightly against the shield, and exerted force bit by bit. And at this moment, Yishaw suddenly raised his head. The two people's eyes met, and then Yishaw's pupils suddenly turned golden, and the sides of his pupils quickly shrank into golden vertical pupils. Lenzhua's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he felt the danger looming over him. Roar! Yishaw suddenly opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Then, dense scales grew on his body. With a puff, a dragon horn grew on his forehead. Dragonization. At the same time, as Yishaw's dragon roar sounded, Lenzhua felt like he was in the center of a storm. The wind around him was disturbed by the dragon roar. and it was violent and violent. Pushing forward madly, Lin Zuo lowered his body and tried to put his weight on his legs to stabilize his body. But it was useless. His body was still pushed back little by little. The next moment, Yi Sha's dragon transformation was completed. He stabbed the king's holy sword towards the roof of the car. After inserting the sword on the roof, Yi Sha stretched out his hand and grasped the air. Dragon Spear. 2 dragon spears, one black and one white, appeared in Yi Sha's palm and were held firmly by Yi Sha. Bang! Yi Sha took a step forward fiercely, directly denting the roof of the car. At the same time, with a step forward, the 2 dragon spears were thrown forward by Yi Sha continuously. Lin Zuo's heart was slightly trembling as he watched the 2 dragon spears coming towards him. The air around him seemed to be torn apart. The chaotic airflow kept whistling, some of which were sharp, like the sound of a ghost crying. Lin Zuo took a deep breath and held the shield horizontally in front of him. Bang! The next moment, the black dragon spear hit the shield first, followed by a loud bang, and the center of the huge tower shield sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Zuo also took a breath of cold air, because the dented part was right in front of him. He could even clearly see a piece bulging backwards, forming a spear shape, which was no more than 2 or 3 inches away from his eyes. Then, the second white dragon spear arrived at this moment and also pierced the huge tower shield. With a creaking sound, the sharp metal tearing sound rang out at this time. The tower shield was hit hard again and finally could not resist it. A big hole was directly torn open. Lin Zuo almost instinctively turned his head to the side. And it was precisely because of this momentary instinct that saved him. The white dragon spear directly penetrated the tower shield, almost brushing Lin Zuo's cheek, and flew out, and fell directly outside the train. Looking at the pierced shield, Lin Zuo raised his hand to touch his cheek, which felt a little wet. He looked at his palm and saw some blood. It was just a scratch caused by the strong wind. But it was a bit frightening. If it was 4 or 5 inches higher, the dragon spear would have been nailed directly into Lin Zuo's face. Yi Sha had no expression on his face. He could not see the joy of temporarily gaining the upper hand, nor the regret of almost killing Lin Zuo, because Yi Sha knew that all this was an illusion. Almost, Yi Sha opened his hands to both sides and imagined the dragon spear again. It's time to get serious. Chapter 987 Hidden Power Breaks Armor. Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir have fought many times. Since they are both saints, Yi Sha does not believe that Lin Zuo's strength is limited to this. Moreover, the shield should be a weapon used to imitate Wang Liquan. Yi Sha does not believe that Lin Zuo himself also uses a shield, and is the type of person who mainly attacks and defends. Lin Zuo curled his lips and threw the tower shield to the side. The Doomsday train was running at a high speed, with inclined ramps on both sides. The tower shield rolled, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound, and then rolled down the slope. Lin Zuo took off his coat, revealing his underwear and some strange protective gear. On his left hand, he wore a silver wrist guard. On his chest, ribs, back, thighs, and ankles, there were silver metal pieces of different shapes. Lin Zuo raised his hand and twisted the silver wrist guard. Click, click. A mechanical sound came from the metal wrist guard, and then a circle of metal popped out from the top of the wrist guard, quickly forming a circle and turning into 2 prismatic metal arm shields. On the sides of the arm shield, there were 3 L-shaped blades on each side. Then, under the metal sheet attached to Lin Zuo's body, something was wriggling, slowly seeping out from under the metal sheet, and quickly covering Lin Zuo's whole body. It turned out to be something like liquid metal. The liquid metal quickly covered Lin Zuo's whole body, completely wrapped around his body except for his head, and then began to solidify and harden automatically, turning into a set of high-tech armor, making Lin Zuo look like a future warrior. Lin Zuo twisted his shoulders, making a click sound, and then smiled. Well, let's start. The moment Lin Zuo fell, he suddenly pointed his toes and rushed towards Yi Sha. So fast! Lin Zuo's speed was obviously much faster than before, and he arrived in front of Yi Sha in almost an instant. Inhale, lower your waist, and punch! Lin Zuo raised his fist, took a simple horse stance, and punched Yi Sha. It looked like a standard punch, but it was just an appearance. When Lin Zuo's fist punched out, Yi Sha could clearly hear the sound of the strong wind from the fist, which was obviously extremely violent. Then, Yi Sha instinctively raised his arm to block Lin Zuo's fist. Bang! The dull sound of fists hitting flesh And then Yisha felt a huge force coming. And Yisha's dragon eyes shrank suddenly. Not only did Lin's speed increase significantly, but his strength also increased several times compared to before. Yisha's body flew backwards and hit the roof of the car, denting it, and then slid along the roof and fell directly onto a car behind. The surviving humans in the carriage looked at the top blankly, showing a look of horror, not understanding why the roof had inexplicably sunken. Lin's stepped forward, his speed getting faster and faster, and then he started running. Yisha flipped over, stood up, and stretched out his hand to press the air in the direction of Lin's. Countless dragon breath fires emerged around Yisha's body and rushed towards Lin's. Lin's crossed his arms and blocked the two arm shields in front of him. He did not slow down, and used his arm shields to bear the dragon breath fire and continued to move forward. The dragon's breath fires kept hitting the arm shield, and then exploded into fist-sized green fires, which kept attacking, but could not slow down Lin's. Yisha's pupils shrank slightly, and then he whispered, "How long, Yinpa?" With Yisha's whisper, the broken dragon's breath fires around quickly gathered together and turned into a fire dragon, charging towards Lin's. Facing the fire dragon, Lin's still chose to charge, but it was obviously not as easy as shattering the dragon's breath fire, and his speed was obviously slowed down. At this moment, Yisha leaped up and jumped directly into the flames brought by the fire dragon. Bang! When Yisha fell from the air, he stepped directly on Lin's arm shield. Yisha spread his hands, and the black and white dragon spears appeared again. Yisha's face was ferocious, and he stabbed Lin's with the dragon spear fiercely. But, snap! The dragon spears pierced Lin's collarbone from the left and right. But at this moment, the two dragon spears suddenly shattered like broken glass. Lin's curled his lips. "Master Steward, you don't think that my armor is just for show, do you?" As Lin's spoke, he raised his arm shield and swept it towards Yisha. Yisha quickly leaned back to avoid the attack of the arm shield. But at this moment, the blade on the side of the arm shield suddenly shot forward and brushed Yisha's cheek. Yisha took 2 steps back, and a cut slowly appeared on his face, and blood quickly flowed down the wound. Yisha stretched out his fingertips to wipe the wound, wiped off the blood, and looked at Lin's. "You succeeded in angering me." The next moment, the muscles on Yisha's body swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, making Yisha's body obviously bigger, and his muscles were sharp and angular, like pieces of granite. Strong power. Yisha strode towards Lin's. Looking at the arm shield swung by Lin's. Yisha dodged his body and punched Lin's lower abdomen fiercely. With a bang, Yisha's fist hit the armor, making a loud noise, and Lin's showed disdain on his face. The dragon spear couldn't pierce his armor, and his fist alone? But in a moment, Lin's expression suddenly changed. Poof! Lin's opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, which sprinkled on the roof of the car. Yisha sneered, "How does the dark power taste?" The supreme martial arts master in heaven and earth. After the dragon transformation, Yisha simply handed over his second trump card, because there was no need to keep it. And there was no need to keep it. Lin's must die here, and must die in his own hands. For this, Yisha can pay any price. After saying that, Yisha's fist slammed towards Lin's again. The high-tech armor looked really horrible in defense. Not only could the dragon spear not penetrate it, but it was even shattered by the recoil. Although the dragon spear could constantly materialize, but this meant that the dragon spear could not deal with the armor at all, and could not cause even a little damage. For something with such horrible defense, the martial arts supreme can be said to be a natural nemesis, because the dark power can ignore any defensive equipment. Although it is not to completely ignore the defense effect, the dark energy can penetrate all defenses and hit the body. If it hits the body directly, it can penetrate the body and damage the internal organs. Lin's saw Yisha's fist coming again. How dare he take it head on? He immediately took a side step and quickly stepped back. But, one-word punch. Yisha's fist swung from right to left, which was basically a feint. When Lin's stepped back, Yisha's bent arm suddenly bounced forward and punched Lin's in the chest. Chapter 988 Fighting. Bang! A dull sound came from Lin's chest. Lin's did not feel much pain, as the armor blocked Yisha's fist very well. However, the next moment, Lin's inexplicably felt a dullness in his chest, and then his throat felt sweet, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Dark power is really hard to defend against. Yisha sneered, walked towards Linzwa again, raised his foot, and kicked with a battle axe, stomping hard at Linzwa. Linzwa quickly twisted his body and rolled continuously along the roof. With a bang, Yisha stomped on the roof, and the roof twisted with a creak, and a dent was stomped out by Yisha. In the dining car, Du Lingling shuddered at the sudden noise, and then looked at the sunken part on the top, and couldn't help but said, "Don't we need to help?" Niepa glanced at the proprietress standing at the bar and wiping the cups, then retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "You have to believe that he can solve it. Since the infiltration of the apostles is related to him, it is natural for him to finish it off." Yiyu's face was extremely ugly, because she was the other party involved. Meanwhile, the fight on the roof continued. Linzwa turned over and quickly stood up again, half crouching, crawling like a beast, lowering his body as much as possible, his chest rising and falling, and constantly panting. Linzwa was extremely alert, and Yisha could see it. But Yisha didn't care. He approached Linzwa again, and when he was about to enter the 3-meter distance, Yisha suddenly bent his legs. The muscles of his calves tightened, and the whole person bounced forward. Linzwa did not move, because he knew very well that he could not dodge. The martial arts supreme brought Yisha not only dark power, but also various exquisite moves and fighting skills, which are actually the basis for supporting the use of dark power. Because, if you can't hit, the dark power is useless no matter how terrifying it is. Those exquisite moves and fighting skills make it difficult for the opponent to dodge the attack easily, ensuring that the attack hits, so that the dark power can be used continuously. So, Linzwa knew that he couldn't dodge it. Since he couldn't dodge it, why should he move? However, this does not mean that Linzwa will allow Yisha to approach and attack. Suddenly, the armor on Linzwa's shoulder seemed to melt and turned into liquid metal, and then suddenly stabbed in the direction of Yisha. Yisha casually waved his arm, trying to wave away the 2 liquid metals. But at this moment, the 2 liquid metals suddenly solidified, became hard and sharp, and directly turned into 2 long metal spikes. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and his swung arm immediately hung in the air, not directly hitting the sharp edge. At the same time, Yisha twisted his ankle, and his body leaned to the side, passing through the gap between the 2 long metal spikes. Yisha continued to charge forward, and after stepping through the 2 metal spikes, he opened the woolen plate in his paigua palm, raised his palm to become a knife, and fiercely chopped down towards Linzwa's head. But, puff! Yisha suddenly felt a pain in his waist, and the 3rd metal spike grew out from Linzwa's palm and fiercely stabbed Yisha's waist. The bright red blood continued to seep out from Yisha's waist. Perhaps because of the pain, Yisha's expression became distorted. Ah! Suddenly, Yisha roared, drew out the evil eye sword, and fiercely slashed at the metal thorn, shaking it away, and then slashed down at Linzwa with a palm. Linzwa's face also showed a bit of ferocity, waving his arm shield to sweep towards Yisha. Puff! Bang! The blades around the arm shield slashed across Yisha's chest, leaving another 2 or 3 inch long wound on Yisha's body, bringing out a touch of bright red. At the same time, Yisha also hit Linzwa's chest with a palm. The armor was dented by Yisha's palm, and then Linzwa's body flew backwards again, like a kite with a broken string, hit the roof hard, and then fell out of the Doomsday train. Linzwa's pupil shrank, and the liquid metal on the back of his hand solidified again, and soon turned into a hook shape, and then stabbed down hard towards the roof. Crunch! The hook pierced the roof, causing Linzwa to hang upside down on the side of the carriage. His body collided with the carriage several times in a row, and Linzwa stabilized his body, then slowly climbed up and climbed back to the roof again. But just when Linzwa climbed back onto the roof, a shadow covered Linzwa's body. Linzwa looked sideways and saw Yisha appear beside him again. Bang! Yisha raised his foot fiercely and kicked Linzwa's waist hard, causing Linzwa to roll out, chasing after him. Yisha raised the evil eye sword and stabbed Linzwa's head hard. Clang! Just as he was about to hit, the liquid metal wrapped around Linzwa's neck surged up quickly, covering Linzwa's face, forming a metal mask, which collided with the sword, making a crisp metal collision sound. Linzwa shouted, raised his right arm, and swung it towards Yisha. The blades around his arm shield flashed silver light, and fiercely swept towards Yisha. Yisha tapped his toes lightly, quickly jumped back, And then a strange light flashed in the vertical pupils of his eyes. Wind flow suddenly rose. The wind flow around quickly gathered, and then turned into wind blades, slashing towards Linzwa from all directions. Linzwa half knelt on the ground, crossed his arms, and hugged them in front of his chest. And then the liquid metal on his body surged again, spreading around like water, and then suddenly condensed and hardened, like a metal umbrella, covering Linzwa's body. Bang, 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 bang. The wind blades continued to fall, hitting the metal umbrella cover, making a constant sound of clashing, leaving marks one after another. But they could never break through the defense and hit Linzwa directly. Yisha couldn't help but frown. The liquid metal armor was really annoying. It could even block the wind blades from all directions. Crack, crack. Thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but clench his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. In this case, he still had to rely on the hidden power to deliver a fatal blow, such as a punch that shattered his heart. Or, there is another way. Suddenly, Yisha leaped forward, approached Linzwa again, raised his fist, and punched forward. The umbrella quickly turned into liquid metal again and spread out, then poured forward, condensed into a square, and quickly hardened into a vertical wall, blocking Yisha. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the metal wall, directly punching out a fist mark. But that was all. Chapter 989 Not Dead Yet. Yisha looked at the fist marks on the metal wall, his face slightly grim. Then he suddenly raised the evil eye sword and stabbed it towards the roof of the car, slashing the roof of the car and directly cutting a piece. Yisha shouted into the car, "Knife!" Nyep immediately picked up the beheading knife that Yisha left in the dining car and threw it hard towards the cut part of the roof. Yisha reached out and grabbed the beheading knife, then stabbed forward. Crunch! The beheading knife pierced the metal wall effortlessly. Blade of Destruction can easily tear apart all non-living targets. Linzwa never thought that his defense would be so vulnerable. Even if Yisha used the dark power, Linzwa was still 1.5 meters away from the metal wall, and the dark power could not be used at all. Then at this moment, the blade of the guillotine pierced through the metal wall and suddenly appeared in front of Linzwa. Puff! The guillotine pierced Linzwa's shoulder socket. The armor made of liquid metal could not resist the guillotine at all, and was pierced directly. Then the tip of the guillotine pierced into Linzwa's body. Linzwa groaned and quickly retreated. The tip of the knife left his body, leaving a trail of blood. Yisha swept the guillotine and cut the metal wall directly, then jumped over and raised the guillotine parallel to his shoulder. Thrust! Yisha's legs were slightly bent, his muscles tensed, and then he suddenly rushed forward at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Linzwa. Linzwa quickly jumped back, trying to avoid the guillotine. However, it was obviously impossible to completely avoid it, because the guillotine is too long. Poof! The guillotine pierced into Linzwa's lower abdomen, still easily tearing through Linzwa's armor and piercing into Linzwa's body. Cough! Linzwa coughed lightly, spitting out blood, stretched out his hand to grab the back of the guillotine to prevent it from piercing his body. Yisha's face was already fierce, and he ran forward with a low roar, trying to continue stabbing the guillotine forward. Back off! Back off! All Linzwa could do was to keep backing off to avoid being pierced. But it was always easier to move forward than to move back. Linzwa soon found that the guillotine was still penetrating his body bit by bit. Life is slipping away. Ah! Linzwa's expression twisted with pain, and then he roared loudly, revealing a hint of hysteria. Then, liquid metal shot out from Linzwa's body, turning into metal spikes and stabbing at Yisha. Puff! 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 Facing the sudden metal spikes, Yisha had no intention of retreating at all, allowing those metal spikes to pierce his body fiercely. The air began to be filled with a strong smell of blood, and blood flowed down Yisha's body, soon dyeing Yisha's body red. It's just a minor injury. Yisha looked at Linzwa and said fiercely, "But you are going to die." Puff! The moment Yisha opened his mouth, he suddenly exerted force and swung the beheading knife to the side. A large amount of blood splashed out from Linzwa's body, staining the roof of the car red. Linzwa's face turned pale instantly, and he kept retreating. Blood flowed out of Linzwa's body like money, dripping on the ground. And even in the blood, there were many broken internal organs. The beheading knife cut Linzwa's waist into 1/3, and it was just a little bit away from severing Linzwa's spine, completely cutting Linzwa's body in two. But it doesn't matter. Yisha, 1 or 2 cuts will not affect the result. Yisha reached out and grabbed the metal thorns that were still piercing his body, and pulled them out one by one with force. Every time a metal thorn was pulled out, a stream of blood would spurt out, and Yisha's face gradually turned pale. But Lin Zwe obviously didn't catch the target, and none of the metal thorns pierced Yisha's vitals. The next moment, Yisha took a step forward, raised the beheading knife high, and chopped it down fiercely again. Lin Zwe's face was as pale as gold paper, because of the large amount of blood loss. He felt extremely weak. Even so, Lin Zwe still used all his strength and jumped back fiercely. At the same time, all the liquid metal on Lin Zwe's body peeled off and scattered forward, then quickly solidified and hardened, forming an irregular shape. Yisha sneered and raised the beheading knife without hesitation and fell. The effect is the effect, since the effect of the blade of destruction is to tear apart all non-biological targets. No matter how much liquid metal Lin Zwe puts in, no matter how thick or strong it is, the effect will not change. Crunch! The sharp sound of metal tearing rang out, and then the large piece of irregular metal was easily cut open by Yisha again. However, the metal at least stopped Yisha, buying time for Lin Zwe. With a bang, Lin Zwe fell on the roof of the car, which affected his wound, making Lin Zwe's expression more distorted and painful. Then Lin Zwe gritted his teeth and tore open a piece of his underwear. There was a gap inside, and a syringe fell out. Lin Zwe picked it up without hesitation, and then stabbed it into his neck fiercely. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew. Yisha came to Lin Zwe again, without saying a word, raised the beheading knife and chopped it down hard, and Lin Zwe quickly rolled to the side. With a creak, the roof of the car was cut open by Yisha. Corpse potion? Yisha turned around and looked at Lin Zwe. It seems that you are also desperate. Corpse potion? Hee hee. Don't compare that kind of garbage. Lin Zwe suddenly laughed, and he looked a little miserable and crazy, staring at Yisha with his eyes fixed. This is made of apostle cells extracted from the apostle's body. Apostle? Apostle! Yisha's pupils shrank suddenly. Yisha would not take these 2 words lightly, because Yisha had seen the power of the apostle. The apostle who was not complete, and was still growing, was already scary. Ah! At this time, Lin Zwe suddenly screamed in pain. His body twitched continuously, and countless tender flesh like cotton wool continued to grow out of the wound on his waist cut by Yisha. The frequency of Yisha's pupil contraction suddenly accelerated. Yisha was very familiar with the cotton wool like flesh and blood, because he had seen it not long ago. Kill him! Kill him immediately! There seemed to be a voice in Yisha's head constantly roaring. And then Yisha stepped forward without hesitation, raised the beheading knife, and chopped down on Lin Zwe's head. Puff! The muffled sound of force entering the flesh appeared, followed by splashing blood flowers scattered all around, and the strong smell of blood in the air became more pungent. But Lin Zwe is not dead yet. Chapter 990, The Cursed Sword Master. A hand fell on the roof of the car. At the most critical moment, Lin Zwe sacrificed a hand to block the beheading knife. The fierceness on Yisha's face became even stronger. He raised the beheading knife again and chopped it down again without saying a word. However, this time the beheading knife could not fall. Yisha's wrist was hanging in the air. Ah! Screaming, Yisha kept retreating. The beheading knife fell to the ground, and Yisha covered his head. Pain. Continuous pain. Yisha half knelt on the ground, leaning forward, and kept hitting the roof with his head. Bang! 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 Yisha gritted his teeth and looked up at Lin Zwe. Brain attack. To be precise, it was the brain attack of the disc monster. That huge monster was the apostle experiment that was destroyed in the City of Destruction. This brain attack that can cause a stinging pain in the head is one of the disc monster's attack methods. Do you think you can stop me like this? Yisha endured the severe pain in his head and stood up again with his body shaking. His facial features were twisted by the pain, and the veins in his neck were throbbing. Yisha picked up the beheading knife, gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and chopped at Lin Zwe again. The moment Yisha attacked, the stabbing pain in his head suddenly disappeared. However, the beheading knife did not cut Lin Zwe. A huge piece of flesh suddenly grew out of the wound on Lin Zwe's waist and collided fiercely with the beheading knife. It was obviously flesh and blood, but when it collided with the beheading knife, it made a sound of metal clashing, and then shook the beheading knife away. Yisha took a deep breath. It is indeed a disc monster. The disc monster's true form is actually a pile of huge pieces of meat, which are folded together alternately and layer by layer to form a disc shape. The piece of meat growing on Lin's waist is almost exactly the same as the disc monster's except for the size. So, the apostle cells that Lin's refers to should come from the disc monster. Although that thing is just an experiment. It is not made out of thin air. It is a replica made by the apostle walk using the apostle cells and apostle genes. Unfortunately, the apostle's walk failed. The disc monster was powerful, but it was far from the standard of an apostle. Then, you are just like that, Yisha said fiercely. Just like that monster. Just a failed imitation. While speaking, Yisha raised the guillotine and swept it fiercely, slashing at Lin's again. Bang! The piece of meat that grew from Lin's came sideways and blocked the guillotine again. The destructive blade effect of the guillotine could not be activated. Obviously, the piece of meat belonged to a living organism and was not affected by the effect of the destructive blade. Puff! Puff! At this time, two muffled sounds of flesh tearing suddenly appeared behind Lin's and then two new pieces of flesh grew out from the torn wound on Lin's back, spreading to both sides like a pair of huge wings. Ah! Lin's raised his head and roared, and the two pieces of flesh on his back fell hard towards Yisha. Yisha abandoned the knife and retreated. The destructive blade effect of the beheading knife could not be triggered. It could not break Lin's defense and was temporarily useless. So Yisha retreated quite decisively. Bang! Bang! The two pieces of meat fell on the roof, immediately denting it. I will drag you to hell. Lin's voice was a little dry, looking at Yisha, because this is the only thing I can do. Lin's knew very well that he would not survive. Even if the conductor was not there. There were still two deputy conductors. They did not take action now. But it did not mean that they would not take action in the future. Lin's knew very well that even if he jumped out of the car and ran away, he would not have a chance to escape. Then, being able to kill a flight attendant before dying is also a good result. Yisha, you have no chance. Lin's smiled bitterly. And the two pieces of meat moved again, like two huge palms, closing in the direction of Yisha. Wind suddenly rises. A circle of wind blades swung around Yisha, slashing at the two pieces of meat. Puff! Puff! Two cuts were cut on the two pieces of meat, and blood flowed from the cuts. Lin's face showed pain. Obviously, those pieces of meat have become a part of him. If those pieces of meat are hurt, he also needs to bear the pain. However, this level of damage was not enough to stop the two pieces of meat. The next moment, Yisha leaped up, and the two pieces of meat closed together, making a muffled sound. Yisha held the evil eye sword across his chest, and his palm touched the pupil on the hilt. Yisha suddenly became distracted for a moment. Yisha remembered the words the proprietress said when she handed the sword to him. At this time, taking advantage of Yisha's momentary distraction, the two pieces of meat fell towards Yisha again. Awakened by the whistling wind, Yisha came to his senses and quickly jumped backwards to avoid the attack of the meat slice again. But at this moment, the meat slice suddenly spread out. Yisha only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes. And then a white beam of light suddenly shot out from the center of the meat slice. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply. He recognized this move. This was also the move of the disc monster. Of course, the disc monster was much more powerful. It did not launch a beam of light, but a beam of light. Yisha almost instinctively moved sideways again at the moment his toes landed. The beam of light brushed against Yisha's ribs, and Yisha felt a little pain. After standing firm, Yisha gritted his teeth and looked down. A piece of his clothes under his ribs was missing, and the edge was obviously charred. A piece of flesh under his ribs also turned charred, as if it was burnt. Lin's was panting heavily, and seemed very tired. This state was also a great burden for him. The apostle cells were eroding Lin's own cells. If he survived, Lin's would become the second disc monster. If he couldn't survive, Lin's would die. But no matter which one it is, Lin's will disappear from this world. He doesn't have much time left. Ah! Looking up, Lin's roared again. Puff! Puff! Two more pieces of flesh grew out on the other side of Lin's waist and the center of his back. A total of 5 pieces kept swinging behind Lin's like a huge flesh flower. Then the 5 pieces of flesh rushed towards Yisha at the same time and fell fiercely. Yisha's face was slightly stern, and then he held the evil eye sword horizontally in front of him, stretched out his palm, and slowly wiped the sword body. Curse Swordmaster. Curse Swordmaster. Summon the obsession of the previous owner and gain the power of the Curse Swordmaster. The duration is 180 seconds. Each use destroys an evil eye. When all 6 evil eyes are destroyed, the curse of the evil eye disappears and breaks. February 6th. This is the killer move of the evil eye's sword. Chapter 991 6 Dragons Flying. Crack. When Yisha activated the Cursed Sword Master, a crisp sound suddenly appeared. And then a crack appeared on one of the 3 remaining pupils on the hilt. And then, that pupil slowly closed. The blood color on the sword suddenly became thicker, as if it was about to drip blood. And then countless dark red, blood-like smoke overflowed from the sword, covering Yisha's whole body. Ugh! Yisha groaned, and his head hurt a little. It was not the tearing pain after the brain attack, but a slight pain. Then Yisha felt as if many images were stuffed into his head, flashing continuously, suddenly appearing, and suddenly disappearing. A middle-aged man stood in front of the cliff and danced with a sword. A middle-aged man stood in the wilderness and danced with a sword. A middle-aged man stood on a lonely boat and danced with a sword. Yisha suddenly felt that the days were like years. 1 second was very short, but Yisha saw a lot. In fact, Yisha's experience was indeed very short, because Lin's attack did not stop. The 5 pieces of meat flew in the air and fell towards Yisha, which took only 3 to 5 seconds. And at the moment when those pieces of meat arrived in front of Yisha, puff! Yisha suddenly drew his sword. The red sword light flashed by, so fast that it was almost invisible. And then all 5 pieces of meat were cut off and fell to the ground. Ah! Lin's screamed in pain, constantly retreating, his face pale and distorted. The intense pain made Lin's feel as if his hands and feet were cut off. But fortunately the pain only lasted for a moment. Puff! 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 The cut pieces of meat made a dull sound, and the tender meat like cotton wool grew out again. The regeneration ability of the meat was unimaginable, and it recovered quickly. But Yisha drew his sword again. It was an extremely amazing sword. Yisha swung his sword, seemingly ordinary, but the sword seemed to pierce Lin's from all directions. Lin's retreated half a step, and then the 5 pieces of meat suddenly closed together, blocking Lin's. Puff! 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 Red sword light suddenly exploded, as if there were hundreds of them, constantly piercing those pieces of meat, piercing blood holes one after another. Sword Saint! Unparalleled swordsmanship! Yisha stepped forward with the sword, and then stabbed it out. The evil eye sword directly stabbed into the gap between the 5 overlapping pieces of meat, and after penetrating with one sword, it accurately stabbed Lin's body. And then with a strong thrust, the tip of the sword stabbed Lin's right chest, and at the same time brought out a blood flower. The next moment, the 5 overlapping pieces of meat involuntarily scattered. Yisha's eyes were slightly stern, and he took a step forward and raised his sword again. 6 dragons flying in the sky. Yisha swung his sword, and blood light overflowed. The blood-colored light turned into 6 blood dragons, which were lifelike and extremely ferocious, and flew towards Lin's. Puff! The first blood dragon passed by, and a piece of meat was directly cut off, revealing Lin's figure. Puff! The second blood dragon passed by, and a big hole was torn in the second piece of meat, and countless pieces of meat flew to the ground. Puff! The third blood dragon passed by, and the root of the third piece of meat was completely shattered, and it was shaky. Puff! The fourth blood dragon passed by, and Lin's cried out in grief and hysterical screams. The 4th piece of meat was torn into pieces by the blood dragon, and it was full of wounds. Puff! The 5th blood dragon passed by, and the 5th piece of meat was pierced. The blood dragon hit Lin's chest. Although the power was greatly reduced, Lin's still opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The 6th blood dragon passed by, and Lin's really didn't dare to let the blood dragon get close to him again. He had a feeling that if he let the blood dragon hit him, he would be shattered to pieces. The 5 broken pieces of meat closed together again and collided with the last blood dragon. The next moment, when the blood dragon collided with the pieces of meat, it suddenly exploded and turned into hundreds of dense red sword lights, cutting the pieces of meat into pieces. You learn the cursed sword move 6 dragons flying from the sword master's sword intent in the evil eye. The mysterious voice suddenly sounded at this time, making Yisha stunned. Is this what the boss lady meant when she said that she would never regret getting the evil eye? Being able to learn sword moves from the evil eye? Is it inevitable? Or is it a probability? Yi Sha was momentarily distracted. But he quickly suppressed his doubts. Because everything is not over yet. Because Lin Zue is still alive. Lin Zue's current appearance looks extremely miserable, with all 5 pieces of flesh broken, leaving only a little bit of flesh remaining on his body. His face is pale and bloodless, but he looks extremely miserable. Yi Sha shook his wrist, and after shaking out a sword flower, he walked towards Lin Zue. It's almost over. Lin Zue had been lowering his head, but at this moment, he suddenly raised it. The next moment, the blood on the roof of the car actually flew up, turning into countless blood beads and flying towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha's eyes were slightly cold, and then he swung the evil eye sword fiercely. Yi Sha's move was extremely fast, and red sword lights appeared one after another, interweaving to form a sword net, which cut all the blood pillars into pieces. But at this moment, the red blood on the evil eye sword suddenly dimmed, and Yi Sha's speed gradually slowed down. The 180 seconds that the cursed sword master can last has come. Puff, puff, puff. This sudden change caught Yi Sha off guard. The next moment, the blood beads kept hitting Yi Sha, and then passed through his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Sha's body was densely covered with countless blood holes that were larger than a needle hole. And then blood was gushing out of his whole body. Yi Sha's body was like a fountain. Yi Sha's head was held high. At this moment, Yi Sha even felt his breathing stagnate. That feeling was trembling, as if he had walked on the edge of life and death. Yi Sha felt like he was going to die at any moment. Plop! Yi Sha fell to his knees. Ha! Ha! Yi Sha's brain short-circuited for a moment, and then he came to his senses the moment he knelt down, greedily absorbing the air around him. And then intense pain came from his whole body, as if his body was about to be torn apart. Every inch of skin, every inch of flesh, every inch of bone seemed to be torn apart at this moment. But Yi Sha finally survived. Lin Zue looked at Yi Sha with a ferocious expression, and said in a low voice, "We are almost the same now. But my self-healing and regeneration abilities are much stronger than yours. So I will kill you first. Of course, we can go to hell together." Yi Sha raised his head. His eyes were a little distracted, and repeated what he said before, "You have no chance," Yi Sha said, while raising his hand to the back with difficulty. Chapter 992 Killing. Catching the dragon and releasing the crane. Yi Sha closed his palm, and the king's holy sword inserted in the back began to tremble slightly, making continuous sounds, and then was sucked over by the suction force, and was caught in Yi Sha's palm. "You deserve to die." Yi Sha used the king's holy sword to support his body and stood up, then murmured, "Demon sword." The next moment, time seemed to stop at this moment. It seemed that an independent space was formed around, and this space was completely isolated from the world. Everything is quiet. This is the only thing that can be felt in this space. There is no sound, and even the color seemed to disappear in an instant. The sky is gray, and the surrounding scenery seems to have turned into black and white. The king's holy sword emits light, but it is not golden, not as bright as before, but dim, with a dead light. At this moment, this place seems to have become a graveyard, burying all things in the world. Black smoke surged out from the sword of the king's holy sword, quickly spreading to the surroundings, and even swept out the Doomsday train. The ground around the train, the flowers, the trees, everything, were shrouded by the black smoke, and then quickly withered and died. Yi Sha raised his sword and slashed forward, and the black smoke surged, rolled, overflowed, and filled the entire space. Ah! Lin Zue raised his head and roared in pain. The moment Lin Zue was shrouded by the black smoke, the newly grown pieces of meat shrank quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had lost moisture, or more accurately, they had lost their vitality. Lin Zue's body also began to become thin, and his life was slipping away rapidly. Lin Zue's body began to hunch. His skin became wrinkled, his hair turned gray, and his face was full of wrinkles. This is the magic sword, the sword that plunders the vitality of all things. Yi Sha looked at Lin Zue. "I'm sorry. It seems that you will go first, and I don't plan to go to hell to accompany you." Lin Zue's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He didn't know what happened, but he knew he was going to die. Then, Lin Zue seemed to burst out the last of his strength and rushed towards Yi Sha. Bang! Linzwa bumped into Yisha, and the two rolled over. After several rounds, Linzwa pressed on Yisha, and then took out a knife from somewhere and stabbed Yisha with force. Puff! Yisha instinctively raised his hand, and the knife pierced through Yisha's palm directly, piercing in from the back of his hand, and pierced through Yisha's palm. Yisha groaned, holding back the pain. But this was not the end. Linzwa was still exerting force, using his remaining strength to forcefully stab the knife down, stabbing it towards Yisha's heart. Yisha gritted his teeth. His body was covered with wounds caused by blood drops. The large amount of blood loss made Yisha look extremely weak. Yisha was already obviously weak, and even clenching his fists was difficult. However, Yisha could only use force, because he didn't want to die. Puff! The tip of the knife pierced into Yisha's left chest. Although it was only a small part, it was painful enough. Although it was very slow, Yisha couldn't stop the knife from falling. However, at this moment, Linzwa's strength seemed to dissipate. His hands just hovered there, and he didn't continue to stab the knife down. Yisha raised his head and found that Linzwa's eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. Yisha followed Linzwa's gaze and found that Linzwa was looking at the red lines on his chest. Because the knife cut through his clothes, the red lines were exposed. 1, 2, 3, Linzwa murmured, and suddenly counted numbers strangely. Then looked at Yisha. Why? Get out of here. Yisha had no idea what Linzwa was saying, and cursed, taking advantage of the moment when Linzwa was relaxed. He raised his head suddenly. Yisha's forehead hit Linzwa's chin, knocking Linzwa out. And then Linzwa jumped up from the ground and stabbed at him with the king's holy sword. Puff! Linzwa did not resist. Or perhaps he had no strength to resist, and watched the king's holy sword pierce into his lower abdomen. Suddenly, Linzwa laughed and looked at Yisha. This is good. Linzwa gave up resistance. Not just physically, but also mentally and willfully. Linzwa also chose to give up at this moment. Even Linzwa himself felt that he was almost dead. Then, who could stop a person who had given up the desire to live from going to die? No one. Linzwa slowly closed his eyes, and finally lost his voice completely. You killed. The mysterious voice sounded at this time. But Yisha was too lazy to listen, and couldn't hear it. He staggered and climbed up, then fell down. Yisha moved his body little by little, and crawled forward. He came to the big hole on the roof of the car. Yisha's body tilted and fell from the hole. With a bang, Yisha fell directly into the dining car, gasping for breath. Everyone rushed to Yisha, and Yepa shouted to the proprietress, medicine. The proprietress raised her hand, and threw a bottle of healing medicine that had been prepared long ago. Yepa took it, pinched Yisha's chin, opened Yisha's mouth, and poured the medicine into Yisha's mouth. After the healing medicine went into his throat, Yisha felt a lot more comfortable. And then the wounds on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this time, Yisha was indeed injured unimaginably seriously. The healing potion produced by the dining car has always been unimaginably strong, and almost all injuries can be cured by drinking it. But now Yisha lay down for 10 minutes before sitting up from the ground. Yisha waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Everyone go away. The proprietress waved her hand to drive everyone away, and then signaled Yisha to stay for a while. The proprietress clearly wanted to say something to Yisha, and the others were not ignorant people, so they nodded very tactfully and left the dining car. Yisha sat down at the bar. Then his body froze, and he instinctively pulled up his clothes to cover his chest, and then said to the proprietress, "Give me a glass of wine." Strong? The proprietress took a bottle of whiskey, put ice cubes in the glass, and poured a glass for Yisha. You did a good job this time. Very good? Yisha laughed at himself. I think the train conductor should hold me responsible. The proprietress, didn't you finish it? Besides, you were not the chief train attendant at that time, so killing the guy is an explanation. Yisha nodded. The proprietress continued, so, don't think too much. Yisha, I didn't think too much. You asked me to stay just to say this? To comfort me? If so, then there's no need. Chapter 993 Kill them. The lady boss spread her hands. It's not to appease, but to explain the facts. This accident was caused by the Apostle Xingxing, and his purpose was to kill people. Yisha nodded again to show his understanding. The train conductor was short of people, so he needed to add new crew members. So he planned to kill these people. Yi Sha, but one selection is not enough. You can do it again. There is indeed a shortage of crew members. But there is no shortage of people on the Doomsday train. Are you too anxious? Or is it a pure misjudgment? Who knows? The lady boss shrugged. Mr. Malfarian's guess is that the other party is buying time. Yi Sha wondered, buying time. The lady boss. Maybe they are worried that we have enough crew members, and we will send people to reinforce the train conductor. The train conductor has not returned yet. It is also possible that the Apostle Walk has discovered new apostle embryos, and does not want us to mess with them. Of course, it is also possible that they are planning something else. Yi Sha, is there anything I can do? The lady boss shook her head. What you need to do now is to have a good rest. You can also use your vacation time at the next stop. I tell you these things only because as the chief steward, you are qualified to know these things. Yi Sha thought for a while. Okay. I understand. After saying this, Yi Sha pointed to the door of the carriage. The lady boss smiled. Please go ahead. Yi Sha stood up, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly stopped. About this accident? The lady boss knew what Yi Sha wanted to ask, and said directly, it is basically impossible for there to be a next time. The other party used some props to interfere with the positioning. There can't be a lot of such things. What Yi Sha wanted to ask was about changing the exit of the Doomsday train platform. I'm afraid that it's not just Yi Sha who wants to ask this question. Everyone who went to the nameless town this time wants to ask this question. Because this is a hidden danger. And it's a very serious hidden danger. If there is no definite answer, no one can be sure that there will be a second time. This is indeed a matter that will make people nervous. However, although the proprietress did not pat her chest and give a 100% guarantee, this degree is enough. Yi Sha nodded and left the dining car. After leaving the dining car, Yi Sha saw other people in the passage. Yi Sha waved his hand and signaled everyone to go to his personal compartment. How is it? Entering the personal compartment. Yepa, did the boss lady say anything? Yi Sha shook his head. Nothing. Just some comforting words. Yi Sha paused, then looked at Yi Yu. Don't take Wang Likuan's matter too seriously. Yi Sha, it was just an accident. He is dead now. And that's enough. Yi Yu nodded. Nyepotin started. Everyone is happy. That's good. What about this accident? Yi Sha, probably they want to kill a large number of crew members. The ultimate goal of this election is to recruit crew members. And this is not what the apostles want to see. So they simply kill all the crew members when they are selected. In addition, such accidents will not happen easily. Yi Sha repeated the original words of the proprietress. Yi Sha knew very well that everyone was very concerned about the entrance and exit of the Doomsday train platform. Nyepa tapped the coffee table with his knuckles and thought for a while. Then let's call this a done deal. It's a good ending. Yi Sha nodded, then said to Du Lingling, remember to continue to pay attention to the affairs of those flight attendants. Especially the ones we selected. Du Lingling nodded. I remember. Yi Sha, then let's go first. We can talk later if there is anything. Nyepa, during the next stop's holiday. Shall we go to the snowy mountains? Yi Sha nodded to indicate that it was no problem. After seeing everyone off, Yi Sha entered the bathroom, turned on the shower to wet his body, and then touched the red lines on his body in front of the mirror. What on earth is this? Yi Sha could feel that Lin's was gaze towards the red lines was obviously wrong. In the end, he gave up resistance and completely lost the will to live. Obviously because of this thing. So, what on earth is this? Bang! Yi Sha punched the mirror and smashed it to pieces. Yi Sha was very uneasy, and even a little scared. Moreover, Yi Sha had no way to deal with this kind of uneasiness and fear. This was the instinctive emotion of human beings towards the unknown. Yi Sha even dared to secretly hold the apostle's arm. He was never a coward. But he still couldn't resist this instinctive emotion. Yi Sha had forgotten the red lines for a long time. And forgetting was the only way to suppress this emotion. But because of Lin's Wu, he recalled this emotion again. Huh? After a long time, Yi Sha took a deep breath, dried his body, found gauze, wrapped his upper body, and then put on his clothes. Yi Sha felt that no matter who it was best not to know about this matter, and not to let anyone see it. After wrapping his upper body with gauze, Yi Sha felt that the uneasy mood subsided a little, and then he returned to the bedroom, leaned on the bed, and fell asleep quickly. Yi Sha needs to rest now. There was no conversation that night. When Yi Sha woke up, the Doomsday train had already arrived at the next station. But it was just a regular stop. Yi Sha used his vacation time at this station, so there was no problem. The task of the ordinary carriage had nothing to do with Yi Sha. Fatty, and Yi, you had to leave the Doomsday train to perform the crew task. Yep also used his vacation time. Du Lingling stayed on the Doomsday train in the name of completing the task given by Yi Sha. In fact, she did have a task. When Yi Sha woke up, he found that Du Lingling had left him a lot of messages. After looking at the messages, Yi Sha picked up the phone and asked Du Lingling and Ye to come to his compartment. Kong Max and Mu Jiayun are fine. Du Lingling, the other two are planning to break the agreement. Yi Sha, not planning to become my crew? Du Lingling, yes. And when I went to find them, I felt that they had communicated privately. And they said the same thing, saying that even if they didn't get the qualification for the individual crew assessment, they could still pass the third selection task. Yi Sha, what did the boss lady say? The prerequisite for them to take the flight attendant qualification assessment individually is to become my flight attendant. Du Lingling, the boss lady said that you can do it yourself. The majesty of the flight attendant chief cannot be challenged. Yappa, then what else is there to say? Kill them. The boss lady obviously wants you to kill one to warn the rest. Yi Sha nodded and said to Du Lingling, go ask the boss lady where they go to perform the flight attendant mission. And then take Fei Long to kill them. Don't accept mercy or negotiation. Even if they regret it. Kill them anyway. Do you understand? Chapter 994 Getting ready to go. Du Lingling helplessly spread her hands. I have no problem. But Fa Long won't listen to me. Yi Sha, give him a bag of food. He will definitely listen to you. And then tell him that after completing the mission and killing the people, return to the Doomsday train and let him have a carnival in the dining car and eat whatever he wants. Du Lingling nodded. Okay. I'll try. Yappa, do you want me to go with you? Yi Sha, there's no need to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken. It's not a difficult task. As Yi Sha spoke, he tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then took out the centipede sword and threw it directly to Du Lingling. When I was invigilating, I said that if you do a good job, I will reward you personally. Yi Sha, kill those two guys. That's the end. After you get them, this sword is yours. In addition, just in case, the Archon will follow you. Yi Sha now has more weapons in his hand, including the beheading knife, the holy sword of the king, the evil eye, and the destroyer. How can he use them all? It doesn't matter if he gives the centipede sword to Du Lingling. In fact, Yi Sha had never thought much of the centipede sword. But because of the title, if one alien creature was missing, his puppet master title would drop by 1 level. So he just used it. But it happened that the little ancient cat filled this gap, and the centipede sword was completely dispensable. However, for Du Lingling, the centipede sword was a good thing, and it also gave her some motivation to complete the task. Yep added, kill those two guys first, and then spread the news after killing them. You can ask those who came back from the nameless town to see if they are willing. Yi Sha laughed. After killing someone, ask, how dare those guys mess with me? Aren't they afraid that I will kill them? Yappa, it's hard to say. Maybe some people are afraid, but maybe some people will be willing to mess with you, because this kind of strong means is a display of strength. Isn't that Kong Max a typical example? In fact, most people subconsciously respect the strong. Yi Sha, then let's do it. Okay. Du Lingling put away the centipede sword and pushed open the door of the carriage with the Archon. I'll do it. Nyeppa looked at Du Lingling. She is actually quite good, except that her strength is a little weak. But she is quite capable. Yi Sha, this is purely a pleasant surprise. I didn't choose her to be a flight attendant because I wanted a secretary. As for her strength, I believe she will become stronger soon. Nyeppa, with the chief flight attendant taking care of her, it will be difficult for her not to become stronger. By the way, I have something private to discuss with you. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Nyeppa, I remember I promised to make a set of guns for you. Yi Sha finished. I'm short of money recently. Nyeppa shook his head. What do you think of Eagle Strike? Yi Sha was stunned. The sniper rifle you use yourself? What do you use? Nyeppa, I'm not giving it to you right now. Take a look at these. As Nyeppa spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper and put them on the coffee table. Yi Sha leaned over to take a look, and was immediately surprised. Is this the production drawing of a sniper rifle? Made by Doomsday Train? Damn. Ionization collision? Nyeppa, do you know this gun? Yi Sha nodded. He really knew it. Not only did he know it, but he almost had it in his previous life. Usually, things that you get the blueprint from the Doomsday train and then collect materials to make yourself are better than those sold by the Doomsday train. But few people use homemade weapons. The reason is of course too much trouble. First of all, the output of blueprints is very small. Yisha went from an ordinary surviving human to a crew chief, but he never saw a blueprint. It can be seen how rare the opportunity to get a blueprint is. Furthermore, even if there are blueprints, it is not easy to collect materials. This is a big project. Finally, if you want to make something yourself, you must at least be a crew member. The surviving humans in the ordinary carriages do not have personal carriages, and only with personal carriages can you have a permanent workshop. Therefore, although everyone knows that things made according to the blueprints are very good, as long as they are not failed, the lowest grade is generally in the upper middle level of the treasure list. But no one is still willing to make them. Of course, Nyepa is an outlier. He is keen on firearms and making them. Most of the things on him are made by himself, such as the sniper rifle called Eagle Strike the Sky and the rifle called Tiger Roaring in the Forest. As for the ionization collision, Yisha also got this blueprint in his previous life. Among the types of homemade sniper rifles, this sniper rifle can be ranked in the top 3. However, Yisha failed to make it in his previous life. He was not a crew member at the time, so he could only make it by taking advantage of the opportunity to use his personal carriage during the mission. Collecting materials was troublesome enough, and the production time was limited, so Yisha finally gave up. Yisha, this is a very good sniper rifle. If you have ionization collision, you don't need Eagle Strike. Nyapa, that's what I mean. So, change the content of the transaction. You help me collect enough materials for ionization collision, and I will give Eagle Strike to the Archon. Yisha, these materials are not easy to collect. By the way, where did you find the blueprint? This blueprint is difficult enough to make. Nyepa laughed. I already have the blueprint. When I completed the mission before, I brought back some extra things that the train conductor needed, and then I was rewarded. But it was too troublesome to make it, so I didn't take it seriously. But this time when I went to the nameless town, I found a piece of metal that can be used to make the gun body. So you've got the idea? Yisha looked at the blueprints. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for you. Nyepa nodded. Then, let's go to the snowy mountains during the holiday. Yisha, okay. Let's go to the restaurant car to find the boss lady. The snowy mountains that Nyepa mentioned are actually the villa of Karam, one of the founders of Compu. Because the clues Yisha has now show that the initial zombie virus is related to Karam. As for whether the boss lady will let him go, Yisha thinks it will probably not be a problem. Speaking of which, this matter was also for the train conductor. Yisha had no interest in the initial zombie virus, because the train conductor was interested. Yisha planned to look for it. Judging from the degree of importance the train conductor attached to it, he should be able to get a very good reward. So, since it was something the train conductor wanted, the proprietress should be happy for Yisha to find it. The two entered the dining car, and Yisha gestured to Nyepa. Nyepa sat down casually on the side, and Yisha walked to the bar. The proprietress smiled. What do you need? Yisha, I have some questions to ask, and I want to go somewhere during my vacation. The proprietress smiled and made a pleased gesture. Chapter 995 The Ninth Trial. Yisha, I used the cursed sword saint with the evil eye, and then I heard a mysterious voice. The lady boss smiled. Do you still think that sword is a waste? Yisha's eyes lit up. In other words, this is not a probability event? After using the cursed sword saint, you can learn a sword move? The lady boss nodded. Yes. 6 evil eyes represent 6 sword moves, and you learn one move after using it once. Of course, there are 3 evil eyes, and the conductor has already used them, so you can only use 3 and learn 3 moves. Yisha could not hide his joy. 6 moves were certainly something to look forward to, but 3 moves would also be fine. If it was inevitable, then this sword would be worth it as a reward for killing the apostle. Well, it was just a serious injury, and it was not Yisha who killed him. But no matter what, Yisha was very satisfied, because this sword move was really not weak. While thinking, Yisha opened his personal letter. 6 dragons flying in the sky, ancient sword skill, fantasy skill drive the sword with sword intent. The sword light turns into a dragon, causing 6 damages to the target. No limit on the number of targets. Huge damage. 250% damage increase. 100% probability of destroying the target's defense equipment or props, ignoring the indestructible attribute. And the interval between each use is 24 hours. This 6 flying dragons is quite terrifying. It has no limit on the number of targets, which means that it can not only slash at a single target in succession, but also slash at 6 targets at the same time. Moreover, when slashing at 6 targets, if the target is not strong enough to consume the power of the 6 flying dragons, the dragon-shaped sword light can continue to advance. This is a sword move that can damage a group or a single target. What's more terrifying is that it has a 100% chance of destroying the target's defense or props. And it also has an immortal attribute. This means that if the opponent defends against the 6 flying dragons, the power of the 6 flying dragons can be weakened, or even blocked, but the props or protective gear used will inevitably be destroyed, even if it has an immortal attribute effect. The most important thing is that this move is a fantasy skill, which can be amplified by Yi Sha's fantasy enhancement ability. Not to mention that there are still 2 evil eyes left. Even if it is only this one move, Yi Sha is quite satisfied. Huh? At this time, Yi Sha's eyes swept over other abilities, and after a moment of surprise, he was surprised. When did this happen? 12 trials of immortality, fantasy ability. Every time you pass a trial, you will get a chance to revive your body. If you succeed in the 3rd trial, you will get hard armor. If you succeed in the 6th trial, you will get strength. If you succeed in the 9th trial, you will get frenzy. And if you succeed in the 12th trial, you will get the will of an unyielding warrior. Currently completed trials, 8/12. Number of resurrections, April 8th. The content of the 9th trial, special level trial, 0/1. Kill the designated target, 0/1. Yi Sha suddenly found that he had completed the 8th trial of his 12 trials of immortality. In fact, Yi Sha had been procrastinating on this trial mission for a long time. He had already completed the number of zombies killed, as well as the number of zombies and ancient species of the specified level. The only thing that was stuck and could not be completed was killing the designated target. The so-called designated target refers to people who also have the ability of the 12 trials of immortality, and they fight each other. Resurrection will not be activated. If one person dies, the other person will accumulate 1 resurrection and enter the next stage of the trial. This is a very troublesome matter. It is not a matter of strength. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of fighting. 1 person must die and 1 person must live. The key is that there is no place to find people. Yi Sha simply does not know where to find people who have the same immortal 12 trial abilities as himself. So, Yi Sha was stuck on the 8th trial once. And now he has completed it. Yi Sha couldn't help wondering. He didn't seem to kill anyone recently. To be precise, he didn't seem to kill anyone on the Doomsday train recently. So how could he complete it? It can't be because of killing Lin Zhua? Or because of killing the apostle? Yi Sha directly showed the 12 trials of immortality to the boss lady, and then asked. The boss lady spread her hands. How can I know this? You don't know who to kill. Can I know better than you? Yi Sha patted his forehead, which was a bit depressed. However, this should be a good thing, right? Yi Sha thought about it, and thought it should be a good thing. In this case, who cares who he kills? Anyway, the trial is completed. Moreover, if the 9th trial is completed, Yi Sha will get a new ability frenzy from the trial. But seeing that there was another line to kill the designated target, Yi Sha became depressed again. He was not afraid of fighting, but he had no place to find people. Yi Sha pondered for a while, and decided not to think about it. It was useless to think about it anyway. This was a troublesome job. He could only rely on patience. It was good enough to get through the 8th trial inexplicably. Moreover, thinking deeply about this matter was really heartbreaking. After all, after the 9th trial, there was still the 10th. After the 10th, there was still the 11th. And after the 11th, there was still the 12th. According to the current situation, I have to find a designated target to kill every time. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Stopping thinking about it, Yi Sha asked the boss lady for a glass of wine. Isn't it time to give me the X potion? The boss lady blinked. It's not you who found out the apostles walk. I cheated it out. Yi Sha vomited blood. I killed it. Boss lady, but the key is to find it out. Yi Sha, you can't bully me like this. The boss lady, just be content. You've been following an apostle for so long. But he didn't even notice that the conductor didn't bother you. He thinks he values you, and made a special exception. Yisha shrugged his shoulders. He was just asking casually. He had already sentenced himself to death in his heart. Given the situation at that time, he probably wouldn't give him the X potion. But asking wouldn't hurt. What if the boss lady had a brain attack and really gave him the potion? Talking about this topic, Yisha, I want to take advantage of the holiday to go to the Fire Velvet City. Me and Nyepa. Two people. The proprietress was curious. What are you going there for? Yisha, find some clues and find the initial zombie virus. Sure enough, the proprietress had a teachable expression. It's 20 days before the next stop. There is no entrance to the Tinder City on the platform at this stop. But I will open it for you. There are no tasks during the holiday. So remember to come back in time. Yisha, I understand. Such basic things don't need you to remind us. We will naturally remember them. The proprietress nodded. Take the exit number 3 of the platform. It's only open for 10 minutes. Yisha agreed. And then called to Nyepa. Let's go. Let's go. Nyepa got up and followed Yisha out of the dining car and walked out of the Doomsday train. Chapter 996. The City of Velvet. The City of Velvet is a famous tourist city. The tourism industry here is very developed and well known around the world. It is even known as the World Park City. Speaking of the most famous things in the City of Velvet, they should be skiing, famous watches, and banks. There are beautiful snow-capped mountains here. And what is more interesting is that there are also a lot of forests, which occupy more than 30% of the country's land area. You can often see large tracts of forests around the snow-capped mountains in the distance. At the same time, the economy of the City of Velvet is also world famous. The banking industry here is the best in the world, which makes it known as the City of Billionaires. Yisha and Nyepa walked out of the Doomsday train platform. Nyepa said as he walked, I have investigated that Kareem's villa is in a snow field. That place itself is a resort. But Kareem is rich and does not stay in a hotel on vacation. He did not even buy the villa, but bought the land and built it himself. Yisha, do you know the location? Nyepa, you probably know it. That place is not a secret place. It is not difficult to find. But there is definitely no map or anything like that. After all, it is a private territory. Kareem always takes a helicopter to the villa. Yisha patted his head. I shouldn't have lent the Archon to do Lingling. Without the Archon, who will fly the plane? Should I go back to the Doomsday train to buy helicopter driving proficiency? Nyepa rolled his eyes. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. The two talked and walked out of the Doomsday train platform. And then, they were both stunned. Where is this? The surrounding buildings have a strong Chinese style. And it is also an ancient Chinese style. The golden eaves, the vermilion gate, the plaque and the door curtain. And there are 2 pairs of stone lions on both sides of the gate. The flowers, plants and trees in the whole courtyard have long withered. But anyone can see that the flowers, willows and ancient trees, the porch, the pool and the stone bridge are also typical Chinese styles. This must be a building that can only be found in ancient China. Right? And it is an imitation of ancient buildings. Where is the Tinder City? Yisha and Nyepa were both a little nervous and alert. Nyepa pulled out a revolver from his waist, while Yisha took off the guillotine on his back and stretched out his hand to tear off the white cloth wrapped around the guillotine. Both of them couldn't help but think of the nameless town. It was the same at that time. After leaving the Doomsday train platform, they inexplicably arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is definitely not the place they were supposed to go. Now, both of them had similar feelings. The Fireweed City was so far away from the Chinese homeland, and they were on different continents. How could they come to the Fireweed City and see a large area of ancient Chinese buildings? The two of them spread out, one on the left and one on the right, and then walked out carefully, looking around vigilantly. They didn't see any zombies, not even corpses or bloodstains. But there was a dead silence. After a while, the two came to the main gate, looked at each other, and kicked the door at the same time. The red door was kicked open, and then the two jumped out. And then, they were dumbfounded again. The surrounding buildings were no longer ancient buildings with a strong Chinese style, but the common European-style buildings, mostly Rococo-style buildings, with pointed roofs, flying eaves, arches, and many buildings also added some local ethnic characteristics. Yisha smashed the beheading knife to the ground. Where the hell is this place? Nyepa took out his PDA and looked at it for a while, then spread his hands. There is a Huaxia garden in Huarong City. which seems to be a gift from Huaxia as a friendship city. Yi Sha was speechless and a little embarrassed that the two of them were actually scared. Waving his hands, Yi Sha said, "Hurry up and find out how to get to Karin's villa." Yepa said, "We have to take the train to the snowy mountain area. And then, there is a ski resort. We probably have to stay in the ski resort for one night. And then look for a villa tomorrow. Anyway, according to the information, Karin's villa is in the resort area of the ski resort," Yi Sha said. "Since Karin bought land to build a villa, we only need to check where the land he bought is, and we should be able to know the location of the villa. Secondly, since he bought land to build a villa, he definitely doesn't want to be with other people. It's probably on the snowy mountain." Yepa thought for a moment. That makes sense. A private villa like this is naturally not allowed to be entered without permission. Otherwise, what is the point of building it? Why buy the land? "Yepa, you can investigate this aspect." As they talked, the two walked through the street and saw the traces of zombies. They were all very ordinary zombies. Yi Sha was too lazy to attack, so Yepa just shot and killed them. It is not difficult to find the train station. Just find a map of the Tinder City. They are all marked. "Yepa, judging from the environment, there won't be too many zombies here." "Yi Sha, there should still be a lot of zombies in the city. But once you enter the snowy mountains, there won't be a big problem. However, be careful of the evolved zombies. It's evolution, not zombies. Zombies are creatures. Well, let's call them living dead creatures. And they have very strong survival abilities. Even zombies are afraid of the cold snowy mountain environment. So there are actually very few zombies in the extreme cold. But just like humans will try to adapt to the environment, zombies can do the same. Therefore, zombies will evolve. This evolution does not mean that they will definitely become stronger, but they will adapt to the environment. There are zombies like ice zombies. Of course, there are also many zombies that mutate due to evolution. Therefore, when going to a place with a harsh environment, the last thing to worry about is the zombie tide. Because the zombie base is small, and the zombie tide is difficult to form. But you must be careful of some inexplicably mutated zombies. Yi Sha and Yepa first found a ski equipment store, and found some things that might be used, such as skis, snow shovels, climbing ropes, etc., and then found the station. It took the two of them almost 2 hours, which was good news. But there was also good news. The train could still start, and there were no troublesome zombies. The trains here are very distinctive, red, and deliberately made into a retro appearance. They move along the rails all the way, with continuous mountains and forests on both sides, and snow-capped mountains can be seen in the distance. The city of Tinder is indeed worthy of the name of the World Park. Looking at the scenery here, it is completely unimaginable that this era is called the end of the world, and the place where the train left is actually a dead city. Before dusk, the train entered the platform near the ski resort. In fact, the train was running on a tourist route, passing through some famous tourist attractions in the city of Fire Velvet. After leaving the train station, you can enter the ski resort soon. But the moment you enter the ski resort, Yepa and Yi Sha can't help but frown. Chapter 997 Snowfield. Yi Sha walked forward a few steps, then squatted down and felt the snow for a while. "There is someone." Yepa nodded. It was left by someone. There were some small pits on the snow. In fact, these pits should be footprints. But it was not long after they were left, and it probably snowed. So the footprints were deformed. But the snowing time should not be long, so the footprints were not completely buried. Yi Sha, it could also be the footprints of zombies. But the possibility is not high. Zombies move unconsciously, so they wander around, and the footprints they leave are messy. Relatively speaking, these small pits are obviously more regular, which means they are entering the ski resort. The ski resort is very large, mainly including buildings in several areas. The sightseeing area, the hotel area, and further away are the separate villa rental areas for the rich, as well as the equipment rental area, restaurants, etc. Because of the footprints, Yi Sha and Yepa entered a state of alert. That wooden house. After walking for a while, Yepa pointed to the side and front. The footprints seemed to lead to that location. Yi Sha nodded and took the lead to walk towards the wooden house. This area is the staff area, with staff dormitories and so on. As for the wooden house, I don't know what it is used for. Creak. Yisha stood against the wall and tried to push the door. The door was not closed. It made a sound and opened inward. The next moment, the four eyes met. When Yisha opened the door, he found that there was someone in the house. Or a mutant zombie. The mutant zombie was in human form, with tentacles on its shoulders and arms, and two bones piercing out from its back, forming a circle, like the horns of an argali. Without any hesitation, Yisha raised the beheading knife and chopped at the other party. The mutant zombie saw Yisha raising the knife to chop at him, and immediately raised a table and smashed it. With a crash, the table was neatly cut into two pieces by Yisha, but the beheading knife also stabbed into the wall. In the narrow space, the beheading knife was not very useful because it was too long. Yisha immediately threw away his knife and leaped forward, rushing to the opponent. Bang! Yisha punched out, hitting the mutant zombie in the chest, knocking the mutant zombie back. Nyapa walked in, raised his gun and aimed. Get out of the way. Yisha's figure obviously blocked Nyapo's shooting. But at this moment, the zombie suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Yisha and Nyapa were both stunned. A zombie that could talk. No. Yisha showed a look of realization and jumped back 2 steps. Alien human? That person. What is an alien human? Yisha, you are an alien human in your current state. The person looked at his body, showing a bit of bitterness. And then, don't rush to attack. We can talk. I am not a zombie. I am probably what you call an alien human. I will not attack you. Yisha and Nyapa did not relax their vigilance, but did not continue to attack. The two retreated a little and stood in the corner, close to the door at the same time, so that they could retreat at any time and prevent the other party from escaping at any time. The man, let me introduce myself first. I am Eric Cabania, a former helicopter pilot of this ski resort and a retired soldier. Where are you from? You seem to be Asian? Yisha and Nyapa looked at each other. And then Yisha, we are indeed from other cities. My name is Yisha, and his name is Nyapa. Cabania repeated the two names dryly, and then pointed at himself. You call me an alien human? Do you know why I became like this? Can you tell me what happened? There is no way to change back? Please? Cabania's eyes were filled with anticipation, and he asked several questions in succession. Yisha slapped his forehead, and then said, I will answer your questions, but in return, you have to answer a few questions for me, and we can exchange information. Cabania nodded. Of course, no problem. Believe me, although I have become like this, I am different from those guys who eat human flesh. I have no bad intentions. Yisha, okay. I will answer your question first. You asked me what is the matter with the alien human. In fact, it is to become similar to zombies, but not dead, and retain human consciousness, memory, thinking and other things. Cabania asked anxiously, can you change back? Yisha, I don't know. I just saw people who were similar to you in other places, and they call each other alien humans. Yisha was lying. Of course. The answer is definitely no. Alien humans are actually a kind of evolution, although they look similar to zombies. If you don't consider their appearance, alien humans are organisms that are more suitable for survival and fighting than humans. So, if you want to change back, you can only degenerate. But in fact, degeneration generally means death, and it is not necessarily possible to change back to human appearance. However, Yisha didn't think he could say this, otherwise the atmosphere might not be so friendly. As expected, Cabania showed disappointment, but he was not as angry as Yisha imagined. He was calm, just disappointed and regretful. Yisha, think about it. At least the others died. Although you look a little, but it helped you survive. Didn't it? Others? No. Everyone is alive. Cabania, if you mean the people in the city, then everyone is dead. This is really a sad and painful thing. If there is a God, why can't he save everyone? As Cabania spoke, he made a cross on his chest. He was obviously a believer. However, Cabania looked like that and made a cross on his chest to pray, which always made people feel very weird. However, Yisha was more concerned about the first half of Cabania's sentence, and couldn't help but ask, alive? What do you mean? The people in the ski resort? Cabania, let's go. I'll take you there. You really don't need to be so vigilant. It's safe here, and everyone has no ill intentions. Yisha and Nyapa looked at each other, not quite understanding the current situation, but looking at Cabania's appearance. He really had no ill intentions. Secondly, although the alien humans looked like zombies, if zombies and humans were classified as two categories, the alien humans were of course closer to humans. Except for the appearance and the power brought by the corpse. The alien humans were no different from humans in other aspects. Of course, it does not mean that they can completely relax, even if they are no different from humans in other aspects. It depends on whether the other party has malicious intentions to determine whether it is safe. Cabania could understand the vigilance of Yi Sha and Nyepa, and did not say much. He took the lead to walk out of the wooden house, and then motioned the two to follow around to the back of the wooden house. Chapter 998 Surviving Alien Human Camp. There was a sled behind the wooden house. At Cabania's signal, Yi Sha and Nyepa got on the back of the sled. Soon, Cabania drove the sled forward and entered a place where wooden houses were gathered in the ski resort. This is the core area of the resort. A large area of rented wooden houses. And then Yi Sha and Nyepa were shocked. There are so many people. No. It should be said that there are so many alien humans. The wooden houses and villas in the center were obviously inhabited by people. And there were quite a few of them. When passing by, you could see a large number of alien humans coming in and out, busy with some things. For example, some alien humans were lying on the roof to repair the broken roof. Some were shoveling snow and cleaning the aisles. And there was a large group of alien humans gathered in a courtyard. Upon closer inspection, they were actually barbecuing. As we walked forward, we looked up and saw at least dozens of alien humans. Of course, there are humans too, mixed in with the aliens, and they seem to be living in a friendly way. Yi Sha said to Cabania, "How many people are there here?" Cabania, "I haven't counted them in detail, but there should be about 300 or 400. Yi Sha, what about the number of aliens? Cabania shook his head, "I haven't counted them either, but it should be more than 1/3. Close to half. Yi Sha took a breath and lowered his voice to Nyepa. "If the people from Comp Corporation come here, I'm afraid they will cry to death. Compu has been trying to use the zombie virus to create super soldiers. And the blueprint for super soldiers is actually mass-produced alien humans. You know, the evolution rate of alien humans is quite low. But the ratio of humans to alien humans in this damn place is obviously abnormal. The researchers at Compu must have doubted their lives, and why their efforts were so effective." Yi Sha continued, "So this is actually a small camp of surviving humans?" Cabania, "What is that?" Yi Sha, "It's people who haven't been infected by the zombie virus gathering together, finding a place where zombies haven't invaded, huddling together for warmth, or helping each other, and surviving together." Cabania thought for a moment, "Then we are the surviving human camp. Right? Are you from other surviving human camps?" Yi Sha nodded, "Yes." Cabania, "Why come so far?" Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. And after thinking for a while, he said, "We are looking for something." Nyepa looked at Yi Sha and asked, "Why did you tell him about the initial zombie virus?" Yi Sha stretched out his hand and pressed down to signal Nyepa to be patient. At this time, Cabania stopped the sled and walked towards a group of people who had gathered together. Among them were ordinary humans and alien humans. After a while, a gray-haired old man came out and waved to Yi Sha and Nyepa together with Cabania, signaling them to follow. Entering the wooden house nearby, the old man sat on the sofa and took out a pipe. "Let me introduce myself. I am Rain Barak. I think it would be more reassuring for you to talk to you." Bacania smiled, "Mr. Barak, I used to be the manager of this ski resort. Barak, they actually just have some problems with their appearance, but they still maintain their kindness in their hearts." "Yesha, I understand. Barak, let's talk about your business first. Outsiders, why did you come here?" Yi Sha had already thought of a good story, and said directly, "We are from another survivor human camp, in San Carlos City. We have learned some news that Karam, the founder of Comp, has built a villa here." Of course, Yi Sha made up the story. But it was not just a random talk. For example, San Carlos City, where Yi Sha had been not long ago, is really close to Tinder City. It takes about an hour and a half by plane. Before the end of the world, many seafood products in Tinder City were airlifted from San Carlos City. "Barak, I know where it is. Why are you going there?" Yi Sha, "According to the clues we have, the spread of the zombie virus has a lot to do with Compu. And Kareem, one of the founders of Compu, is probably the culprit behind all this. We don't know what we can find in that villa, but we want to try to find it. Lies are true and false. It is difficult to distinguish if they are 70% true and 30% false. In fact, most of what Yisha said was true. But he didn't mention the initial zombie virus. Niepa had understood Yisha's intention and said, "We have been committed to finding these things related to the zombie virus, hoping to find something useful to help everyone, or even end this apocalypse." Yisha glanced at Niepa. This guy was also a boaster. Barak's expression was indifferent, and he didn't know whether he believed it or not. Yisha didn't care about it. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not, as long as he could point the way for himself. "Barak, I know that villa, but I haven't been there." Barak pointed out the window. "Yisha, cable car?" "Barak, the top of the snowy mountain where the cable car leads is the main ski resort, and the mountain behind is the designated location for helicopter skiing. And behind that mountain is Mr. Karam's private territory." "Yisha, in other words, we have to cross 2 mountains?" "Yes." "Barak, but it's not a big problem. We have helicopters and helicopter pilots here. Kabania is an excellent helicopter pilot. If necessary, he can take you there." Yisha looked at Kabania. "Have you been there before?" Kabania shook his head. "How can you enter private territory at will? But now of course there is no problem. We can take a helicopter to search from the air, and should find it soon." Yisha pretended to be grateful. "Thank you very much." "Barak, it's too late today. Why don't you stay at the ski resort tonight, and let Kabania take you there tomorrow morning?" Yisha again. "Thank you very much." "Barak, you can live in this room. You can use the room upstairs at will. I'll have someone bring you some food. Kabania, I'll go find you some clean blankets." Barak and Kabania left the cabin together, and Yisha and Niepa leaned on the sofa. After a while, Niepa suddenly said, "It feels wrong." "Yes." Yisha pondered for a moment. "It's understandable that the old man doesn't believe what I said. This is the most basic vigilance. But the old guy actually called Karam Mr. Karam." Chapter 999, A Silent Night. The word Mr. is not used casually. It has 2 meanings. Grammatically, there are 2 types of titles, informal and formal. The first is mostly used to address strangers or men with whom one is not familiar, calling them Mr., which is a polite title. Nepa. The second is an honorific title. The old man used an honorific title. Yisha nodded. "Yisha, although it is just a title, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe Kareem is a celebrity here. And after all, he is a wealthy tycoon. So it is normal to use an honorific title. But still be cautious. Nepa, there are so many alien humans here. We need to be alert. Yisha, let's get through tonight first. The important thing is to find a big villa. Just in case, I will let the corpse flowers ambush around at night." Niepa nodded. "If necessary, we can take turns to keep watch." At this time, Kabania pushed the door open and brought food to Yisha and Niepa. Kabania was very enthusiastic. Compared with Barak, this guy, as an alien human, looked much friendlier. "This is a piece of bread, boiled eggs, and some mutton." Kabania smiled and put the things on the table. "There is also a very famous cheese pot here. After the cheese is boiled, you can dip it in it." Yisha smiled. "The food here seems to be quite good." Kabania sighed. "The ski resort has its own ice cellar, which stores a lot of food. We will also go into the city to collect food. Besides, this body seems to be still useful. Some spoiled food is not a big problem for us. The shelf life of food is a big problem, although you may not care so much when you are hungry. Eating spoiled food actually has sequelae, such as dizziness, diarrhea, vomiting, and food poisoning. You may fill your stomach, but die because of it. Is this a good deal? But the alien humans are not so vulnerable in this regard. Evolution is not just about appearance, but also includes the digestive system and immune system. The resistance of alien humans is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Kabania, but this is not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, the food will run out and everyone will starve to death. Therefore, we have been trying to find ways to produce food ourselves." Yisha nodded. "All survivors' human camps do this. Consuming without producing will inevitably end one day. Moreover, you have unique conditions. You have many alien humans. You are very strong. You can go deep into the city to find what you need. Ordinary zombies can't do anything to you." "Yes, we often go into the city. But," Kabania smiled bitterly, "but if possible, I still hope to be a normal human." Niepa interrupted. "Most of the people here are employees of the ski resort, right?" How did you survive? And why are there so many alien humans? Cabania seemed to be lost in memory, and then showed a painful look. That day, I was sleeping, and I heard a noise. When I left the room to check, I found someone in the snow. I shouted and approached the other person. And then, gulp, Cabania couldn't help but move his Adam's apple. He was eating something. A human arm. I was terrified and started to run away. As a result, there were man-eating monsters everywhere. Later, everyone hid in the villa area. Mr. Barak directed us to defend and keep those monsters out. Yi Sha, you hadn't turned into alien humans at that time, so you shouldn't be able to resist. Right? There should be no guns in the ski resort. Even if there were guns, there would probably not be many. Facing a large number of zombies, they should not be able to resist. In Yi Sha's opinion, the only chance for people in the ski resort to survive is to evolve into alien humans. Cabania nodded, yes. I remember that Shihong became like this first. He rushed out like crazy, killed many zombies, and then was bitten to death by zombies. Then more and more people began to become like this. It was Mr. Barak who calmed everyone down. Then we found that our strength became stronger and faster, and we could deal with those zombies. Nyepa was curious. Suddenly evolved into an alien human? Didn't you have any contact with anything? It seems not. Cabania thought for a moment. Anyway, I suddenly became like this. First my body was itchy. Then it was in severe pain. I almost passed out from the pain. And when I woke up, I became like this. Yi Sha and Nyepa looked at each other. This was really unbelievable. They had never heard of alien humans evolving on such a large scale. Did these alien humans suddenly become worthless? After eating the food and getting a general understanding of the situation at the ski resort, Yi Sha and Nyepa went up to the second floor to rest. When going upstairs, Yi Sha whispered, "Is there any problem with the food?" Nyepa, "It should be fine." Yi Sha nodded, "Be careful." The two of them chose a room on the second floor. After closing the door, Yi Sha deliberately pulled out a hair and clamped it in the crack of the door, and then placed bloodthorn bombs on both sides. Standing at the window, Yi Sha observed the situation outside. Frankly speaking, except that a large number of members were alien humans, there was nothing strange about this place. It was just an ordinary survivor human camp. The people here help each other, find food, and try their best to survive. That's all. After paying attention for a while, Yi Sha stopped paying attention. Anyway, this is not their destination. Although Yi Sha and Nyepa both think that the old man named Barak is a bit strange. Soon, Yi Sha closed the curtains, leaned on the bed, and began to take a nap. The night passed quickly, and Yi Sha was in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness all night. Even with the little ancient cat standing guard for Yi Sha still remained quite vigilant. But the problem is that nothing happened the whole night. After getting up, Yi Sha checked the door. The hair was still stuck in the crack of the door, and the blood bomb was not triggered. Everything was normal. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. It was Cabania who knocked on the door. Cabania smiled and said, "Let's have breakfast first, and then I will take you to the snow mountain." Yi Sha nodded and said, "Thank you." Breakfast was very simple: biscuits, some millet porridge, and some dried mutton that was easy to preserve. In general, the living conditions in this place are pretty good, because there are a large number of alien humans. If their strength is guaranteed, they can enter the city more easily, collect useful things, and bring them back. Moreover, because of the environment in the Fire Velvet City, there are relatively few zombies, which is naturally more conducive to survival. Chapter 1000 Snow Mountain. During breakfast, Yi Sha exchanged glances with Nyepa, who shook his head calmly, indicating that there was nothing unusual on his side. After breakfast, Cabania took the two to the aircraft parking spot. The aircraft at the ski resort is mainly used for helicopter skiing. After the end of the world, it will also be used. Its main purpose is to transport supplies back to the ski resort from the city. Cabania, don't worry. I think there will be results within 2 hours. I don't think Karam's villa will be in the mountains. It must be a snowy mountain around the resort, so it is convenient to enter and exit. Yi Sha nodded and got on the helicopter with Nyepa. Cabania's driving skills were very good, and he controlled the helicopter to take off very smoothly. There was no need to search the two snow-capped mountains near the ski resort. They were both equipped with cable cars, and were the main skiing spots for tourists. It was impossible for Karam's villa to be built here. Even if someone was willing to sell him the land and build a villa there, it would be a big deal. Therefore, there was definitely no possibility of a villa on the two snow-capped mountains covered by the cable cars. After crossing these two mountains, Cabania pointed to the two snow-capped mountains behind. These two snow-capped mountains are the main venues for helicopter skiing. The slope is very suitable for skiing. There are few rocks and trees. It is a perfect skiing venue. Yi Sha, where do you think the villa will be built? Cabania, it should be in the back mountain. The scenery there is nice. If Karim's original intention to build a villa was to vacation, then the 4 words nice scenery are of course very important. At this time, Nyepa frowned and pointed at the side window. There seems to be something here. Yi Sha looked out the window. There was a snow slope below. He could faintly see 2 marks in the snow, extending down the snow slope. Cabania didn't care. Maybe a rock or something rolled down. Don't worry too much. Bang! Just as Cabania finished speaking, there was a loud noise from below the helicopter. And then, the helicopter shook violently. Cabania was startled and grabbed the joystick, pulling it hard to try to stabilize the helicopter. Yi Sha stood up suddenly and hit his head. Nyepa grabbed the handle on the side, quickly fastened himself with the safety belt, and then opened the cabin door. The cold wind whistled. The moment the cabin door opened, the fierce cold wind poured into the cabin. Holding the safety belt with one hand, Nyepa leaned out half of his body and looked at the bottom of the helicopter. And then his eyes were slightly cold. Nyepa shouted loudly, "It's an ancient species, trying to attack the helicopter." The wind was so loud that Nyepa had to open his throat to let Yi Sha and Cabania hear his voice. Bang! At this time, the huge noise appeared again, and the helicopter shook violently again, and Nyepa's whole body was thrown out of the cabin. Fortunately, Nyepa was prepared and tied his body with a safety belt. He was hanging in the air and grabbed the edge of the helicopter to avoid falling. At the same time, he climbed back into the helicopter little by little. Yi Sha lowered his head and looked down. There was a hole at the bottom of the helicopter. Looking down through the hole, he could see a huge insect. The insect was pure white with some silver lines on its back. It looked a bit like a silkworm. It was very huge. Half of its body was exposed on the outer layer of the snow, and it was already 3 or 4 meters long. Suddenly, the huge snow insect opened its mouth, and a huge ice cone was ejected again, hitting the bottom of the helicopter fiercely. With a bang, the helicopter began to shake violently again. Cabania shouted from the cockpit, "I can't hold on any longer. You all have skis, right? I'll lower the altitude, jump down, and slide down the snow slope." Yi Sha nodded, "Okay." As Yi Sha spoke, he threw the skis to Nyepa, who was half hanging in the air, and fixed the skis on his feet. Yi Sha sat by the cabin door, fixing the skis, while Cabania quickly lowered the helicopter's altitude. Although the helicopter was not about to crash, the snowworm kept firing ice cones, and the helicopter was shaking continuously after being hit, making it impossible for Cabania to drive properly, and even unable to increase altitude. In this case, it would be better to escape before the helicopter was completely destroyed. "Ready. 1, 2, 3. Cabania shouted loudly, "Jump." Nyepa leaned back, pulled out a knife, and cut the safety belt. The whole person kept rolling in the air, and then fell on the snow slope and began to slide down the slope. At the same time, Yi Sha put on his goggles, jumped out of the cabin. The wind whistled around him, blowing Yi Sha's hair wildly. And then, bang! The skis hit the ground, bringing out a large piece of snow, and then began to slide down the snow slope. Cabania unfastened his seat belt, pushed open the cockpit and jumped out. The helicopter kept spinning and swinging, smashing towards the top of the snow slope. And with a bang, the fuselage was completely twisted. Cabania hit the snow like a cannonball, then struggled to get up, swung his legs and ran down quickly. On the other side, Yi Sha and Nyepa slid down the snow slope, constantly looking back. Yi Sha shouted, "The snowworm is gone." Nyepa gestured, "It was just under the helicopter. Maybe it got into the snow." Boom! At this time, a huge roar suddenly appeared, and in the snow in front, a large piece of snow wave rose from the ground, quite covering the sky. And then the huge snowworm got out of the snow. The snowworm stood upright in the air, with a round mouth like a lamprey, and densely packed teeth on the edge. As the mouth moved, ice cones were ejected from the snowworm's mouth one by one, flying towards Yi Sha and Nyepa. Yisha took off the beheading knife directly, without untying the cloth wrapped around the blade, and swung it forward with force. Bang! Bang! The falling ice cones collided with the beheading knife, making a continuous muffled sound, and then shattered. Niepa took out a large revolver, stepped forward on the skis, and fired at the snowworm at the same time. The gunshot suddenly sounded, hitting the body of the snow insect, and the huge body began to shake continuously. But in fact there were no obvious wounds on the surface of the snow insect's body. Niepa's revolver did not cause obvious damage. After a moment, the snow insect stabilized its body and opened its mouth again. This time, it was no longer an ice cone, but a large piece of wind and snow rushed downwards, covering the two people madly. Chapter 1001 Snowworm. Yisha directly chopped the skis with the beheading knife, and then ran to the side. The blizzard blown by the snowworm swept across the ground, and immediately froze the snow surface into ice. This is actually a good thing. Without the skis, it is easy for the legs to sink into the snow when taking steps. But if it is on the ice, it is another matter. On the other side, Niepa has already launched an attack while stepping on the ice, and directly took out the Eagle Strike Sky sniper rifle. Sniper rifles are not suitable for use in this situation. The first impression of sniper rifles is that they are used for long-range sniping. But there are always special cases. The body of the snowworm is huge. As a target, you can hit it accurately without even aiming. The only thing you need is to kill. In this case, why not use sniper rifles? The disadvantage of sniper rifles is that it is not convenient to aim in a head-on battle, and the shooting speed is not fast enough. It is impossible to fire because the recoil is relatively large, and the conventional gun raising and aiming posture cannot be used. The most fundamental result of these shortcomings is that it is difficult to hit the target even if you shoot. But if the target is large enough to guarantee a hit, then why not use a sniper rifle? The moment Niepa opened the gun box and took out the gun, he slid along the ice surface, then half-knelt, and quickly used his shoulder to support the butt of the gun. He did not need to aim at anything. Just make sure the muzzle was facing the direction of the snowworm. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and then a blood flower exploded on the snowworm's body. Niepa opened a blood hole in the snowworm's body with a shot, and blood flowed out. Even so, Niepa was still not satisfied, and said to Yisha, "This guy's body is a bit hard. I'll do it." Yisha ran quickly on the ice, without using the beheading sword. The beheading sword is used for destruction, beheading humanoid zombies, or killing relatively weak zombies. But it is another matter to deal with such a huge snowworm. Clang! The evil eye sword was unsheathed, and Yisha jumped up without hesitation, and then swept the sword forward, and the red sword light swept across the body of the snowworm, leaving a clean wound. Then Yisha landed, slid quickly on the ice, went around the back of the snowworm, and raised his sword without hesitation to cut again. Puff! The muffled sound of the sword blade entering the flesh appeared, and Yisha cut another wound on the snowworm's body. Yisha still did not stop, and moved his body again, passing to the side, but the sword tip was always attached to the snowworm's body. Cutting the snowworm's body again, Yisha curled his lips. As expected, huge things are not flexible enough, which is a common problem. As long as they move quickly, they can effectively cause damage. The only weakness was that it didn't cause fatal injuries. Fatal injuries must be directed at vital parts. The head or the heart are both good choices. But where is the heart of the insect? Does the insect have a heart? Then we can only attack the head. But with the height of the snowworm, it is not easy to hit the head. At the same time, the continuous slashing hurt the snowworm. And the snowworm was also extremely angry, and opened its mouth again to continuously spit out ice cones downwards. Shockwave! Yisha punched into the air without hesitation, and the invisible force of the shockwave pushed into the air, shattering the ice cones. Niepa took out the magazine of the sniper rifle on the other side, and then stuffed a bullet into it. It seemed to be specially made, pure silver, and there were carvings on the bullet. "Niepa, please buy me some time. I'll take care of it. It's not night now. Yisha can't fly with the night owl." And the snowworm stood up, at least 4.5 meters high, probably close to 5 meters, and most of its body was exposed outside the snow. Yisha jumped directly, without a leverage point. No matter how strong his physique was, he couldn't jump so high, because if he could really jump to such a height, it was not because of his strong physique, but because he was superhuman. Because he could fly. In this case, the Poe's sniper rifle was actually the most suitable choice. Yisha nodded and focused on fighting the snowworm. At this time, the huge body of the snowworm suddenly fell to the ground. With a loud bang, as the snowworm's body hit the ground, 2 snow waves on both sides of the snowworm's body rushed into the sky, and the earth trembled involuntarily, and the frozen ice surface shattered. Yisha took the lead to avoid the attack. At the same time, this was an opportunity to kill the snowworm. Unfortunately, just as Yisha wanted to get closer, the snowworm raised its body again, and then sprayed a large blizzard again, covering the front. A strange light flashed in Yisha's eyes, closing and opening. Then the falling blizzard was disturbed. The wind surged, and the blizzard dispersed by itself. Yisha could not control the snowflakes, but he could control the wind. At this time, Niepa had re-aimed and locked the snowworm's head firmly through the scope. I am a small bullet. Niepa gently fiddled with the trigger, looking for the feeling, and then suddenly pulled the trigger, pierced the sky, tear everything apart. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle suddenly rang out, and then a silver line suddenly shot out from the muzzle. The speed was obviously very fast, like a meteor flashing by. Bang! A bright blood flower suddenly exploded above the snowworm's head. After the bullet hit the snowworm's head, it directly penetrated the snowworm's head. The second blood flower appeared, and the warm blood was scattered on the snow, melting the snow. A shot penetrated, and 2 snow holes were directly opened on the snowworm's head. The huge body of the snowworm froze there. At this time, Cabania ran along the snow slope and shouted loudly, "Don't worry. I will deal with him. I should be able to handle it." Bang! Before Cabania finished speaking, the huge body of the snowworm smashed into the snow, and once again opened 2 snow waves that pushed out to the surroundings. Cabania opened his mouth wide enough to swallow a fist. Yisha sheathed the evil eye sword, picked up the beheading knife, walked past Cabania, and patted his shoulder. Next time I encounter this thing, I will leave it to you to deal with it." Niepa smiled and put the sniper rifle back into the gun box, put it on his back, and followed Yisha's footsteps. Impossible. After a long time, Cabania caught up with the two. "Aren't you 2 ordinary humans? How can you be so strong?" This question is really hard to explain. The key point lies in the question of why are ordinary humans so strong? But are Yisha and Niepa ordinary humans? Obviously not. So it is difficult to explain this question. Yisha thought about it, and could only smile vaguely. "Remember what I said? We have been looking for things related to the end of the world everywhere, hoping to end the end of the world. If we can't even do this, wouldn't we have died long ago?" Chapter 1002, Discovery. Yisha was just talking nonsense. Having the ability to walk around is different from why one has the ability. Anyway, Yisha just wanted to fool around. Niepa cleverly changed the subject. "Don't talk about these useless things. Can you determine the current location? How to search for the villa without a helicopter?" Cabana pointed to the snow slope. "This area is used for helicopter skiing, and the side is used for downhill skiing. Go down from here and cross the hill to return to the ski resort." "Yisha, do you mean to go back to the ski resort and fly a helicopter?" Cabania spread his hands. "Otherwise, do you want to hike over the mountain to find Karim's villa?" "Niepa, I think there is no problem. According to speculation, isn't Karim's villa near the ski resort?" "Hey, brother, this is really not a good idea." Cabania rolled his eyes. "Even if it is near the ski resort, do you know how big the area near the ski resort is? It will take several days to search it all." "Yisha, don't worry. It's still early. Why don't you go to the top of the mountain first, and then make plans? If we can't find it, we'll find another way. By the way, do you have a way to communicate? We can call the ski resort to send a helicopter directly." Cabarilla spread his hands. "It's on the helicopter, not on me." Niepa took out his phone and shook it. "We have it. So we have plenty of time." Cabarilla no longer objected. After all, it would take a lot of time to hike back to the ski resort. But if they could call a helicopter to pick them up, it wouldn't take too long. And it wouldn't be a big deal to go to the top of the mountain. The 3 of them kept walking up. And after passing the crashed helicopter, they were not far from the top of the mountain. But after reaching the top of the snowy peak, Yisha did not have time to search, but made a gesture to keep quiet. Yisha squatted down and looked at the snow. There were some footprints there, and they were still very new. Yisha looked at Cabania. There are many strange things in this snowy mountain. The footprints are from an ancient species. Do you know what they are? Cabania shook his head. Yisha, you haven't been here for a long time. Cabania smiled bitterly. In the past, helicopters were used to send people here to ski. Now there are zombies everywhere. Will anyone come here for a ski vacation? Then why would I come here if I have nothing to do? There is nothing to eat. This made so much sense that Yisha couldn't refute it at all. Niepa pulled out his revolver and said simply, "That thing hasn't run far yet." Yisha nodded and pulled the little cat out of his chest. The little cat cried twice in dissatisfaction and tried desperately to get into Yisha's chest, trying to hide back in Yisha's clothes. It can be seen that the little cat seems to be very afraid of the cold. It is usually lively and active. But after entering the ski resort, it basically hides in Yisha's arms. The environment here is quite unfriendly to the little cat. Yisha held the little cat by the scruff of the neck and put it next to the footprints. Smell it and find out where it is. The little cat reluctantly circled the footprints twice, then suddenly bared its teeth to the side and roared loudly. Bang! Niepa did not hesitate to shoot at the ground in the direction of the little cat's roar. A bullet hole appeared on the snow. But nothing happened. Niepa frowned, and then pulled the trigger continuously. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out continuously. Niepa's shooting skills were indeed good. The bullet holes were arranged at a time, and there was a gap of about 20 centimeters above and below, which covered a large area. If there was anything on the ground, it would definitely be hit. Click! Click! Sure enough, after Niepa finished a round of shooting, a slight sound suddenly came from the snow. Yisha frowned. The sound was like the sound of ice cracking when hot water was poured on it. Suddenly, a snowflake flew up, and then a monster jumped out of the snow. Yisha and the other two were a little surprised. The thing that jumped out was made of ice, without any flesh and blood. It looked like a beast, and was about 1.5 meters tall. Yisha, there are ice-like things among the ancient species? Is this a living thing? Niepa was confused. This thing was obviously different from the ordinary ancient species, and it didn't look like a zombie. While the two were talking, the monster formed by ice cubes had already jumped up and flew towards Yisha. Yisha grabbed the beheading knife and swept it directly without untying the cloth strip. With a bang, the monster was slapped away by Yisha. It doesn't seem very strong. Yisha murmured to Cabania, "Didn't I say you come? You have a chance now." Cabania grinned, and was not afraid at all, and stepped forward directly. Cabania couldn't accept the way he looked after evolving into a human being. He looked like a monster. But that didn't mean that Cabania didn't rely on the power brought by human beings. Cabania was able to survive in the apocalypse, and freely go in and out of the Tinder City to find supplies, because he was a human being. Cabania was still very confident in his own strength. The monster was hit by Yisha's beheading knife, but it didn't seem to be seriously injured. It rolled over from the ground. At the same time, Cabania's fist arrived. Bang! Cabania punched the monster in the face, smashing a piece of the monster's face. And then the tentacles on Cabania's arm suddenly stretched out and quickly wrapped around the monster's body. Crack! Crack! As Cabania's tentacles wrapped around the monster's body and kept tightening, the monster's body kept making sounds, and a large area of crack soon appeared on the surface of its body. Break it! Cabania shouted. And then the monster's body broke into pieces, turning into a pile of ice cubes and scattered on the ground. However, Yisha did not show much joy, because it was not over yet. The little ancient cat seemed a little irritable, and kept growling around. The next moment, snow bags emerged one by one in the surrounding snow. And then, like the previous monster, the monster with a body condensed from ice cubes kept crawling out of the snow and surrounded Yisha and the other two. These things seemed to be more than expected, but not very strong. Yisha, go ahead. Kill them all. Niepa said nothing, raised his hand and shot a monster. And before it could get close, its head was smashed by the shot. On the other side, Yisha pulled the cloth strip to reveal the beheading knife, bent his legs, and jumped forward like a hunting leopard. At this moment, the huge beheading knife brought a strong wind and swept forward. Chapter 1003 Ice Monster. Swish. The decapitation knife is indeed very terrifying against these not-so-strong creatures. Its destructive power and lethality are too amazing. With one sweep of the knife, 3 or 5 monsters were shattered into pieces, turning into ice cubes and falling to the ground. Yi Sha did not stop, but dragged the knife and ran forward. Seeing a monster flying towards him, he immediately dodged and rushed forward with the decapitation knife. Swish! The monster's body was chopped into pieces again. However, Yi Sha killed quickly, and the monsters came out of the snow quickly. There were about 20 monsters in the first batch, and now there are about 40 monsters, not counting those killed by Yi Sha and his 3 companions. It's endless. Yi Sha looked at the monsters approaching him, and he shouted and twisted his ankle violently. As Yi Sha's body rotated, the beheading knife swept out in all directions, drawing a circle of blades, smashing all the monsters that hit him. In fact, the best way to deal with these things is the corpse flower. But Cabania is right next to it, so it is not convenient for Yi Sha to call out the corpse flower. Moreover, Yi Sha is also prepared to keep a trick, and he does not completely trust Cabania. Of course, there is another problem, that Yi Sha is not sure whether the corpse flower is nearby. They came here by helicopter, and the corpse flower followed them underground, so it may not have arrived yet. In this case, he could only kill it himself. While Yi Sha was moving forward, he raised the beheading knife and chopped it down again, smashing a monster to pieces. On the other hand, Cabania's strength is indeed good. Yi Sha estimated that if converted into the strength rating on the Doomsday train, it can probably reach the platinum level, which is about 2 or 3 stars. This also reflects the strength of the alien humans from the side. It is indeed right to be called an organism evolved for fighting. You know, it is not easy for an ordinary person to upgrade to the platinum level after boarding the Doomsday train. Normally, at least you have to survive 7 or 8 stations to reach this level. But for alien humans, one evolution solves it. Moreover, Cabania's evolution level is not high, and it is only at the middle and lower level among alien humans. But no matter what, Cabania's strength is more than enough to deal with these monsters. Niepa showed extraordinary combat power. Or in other words, to deal with these monsters, Niepa is a killer. After he changed his gun to a rifle, he just fired wildly. The bullets of the Tiger Roaring Forest rifle will explode after hitting the target, and as long as they hit, they can blow up those monsters. So Niepa just needs to fire mindlessly. And he doesn't even need to aim, because the monsters are densely packed anyway. Crash! Yi Sha kept swinging his sword, sweeping horizontally or chopping vertically, until Yi Sha himself became numb, and finally found that the number of monsters had decreased a lot. It seems. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. No longer coming out of the snow? Yi Sha immediately shouted, "Hurry up and kill them! They are almost done." While talking, Yi Sha pulled out a crystal bar of the red flame bomb, retreated, and threw the crystal bar forward. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and then the fireball exploded, rolled up, and pushed around, enveloping a large area of monsters around, killing a large number of them. Niepa stopped shooting randomly, and began to shoot to kill those who escaped. After a while, the last monster was finally shot in the head by Niepa, and the body shattered into a pile of ice. Cabania sat on the ground, finally killed them all. There must be at least 500 or 600 of them. Right? What the hell is this thing? Can there be so many monsters underground? Cabania was just complaining. There were so many strange things in the end times. All kinds of mutant zombies. All kinds of ancient species, which were far beyond normal cognition, which made everyone a little accustomed to it. But Yi Sha was still quite concerned. These monsters condensed from ice always made people feel particularly weird. Yi Sha, let's take a break first. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he signaled Niepa with his eyes, and the two walked to a slightly farther place. Yi Sha whispered, "It doesn't look like a zombie. Nor does it look like an ancient species. Or to put it bluntly, it doesn't look like a living thing at all. How can there be a living thing with flesh and blood made of ice? There are no bones, no organs, no meridians, and even zombies are not so outrageous." Niepa nodded. "It feels a bit like something made from the props on Doomsday train, such as props that can summon ice puppets." Yi Sha, but when I left, the boss lady told me that there is no Tinder City in the destination of this stop, unless it is a crew member like us who came here during the holiday. But the probability is too small. Niepa, there is another kind of person. Yi Sha and Niepa looked at each other and knew the answer. The Apostle Walk can also do similar things. Yi Sha, it's not a coincidence that we run into those guys making trouble again. Niepa, who knows? Although the apostles seem to be most concerned about those ancient civilization items, they occasionally encounter some tasks related to compu, which means that they are also concerned about comp. Yisha nodded. Yep, so they also want the initial zombie virus? To be honest, if it is really the apostles, I suddenly think this is interesting. The train conductor wants it, and the apostles also want it. Is this initial zombie virus some great thing? Yisha smiled. I have the same feeling. Although we cannot be sure that the apostles are walking, maybe there are other reasons for these monsters. But since there is a possibility that the apostles are walking, we have to speed up. Niepa nodded in agreement. Yisha stood up and said to Cabania, let's go. Keep going forward. Cabania was surprised. You still want to go forward? What if there are more monsters like this ahead? Or some other mess? Yisha smiled and continued to fool. Because of this, I think we should go around more. Which is also good for you. There are so many monsters around the ski resort. What if we go to the ski resort one day? Yep, interjected. You alien humans can deal with them. But there are still many ordinary humans in the ski resort. What if these monsters sneak in? And what if there are monsters nearby that even alien humans can't deal with? Yisha smiled. So, take this opportunity to find out the situation nearby. It's also good for you. After returning, you could be on guard. There are no defensive facilities around the ski resort. It's still very dangerous. Cabania showed hesitation on his face. Obviously fooled. Yisha couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, the alien humans didn't grow their IQ when they evolved. Chapter 1004 Iron Chain Bridge. Yisha's words seemed to make sense. But in fact, they made no sense at all. According to Cabania's description, the surviving human camp at the ski resort was the evolution of alien humans after the apocalypse. And after repelling the zombies, it has been preserved and continued to this day. Since the monsters entrenched in the surrounding snow-capped mountains have not attacked the ski resort for such a long time, it is naturally highly unlikely that they will appear near the ski resort. But no matter what, it's fine as long as he can fool people. Yisha just wants to find Kareem's villa. He can't accept going back to the ski resort just after reaching the top of the mountain. Hey! At this time, Niepa shouted from the other side, where does this snow slope lead to? Cabania looked at it, an ice valley. The snow slope on this side is useless. Do you see those black things? They are all protruding rocks. And there are many sunken parts, which are not suitable for skiing. Niepa took out a telescope and looked for a while. That means there are few people. If so, will Karim's villa be built on this side? Cabania shook his head. Not to deny, but to say he didn't know. Yisha, walk sideways along the top of the mountain and take a look. Niepa nodded. And the three of them walked to the side of the top of the mountain. For about an hour, Niepa looked around with a telescope from time to time. But he didn't find anything. Cabania was a little impatient. I think the direction should be wrong. I don't know how long it will take to search on foot. Let's go back to the ski resort and find a helicopter. Yisha thought about it, and it made sense. Yisha and Niepa had good physical fitness. As a human of different species, Cabania was also very strong. The three of them had already landed halfway up the mountain. But they still didn't find anything. Moreover, even if they had good physical fitness, and walking in the snowy mountains had little impact, it was still pitifully slow compared to searching from the air by helicopter. Yisha, how about this? We go down from here. If we haven't found anything in the ice valley at the foot of the mountain, we'll go back to the ski resort first. Niepa sighed. If I had known the weather here was so good, I should have brought 2 drones. The end of the world. The living environment is of course very bad. And the snowy mountains are not a good environment. Which always reminds people of blizzards and difficulties. Yisha and Niepa did not expect that this place would be sunny, and even have warm sunshine. Cabania and Niepa had no objection to Yisha's proposal. There was a narrow path on the side of the mountainside. The three of them planned to walk along the snow slope and enter the ice valley directly after the end. But, at this moment, wait a minute. Yisha suddenly called a halt, because the little cat jumped out of his arms, ran to the front about 4 or 5 meters, near a mountain wall, and kept scratching with its claws. The little cat was afraid of the cold, so it jumped out on its own initiative, which must be because it had discovered something. Yisha quickly came to the place where the little cat was, and then began to dig the snow with his hands. After a while, a wet wooden sign that was frozen into frost suddenly appeared. The wooden sign read, "Private Territory. Please do not enter without permission." Yishaw's eyes lit up, and he touched the little cat's head and smiled. Well done. Nyepa squatted beside Yishaw. It seems that Kareem's villa should be just ahead. Yishaw nodded and led the way forward along the path. After walking for about half an hour, he saw a cliff. There was a cable bridge in front of them. After crossing the cable bridge, there was a raised platform on the other side, where a huge villa was built. On the side of the cable bridge, there was also a sign that read, "Private Territory. Please do not enter without permission." Nyepa picked up the telescope and looked, finally found it. Kareem is really creative. He actually built the villa here. Nyepa's words were meant to be complimentary. Building the villa on a protruding rock platform was indeed very creative. Standing on the other side of the iron chain bridge and looking out, there was a different kind of majestic feeling. At the same time, the scenery at this location was indeed good. You could see the snow-capped peaks above and the ice valley below. As a choice for a holiday villa, it could be said to be quite outstanding. Yishaw grabbed the iron chain bridge and pulled it hard. This bridge should be safe. Right? Nyepa, the fixed bracket is nailed directly into the mountain wall. There will be no problem. He is a billionaire. So why would he cut corners when building a bridge? As Nyepa spoke, he walked onto the iron chain bridge and stepped on it. There was a slight shake, but overall, it was very stable. Nyepa took the lead, followed by Yishaw, and Kabania walked at the end. The three of them walked directly along the iron chain bridge. The iron chain bridge is not short, probably at least 100 meters. When he was about halfway, Nyepa suddenly stopped and looked down unconsciously. Yishaw was behind him. What's wrong? Let's go. Nyepa, do you feel that the bridge is a little shaky? Yishaw smiled. You just said that there will be no problem with this iron chain bridge. But now you are worried. Yishaw's voice became weaker and weaker, and gradually dragged out the sound, because Yishaw also felt something was wrong. The shaking of the iron chain bridge seemed to be too violent. The most important thing was that Nyepa had stopped walking, which made Yishaw and Kabania stop as well. They were just standing on the iron chain bridge, not walking. How could it shake so violently? Oh no! Kabania looked back and then shouted in fear. The bridge is going to collapse. Yishaw and Nyepa looked back and then gasped. Below the cliff, the mountain wall cracked with dense cracks, and countless rocks were peeling down and falling down. The iron chain bridge brackets nailed into the rock wall were exposed and were constantly tilting forward. At the same time, as the brackets loosened, the iron chain bridge began to shake, and the shaking became more and more violent. Run! Yishaw was the first to come to his senses and shouted, Run forward! The only way to know whether the iron chain bridge would break was to run to the other side before it broke. Yishaw and the other two began to run as fast as they could. When they were about 10 meters away, and were finally about to reach the other side, the mountain wall that fixed the iron chain bridge finally collapsed completely. The iron chain bridge twisted, making a harsh creaking sound, and suddenly fell down. The strong winds were howling all around, making people's cheeks hurt. The only thing to be thankful for was that the iron chain bridge was not completely broken, but only one part was broken, which prevented the iron chain bridge from falling directly downwards. The bad news was that the iron chain bridge was swaying like a swing and crashed hard into the mountain wall opposite. Chapter 1005 Villa and Essay. Bang! The iron chain bridge hit the mountain wall hard, making a loud roar. Violent tremors, and the severe pain from the collision made Yishaw grimace. But fortunately, he did not let go. Yishaw felt much better after a while. Looking up, Nyepa was indeed experienced. He directly took the prepared climbing rope buckle and buckled the iron chain bridge and belt. Anyway, with their physical fitness, they should not be killed by the collision, as long as they don't fall down. Yishaw looked down and saw that Kabania almost fell down, but he used his tentacles to wrap around the bridge surface and barely saved his life. Nyepa shouted from above, I don't know if the mountain wall here can hold up. I'll climb first. Yishaw nodded to show that he understood, and grabbed the railing on the side of the iron chain bridge and tried not to move. Nyepa tied a rope to the lock buckle, but did not dare to climb up from the railing for fear that he could not hold up. Instead, he went to the side of the mountain wall, put on gloves and started climbing. It didn't take too long to climb to a height of more than 10 meters. After Nyepa climbed up, he leaned over and gave Yishaw an okay gesture, then found a place to tie the climbing rope and threw the other end of the rope down. Yishaw and Kabania climbed up by the rope, And then they breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the cold wind blowing around them. They were somewhat frightened. Falling directly from the middle of the mountain to the ice valley below was no joke. No matter how strong Yisha's physique was, he would be smashed into a pulp even if he was made of stone. On the other hand, even if he was really made of stone, he would break when he fell down. After sitting on the ground and panting for a while, Yisha stood up and waved his hand. Let's go in and take a look. Kareem's villa was a retro mountain villa. But it was a different story once you entered the door. Although it was still retro in style, it was obviously filled with a lot of modern technology. To use the words of the rich, retro is a style. But it does not mean suffering. There is a hall in front of the villa. The moment you enter, your nerves will be tense. Blood everywhere. Yisha silently inserted the beheading knife into the ground. The indoor space was too small to use the beheading knife, so Yisha pulled out the evil eye sword. After winking at Yepa, Yisha walked forward. The hall in front was full of mottled bloodstains, which had already dried up. There were some on the ground, walls, furnishings, tables and chairs, and even on the ceiling. These bloodstains definitely did not belong to one person. Yisha speculated that there might have been a massacre here, and all the people in the villa were killed. However, there were no corpses or zombies. Yepa pointed to a bloodstain on the ground. This bloodstain was dragged out, and the body was dragged out directly. Yisha, first confirm whether it is Kareem's villa. Well, no need. It can be confirmed. Yisha walked to a bloody painting. It was not a famous painting, but the man in the painting was Kareem. Since there was a portrait of Kareem hanging there, it must be Kareem's villa. Yepa, this place is not small. Should we search separately? Yisha nodded. Let's look around first. After Yisha finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of Cabania. Yepa nodded to indicate that he knew that Cabania must be on guard. Yepa decided to walk around the hall first. Yisha did not go up to the second floor, but walked through the hall directly, ready to go to the back to have a look. There are 3 buildings inside and outside Kareem's villa. A 3-story building in the front, a small courtyard in the back, and 2 houses on the left and right built against the mountain wall. The moment he entered the yard, Yisha heard a beast roar, and when he looked sideways, it turned out to be a zombie dog. The zombie dog looked very fierce. It was actually a pit bull corpse, but there was a chain tied around its neck. It was skin and bones. Although it bared its teeth at Yisha, it couldn't stand steadily at all. The little cat felt provoked, and crawled out of Yisha's chest, baring its head and roaring back. Yisha smiled and stroked the little cat's head, then casually flicked his fingers, and countless fine threads emerged from the string rings, condensing into a killing gun, killing the zombie dog with one shot. The courtyard was very delicate, with some ice sculptures, and even 2 artificially carved ice trees, which were lifelike and covered with resin film so that they would not be easily damaged. Yisha could only sigh that the life of the rich was really luxurious. After passing the courtyard, Yisha looked at the house on the side before, and then retreated. The house was a low house with only 1 floor. After entering, Yisha found that it was a utility room, which was piled with some messy sundries, as well as skis, sleds, ice fishing gear and other things. There was nothing to see coming to the house on the other side. After entering, it turned out to be a circular study room. But this study room was really big. There were at least thousands of books on the bookshelves, filling up the bookshelves built into the walls on all sides. In the middle, there were blankets, tables and chairs. Of course, there were inevitably some bloodstains, but there were much fewer than in the main entrance hall. Yisha looked at the bookshelves and felt that they were worth studying. Maybe there were some secrets hidden in them, but it was a big project. There were too many books. Yisha decided to go to the second floor first. The second floor, or rather, the second and third floors were all bedrooms. Most of them were just guest rooms. They had obviously been turned over. Many of the furnishings inside were knocked over and in a mess. Yisha walked all the way to the third floor and finally found Kareem's room. When he entered the room, he saw a fallen photo frame with a photo of Kareem in it. After looking at the photo, Yisha's eyes swept around and suddenly saw a black diary on the ground with footprints on it. Yisha frowned and picked up the diary from the ground, only to find that a piece of it was torn off. Yisha turned to the first page and started reading, and then found that it was not a diary, but an essay. Something big happened. I received a call from Clay and rushed to the company headquarters. Then I saw that thing. It was so amazing that I couldn't describe my feelings. After the meeting, everyone unanimously decided to invest a lot of resources in research. I think this is a good thing. I voted in favor. This may be a major research and discovery that will change all mankind. Some people died. Baines was very worried and tried to persuade me. Hey, ignorant guy. If the research can make progress, what are some sacrifices? This is a research plan that will change all mankind. No matter how many sacrifices there are, it is worth it. I don't like what Mike Adams said, but I don't deny his ability. So I don't think he is exaggerating. But I don't think we should give up. It's just that what exactly is biological ability? It seems that more resources need to be concentrated on research. 2 researchers died. I don't know what those idiots are doing. They bother me with such a small matter. They get a high salary from me, but they can't do anything well. Chapter 1006 Search. November 16th. This date must be recorded. I had a private meeting with Mike. He advised me to give up the research. Otherwise, he would make everything public. I sent someone to imprison him. I can't kill Mike. Even if I don't like him. He is my old friend after all. Moreover, this research needs him. He is the world's top scholar, and this research has made a great contribution. However, he is too stubborn. The research went wrong again, almost destroying half of the institute. But it made new progress in the research. It's hard to imagine. Is that thing still a living organism? I can't imagine how this thing came about. Maybe it came from outer space? This is really naive. But I really can't think of any other possibilities. I must carry out the research to the end. General Sessions came to me today. It seems that there are guys with ulterior motives in the company. However, it doesn't matter. As long as I give enough benefits, they will support me. Sessions, that greedy vampire, just wants to get more. Fortunately, I have prepared a plan to deal with him. Yisha flipped through the essays, which were very messy. Sometimes there was no entry for several days, and sometimes there were several entries a day. At the same time, in addition to the above contents that revealed some information, there were also some contents that were completely irrelevant at first glance. For example, the name Rebecca appeared 21 times. This is Karam's daughter. The contents related to her were all family essays, such as the 2 of them had a video call, and his daughter was praised at school, which made Karam very proud. In addition, Kareem is also a crazy ice fishing enthusiast, and he wrote a lot of ice fishing anecdotes in his essay. In fact, this essay is really very casual. Kareem will write when he is in a good mood, when he is in a bad mood, when he remembers, and when he doesn't remember. Moreover, although there are some work-related things in it, most of them are actually life-related things. That is to say, most of them are useless content. Then, when he turned to page 26, Yisha found that the back had been torn off. Yisha flipped through it. The torn part was about 60 to 70 pages. The part that was not torn was blank, and there was nothing written on it. Yisha leaned on the table and pondered, closed his eyes, and tried to restore the scene in his mind. According to the intelligence, Karam should have been killed. So the person who killed him obviously saw this essay. That person might be like Yisha now, not taking it seriously, just flipping through it casually, and then found what he needed, or something that could not be kept, but was too lazy to turn the pages one by one. So, starting from the page he saw, he tore off all the pages behind, and then threw the notebook on the ground. Yisha opened his eyes, and tapped his head with his fingers. This was not good news. If the situation restored in Yisha's mind was correct, it meant that this notebook had no value. Those pages that were not torn off meant that the things recorded on it were useless. Or it was no big deal if they were seen by others. However, after thinking for a while, Yisha wiped off the dust and footprints on it, and stuffed the things into his backpack. After all, so far, this notebook was the only thing that seemed to reveal some information. Putting away the notes in the essay, Yisha walked around the bedroom and found nothing useful. Or rather, the only useful information he got was that this place had been turned over. Yisha pinched his nose again and thought deeply. Killing people and searching the house. Was it to snatch something from Kareem? Where is the body? There was blood trailing in the hall, but no body was found. Probably the body was thrown into the ice valley. So, here comes the question. Killing people and searching the house. Yisha didn't care much. The key was what the other party wanted to find here. This was what Yisha cared about. Was it the initial zombie virus? If we extend this question, then, did the other party find it? Is there anything else in this villa that Yisha wants? Yisha thought while looking at the bedroom. And then smiled bitterly. This place was turned upside down like a typhoon. Not only were things pushed down, but even the walls were smashed open. It was obvious that they were worried that there was a hidden space behind the wall. With this level of search, Yisha felt that there was really nothing to see. Others have demolished the walls. Can I also demolish the ceiling? Yisha suddenly raised his eyebrows. And then murmured, it's a good idea to point it out. Yisha immediately jumped onto the table, and poked the ceiling with the evil eye's sword. It turned out to be made of wood. Yisha poked a piece of the ceiling. And then, he was disappointed. There was indeed an attic behind the ceiling. But it was not a hidden area. The attic could be reached from the other side. And it had also been searched. Yisha jumped back to the ground, turned around again, and made sure that there was really nothing in the room. Then he left the room, walked through the corridor, and after a rough circle, he returned to the hall of the room at the entrance. Yisha looked at Nyepa, who was still searching. How is it? Nyepa, it is definitely Kareem's villa. I also found a decoration with the logo of Compu Corporation in the back. However, other than that, there is not much useful information. The only thing that can be confirmed is that a group of well-trained guys attacked here, Nyepa said as he entered from the doorway, and then stood in a few shooting poses according to the bloodstains. Nyepa, throw stun grenades in. And then a team of at least 12 people enter. 2 on the left and right to defend. And the rest of the frontal assault. Shoot at the people in the hall. And then enter the second floor. Kill people. And drag the bodies to the hall to gather. Yisha, armed personnel from Comp? Nyepa, it's hard to be sure. If so, it was probably done by the Raptors. They are good at this job. Yisha, let's not worry about this for now. I think we have to stay here for a few days. Nyepa nodded. This place is very large. If we want to search it carefully, it won't be done immediately. Yisha sighed. The only troublesome thing is that this place has obviously been searched. We may not find anything useful. But since we are here, let's search it first. Yisha said. Looking at Cabania, are you okay? Or do you want to go back first? No problem. Cabania, I told Mr. Barak that he knew I came with you. It doesn't matter if I don't go back. Chapter 1007 Suspicion. Eat something first. Yisha sat down on the sofa and took out the food and placed it on the coffee table. The harvest was smaller than expected. Or even nothing. This was all within Yisha's expectations. He had considered this situation when he left the Doomsday train. However, Yisha still came. After all, there are some things that you will not be willing to see unless you see them with your own eyes. So, although the whole villa looked like it had been turned over, Yisha and Nyepa decided to turn it over again. After all, what if there was something missing? And since it has been searched once, a deeper search will inevitably take more time. Fortunately, Yisha is not in a hurry. This stop is 20 days, and Yisha still has plenty of time to waste. After eating, Yisha said, there should be no danger here. I roughly walked around and found only a zombie dog, which I have killed. There are no ancient species or anything. Let's continue to act separately. Nyepa nodded. I will search the main building. Yisha, then I'll go to the back. Cabania thought for a moment. I don't know how to find anything. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare food. It's better to eat something hot, Cabania said as he shook the jerky in his hand. Yisha nodded and said nothing more. After eating, he returned to the house in the backyard and looked at the living room on the first floor with his arms folded. This was the only place that Yisha felt was problematic after a round. The whole building had been searched, and things were scattered on the ground. The only neat place was here. The bookshelves around were not overturned, and the books were inserted in the bookshelves. So, why not search here? Yisha could only think of one reason why the other party did not search. That is, they knew that there was nothing they wanted here. But the question arose again. Why did the other party know that there could not be anything hidden here? While thinking, Yisha walked to the bookshelf, took down a book and flipped through it. The title of the book was Controlling Conversations. The next one is High Emotional Intelligence Leadership. The next one is 100 Years of Solitude. The fourth one is PPPP, From Theory to Practice. The fifth one is The Lamb in the Arms of God. Yisha finally couldn't help complaining. These books are just for display. Right? Who would read them? The books on the bookshelf are too mixed. There are business books, social sciences, experience talks, biographies, and novels. There is no pattern at all. Yisha thinks that no matter how much people like reading, they shouldn't read so many different books. As a businessman, Karam thinks it is normal to read some business management and even sociology books. Reading novels can be barely understood as a way to spice up one's life. But there are even photography books on the bookshelf. And they are the kind of pictures dedicated to art. This is a bit unreasonable. No. Yisha had given up on those bookshelves. But after putting the books back, Yisha suddenly felt something was wrong. A very strange feeling. These books. Yisha walked to the front of the bookshelves again, looking at those books. And suddenly he felt that there was something wrong with those books. But for a while, he couldn't tell what the problem was. Acrostic? Yisha put the names of the books in order and tried to connect the first and last letters. Then found that his thinking was wrong, and he couldn't make a sentence. Yisha sat down on the sofa in the middle and stared at the bookshelf blankly for a long time without thinking anything. Until Nyepa came in and shouted at Yisha. Huh? Yisha came back to his senses. What's wrong? Nyepa, it's been more than 4 hours. Kabania made food. So long? Yisha stood up in surprise, walked back to the courtyard and looked up. It was already dark. Back in the building in front, Kabania brought a pot of soup and put it on the coffee table. Come. Drink something hot to drive away the cold. I also made fried bread slices. Yisha sat down with Nyepa. Did you get anything? Nyepa shook his head. Not yet. I searched the second floor. Damn it. Even the bandits wouldn't be so clean. Yisha, actually, I'm thinking about a question. Karam is a pure businessman. Right? Nyepa nodded. Yisha then. He couldn't have participated in the research personally. So, if you think about it carefully, the possibility that Karim brought the initial zombie virus to the villa is very low. But the problem is that the current situation shows that someone has slaughtered here and is looking for something. Nyepa, Karim may have known something in advance. So he brought the thing to the villa. But in the end, he didn't escape. Yisha, yes. The question now is, did the other party find it? Or not? Nyepa spread his hands. How can I explain this clearly? Yisha, according to the first point, Karim is a businessman, and he is unlikely to participate in the research. Therefore, what he is looking for may be just a specific item. If he finds it, then the possibility of our gain is very low. Nyepa, that can't be helped. Yisha, but it's not all in vain. I think if we really want to find the initial zombie virus, we should focus on those who will participate in the research. Such as this person. Yisha took out the notebook where he wrote the essay and pointed to the name Mike Adams. This is one of the people involved in the research. And from Karim's description, it can be seen that he is an important figure in this research. And even the leader. Nyepa flipped through the essay. And then, yes. But, Yisha, but what? Nyepa, you only mentioned the research. But not what it was. Are you sure it's the initial zombie virus? This? Yisha was a little dumbfounded. The clues they had obtained so far all pointed out that Karam might be related to the initial zombie virus. So Yisha naturally thought about it instinctively. But now, after listening to Nyepo's words, Yisha found that he was really a little careless. It seemed that the essay did not mention the initial zombie virus. Yisha thought for a while. Didn't it say that someone died? There is a high probability that it is a zombie virus. Right? Nyepa, probably. But it is not certain. But your idea is right. Since we need to find clues, it is much more useful to keep an eye on some people involved in the research than to keep an eye on Karam. We can investigate this Mike Adams. Scholars and researchers are not a circle that Yisha and Nyepa are familiar with. Even if the other party is a famous person, often publishes papers, or even appears on TV and newspapers, it is not something that ordinary people will pay attention to. Therefore, even if the name Mike Adams is very famous, Yisha and Nyepa know nothing about it. But if he is really famous, they should be able to find the other party by looking up some relevant information. Chapter 1008 Footsteps in the Middle of the Night. Come on. Everything is ready. Come and eat. At this time, Kabania's shout interrupted the conversation between Yisha and Nyepa, and he placed a bowl of golden fried bread on the table. Kabania smiled. There is a ice storage here. I found flour in it. Try it quickly. It's very good. Yisha took a piece of bread. And it tasted really good. With a strong milk and cheese flavor. To be honest. Except for the Doomsday train. Yisha hasn't eaten this kind of thing in other places for a long time. When on a mission. It's nothing more than dried meat. Dried meat. Dried meat. And then? Compressed biscuits. After filling their stomachs. The three of them went their separate ways again. Yep was investigating the main building. Cabania was more interested in searching for supplies. And at the same time was thinking about how they should get back since the iron chain bridge was broken. And Yisha's focus was still on the bookshelves. It was not until the sky was completely dark that Yisha came to his senses again. It was already very late. So he casually found a bedroom with a relatively intact bed. Tidied it up. And lay down. As usual. He put his hair in the crack of the door, and let the little cat lie on the windowsill to keep watch. Yisha fell into a doze state. Yisha didn't know how long he had slept. But he suddenly woke up because he felt his face was a little wet and itchy. After opening his eyes suddenly, Yisha found that the little cat was licking his cheek with its tongue and scratching it with its little claws. Yisha made a gesture to the little cat to keep silent. He already knew why the little cat woke him up. There are footsteps. Yisha quickly got out of bed, pressed against the wall beside the door, squatted on the ground, and put his ear against the wall. The footsteps were obviously suppressed deliberately, and he tiptoed to reduce the sound. It can be heard that the owner of the footsteps was very restrained because the footsteps were very incoherent and the intervals were very long. It can be clearly felt that this is not a normal step frequency. But it was useless. Even if the other party was born in the year of the cat, it would be difficult to cover up the footsteps because the villa adopted a retro structure with a lot of wooden structures. The stairs were made of wood, and the corridors were also paved with wood. After years of disrepair, no matter how careful you are, it will make a creaking sound. Yisha identified the footsteps and seemed to be on his left. Not coming for me, Yisha murmured. His room was close to the stairs, and the stairs were on the far right. If the sound came from the left, it meant that he had passed his room. And after 2 bedrooms on his left, was Nyepa? Cabania lived directly in the living room of the main building and did not come here. Or, Cabania? Yisha pondered. The footsteps were obviously problematic. If Nyepa got up at night, he wouldn't have to walk so carefully. He took a deep breath. And when he felt the footsteps were going away, Yisha suddenly pushed open the door. Looking to the left of the corridor, Yisha found a dark shadow and immediately whispered, "Who is it?" The corridor was dim, and there were no lights. Yisha couldn't see the other person clearly. But from the figure, he didn't look like Nyep or Cabania. The appearance of the alien human was too easy to recognize, while the outline looked like an ordinary human. At the same time, almost at the moment when Yisha shouted, the figure immediately turned around and ran. "Stop!" Yisha immediately shouted softly, quickly chased after him, and at the same time stretched out his hand and punched the air. Piercing gun. Countless thin lines emerged from the string rings, quickly entangled together, formed into the shape of a spear and flew forward. The figure was very agile, and immediately lowered his body, and the piercing gun passed over his head and nailed directly to the wall at the end of the corridor. The man did not stand up, but ran out along the ground. After a leap, he rolled to the stairs and then ran towards the stairs. At this time, Nyepo's door opened and Nyepa poked his head out. "What's going on?" Yisha said simply. "Someone ran away. Chase him." Yisha ran forward, and Nyepa was even more straightforward. He went back to the room, grabbed the gun box on the side, and jumped up, breaking the window directly, landing in the courtyard, and rolling to release the force. On the other side, Yisha was also quite fast. When he chased to the staircase and saw no one, he turned over and jumped from the gap between the stairs to the first floor, and then ran towards the door. However, when Yisha ran out, he was directly confronted with the black muzzle of the gun in Nyepo's hand. Yisha was stunned. "Where is the person?" Nyepo was also a little stunned, and then pointed at the broken glass beside him. "I jumped out directly by hitting the window, and I didn't see anyone coming out." "Damn it!" Yisha quickly realized, that guy didn't go down, but up. The house has 3 floors. The first floor is a living room filled with bookshelves. The second and third floors are bedrooms. There is also a small attic above the 3rd floor. Yisha and Nyepa both sleep on the 2nd floor. Seeing the figure running away, They instinctively chased down. But there was no one in the courtyard on the first floor. So there was only another possibility. The other party did not run downstairs, but ran up the stairs to the third floor. Yisha immediately planned to run into the building again, and at the same time shouted to Nyepa, there should be no passage on the third floor. If you want to run, you can only jump off the building. Keep an eye on the courtyard. Nyepa nodded. Then his pupil shrank suddenly, and he shouted to Yisha, be careful. Just when Yisha was about to rush into the house, a snowball suddenly swelled up in front of Yisha, blocking the door directly. And then a big hand made of ice cubes directly came out of the snowball and slapped Yisha fiercely. Bang! Yisha quickly jumped back to avoid it, and the giant hand hit the ground, raising a large piece of snow waves. In a moment, the flying snow waves fell and spread out in all directions. An ice monster appeared in front of Yisha and Nyepa, very similar to the one they had seen on the top of the mountain before. However, the ice monster in front of him was extremely huge, more than 4 meters tall, 2 or 3 times larger than the ice monsters he had seen before, and it was lying in front of the entrance, blocking Yisha's way. Nyepa immediately took out his revolver and pulled the trigger at the ice monster. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out continuously, and the bullets hit the ice monster's body, creating cracks on the ice monster's body. But they were unable to penetrate or break the ice monster's body. Nyepa raised his eyebrows. This guy is much stronger than those we met on the top of the mountain. Not just big. Yisha nodded, then suddenly jumped onto an ice sculpture, used the force to jump again, and then his body was level with the ice monster. Raised the evil eye sword, and slashed forward. Chapter 1009 Giant Ice Monster. The ice monster raised its giant palm and swept towards Yisha. The palm was no smaller than Yisha's body. With a bang, it blew Yisha away from the air and smashed him to the ground. The next moment, the ice monster opened its bloody mouth, and an ice cone spit out from its mouth and stabbed towards Yisha. Yisha quickly waved the evil eye sword, and the red sword light swept past Yisha, met the ice cone, and cut it into 2 pieces. But in the next moment, the giant palm of the ice monster slapped down again and hit Yisha fiercely. Bang! The giant palm fell to the ground, splashing a large piece of snow. And then, the giant palm was shaking. Yisha's low roar came from under the giant palm. And then Yisha pushed up the giant palm little by little, exerting force violently. Boom! The ice monster was thrown to the ground by Yisha. At the same time, Nyepa also took out the rifle from the gun box and pulled the trigger at the ice monster. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out, and the bullets flew out, hitting the ice monster continuously. As the bullets continued to explode, the ice monster's body was blown into pits, and there were dense cracks. Even so, the ice monster was not blown to pieces. Its defense was obviously much stronger than those they had encountered on the top of the mountain. The ice monster grinned, roared silently, and blew out a gust of wind and snow. The snowstorm swept forward, and a layer of frost immediately condensed on the snow, freezing a large area. Nyepa quickly retreated, while Yisha jumped up, fearless of the snowstorm. When the snowstorm fell on Yisha, Yisha looked up, and then the snowstorm seemed to be afraid, and it swung to both sides like a door curtain, avoiding it directly. The wind and rain in all directions were all controlled by Yisha. The drifting snow could not be controlled, but the snowflakes were carried by the wind flow, and the wind flow spread to both sides, so the snowflakes naturally spread to both sides. The next moment, Yisha came to the front of the ice monster and jumped up again. The ice monster raised its palm and slapped Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha also drew his sword, and the evil eye sword hit the ice monster's giant palm, making a dull sound. Die! Yisha shouted, and then flicked his fingertips, and countless thin lines shot out from the string rings, densely packed into the air. Big waterfall, as Yisha raised his palm and pressed it downward. The thin lines that flew towards the sky suddenly turned sharply and fell down, densely packed together, like a waterfall. Puff, puff, puff. The thin wires fell on the ice monster and immediately pierced through its body, leaving dense holes on it. Crack, crack. The holes were all over its body, and the ice monster finally couldn't hold on. Its body kept making the sound of ice breaking, and then countless cracks appeared. After a while, The ice monster's body completely shattered, turning into a pile of ice cubes scattered on the ground. You stare? Yisha shouted to Nyep again, then rushed into the house and rushed up the stairs. Yisha did not go directly to the third floor because he was delayed for some time by the ice monster. And the monster might have moved again. There was almost no place to hide on the first floor. There were bookshelves against the wall, carpets, a set of sofas and coffee tables in the middle, and nothing else. But there were many rooms on the second floor, and it was hard to say whether the monster would return to the second floor to hide. Bang! Yisha walked carefully along the corridor, pushed open the doors of each room one by one, and probed, but he did not dare to enter the room for a deep search, fearing that the other party would take the opportunity to escape when he entered the room. After a rough look at the rooms on the second floor, Yisha went to the third floor. The rooms on the third floor are also bedrooms, but there are fewer rooms than on the second floor. Yisha walked along the wall and walked up to the third floor carefully. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Yisha immediately jumped back. Puff! Puff! 2 ice spikes suddenly appeared on the floor, facing where Yisha had just stood. If Yisha had not run fast, his feet would have been pierced. Yisha's face darkened slightly. After stepping over the ice spikes, he suddenly heard the sound of water drops in his ears, and immediately moved to the side to get out of the way. An ice sword suddenly appeared, fell from the ceiling, and pierced into the floor. Is it a mechanism? Yisha looked up at the ceiling, then squatted down and touched the floor. The floor was solid. Yisha directly broke the ice spikes apart. There was nothing underneath. Yisha understood clearly in his heart that he was almost certain that the other party was either someone on the Doomsday train or the Apostles. The ice spikes and ice swords were indeed mechanisms that would only be triggered after Yisha caught up. But they were not mechanisms in the traditional sense, but were made with ability. Those who could do this were most likely people on the Doomsday train or the Apostles. The people of Comp Corporation did not have such ability. Their combat power all came from biological transformation and technological power. Yisha became cautious. After entering the corridor, he walked sideways with his back against the wall, moving forward. But the mechanism he created seemed to be only the 2 ice spikes and the ice sword. The function of the ice spikes was to nail Yisha's feet to the ground. If Yisha avoided it, the ice sword would fall on the route Yisha avoided, forming a chain. This made Yisha very glad. He was used to jumping back to avoid. If he jumped forward to avoid the ice spikes, he might be caught. It was impossible to be killed, but injuries were inevitable. Creak! Yisha pushed open a door and looked inside, but found no trace of anyone. Yisha slowly moved forward, walked to the door of the next bedroom, pushed the door open, but still found nothing. After a while, a total of 5 bedrooms were pushed open, but there was still no one in sight, which made Yisha frown. Then entered a bedroom, opened the window and shouted down, "Is there anything unusual?" "No." Nyep shook his head. No one came out. I walked around, and there was only one entrance and exit. Yisha jumped back to the courtyard from the window. Cabania also rushed over after hearing the noise. Yisha looked at Nyep and Nyep shook his head calmly. Cabania ran from the main building. Yisha also felt that it was unlikely to be Cabania. Although he did not see the other person clearly, he only saw a figure. But the other person was the outline of a normal human. Cabania had tentacles on his arms, and 2 pelvises piercing from his body on his back. It was too easy to recognize. Chapter 10:10 The Trick. Yisha pointed to the top of his head. Roof? Nyep shook his head. No. Cabania. One side of this building is built against the mountain wall, and there are courtyards on 3 sides, so there is no back. If he jumps from the other 3 sides, we will definitely see him. Nyapa, to put it another way, even if he really goes to the back, he can only climb the mountain wall, and we can still see him. Yisha, it's hard to say. This guy is still hiding inside. Nyapa, search again? Yisha pulled the little ancient cat out. Don't worry, I have a way. Nyapa, be careful. The ice monster's body can't get into the snow. Even if the snow is thick, it can still be 4 or 5 meters thick. Yisha nodded. If he was just suspicious before, he was completely sure now. The ice monster is not a zombie, not an ancient species, but an inanimate object that can move, similar to a puppet, most likely made by props or abilities. Moreover, even a fool should have figured this out. Yisha wanted to chase into the house, but this ice monster blocked his way. How could it be such a coincidence? Previously on the mountain, the other party also attacked. Yisha whispered, "It's good news." After confirming this, we can be sure that there is something in this villa. And it is probably this building. When Yisha said this, his face turned slightly cold. Because according to this speculation, the other party's appearance is probably not to kill people, but to take things away after knowing that Yisha and Nyepa came to the villa? But Yisha frowned. There was something that didn't make sense. If it was the group that killed Kareem, why did they leave the things here and wait for someone to come to find them? Or is the other party an apostle and came here for the same reason as Yisha? Yisha thought as he entered the small building again. Previously, they were chasing and just searched roughly to force the person out. But since the other party disappeared without a trace, they could only search again in detail. Fortunately, Yisha had the little ancient cat. No matter how well the other party hid, Yisha believed that the little ancient cat could find the person. However, from the first floor to the third floor, Yisha led the little ancient cat to go around again. But the little ancient cat did not move at all, or directly, did not find the existence of people at all. This, Yisha could not help but frown. Impossible. People have smells, and the little ancient cat cannot fail to smell it. Even zombies or alien humans have smells. Nyepa, then there is only one possibility. Yisha nodded and said, superhuman. Superhumans can use their brain power to conceal their aura. Even in Yisha's dragon state, there is an ability called Dragon Realm, which can conceal their aura, weaken their sense of existence, and blend into nature. Although superhumans cannot reach the level of Dragon Realm, they also have similar brain power. Yisha vaguely remembered that Yiyu seemed to have said that it was called perception shielding. Yisha, do you remember Chinjiala? Nyepa nodded. Yisha, that guy can use his brain power to create a rock giant. And this guy can create an ice monster, probably with similar brain power. Let's ignore these for now. Nyepa took out a cigarette case, flicked out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and lit it. The other party may still be hiding in the building now. Even if he ran away, he should be near the villa. Right? Yisha, if the other party's goal is not achieved, of course he will not leave just like that. Nyepa, with that guy here, we can't do our work with peace of mind. We even worry about being poisoned when eating and stabbed to death when sleeping. I don't want to be so nervous. Yisha, then there is only one way. Find out what he wants. If there is nothing in this villa, no one will come to stroll around. Even if the other party only suspects that there is something here, they will not attack us. They will definitely wait until we find the thing before robbing it. Nyepa, that makes sense. Yisha, so? The other party not only stayed nearby, but also appeared, which means that the other party is sure that there is something here and does not want us to get there first. Then move. Nyepa hesitated for a moment and pointed at the house. But what if he is still hiding in it? Yisha showed a bit of ferocity. Then let him come. Let's see whether I kill him or he kills me. I am not afraid of him showing up now, but I am annoyed that he hides and does not show up. Enemies hiding in the dark are always particularly troublesome, because no one knows when they will appear and suddenly stab you. But even after sending out the little ancient cat, there was no trace of the enemy, and Yisha was helpless. Then the only way seems to be to find out what the enemy wants to find first, as Yisha said, so that the enemy can naturally be forced to show up. You come and help too. Nyepa called Cabania. I'll go to the main building, and you go to the sundry warehouse. Yisha still stayed in the building that was mainly composed of bedrooms. He was still unwilling to give up on the bookshelf on the first floor. He always felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. Yisha felt that as long as he figured it out, he would probably find something. Yisha sat on the sofa, quietly looking at the bookshelf. His eyes swept across the bookshelf one by one, and then his eyes suddenly stopped at one position. Andersen's Fairy Tales? Yisha was not curious why there was a set of Andersen's Fairy Tales series here. Yisha had speculated earlier that these books were just for display and not for reading. It was indeed a bit out of place to put a set of Andersen's Fairy Tales, but it was just to make up the numbers, which was also possible. Besides, Kareem has a daughter. Can't he read stories to her when he takes her on vacation? But the key is that the set of Andersen's Fairy Tales, a set of 7 books, are placed side by side, very neatly. Yisha finally understood what the strange feeling was before. If these books were just for display, they should be classified and placed neatly on the bookshelf, instead of being so messy as they are now. Even if Kareem really loves reading, reads all kinds of books and often takes them out, he can only read one book at a time. Right? After reading, he will definitely put the book back to its original place and then take the next one. So the books should still be neat, even if they are occasionally misplaced, resulting in uneven classification of books. It is unlikely to be too much, but the books on the bookshelf are completely messy. Yisha looked at a bookshelf of books before, and there were almost all kinds of messy books, and there was no so-called classification at all. Chapter 10:11 Secret Passage. This is obviously not a normal arrangement of books. Then, there is only one possibility. These books have been flipped through. In fact, this is also very unreasonable. The whole villa has been flipped through. So why hasn't the bookshelf been flipped through? At that time, Yisha guessed that the other party was sure that there was no possibility of hiding anything on the bookshelf. So they didn't flip through it at all. Now it seems that it is not that the bookshelf was not flipped through, but that it was flipped through and the books were put back. Actually, this is very strange. Why put it back? Yisha's first thought was that he was hiding something. But since everyone was killed, what was there to hide? If there was anything he wanted, why not just take it away? Yisha hadn't thought this through yet. But there was indeed something wrong with the bookshelf and the books. Otherwise, why turn over all the books and put them back again? Yisha came to a bookshelf and didn't push it down directly, because it couldn't be pushed down. The bookshelf was directly embedded in the wall. Yisha could only reach out and wipe all the books down. A bookshelf has 6 layers. To get the books on the upper layers, you need a ladder. There is a ladder next to it, connected to the bookshelf, and equipped with pulleys, the kind you can see in large libraries. Yisha pushed all the books on a bookshelf, then checked the bookshelf, knocking on it with his knuckles, and found no interlayer or mechanism. So he went to the next one. It took Yisha 2 hours to go around. He didn't care about the time he wasted, but his brows were knitted again, because he found nothing. Did I guess wrong again? Yisha looked at the empty bookshelf and felt a headache. Impossible. Impossible. Yisha murmured, if there is nothing. Those people are so bored? They turned all the books down and put them back? Yisha sat back on the sofa and supported his chin with both hands. Yisha believed that his thinking was absolutely correct, because there was only this explanation left. And the only possibility was that he had missed something. But what did I miss? At this time, Nyepa walked in. How is it? Did you find anything? Yisha, there is something wrong with these bookshelves. The books were flipped through and then stuffed back. This is obviously wrong. But I don't find anything wrong with the bookshelves. Nyepa picked up a book. Could there be something hidden in the book? Yisha's face turned black. Do you have to flip through every book? There are at least thousands of books here. Nyepa, it doesn't seem right. What can be hidden in the book? Paper? At most. You can hollow it out and hide some small items. At most. You can take the whole book away. Yisha, I think the problem is on the bookshelf. As soon as Yisha finished speaking, his eyes lit up, and he stood up from the sofa. I know. Yisha, I know where the problem is. Nyepa was also shocked by Yisha's startled look and asked in astonishment, what's the problem? Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon from his waist and carved a crooked square on the coffee table. Yisha, this is the structure of this room. It's either square or rectangular. The first floor here is not separated by a wall. It's just a living room. Right? Nyepa nodded, yes. Yisha drew a circle in the square. This is a bookshelf, built into the wall. Do you understand? Nyepa's eyes widened. If he still didn't understand, he would be a fool. Draw a circle in a square, and the 4 corners will be empty because of the curvature. But looking up, this is a circular living room. There is probably nothing wrong with the upper left corner, because there is no bookshelf there, but a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. But the other 3 corners are all secret rooms. Nyepa, find a mechanism. Find a shitty mechanism. Yisha picked up the guillotine from the ground. Smash it. At this time, the guillotine is very useful. Yisha walked to the corner and raised his hand to cut the bookshelf in half. The effect of the destruction blade is particularly attractive at this time. After cutting open the bookshelf, Yisha and Nyepa smiled knowingly. Sure enough, there was a space behind it, and it was not small. However, after entering, Yisha was slightly disappointed. There was something behind the bookshelf, but it wasn't what he wanted. There were oil paintings hanging on the wall, Very valuable ones. If nothing unexpected happened, they were deliberately hidden here. So they must be authentic. Then there was a safe embedded in the wall. It was pried open and turned over. But the valuables were not taken away. There was a small amount of cash. A bag of incredibly valuable colored diamonds. A Fabergé egg. And what made Yisha stare the most was a jade pendant with a dragon and a phoenix, which was obviously from China. And it was a mixture of green, yellow and purple. The Fu Lu Shou jade pendant. Yisha picked up the jade pendant and looked at it. This level of transparency. I'm afraid it's not just ordinary jade. Nyepa, after all. He is a billionaire. How low can the price of a collection that can be hidden away be? Let's go! Nyepa wanted to despise Yisha for his lack of taste. The jade pendant must be valuable. But didn't he see the Fabergé egg next to it? That thing is a national treasure. However, no matter how valuable it is, it doesn't make sense to the two of them. Because this is not what they want. And in the end of the world, these things are not more valuable than stones. Thinking about it this way, Nyepa felt that Yisha had good vision. Diamonds and Easter eggs were definitely useless. But if the jade pendant was ancient jade, or to put it bluntly, an antique, it might have some magical powers. Of course, if it turns out to be a valuable jade pendant, it is still not as good as a stone. And stones can be picked up and slapped at people. Yisha nodded, threw the jade pendant away, stood up and walked out. These things are valuable. But in the end times, if they are useful, they will not be left here after being turned over by others. Coming to the bookshelf on the other side, Yisha raised the beheading knife without hesitation and chopped the bookshelf apart. There was still space hidden behind the bookshelf in this corner. Several shelves were embedded in the wall. There were some traces on the wall and the ground. But no one knew what was placed there because the things here had been emptied. Nyepa touched the shelf. There may have been some paper documents here. As Nyepa spoke, he picked out a small piece of paper from the gap between the shelves. Yisha, since it has been moved away, there is nothing to say. There is only one corner left. I guess if there is any trick, it must be there. Nyepa nodded. Let's go. Yisha and Nyepa came to the last corner. After taking a deep breath, Yisha raised the beheading knife and chopped it down. With a loud bang, the bookshelf was cut into two by Yisha. This time, behind the bookshelf, there was not only a space, but also a staircase leading to the underground. Chapter 1012 Ice Flower. Yisha and Nyepa exchanged a glance. Then Yisha threw the guillotine aside. The passage was about 2 meters wide, and if a fight broke out, the guillotine would be very inconvenient. Holding Evil Eye's sword across his chest, Yisha led the way down the stairs slowly, while Nyepa followed behind. Alert behind him, the unknown intruder was in the villa, and no one knew when the other party would jump out to attack. So they had to be careful and vigilant. The stairs were very long, at least longer than expected. After walking for a while, Yisha couldn't help but ask, "Do you feel that this place is very cold?" Nyepa nodded. The temperature in this secret passage was much lower than expected. It could even be said that it was abnormally cold. With Nyepa and Yisha's physical fitness, they didn't feel very cold when walking in the snowy mountains. But after entering here, they always felt a chill that kept rushing into their bodies, causing the two to shiver involuntarily. This kind of coldness was obviously abnormal. Yisha walked carefully, taking cautious steps. At the same time, the place became colder and colder as he went down. Yisha could even see the cold air coming out of the wall. After about 10 minutes, Yisha finally saw the exit at the bottom of the stairs. He winked at Nyepa and then walked out first. There was a stone house under the stairs. Looking up, Yisha was speechless and looked a little unbelievable. The walls of the stone house were frozen, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white snow. There was a swirling wind blowing around, carrying frost and exuding a bit of chill. And in the center of the stone house, there was actually an ice flower planted. The ice flower was 2.5 meters high, made entirely of ice, with 2 1.5 meter long ice leaves on both sides, and a single flower at the top of the rhizome, which looked extremely beautiful, like a rose, with overlapping petals. The reason why Yisha used the word plant instead of carve was because the ice flower was alive, not an ice sculpture. The petals and flowers swayed gently in the wind. Although it looked like ice, ice was hard. If it was an ice sculpture, how could it shake? In addition, at the top of the ice flower, there was a ball of frost, condensed but not dispersed. just hanging above the ice flower, tumbling, but not dispersing. At the same time, Yisha finally understood something. Why did the other party search the bookshelf and find the place? But if there was something, they could take it away directly. But they didn't take it away, but stuffed the books back into the bookshelf to cover it up. Because this ice flower can't be taken away. This ice flower in front of me is so weird. Let's not talk about whether it will be dangerous to touch it. Even if you want to take it away, how can you take it away? It is obvious that this ice flower is not grown by ordinary methods. The stone chamber is covered with snow, and under the snow is a bluestone slab. Can flowers grow on the slab? Then, if we find soil and transplant and plant it in a normal way, can this ice flower survive? Yisha understands the mentality of those people in Compu. They must want to study such a weird thing, and will definitely not want to kill the ice flower. However, it seems not a simple matter to ensure that the ice flower is taken away alive. So, those people covered it up and kept the ice flower here for the time being. And Yisha suddenly raised his sword and pointed at the stairs. There should be guards here. Right? Seeing the ice flower and guessing why the other party stuffed the books back into the bookshelf, Yisha knew that it was definitely not someone on the Doomsday train. Nor could it be the apostles. Sure enough, a figure walked down the corridor. And it was the old man Barak. Yisha smiled. Ski resort manager? Another identity is that of a Compu company. Barak did not answer but asked, "Who are you?" Those words that fool people are not necessary. You are definitely not ordinary humans. Yisha asked the king of hell. Oh, no. You believe in God. So you should ask Satan when you go to hell? Bang, bang, bang. The moment Yisha finished speaking, Nyepa pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 3 consecutive shots. But he failed to kill Barak. Suddenly, an ice wall appeared in front of the old guy, blocking all the bullets. Nyepa's bullets shattered the ice wall, but failed to penetrate it. Yisha, it is indeed a superhuman. Superhumans are not limited to those from Doomsday Train or the Apostles. Compu also has superhumans. Becoming superhumans is itself an evolution of humans. Barak, I knew I couldn't kill you on the snowy mountain. You two are much stronger than I thought. But, here, it's another matter. The moment Barak finished speaking, the snow covering the stone chamber under Yisha and Nyepa's feet suddenly surged up and rushed towards Yisha and Nyepa. Yisha immediately swung his sword and chopped the flying snow tide into pieces. But it seemed useless. The snow tide that was chopped up quickly gathered again and rolled towards Yisha. On the other side, Nyepa fired several shots. But compared to Yisha's slashing, the bullets were even more useless. They penetrated directly, and could not even disperse the snow tide. Nyepa retreated continuously, then hid in the corner of the wall, and threw a grenade directly into the air. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, accompanied by a loud roar, and the exploding flames pushed out in all directions. Nyepa's combat experience was indeed great, and he threw the grenade very cleverly. First, he tried to keep it as far away from himself as possible, so that he would not be affected by the explosion as much as possible. At the same time, the point of impact was around Barak, covering Barak, and the angle of the explosion was also guaranteed, so that when the flames and heat waves pushed away, the snow tide could be blown away. But Nyepa blocked the snow tide, but did not let the explosion affect Barak. This old guy was not old, and he still used the ice wall to block the impact of the explosion. But at this moment, Yisha arrives. The red sword light flashed, and the evil eye sword slashed forward, directly cutting the ice wall, and then stabbed Barak with a sword. The tip of the sword extended 3 inches forward and hovered less than half a meter in front of Barak. Yisha was not surprised. This was the basic method of superhumans, which could be used for restraint. But, puff! The next moment, Yisha forcibly broke free from the restraints and stabbed Barak's shoulder with a sword. Yisha sneered, "You think you can kill us here with some snow? Too naive." As a superhuman, Barak's brain strength is far inferior to Yiyu's in Yisha's opinion. This is also a matter of course. Yiyu has obtained many props and potions to strengthen brain capabilities on the Doomsday train, constantly improving her strength. What does Barak have? Brain strength derived from evolution alone? Yisha sneered at this. Yiyu couldn't restrain herself, let alone Barak. Chapter 10:13 6 Dragons appear. But Barak was calmer than Yisha had imagined. Even though he was stabbed in the shoulder, His facial features were distorted by pain. But he did not waver. Looking at Yisha, Barak spoke again. If you just need snow, I would have killed you at the top of the mountain. Isn't there more snow there than here? Yisha was stunned. This made sense. If so, what did Barak mean by that? Yisha was not stupid. He figured it out in just a moment. That ice flower. Sure enough, when Yisha just thought about it, two streams of frost floating above the ice flower suddenly surged out, drifted towards Barak, and then directly entered Barak's body. A slight metal vibration sounded, and Yisha looked at the evil eye sword, which was actually trembling slightly. And then an invisible force seemed to entangle the evil eye sword, pushing the evil eye sword out bit by bit. Puff! With a muffled sound, the evil eye sword was forcibly pushed out of Barak's wound, bringing out a blood sword. Ha! The next moment, Barak stretched out his hand and pressed forward into the void, and Yisha felt his body hit by a force, as if something heavy had hit him hard, knocking Yisha out. Yisha's body flew 3 to 5 meters away, and after landing, he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the white snow red. Yisha looked up at the ice flower, and then at Barak. What on earth was this ice flower that could actually help Barak improve his brain ability? Barak seemed to have seen through Yisha's thoughts and sneered. My ability originally came from that flower. The power contained in that ice flower is far beyond your imagination. Yisha was also shocked after hearing this. This ice flower can actually make people evolve into superhumans? At the same time, Nyepa fired at Barak again, and the revolver was replaced with a rifle, and he fired in the direction of Barak. Thump, thump, thump. The bullets flew, but at the moment the gunshot appeared, Barak raised his hand directly to the side, and all the bullets flew out and hung in the air. Nyepa frowned. Barak's brain strength had indeed improved a lot. Previously, he had to use the ice wall to block the bullets, but now he could directly bind the bullets. Ha! At this time, Barak roared again, and then ice spikes grew out of thin air on the ground and stabbed towards Yisha and Nyepa. Yisha flipped up from the ground and swept the evil eye sword forward, breaking the ice spikes. But at this moment, Barak raised his arm again, and the sound of crack, crack rang in the air, and then countless ice cones flew over. Capture the dragon and let go of the crane. Second style, let go of the crane. Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A huge thrust appeared in his palm, blocking the ice cones. Barak saw that he could not do anything to Yisha and Nyepa, and suddenly raised his head and roared again. The coldness on his body became more intense, and cold air began to emanate from his body. When Barak roared, the ice flower swayed faster, and the frost gathered above the flower split into 3 strands again, rushing quickly towards Barak and drilling into Barak's body. Barak continued to use the ice flower to increase the strength of his brain. In a moment, the frost from the ice flower entered Barak's body, and the cold air overflowing from Barak became more obvious. His face seemed to be frozen, white and even transparent. Ha! Barak shouted again, and his brain power was activated. The snow around him was lifted up again, forming a snow wall, pushing towards Yisha and Nyepa. Nyepa was still shooting, but his bullets were rarely effective. Bullets are used to penetrate surfaces, and Nyepa used special bullets, which had no doubt about their lethality. But the destructive power of bullets was indeed very ordinary. For example, when a knife cuts a wooden board, the knife can split the board into 2 pieces, while a bullet can only make a hole, which is the difference in destructive power. Therefore, even if Nyepa's bullets can penetrate the snow wall, they cannot destroy it. Moreover, after breaking through the wall, the power of the bullets is reduced, and Barak can easily restrain him. Since Nyepa couldn't be counted on, Yisha could only rely on himself. Appeal. Yisha took a deep breath, held the evil eye sword horizontally in front of him, stretched out 2 fingers and wiped it, and the blade of the evil eye sword began to glow with a circle of red light, covering the sword body. Yisha shouted, and suddenly drew his sword. 6 dragons flying in the sky. The sword came out, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. The moment Yisha swung the evil eye sword, the surroundings were filled with a murderous intent, and the red light on the sword body became stronger, overflowing forward, condensing and transforming, and soon turned into blood dragons moving forward. Boom! The first blood dragon flew forward, its 5 claws ferocious, and slammed into the snow wall fiercely. The snow wall made a loud noise, but it could not stop the blood dragon's impact, and a large part of it was knocked down immediately. Boom! The second blood dragon flew out, and Barak was horrified. He immediately activated his brain power frantically, and the scattered snowflakes around gathered together and formed a large ball to meet the second blood dragon. But there was no winner, and both were afraid of injury. Puff! The third blood dragon flew out, and Barak's face became a little ferocious. He forcibly bound the blood dragon with his brain power. The blood dragon was crushed bit by Barak's brain power. But at the moment the blood dragon dissipated, Barak also opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The fourth blood dragon did not stop, and rushed to Barak, opening its bloody mouth as if to tear Barak apart. Barak gritted his teeth and forcibly restrained the blood dragon again. The price he paid for this was that the blood once again dyed the snow in front of him red. Puff! The fifth blood dragon rushed towards Barak. This time, Barak finally showed fear on his face. It was obviously too late for him to get power from the ice flower to strengthen his brain. Before Barak could react, the flying blood dragon directly tore off one of Barak's arms. Ah! Barak screamed, and just as he screamed, the sixth blood dragon had already rushed forward. Barak endured the pain of a broken arm, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" The ground kept making loud noises, and ice walls rose from the ground one after another, blocking Barak. However, those ice walls could not stop the blood dragons from moving forward. They were smashed cleanly and neatly, one by one, and then the last blood dragon hit Barak's chest hard. Barak's body was directly knocked out and hit the wall hard. At that moment, Barak felt that his old bones would fall apart at any time. Chapter 1014 Suicide. Yisha sneered. The old man in front of him was still a little bit inferior. Of course, Yisha was just thinking so. His men did not neglect, and directly bent his fingers and flicked, not giving Barak a chance to breathe. Countless thin lines flew out of the string ring, entangled together, and turned into a gun shape. Piercing gun. Barak endured the severe pain, watched the piercing gun attack, dodged to the side, and the piercing gun nailed to the wall, blasting a big hole in the wall. Barak lost his left arm. The superhuman didn't need to fight with fists and feet, so it didn't affect him much. He just pressed his shoulder with a cold face, and a piece of frost condensed and quickly covered the wound to stop the bleeding. Barak looked at Yisha and took a breath again. The ice flower swayed again, and frost continued to pour out. "Hey!" Yisha suddenly laughed, without any warning, which made Barak feel a little weird. Then, Yisha said, "Did you make a mistake?" Snap! Yisha raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! The stone room suddenly trembled, and then the ground below the ice flower suddenly cracked. The main flower of the corpse flower suddenly rose from below, and a crack appeared in the center of the petals, like a big mouth, swallowing the ice flower directly. Crack! Crack! The petals of the corpse flower shook, as if chewing, and then the sound of ice breaking continued to sound. The frost and snow around were gone. Yisha looked at Barak. "You are reluctant to destroy this thing. It is your business." "I don't care." "Not at all." Yisha not only didn't care, on the contrary, he was very satisfied. If the ice flower is really a plant, then it must be a great tonic for the corpse flower. In this case, of course the corpse flower should eat it. Why put it there? Barak opened his mouth wide. His heart was terrified. His face was incredible. And then he became extremely angry. What he had guarded for so long was destroyed just like that. "Die!" Barak roared at Yisha. "I will definitely kill you." Bang! At this time, Nyepa suddenly fired a gun, and Barak's mind immediately moved, and the bullet was suspended in the air. However, Nyepa fired not one shot, but 2 shots. Even the second bullet hit the bullet suspended in the air accurately. The 2 bullets collided and exploded suddenly, and then Barak's body was blown away, rolling on the ground continuously, and his left knee was a bloody mess, and his knee was directly shattered by 2 bullets. Yisha looked at Barak with disdain. "Without that ice flower, what can you use to fight us?" Yisha let the corpse flower swallow the ice flower, not just to nourish the corpse flower. Since Barak's power comes from the ice flower, then the best way is to destroy the ice flower. This is really a very simple truth. Yisha walked directly to Barak, and the evil eye sword in his hand pierced Barak's other leg directly. Yisha squatted in front of Barak, you have already lost. Understand? However, if you answer a few questions for me honestly, I can give you a way to live. As Yisha spoke, he pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and cut the tendons of Barak's other arm. Although the horror of superhumans lies mainly in their brain power, which cannot be stopped by physical injuries, the pain can make Barak unable to concentrate and also affect the use of his brain power. To put it another way, even if Barak activates his brain power again, Yisha does not think that this old guy can kill him. Yisha is just trying to be on the safe side. After wiping off the blood on the Alaskan whale harpoon, Yisha looked at Barak. You killed Kareem just to find this ice flower? Barak was stunned for a moment, then grinned wildly. Ha ha ha. Barak laughed loudly, laughing wildly, and even coughed because he laughed too fast, coughing up blood and staining the ground red. Yep, pinched Barak's chin. Then let go, if you want to suffer less. You'd better answer the questions honestly. Barak looked at the two with disdain. So you two know nothing at all. Barak's words fell, and blood suddenly gushed out of his mouth. And he couldn't stop it. Damn! Yisha cursed, pinched Barak's chin, and forced the guy's mouth open, resulting in a large amount of blood spurting out. The blood had obviously turned black, and there was a taste of almonds in his mouth. Asshole! Yisha cursed. Cyanide? Yepa frowned. A lot. Cyanide is highly toxic, but it is not impossible to save people. However, if it is in large quantities, there is almost no time to rescue them. Speak. Yisha was also a little crazy. He grabbed Barak's collar and shouted, You killed Kareem. What you want to get is something else. Right? Is it the initial zombie virus? Barak ignored Yisha at all. His eyes were already distracted. This guy hid a large amount of cyanide in his mouth. It was obvious that he had planned to commit suicide. How could he tell Yisha the answer? Yisha cursed again, stood up and kicked the wall hard. He knew that he could not get anything out of him. A living person could be tortured. So what was there to fear about a dying guy? Yepa tried hard to revive this guy. But 10 minutes later, Barak still lost his breath. Yisha took a deep breath. It's not Bing Hua. Yepa nodded. Yeah. Barak's last sentence still revealed some information. Yisha asked whether their target was Bing Hua, and Barak answered that Yisha and Yepa knew nothing. This actually answered from the side that Bing Hua was not their goal. It is very likely that they just found it by chance while searching the villa. Then what were they looking for in the villa after killing Kareem? Was it the initial zombie virus? Yisha didn't know the answer, and it was impossible for him to get the answer. Yepa, this villa is no longer valuable. They should have found what they were looking for and took it away. This old guy stayed here just to protect Bing Hua. Yepa took out a cigarette case and took a cigarette. Yisha was silent for a long time and said, It is very likely to be the initial virus. There is no reason why the train conductor wants to get the initial zombie virus. Now, I have guessed a possibility. Yepa thought for a while, and then said, Alien humans? Yisha, yes. Why do the frequency of alien humans here appear so high? The possibility of the two being related is very high. Moreover, if the initial zombie virus can not only infect zombies, but also create a large number of alien humans, then the train conductor does have reason to want to get the initial zombie virus. Chapter 1015 Return. Yisha has always been suspicious, or curious about what the train conductor wants to do with the original zombie virus. In Yisha's eyes, or in the eyes of most people, that thing is completely useless. But no matter how he thinks, Yisha knows very well that if the original zombie virus is really useless, why would the train conductor want to find it? Now he has seen some clues. Maybe the original zombie virus can be used to create or cultivate alien humans. You know, if alien humans can really be mass-produced and have no sequelae, it will be a terrifying combat power. However, if you think about it, this may not be necessarily reliable. Everything on the Doomsday train is enough to cultivate a lot of powerful combat power. In short, if the train conductor wants it, Yisha will find it, and use it to exchange benefits with the train conductor. For Yisha, this is just a deal. Yisha doesn't care what the initial zombie virus is used for. What makes Yisha unhappy is that he didn't find it. Let's go! After Barak's commotion, it is clear that there is no other valuable things in the villa. Yisha and Yepa naturally don't want to stay any longer, and are ready to leave directly. As for Cabania, he was just a poor man who knew nothing. Of course, Yisha actually felt that Cabania was not pitiful, but he felt that he was pitiful. After all, Becoming an alien human gave him the capital to survive in the end times. Therefore, Yisha did not intend to kill Cabania. There was no need. Besides, Cabania was resting in the main building and did not notice the battle at all. After leaving the villa, Nieppe nailed a climbing rope on the side of the mountain wall. The two climbed directly along the rock wall to the ice valley, then left the snow mountain area and took the train back to the fire velvet city. What a pity. Nieppe looked at the snow-capped mountains in the distance, all in vain. Yisha suddenly laughed. I haven't worked in vain. The ground suddenly cracked, and the corpse flower vines emerged from the ground. The corpse flower vines have undergone some changes. Some blade-like green leaves have appeared on the vines. Growing close to the vines, they are very small and not very obvious. Those green leaves look like the petals of the South China cycas. Obviously, this is the change, or evolution, that occurred after the corpse flower swallowed the South China cycas corpse flower seed given by Yu. These blades are the best proof. But the degree of evolution is still relatively low. Or in other words, it is still in the process of evolution. But it is a good phenomenon anyway. And this is not the point. The corpse flower seed of the Cycas revoluta has been swallowed by the corpse flower for a long time. This evolution is the result of accumulation. The point is that the corpse flower vine is very cold. And it is even a little cold to touch. This is obviously a mutation caused by swallowing the ice flower. Or it is an evolution in another direction. I believe that soon. The corpse flower will have the power of the ice flower and become stronger. As for the strange ice flower, Yisha guessed that it was probably an ancient species. After all, ancient species do not only refer to animals, but also plants. However, just like the plant virus that caused the corpse flower to be a rare type of zombie, among the ancient species, ancient plants are also relatively rare and very rare. What Yisha is more concerned about is that according to the information, Kareem was killed before the end of the world. Did this ice flower exist at that time? Before the end of the world, there were ancient species? Nieppe saw Yisha suddenly become indifferent and silent, just reaching out to touch the corpse flower vines, and couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking that Yisha was showing off. But he didn't get any benefits. Sighing, Nieppe, the disadvantage now is that the clue of Kareem is broken. I didn't have much hope in the first place. After all, it was a villa left by a dead person. It's always troublesome to find clues by yourself. So it's more convenient to ask directly. Yisha thought for a while. Check Mike Adams. Yes. Nieppe nodded. I'll take care of it later. Yisha thought for a while. I won't let you work in vain. I've made a profit, so I can't forget you. I'll give you something good later. Nieppe, what is it? Yisha, IVZ-type metal blade. Nieppe's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't care about the blade. The key point was that it was made of IVZ-type metal. Nieppe didn't know what IVZ-type metal was. However, Nieppe knew that IVZ-type metal could be used to make internal parts of ionization collision. This was one of the optional materials indicated on the drawings. Yisha had no use for it, so he just gave it to Nieppe. After all, Nieppe had figured out the ionization collision, and Yisha would benefit from it. The Eagle Strike Sky sniper rifle would belong to the Archon. Yisha was satisfied. And so was Nieppe. This trip suddenly became worthwhile. Welcome back. Back at the Doomsday train. When they entered the dining car, the proprietress smiled and greeted the two of them, leaning on the bar and tapping her hookah. She was really free because it was still early before the departure. The boss lady, have you found anything useful? Yisha spread his hands. Unfortunately, there is nothing related to the initial zombie virus. The boss lady didn't care and smiled. Keep working hard. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, separated from Nieppe, and returned to their own carriages. Wait a minute. The boss lady suddenly called Yisha. There are still 10 days before the departure. Why don't you go to complete the trial? Yisha was stunned. What trial? After asking, Yisha patted his forehead and suddenly remembered. What else could it be a trial? Of course, it was the 12 trials of immortality. The 9th trial is not about killing a certain number of zombies and ancient species, but about completing the designated trial mission. Yisha was very concerned about this matter, because completing the 9th trial can also gain the ability of frenzy. But it is useless to complete the trial now, because you have to kill the designated target. Anyway, this matter has to be suspended. So Yisha naturally doesn't care much for the time being. Yisha, there are still 10 days left. Isn't the time a bit rushed? The boss lady, This trial mission is time limited. Only 7 days. Success or failure is 7 days. So I specifically asked you. While there is plenty of time, do you want to complete it? Yisha pondered for a moment. It didn't matter whether he did the trial mission or not. As long as he was stuck in killing the designated target, he couldn't enter the 10th trial. To put it bluntly, the trial can be done at any time. So there is no need to rush. Killing the designated target is the key. But since there is plenty of time, Yisha thought about it and decided to do the trial mission first. And then find a way to kill the designated target, so that he can directly enter the 10th trial. After all, there is nothing to do. There are still 10 days before the departure of the Doomsday train. There is nothing to do on the Doomsday train. Even if it is a rest, it will be boring if the rest time is too long. Then finish it. Yisha, I'll find you tomorrow. Chapter 1016 Horror Platform. Yisha rested for a night. The next day, Yisha came to the dining car and sat down at the bar. Although a day had passed, the dining car was still deserted. Most people had left the Doomsday train and were still struggling to return to the Doomsday train and were working hard to carry out their missions. Yisha calculated that after completing the trial in 7 days, he still had 3 to 5 days of rest time. This ratio was very good. He would not rest too long and let his bones rust. But he would not have no time to rest after completing the trial. Yisha, then send me to the trial place now. Don't worry. The lady boss smiled. Just to remind you, if you think the trial will fail, you can contact me. I will tell you where the Doomsday train is. You can choose to return to the Doomsday train and challenge it again later. Yisha pouted, don't worry. This won't happen. Yisha is very confident in himself. He has survived many troubles, so he shouldn't fail in a trial mission. The lady boss smiled. Well, good luck. After the lady boss finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to signal the door of the carriage, indicating that Yisha could go. Yisha, goodbye. Leaving the dining car and walking out of the carriage door, Yisha could not help but be stunned. So gloomy. At this moment, Yisha suddenly felt like he was back in an unknown town. The platform of the Doomsday train he came to was similar to a subway station. The lights were very dim, and the advertising signs hanging on the ceiling on the side were constantly flashing. There was a rotten smell in the air. There were bloodstains on the ground, walls, and ceiling. On the rails on the side of the platform, there was a bloody corpse that seemed to have been run over by a train. This place was eerie. Yisha curled his lips and walked towards the entrance and exit of the platform, going up the stairs at the entrance and exit. When he reached the end, Yisha was stunned. Can't get out. There was an iron gate at the entrance and exit, which directly blocked the entrance and exit. Yisha reached out and shook the door. The iron gate was much stronger than he had imagined. A pile of rust fell off with a swish, making a sound. But it didn't fall down. At the same time, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded without any warning. Welcome to the horror platform. This is a secret place hidden in the city, known as a cursed place. It is rumored that countless people commit suicide by jumping off the tracks here every year. In the end, this platform had to be demolished. However, on the third night of the construction team's entry, blood shrouded this place. All the members of the construction team died overnight. No one dared to enter here. Everyone stayed away from here, leaving it completely abandoned. If there are ghosts, if there is horror, then it must be here. And the horror platform. The only trial task, survive 7 days in the horror platform. This, after hearing the description of the mysterious voice, Yisha was also dumbfounded. What kind of strange task is this? Ghosts? Ghosts? Yisha really wanted to ask. Are you kidding? Are zombies considered ghosts and ghosts? In theory, that thing is what people become after death, which quite fits the definition of ghosts and ghosts. Yisha did not forcefully break the iron gate, because according to the current situation, this platform was the mission location. Following the stairs, he slowly retreated back to the platform. And then Yisha was stunned. The Doomsday train is gone. When Yisha left, the Doomsday train was clearly parked on the left track. But now, there was nothing there. After a moment of stunned silence, Yisha suddenly understood why the proprietress deliberately reminded him when he left. Failure of the trial mission has no direct relationship with death. In fact, failure of the trial mission does not mean the end of the 12 trials of immortality. Trial missions can be challenged repeatedly. If you fail once, You can try again. Failure of the trial mission means that the mission goal has not been achieved. Not death. Of course, if you die in the middle of the trial mission, that is another matter. Simply put, death is equal to failure of the trial mission. But failure of the trial mission is not equal to death. However, this trial mission is a little special. The mission is to survive for 7 days here. Then, Yi Sha's life and death are directly related to the success or failure of the mission. Therefore, the boss lady deliberately reminded Yi Sha that if he felt that he could not survive for 7 days, he could return to the Doomsday train in advance to avoid death. At the same time, another reason why the boss lady reminded Yi Sha was that the trial location this time was this platform. After Yi Sha was sent there, the Doomsday train disappeared. According to the mission content, Yi Sha must survive for 7 days before the Doomsday train will appear, allowing Yi Sha to board the Doomsday train again. But as the boss lady reminded, if Yi Sha feels that he can't survive 7 days and is willing to give up the trial mission, then he can contact the boss lady and the Doomsday train will appear earlier. This trial mission. Yi Sha curled his lips. It's interesting. Of course, Yi Sha doesn't care whether the Doomsday train is there or not. He can't just give up the trial mission. Moreover, although the mysterious voice said it was weird, Yi Sha really didn't think this mission was that scary. It's just surviving for 7 days. How difficult can it be? Yi Sha muttered. In the apocalypse, everyone, every day, is working hard to survive. So it is very difficult to survive. Because you never know when you will die. But living is also a very simple thing. Because everyone works hard for it. And it has become a habit. Walking along the platform beside the railway track. The surroundings are always gloomy and dim. With a chill. Not cold, but a chill from the bottom of the heart. Yi Sha seemed very indifferent. Although he thought this mission was interesting, he also felt bored. Because there was no goal. Just trying to survive for 7 days. Yi Sha didn't know what to do for it. Was he just going to stay in this abandoned platform for 7 days? Yi Sha thought about it and murmured, if I leave the platform directly, will it be considered as completing the mission? If this so-called platform of fear can't even trap people, then it has no right to ask others to try to survive here for 7 days. Right? While thinking, Yi Sha walked to the side, to the entrance and exit of another platform, and went up the stairs. Sure enough, the exit was still blocked, and an iron gate blocked Yi Sha. Chapter 1017 Weird. Yi Sha curled his lips. Can an iron gate stop him? Yi Sha took the beheading knife from his back, untied the white cloth wrapped around it, and prepared to chop at the iron gate. Yi Sha had already thought about it. It would be best if he could chop the iron gate and leave after completing the trial mission. If it was not considered completing the trial mission, he would go to the city outside for 7 days, and come back to hunt some zombies. At least there would be some gains. He was very poor recently. It would be good to earn some skull coins, and buy some string control skills. The worst outcome is that leaving would be considered a failure in the trial mission. But Yi Sha would accept that. At worst, he could try again. As Yi Sha thought about it, he raised his beheading knife, and was about to chop down at the iron gate. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly felt a hint of danger. This feeling was very subtle, indescribable, and inexplicable. It was like a sixth sense formed after a long battle. Yi Sha felt that danger was approaching, as if someone was going to attack him. Then, Yi Sha suddenly heard some subtle noises. After determining the source of the noises, he looked down at the ground, and then instinctively jumped back. Boom! The staircase suddenly exploded, and then a big knife suddenly emerged from the ground, right where Yi Sha had just stood. Yi Sha's pupils shrank. It was a broken knife, but it was very huge, even bigger than a beheading knife, 1.5 meters wide, stabbing out from the bottom of the stairs, rising up, and almost hitting the ceiling. The next moment, the broken knife moved forward, cutting the stairs continuously, and headed straight for Yi Sha. Yi Sha retreated continuously, and at the moment he retreated to the entrance of the stairs, he suddenly raised the beheading knife and swept it forward. Clang! The beheading knife swept across the broken knife, which did not seem as solid as imagined. After a crisp metal collision, it broke in half again and then retracted into the ground. Looking at the crack on the ground, Yi Sha moved his throat, slowly walked forward, came to the edge of the crack, and looked down. Yi Sha's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw a deformed face, with all the facial features dislocated, twisted, and squeezed together on the face. A pair of eyes actually emitted a scarlet light, revealing the feeling of a ferocious beast. At the same time, Yi Sha seemed to see that guy, as if he was grinning at him. Immediately afterwards, the half-broken knife immediately stabbed out from the crack and rushed straight to Yi Sha's face. Yi Sha quickly twisted his body, and the blade almost brushed past the tip of his nose, which made Yi Sha break into a cold sweat, followed by anger. And he almost got into trouble. Shock wave. Without saying a word, Yi Sha slapped the ground with his palm, and the invisible force hit out, immediately smashing a piece of the ground. The rubble fell downwards, and Yi Sha naturally fell downwards as well. But when Yi Sha fell, the figure had already run away. The ground seemed to be connected to a sewer, with many forks. Yi Sha pointed his toes and chased forward without hesitation. Yi Sha thought that with his speed, it should not be difficult to catch up with the other party. But Yi Sha miscalculated this time. The speed of the other party was obviously much faster than he imagined. He ran forward all the way, and Yi Sha could not catch up for a while. After about a quarter of an hour, Yi Sha followed the shadow and turned a fork in the road. Then he frowned. There is no way. After turning the fork in the road, 4 or 5 meters ahead, there is a wall that directly blocks the road. As for the figure, it disappeared. Yi Sha dragged the beheading knife and moved forward carefully, paying attention to the ground and the walls on both sides. But he didn't find anything strange. Finally, he walked to the wall at the end, and then Yi Sha reached out and touched the wall. Something strange happened. Yi Sha frowned. Can he drill through the wall? Yi Sha was very sure that the other party turned into this fork in the road. Although he did not catch up with the other party, he was not thrown off. During the run, the distance between the two sides was at most 5 meters, so Yi Sha thought he could see it very clearly. The other party ran into this dead end. But the problem was that the other party really disappeared. Appeal. Yi Sha took a deep breath, retreated 2 steps, raised the beheading knife, and chopped it down fiercely in front. Boom! The wall was cut by the beheading knife, or hit by it. After shaking for a few times, a large part of it collapsed. Yi Sha crawled through the crack and was shocked. Behind the wall, there was a railroad track that stretched forward. What the hell is this place? Yi Sha couldn't understand the structure of this place at all. A wall was directly across the railroad track? If this was built after it was abandoned, who was wrong? Building a wall in front of the railroad track? If this was built before it was abandoned, it would be even more impossible. Wouldn't the train have hit it directly when it passed by? Moreover, the structure is completely wrong. One side of the wall is a passage similar to an underground sewer, and the other side is a subway track. This is completely unreasonable. Yi Sha sucked his teeth. He really felt that this place was a bit weird. And it was very weird. This was different from the feeling I had last time in the Nameless Town. The atmosphere of the Nameless Town was artificially created. But this place was really a bit weird. Yi Sha took a deep breath and didn't plan to go back. He just picked up the beheading knife and walked forward. After walking about 100 meters, Yi Sha saw a subway train. Pure white. Some carriages were still standing, and some carriages had completely overturned on the ground. That weird feeling appeared again, because the front of the subway train was overturned, and it seemed to have hit something. Completely twisted, the iron sheet turned up and broke, and the iron sheet on both sides was twisted due to the impact, like layers of wrinkles. However, there was nothing in front of the train. It was still 100 meters away from the wall. There was nothing in front of the train. What could it hit? Yi Sha felt a little toothache. He now felt that this trial mission was meaningless. Yi Sha would rather have some powerful mutant zombies or ancient species come out to fight with him. And he didn't like these weird things, which gave him a headache. However, since the trial mission had already begun, Yi Sha had no reason to retreat. After taking a deep breath, Yi Sha stepped forward and continued to move forward. The passage was blocked by the overturned carriages. Most of the unoverturned carriages had also slid off the tracks, so Yi Sha could only walk into the carriages. He looked inside and saw that it was a very ordinary subway carriage, with long horizontal chairs on both sides, many of which were twisted, and most of the windows were broken. There were still lights on, but they kept flickering. At the door, several cables were dragged out, crackling with arcs. Chapter 1018 Attack. Yi Sha looked around for a while, and then stepped into the carriage. He looked around the carriage, and saw that there was no place to hide anything. Yi Sha walked through it, and planned to go to the other side. But just when Yisha walked to the center of the train, bang! A loud noise appeared. The carriage suddenly made a loud noise, and then tilted to the side, as if something hit the carriage from the side. The collision was so sudden that Yisha was unprepared. Before he could react, the carriage had been knocked over and fell to the side. With a bang, the carriage flipped over, and the already broken window was completely shattered into powder. Yisha hit the ground hard, grimacing in pain. Looking up, he saw a sturdy man standing on the top of the carriage. His face was covered with an iron bucket, and his appearance was unclear. He held a huge axe in his hand, and smashed it down hard from 3 meters away. Crack! The carriage was easily chopped apart. The axe broke through the carriage and entered the carriage, sweeping down hard like a swinging pendulum. Yisha quickly straightened his body and tilted his head back, and the axe passed by his body. But the whistling wind still startled Yisha. If the axe was 10 centimeters longer, his body would probably be broken in half. After the blow, the opponent did not stop, and raised the axe and fell down again. Yisha would not sit and wait for death, and directly raised the beheading knife to meet it. Clang! The beheading knife collided with the opponent's axe, making a crisp sound. And then the collision of power shook the axe and the beheading knife apart at the same time. Yisha threw the beheading knife aside without hesitation. The space in the carriage was too small, and there were things like seats and railings, so the beheading knife could not be used. Clang! Yisha drew the sword from his waist and held the king's holy sword in his hand. He watched the axe fall again and sweep towards him. He immediately dodged to the side and stood against the wall. The axe cut open the carriage again and swept past Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha thrust the king's holy sword upwards. Puff! The king's holy sword pierced through the carriage, and then pierced into the opponent's foot, and a stream of black blood immediately flowed out. After a successful strike, Yisha swung his sword to sweep away the broken glass on the edge of the upper window, then stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and jumped out of the carriage, playing tricks. Looking at the sturdy man with an iron barrel on his head, he jumped up and kicked the opponent's chest, kicking him back. The next moment, Yisha jumped forward again, and the opponent raised a huge axe and chopped it down fiercely. Feeling the strong wind brought by the axe blade, Yisha suddenly moved to the side, avoiding the attack, and the king's holy sword reached out and stabbed the opponent. Puff! The sword entered the opponent's abdomen, and Yisha pierced through the opponent's lower abdomen with a sword, then raised his leg again and kicked the opponent's chest, kicking him back while pulling out the king's holy sword. The sword blade brought out a blood flower again, and Yisha jumped forward again without saying a word. This time, it was the opponent's head. Puff! The king's holy sword flashed a dazzling golden light, and after the sword light flashed, it swept across the opponent's neck, and then, the head covered with an iron barrel fell directly, hit the carriage, and then rolled to the ground. Yisha glanced at the corpse, then jumped back to the ground and took off the iron bucket covering his head. It was a man in his 30s or 40s, with a scruffy beard and dirty blood flowing out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Yisha looked at the face and felt something strange, then looked at the headless corpse, with his upper body exposed and covered in filth. Yisha reached out and wiped off the filth on the other person's body, and his brows knitted. Yisha finally knew what made him feel weird. This guy didn't look like a zombie. The opponent's skin is not the grayish-white color of zombies. Secondly, his body is very clean. Apart from the wounds he stabbed himself, there are no other wounds or bite marks, and there is no rotten flesh. Does this mean that the opponent is a living person? No, a dead person. The opponent's body is cold, and he has been dead for a long time. If Yisha had just chopped off his head, his body should be warm. Moreover, the opponent's 7 orifices are bleeding, and the blood has long dried and solidified on his face. In other words, a dead person who is not a zombie attacked me. Yisha grinned. This place is really haunted? Yisha remembered the mysterious figure's words, but he didn't take it seriously. TSK, Yisha said disdainfully, if you are not afraid of the living, how can you be afraid of the dead? What is the difference between ghosts and zombies? If there are ghosts, then just kill them. Yisha walked back to the carriage, dragged out the beheading knife, and then continued forward, flipped over the rear carriage, but did not encounter any more attacks, and then continued forward along the track. About half an hour later, Countless red spots suddenly lit up in the passage. And then the sound of bats suddenly sounded. And countless bats fell from the top and flew towards Yisha. Yisha swung the guillotine upwards, cutting off a large number of bats, whose bodies were split in two by the guillotine. However, the bats did not seem to have any intention of attacking Yisha, but only made a sound, then flew over Yisha's head and around him, and flew away. Yisha looked back, ignored the bats, and continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, Yisha looked at the new platform, which was very similar to the previous one, but obviously not the same one. One side of the platform was empty. Where Yisha walked out, a stone pillar on the platform collapsed, and there were several dead rats underneath. 2 abandoned subway trains were parked on the other side. Yisha walked onto the platform, looked around, and didn't find anything strange. He walked along the platform to the other side of the carriage. Suddenly, when Yisha was about to enter the carriage, a black shadow suddenly fell from above Yisha's head. Yisha was extremely alert, and immediately jumped back, holding the beheading knife horizontally in front of him. The shadow was a piece of clothing, a bright red piece of clothing, stuck in the crack of the door, hanging on the roof just now, and suddenly fell down when Yisha approached. Yisha grinned, slashed the clothing in two with a knife, and then entered the carriage. Yisha entered the carriage, but didn't find anything in the carriage, so he simply walked through and came to the other side of the platform. However, just as he walked out of the second subway train, Yisha suddenly stopped and spread out his palm to take a look. There was some sticky transparent liquid in his palm, and it also exuded a strange smell. Yisha couldn't help but look at the door frame. He just helped the door frame and got stained with this evil thing. Chapter 10:19 The Man in the Mirror. Yisha shook his hands in dissatisfaction, shook off some of the sticky liquid, then walked out of the carriage, jumped onto the platform on the other side, looked around, and soon found the sign for the restroom. Yisha entered the restroom, came to the faucet, opened several faucets in a row, but only water dripped, making Yisha frown, and turned to the women's restroom on the other side. This time, there was water in the faucet, making a swish, swish sound, rushing on Yisha's hands, cold and icy, and after wiping a few times, the sticky liquid was washed away. But at this moment, red liquid? No, it should be blood. The liquid flowing out of the faucet suddenly turned bright red, the color of blood. Yisha was slightly stunned, and then continued to wash his hands indifferently. After making sure that the sticky feeling in his palms was gone, Yisha turned off the faucet, and then raised his hands to his nose and smelled them. The red liquid was really blood, with a strong smell of blood. But Yisha looked indifferent, not taking the sudden appearance of blood seriously, and wiped his hands dry with his clothes. Then, at the moment when Yisha raised his head, in the mirror above the pool, a pale woman's face suddenly appeared. Her face was bloodless, so white that it even made people feel a little transparent. Only the lips were smeared with bright red lipstick, which looked extremely hideous. Yisha was stunned. And at the moment when Yisha was stunned, a pale arm suddenly stretched out from the mirror. The arm was densely packed with black wounds. The flesh had already rotted and necrotic, with a strong stench. Then the snow-white hand grabbed Yisha's collar and dragged him hard. Bang! Yisha's forehead hit the mirror. Blood flowed from the corner of his forehead and flowed down along the mirror. But the opponent obviously did not intend to let Yisha go easily, and continued to drag him hard. The broken glass kept piercing into Yisha's flesh and scratched Yisha's forehead. Yisha gritted his teeth. If the first attack was because the opponent appeared too suddenly and he could not react in time, then Yisha found that the opponent's strength was greater than he imagined. Although Yisha was retreating, he couldn't easily struggle out. Moreover, the opponent was tightly holding Yisha's collar, which made Yisha feel a little suffocated. Asshole! Yisha cursed in his heart, and then fumbled around with his backhand, trying to touch the beheading knife placed on the side. Fortunately, Yisha was lucky. He only fluttered his palm 4 or 5 times before he grabbed the beheading knife in his hand. The next moment, Yisha picked up the beheading knife and stabbed it forward with force, directly piercing the wall. Puff! Yisha felt that the guillotine had stabbed something. There was a big difference between stabbing and not stabbing, because there would be a resistance and a sense of reality when stabbing. At the same time, he clearly felt that the arm holding him loosened and quickly retracted into the mirror. Yisha did not hesitate. and did not even look at the mirror. He directly grabbed the guillotine with both hands and swept it across. The wall made a boom sound, and a 2 or 3 meter long crack was cut. Yisha bent down and looked along the crack. There was nothing. And then he immediately turned around and ran into the men's bathroom on the other side. The men's and women's restrooms were separated by only one wall. After Yisha ran into the men's restroom, he saw the cracked wall and some blood on the ground. There was indeed someone there just now. At the same time, Yisha looked up and saw a mirror hanging above the sink. The mirror was completely broken at this moment. Yisha vaguely remembered that the mirror was intact when he entered the men's restroom and turned on the faucet. But Yisha reached out and touched the broken mirror, peeling off the glass fragments piece by piece. In the end, Yisha raised the beheading knife and chopped it again, directly breaking the entire mirror. There was nothing in the mirror, and behind the mirror was a wall, which was very solid. Yisha took a deep breath. If that was the case, how did the arm get through? Yisha walked back to the women's bathroom and smashed the broken mirror to pieces. The glass completely peeled off, and then took off the mirror. Sure enough, there was only a wall behind it. There was no mechanism, just an ordinary wall. Yisha's face was a little ugly. He turned on the faucet, and the water that flowed out became ordinary liquid instead of blood. After wiping off the blood on his forehead, he rinsed the wound with water and removed the broken glass before leaving the restroom. Walking a few steps to the side of the restroom, Yisha saw a metal bench for passengers waiting for the bus to rest. Yisha sat down, opened his backpack, applied some medicine to the wound on his forehead, and then put gauze on his forehead. After treating the wound, Yisha did not get up, but directly took a pack of compressed biscuits, then unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drank it. Yisha now feels that this mission is a bit troublesome. Yisha is not afraid of those strong zombies or ancient species coming out to fight with him. Anyway, don't be afraid. Just fight and kill the opponent. But this weird situation is indeed a bit troublesome and headache, because you don't know when you will be attacked. If that's all, it's fine. The most troublesome thing is that you don't know the opponent's attack method at all, and there will be some abnormal and weird attack methods. Who would have thought that another person would appear in the mirror and suddenly stretch out an arm? Survive for 7 days. Yisha moved his throat and swallowed the compressed biscuits. He felt that this task was quite challenging. After all, in this situation, it would be difficult for Yisha to close his eyes. After a while, after eating the compressed biscuits, Yisha still did not get up. Yisha did not believe it. He did not go anywhere, did not move around, and just sat here. How could he be attacked suddenly? Yisha made up his mind and just sat there quietly. The silence around him was a little scary. Occasionally, there was a breeze blowing from somewhere, which went through his collar and made him feel cold. Suddenly, Yisha heard a sizzle sound of electricity, and then the light around him became dim. Yisha looked up and saw that it was a photo light on his head that suddenly flickered. And at the moment when Yisha looked up, the flickering light suddenly dimmed and fell directly from above. Yisha's pupils shrank, and he propped himself on the chair with one hand, then somersaulted backwards to avoid the impact. Bang! The next moment, the lighting lamp hit the metal chair. At the same time, pa, 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 the lamps of the surrounding lighting lamps burst continuously. And then, the surroundings of Yisha suddenly became dark. Chapter 1020 Frontal Attack. Yisha cursed in his heart. Isn't this cheating? If I don't move, why do I have to move? However, Yisha was very calm. When the surroundings became dark, Yisha relied on his memory, and quickly moved his body diagonally to the back and stuck to the corner. Yisha directly stuck his back to the corner. The diagonal angles on both sides were walls. It was impossible for him to be attacked at the 90-degree angle behind him. He only needed to deal with the front. The surroundings fell into silence again. Yisha could even hear his own breathing clearly. The surroundings were not completely dark, and there was still some light shining from the other side of the platform. But this situation was actually worse. The light from the opposite side of the platform could hardly help Yisha see anything clearly. Instead of having a blurry vision, it was better to have a dark field of vision and rely entirely on feelings. This feeling of wanting to see clearly, but not being able to make it clear, made Yisha feel even more uncomfortable. At this moment, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared above the wall behind Yisha, slowly rotating, and actually condensed into a half-human figure, and then came down. Suddenly, the half-figure on the wall suddenly stretched out two hands from behind and pinched Yishaw's neck from behind. The feeling of suffocation came almost instantly. The strength of the two hands was amazing, and they pinched Yishaw's neck tightly. Yishaw rolled his eyes, and then hit the back with an elbow. With a bang, a piece of the wall was cracked by Yishaw's elbow, and stone chips kept falling. However, the half-black figure was not affected at all, and still pinched Yishaw's neck tightly. In fact, if there was light, it could be clearly seen that the flesh on Yishaw's neck had sunken down. At this time, a beast cry suddenly sounded. The little ancient cat jumped out from Yishaw's clothes and pounced on the black figure. The figure seemed to be formed by smoke. After the little ancient cat pounced, the figure turned into a ball of black smoke and quickly spread out in all directions. Then Yishaw felt his neck loosen, and immediately bent down to pick up the little ancient cat that fell to the ground and ran forward. Yishaw did not run blindly, but ran towards the bright place on the opposite side of the platform. This dark environment was not good for him. The elusive attack was very troublesome. So, Yishaw jumped off the platform immediately and got into the carriage. But at this moment, the red clothes that Yishaw had cut in half suddenly floated up from the ground and covered Yishaw's face. Yishaw was stunned and reached out to grab the clothes. But then he felt a pain in his waist. Yishaw grinned, grabbed the clothes covering his head, and raised the beheading knife to sweep out. Crunch! A sharp metal tearing sound was heard, and Yishaw swept the carriage with a knife, splitting the carriage arm, handrail, and seat. Then Yishaw looked around and found a dead rat that was split in two on the ground. He looked at his waist and saw a small piece of meat was bitten off. Yishaw covered the wound, jumped out of the carriage quickly, ran forward 3 or 4 meters, and jumped onto the platform on the other side. The platform on this side was dimly lit. After Yishaw jumped up, he paid special attention to the lights and found that there was no accident. So he felt relieved. He stamped his feet, and the ground rumbled, and a corpse flower vine sprang out from the ground. Yishaw breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the corpse flower could not follow this weird place. Yishaw threw the beheading knife to the corpse flower, and let the main flower of the corpse flower swallow the beheading knife. After running for a while with the beheading knife, Yishaw found that the beheading knife was not very useful in this hellish place. The space here was not small, but there were too many obstacles, whether it was the platform or the carriage, and a huge weapon like the beheading knife could not be used. After the corpse flower swallowed the beheading knife and sank back into the ground, Yishaw did not let the corpse flower take away the vines, but instead ordered, "Be on guard all around." After Yishaw finished speaking, he sat down on a metal chair again, lifted up his clothes, and began to treat his wounds, while the corpse flower vine simply circled around Yishaw, forming a prison on the ground and protecting him in the center. I don't know if it was because of the corpse flower vines, or because of the continuous attacks. Yishaw finally had some time to breathe, and nothing happened until Yishaw finished treating his wounds. Yishaw leaned back in his chair, pondering and thinking about the current situation. Moving around would undoubtedly increase the chances of being attacked, and that attack was too difficult to defend against. But staying in one place was not necessarily a good choice. If the opponent had no chance to attack, they would create opportunities to attack, which was really hard to defend against. Just now was a good example. Of course, Yishaw did not dare to be arrogant at the moment. Summoning the corpse flower vine was the best proof. This also made Yishaw feel at ease. With the corpse flower vines guarding all around, it would be much safer. Dong, dong, dong. While Yishaw was thinking, heavy footsteps sounded, which made Yishaw come back to his senses and raise his head suddenly. Yishaw frowned and listened to the footsteps, which came from the left and the right at the same time. And then 2 tall men jumped onto the train platform. The man on the left was wearing a yellow construction suit and a construction hat with the brim pressed down very low. He was dragging a steel pipe in his hand. As he moved forward, the steel pipe hit the ground, making a crisp sound. The other man was wearing a suit, but the suit had been torn long ago and turned into a pile of cloth strips hanging on his body, and the man was holding a fire axe in his hand. Yishaw licked his lips, since the sneak attack failed. You just changed to a head-on attack? Yishaw stood up from the metal chair, his eyes slightly stern. The opponent did not play sneak attacks, but came from the front. Yishaw was not afraid. It was just a fight. As long as there was a target, and the opponent dared to stand in front of him, Everything would be fine. Yisha placed the little cat on the metal chair, then tilted his head to signal. The next moment, the corpse flower vine that was coiled around Yisha immediately swam forward like a snake and hit one of them. Bang! The man dragging the steel pipe was hit by the corpse flower vine and was blown away. But at this moment, the man with the axe grabbed the fire axe and chopped the corpse flower vine fiercely. Puff! The corpse flower vine was cut open, but it was not completely cut off. The opponent only cut about a quarter of it. The next moment, a stream of cold air surged out of the cut and quickly enveloped the opponent. The man with the axe raised the fire axe again, but there was a crack sound on his body, and a layer of frost quickly appeared on the surface of the man with the axe.